Yang Un, though clearly suffering from a leg ailment, was publicly provoked by Su Sanyuan, and the boxing club instantly turned into a powder keg. Inside the Star U Boxing Club in Wuyang City, a sharp shout shattered the calm. Hurry to the ring. Coach Yang and Coach Su are fighting. More than a dozen trainees stared in shock. Everyone knew Yang An's leg condition, so why was Su Sanyuan being so aggressive? What on earth had happened? They rushed toward the ring, where two figures stood face to face. Su Sanyuan was burly and muscular, his face rough and scowling, arms crossed, eyes filled with contempt. Yang Un, by contrast, remained calm, his expression steady and resolute, like a still pool. Su Sanyuan sneered. Yang Un, let me see what you're really capable of. As the club owner's nephew and a gold-level coach, Zu's boxing skills were well known. Yang Un replied evenly. I just want to teach well. You are just using your strength to bully others. Su laughed mockingly. No courage to fight me? No wonder Ali called you a cripple and a failure. Hearing that name, Yang An's brow furrowed deeply. Ali was his ex-girlfriend Jiang Li, his high school sweetheart, and the only bright light when he had hit rock bottom. A year ago, Yang An had been injured on a secret mission. His teammates risked their lives to save him, but his leg was permanently damaged. The government assigned him a job, but he chose self-exile, returning to Wuyang to sink into despair. Jiang Li had once seemed like his salvation, but her true intent was to get her hands on his substantial military pension. Heartbroken, Yang An cut ties. People come and go, the moon waxes and wanes, flowers bloom and fade. I hope we never meet again. Now, Su mentioning her stirred all those old pains again. Alice, my woman now. And you, cripple, can only bring her despair. Zu's eyes were cold and mocking. Yang An said nothing, calmly turning away to avoid this pointless conflict. But Su, furious, threw a punch aimed straight at Yang An's face. The crowd gasped. How could a man with a crippled leg block such a heavy blow? Yet the unexpected happened. With a sharp smack, Yang An caught the powerful fist with one hand, gripping it like a vice. Su cried out in pain, losing control as Yang An suddenly exerted strength, shaking Su until he staggered and fell. Even a gold-level coach couldn't withstand a counterattack from a cripple. Burning with anger, Su cursed loudly and lunged up again to charge the center of the ring, only to be met by Yang An's swift punch. The wind howled as the blow landed squarely, sending Su flying into the ropes and crashing down, his face twisted in pain, jaw dislocated, blood streaming, a gruesome scene. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have thought a so-called theory coach had such true power? Su Sanyuan, famed for being unbeatable in the club, was completely defeated by Yang An. Just as the commotion was rising, a voice called hurriedly from the back. A portly middle-aged man and a seductive woman rushed to the ring. The woman knelt by Zu's side, angrily scolding Yang An. What did Sanyuan ever do to you? You've gone too far. The man pointed at Yang An. You're fired, effective immediately. Yang An sneered coldly. Make sure the termination notice is official and don't forget the N1 severance. Without another word, he stepped down from the ring and addressed the trainees solemnly. Everyone, I won't be able to teach you anymore. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Someone called out, Coach Yang. Reluctance obvious, but reason ultimately overcame emotion. Yang An smiled faintly and nodded, his silhouette lonely against the slanting light outside. Limping forward with quiet resolve, he left. The sun set in the west, and the autumn wind blew chill. Yang An walked alone, his long shadow stretching down the street. He lifted his gaze, took a deep breath, letting the cold wind wash over him, unmoved. Though his body was broken, his spirit remained unshaken. Life's harsh blows had knocked him down repeatedly, and stares followed him everywhere, but his determination never wavered. Though lost for a moment, his steps never faltered. In the distance, a few young men and women whispered excitedly, 3 days. Only 3 days left until the Life Calamity game launches. So long awaited, finally near. My grandpa heard about this game, and at his age got excited like a kid. Back in his day, online gaming novels like this were popular, he said at 80+. He's still hoping he'll be the protagonist someday. Haha, Grandpa's heart is still young. A life calamity? Hearing the young men and women discussing the concept of life calamity, Yang An found his interest piqued. Life Calamity is a virtual online game jointly launched by countries around the world. According to official claims, its simulation accuracy reaches 100, indistinguishable from reality. 3 months ago, China led the promotional campaign. Previously, the most advanced virtual games in the world only achieved about 70 realism. The arrival of Life Calamity utterly outclassed its predecessors. Within just a few days, it dominated major news headlines, with its popularity soaring non-stop. As exposure skyrocketed, the promotional video released on the official website stunned all viewers, so realistic it made people question their own eyes. Even more astonishingly, the entire game runs on a single server, but claims it can handle nearly 10 billion simultaneous online users worldwide without lag. Compared to any current game servers supporting only hundreds of thousands of players, this sounded like science fiction. Countless netizens were both shocked and amused that Cadisold future online game novels seemed to have come true. Isn't it supposed to be 100 realistic? Didn't they say all physical defects in real life become irrelevant in the game? Then let's give it a try. The same thought flashed through Yang An's mind. If the publicity was true, massive crowds would surely flood in. Perhaps this game could help him reclaim his glory. Determined, he pulled out his phone and logged onto the Life Calamity official website. On the top right corner of the homepage, he found the link to order the equipment. Unlike traditional headsets, Life Calamity offers flexible login devices. You could choose a ring, necklace, bracelet, or even earrings. This cutting-edge tech was hard to wrap one's head around, but was clearly displayed on the screen. As for the nutrition capsules costing hundreds of thousands, the official site did not include them. Players had to buy those on their own. Yang couldn't afford such an expensive present. After browsing, he chose the men's ring model. The price was still 0 yuan, only requiring 9.9 yuan for shipping. If it weren't an official page, he might have doubted it was a street vendor's scam. How could Life Calamity give away such a golden opportunity for free? After placing the order, he hailed a ride through a ride-hailing app and rushed back to his rented apartment in the west side of the city. Ding dong. Not long after arriving, the doorbell rang. "Hello, your delivery has arrived," came a crisp, mechanical voice from outside. So fast. Yang opened the door to see a delivery robot about 1 meter tall, standing quietly, holding a small box printed with the familiar Life Calamity logo. In this era, robots had long infiltrated every industry, so the scene was hardly surprising. The robot's eyes glowed red. "Identity scan successful. Mr. Yang, here is your package." It raised the parcel in front of him. "Thank you." Yang took the box. "Wish you a pleasant day. Goodbye." A smiling pair of crescent-shaped eyes appeared on the robot's screen. Then, it turned and walked straight down the hallway, lightly leaping through the window at the end. Midair, it extended 4 mechanical arms on either side. Its wings spun, and blue-white contrails shot from its thrusters. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the horizon. Yang was not surprised. Clearly, he was already accustomed to robots operating like that. Closing the door behind him, Yang sank down onto the sofa in the living room. He lifted the delivery box onto his lap, tore off the seal, and flipped open the lid. Inside lay a deep gray box, a neatly folded instruction sheet, and a small black cylindrical device. On the top of the gray box, cold metallic silver letters gleamed. Ming, Jia, Fateful Calamity. Below the title were several bold lines. "A great catastrophe is coming. Destiny belongs only to the strong. Go forth and write your own chapter in the world of Ming Jia." The rough slogan struck him like a shock. His heart thumped hard, stirred by an unfamiliar flutter of excitement. Taking a deep breath, Yang gently pried open the seam of the box lid with his fingertip. Nestled in soft velvet was a sleek, glossy black ring emitting a faint, ethereal glow. He picked it up and turned it over carefully. The band was smooth and jade-like, seamless, its material impossible to discern by touch. "How does just a ring get me into the game? How do you connect it to the internet?" he muttered, slipping it onto his index finger, then switching to the middle finger, but nothing happened. After a long moment of confusion, he remembered the instruction sheet beside him. The paper was pale white, with just a few words that left him dumbfounded. "User must use blood to register as owner." Blood to claim ownership? Are you serious? Or is this some Xinxia novel? Yang laughed dryly. He grabbed the black cylindrical item and discovered it was a press-type micro-blood sampling needle. Well, the official channel sure thought of everything. If it weren't for the Chinese government's strong endorsement and the global simultaneous rollout, he never would have trusted something like this could be scientific. Hesitating briefly, he pressed the needle against his fingertip. A sharp sting and a bright red drop of blood formed immediately. Yang placed the blood drop onto the ring's surface. The droplet was instantly absorbed. The black surface of the ring shimmered with delicate streams of light, as if tiny currents were running through it. He slid the ring back onto his finger and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes and waiting. SSSHHH. A soft, clear female voice resonated inside his mind. "Analyzing DNA, analysis successful. Analyzing brainwaves, analysis successful. Identity information, name, Yang, gender, male, place of origin, Wuyang City, Huaxia Country, ID number. Please confirm identity." Confirmed, he replied silently. The ring's precision sent shivers down his spine. Even his ID number was spot on, as if it could trace back 3 generations. Then he remembered, with the government backing the game, it must be directly linked to the national database. In this day and age, newborns' DNA and identity are collected at birth. Of course, Yang was included. The next moment, a beam of white light swept through his consciousness. When the dizziness faded, he found himself standing in a brightly lit space roughly 10 meters square. Mist hung low, a faint floral scent wafted through the air, and birdsong occasionally drifted past his ears. Ahead of him, countless points of light swirled and converged, forming the shape of a woman dressed in ancient flowing robes. Her skin was flawless, expression cold and distant, as if a celestial being fallen from the heavens. This is way too real. Yang abruptly raised his hand and wiggled his fingers before his eyes. Even the fine fingerprints were clearly visible, almost as vivid as reality. Welcome, player Yang. The woman's voice was melodious, tinged with a faint echo. The Mingjia world will officially open at 9 a.m. on September 9th, Huaxia calendar year 2073. Please wait patiently and look forward to your exploration. In the meantime, you may create your character. Would you like to proceed with character creation? Yes. Yang nodded without hesitation. Setting up his character in advance meant he could dive straight into the game the moment it launched. For him, moving fast was everything. He wasn't obsessed with ruling the world or dominating everyone right away, but staying ahead and becoming strong. That was his clear goal. The system required using a Chinese-style name no longer than 7 characters. Invincible under heaven. System prompt. This name is already taken. Please choose another. Wow, even this name is snatched up? Some people really have no shame, Yang muttered to himself. As someone who struggled to come up with names, he knew how much effort it took to brainstorm. Every name burned countless brain cells. Yuanshi Tianzuan. System. This name is prohibited and cannot be used. Please rename. Tongtian Jiaozhu. System. This name is prohibited and cannot be used. Please rename. Prohibited? Yang frowned slightly. After more than 10 attempts, each name was either banned or already taken. Clearly, many had pre-registered accounts, and with the large population in the Huaxia server, almost every viable name had been snapped up. The system stubbornly kept flashing. Please rename. Forget it, whatever bloodstained. System. This name is available. Do you want to use it? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirm. Naming successful. Character name bound. The virtual NPC beauty on screen spoke again. Please adjust your appearance as needed, with changes capped at 20. The next moment, a virtual avatar identical to Yang hovered before him. Though he had retired from service a year ago, he still had a fair number of followers. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he dragged the sliders to the maximum allowed change. The reflected figure's features softened, hair darkened slightly, but those determined eyes remained unchanged. Unless someone was very close, no one could recognize him at a glance. Adjustment complete. The avatar dissipated. The system continued, generating initial attributes. Please choose System Assigned or Scan Real Body. 1. System Assigned. All stats fixed at 5 points. 2. Scan Real Body. Attributes better match with higher caps, but not recommended if you have poor physical condition. Yang glanced down at his previously injured foot, weighing his options. The injury probably wouldn't impact much. Physically, he had been among the best in the military, easily completing training others could not. I choose to scan my body. Buzzing sounds. Scan complete. Attributes generated. Say personal attributes to view them. Please choose your starting attack style, physical or spiritual. At level 10, you may transfer jobs in the main city. Spiritual attacks, normal attacks, will become spirit orbs. Physical attack. Yang barely hesitated. He always favored physical classes in games, and his real-life skills matched close combat fighting. Attributes. Yang called out silently, and his personal attribute panel appeared before him. Character name, Shui Ran. Profession, none. Physical attack bone, 13. Strength, 15. Spiritual power, 12. Endurance, 14. Agility, 15. Comprehension, hidden. Luck, hidden. Before entering the game, Yang could only see 5 basic attributes. Are these stats good or bad? He stared at the numbers on the screen, completely clueless. Without any reference data nearby, he decided to memorize them for now and later check forums for answers. He looked up at the exquisite female NPC in front of him. What are comprehension and luck? Why are they both hidden? Please explore those yourself after entering the game. The beautiful NPC smiled gently, her voice calm and automatic. Character creation is complete. Please wait patiently for the game to open. Goodbye. As her words faded, her sleeve fluttered, a flash of light appeared, and Yang was abruptly logged out. Darkness faded away. His awareness returned to reality. Yang opened his eyes and immediately grabbed his phone to log in to the official Mingjia forum. After filling out information, linking his ID, and completing several verifications, the main interface finally loaded. The forum was already bustling. Forum categories densely packed, millions of posts, with endless guild recruitments, teammate searches, and CPDD partners seeking threads flooding the pages. At the top were 3 hot discussions standing out. 1. Speculations on some disabled names in Mingjia. 2. Let's discuss Mingjia starting attributes together. 3. A brief discussion on Mingjia professions. He clicked the first thread. The post was concise. The original poster, like Yang had tried naming their character after mythological figures, but was blocked by the system. They listed their and others' tests names like Pangu, Nuwa, Sanqing, Bodhi, Hongjun Laozu, Kuanping Patriarch, and other ancient deities and legendary creatures were all unusable. The general consensus was that these mythological characters likely exist in the Mingjia world, so the official system banned their use. Yang agreed with this deduction, feeling even more excited about the upcoming ancient mythological world. Next, he opened the second post, a collection on attributes. The poster first shared their own panel. Character name, One Punch Man. Profession, none. Strength, 8. Bone, 5. Spiritual power, 3. Endurance, 5. Agility, 6. This screenshot instantly exploded the comment section. Xiao Huashing, first reply, an unkillable cockroach. The poster's strength is so high. Mine's only 6. I am the queen. Did the poster scan their real body stats? I chose fixed system stats and now feel so cheated. Yi Jianmei. Same here. I chose fixed system stats too. My real body is average. Scanning sounds risky. Say Ji Shikong. I scan my real body, but my highest spiritual power is only 8. Yang and read and summarized. 1. Choosing scan real body breaks the fixed 5-point base. Attributes can be higher or lower. 2. Total attributes over 25 mostly come from confident players. Some single stats can reach 10. 3. There are losers too. For example, one frail player scanned their real body and none of the 5 attributes exceeded 3. They regretted it deeply. Looking at his own numbers 13, 15, 12, 14, 15 Yang and nodded to himself. Overall, his stats were definitely above average. Still, he knew old teammates and rivals with at least equal physical strength might be out there. Maybe even stronger, they just hadn't shown up yet. Finally, he opened the third thread, speculations on Mingjie professions. The original post listed 6 points of analysis. The replies were lively. Old Monk No Onion. Regarding the original post, I have these 2 points to add. Gain 10 pounds if you hit me. I really can't stand one thing. Wang Zibaldi. He'll add 2 points about the Mingjie professions. Reading through the quirky nicknames and hilarious comments, Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry at how well the players played along with jokes. Continuing to browse the forum, Yang found little of use. Besides a promotional video, the official website offered no other details about the game. Everything would have to be discovered firsthand once inside. Just as Yang An's mouse hovered over the close button in the upper right corner, his phone on the desk buzzed loudly. The caller ID displayed a familiar name, Luo Yuan. Only a handful of people knew his number, and this old friend was one of them. Born in the same year and month, Luo Yuan and Yang had been classmates from elementary through high school. To outsiders, their bond seemed unbreakable. Yang pressed the phone to his ear and lazily muttered, "What's up?" Luo Yuan's slightly goofy voice answered, "Anzi, you okay? What could be wrong with me?" Yang snorted. "If something's eating at you, talk to your brother. Don't just carry it all alone." After a pause, Yang shot back, "What about you and Jiangli? I saw her post on WeChat moments. We broke up a while ago." Luo Yuan rolled his eyes. "Let's not go there." "Damn, you didn't even tell me?" "You know what she wrote?" "Don't want to know." She said, "In the end, I had to bear it all alone." A few seconds of silence stretched out before Luo Yuan let out an awkward chuckle. "Bro, don't be down. Breakups happen. The next one will be better. He'll come find you one day, and we'll have a drink." Though Luo Yuan wasn't exactly a pro at comforting people, Yang felt a warmth inside. No matter what happened since childhood, this guy had always been the first to stand by him. All right. By the way, Anzi, I'm thinking of trying Mingjie. Luo Yuan had been interested since the game's initial test. But back then Yang had been busy with work and relationships, no time to care. Now that his love life was a flop, he was more open to it. "I've already got a character set up. See you in game." "Cool. My ID's Happy Little Frog. Hit me up." The image of a big green-eyed frog popped into Yang N's head, and he joked, "Your name is something else. What about Sukai?" He casually asked about their third friend. Sukai, another high school classmate, combined with them to be known as the Yanggao Three Musketeers. His family ran a sizable business with several employees under him. Rumor was, Sukai's company had recently launched a game studio planning a big move into Mingjie. "We'll figure that out after launch," Luo Yuan said decisively. "All right, I'm off. Take care, man. Get lost, get lost." Yang laughed as he ended the call. Setting his phone down, he ordered takeout for dinner and then started his usual training routine. One-handed push-ups, sit-ups, then a full set of punches on the heavy bag. Though his left foot had an old injury, it didn't slow him down. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 8:58 a.m. on September 9th, 2073, Yang lay quietly on his bed. With closed eyes, he mentally issued the command, "Enter game." Darkness faded, and he returned to the virtual space where he had last created his character. Floating in midair was a large line of text, but the beautiful NPC guide head met before didn't appear. Game start countdown, 1 minute 30 seconds. The numbers ticked down in his view. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As it hit 0, a gentle female voice sounded in his ear. "Welcome to the world of Mingjie. The server is now live. Would you like to enter the game?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Yang replied. Light and shadow twisted, and the scene shifted instantly, a battlefield strewn with drifting smoke, broken blades, and tattered banners. He suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a vast war zone. Where was this place? Surrounded by human soldiers, their faces resolute and fearless, gripping their weapons tightly as they stared ahead. Yongin had seen this scene in a promotional trailer on the Fate's Trial official website, but now he truly found himself on the battlefield, one of the soldiers. Following the gaze of his comrades, he looked ahead. The ground was packed with a horde of grotesque humanoid monsters, their fangs sharp and menacing against blood-red eyes, an aura of evil swirling around them. The sky was restless as various flying beasts circled low, emitting harsh screeches. The two armies faced off, the air compressed to its limit, stifling and heavy. Roar! Kill! A roar shattered the silence as both sides charged fiercely. Yongin rushed forward with the soldiers, but realized he was only an observer though inhabiting the body. He could not control its movements. Blood splattered his cheeks, hot to the touch. Limbs severed, screams, and the sparks of clashing weapons assaulted his senses. If he hadn't hardened himself through years of life and death struggle, he might have broken down right there. The human ranks counted many strong warriors, cutting down foes amid flashes of steel. Yet the evil forces harbored terrifying creatures that slaughtered human soldiers with abandon. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds congealed overhead and a massive throne materialized out of nowhere, black mist rolling like tides. A suffocating pressure crushed the battlefield. A tall figure rose slowly from the throne, clad in fitted black armor, twin curved horns atop his head, his dark red hair whipping in the wind. Lowly insects, you deserve only to be slaves. A cold, deep voice thundered in everyone's ears, sending a shiver through the human soldiers and slowing their movements. The Horned Demon King raised his right hand and uttered an obscure spell. Destruction to you, worthless humans. In the next instant, dozens of flaming giant meteors formed amid the clouds, trailing blazing tails as they hurtled toward the human army. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of fire surged, turning tens of thousands of soldiers to ash instantly. One meteor came crashing down directly where Yongin stood. He looked up, his eyes reflecting the inferno and death, his legs heavy as lead, frozen in place. Despite his battle-hardened experience, he distinctly felt the presence of death. Boom. His vision plunged into darkness. The battlefield, corpses, and flames all vanished. A flash of white light. Yongin reappeared in an endless grassland. Countless white lights ignited around him, and figures appeared one after another, filling the area so tightly it was hard to move. This feeling is so real. It's like I actually died. He suppressed his racing heart and looked around. Others wore the same dazed expressions, still trapped in the terror of death. Not far off stood a dilapidated village, a few NPCs wandering about. Welcome to Novice Village 99801. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and the crowd slowly snapped back to reality. This is terrifying. Oh man, I feel like I actually died. This game is so realistic. Whoa, who just grabbed my butt? Hey, don't push, you're stepping on my foot. Take your time chatting, I'm going out to level up. Yongin stared at the crowded throng, feeling a headache coming on. A tiny village suddenly swarmed with tens of thousands of players, far beyond what it was designed to handle. Players jostled and pushed toward the NPC at the village center, all scrambling for a newbie quest. The entire village entrance was so packed that not even a mosquito could fly through. Bold players gave up waiting in line and charged sword in hand straight out of the village. But Yongin wasn't in a rush. He glanced down at himself. Only a simple coarse cloth outfit, with no attribute bonuses. He summoned his status panel in his mind. Character name, Shui Ran. Class, none. Level 0. Experience, 0-300. Constitution, 13. Strength, 15. Spirit, 12. Agility, 15. Endurance, 14. Intelligence, hidden. Luck, hidden. HP, 130. SP, 120. Physical attack, 23. Magic attack, 18. Physical defense, 17. Magic defense, 16. Speed, 6.5. Stamina, 100. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Open inventory. The system panel flickered into view, showing a rusty beginner's short sword lying alone in a slot. Newbie short sword. Quality, common. Physical attack, 3. Description, a scrap of iron so worthless even no one bothers to pick it up. Suitable for beginners. Great, the designers of Mingjia are really stingy, not even giving a newbie starter pack. Yongin grumbled in his heart. After familiarizing himself with all the functions, he equipped the sword, raising his attack from 23 to 26. The village was still packed, no chance to get inside anytime soon. He decided to head outside the village with his sword in hand. At the village gate, he saw several players running while screaming. An old hen flapping fiercely was chasing after them. Cluck cluck. Ah, that really hurts. Run, run. That chicken will one-shot us. How is a level 1 monster this fierce? Is this game starting on nightmare mode? Yongin glanced at the chicken, and its stats popped up in front of him. Newbie village old hen. Level 1. HP, 50. Physical attack, 30. Defense, 5. According to Mingjia's rules, players can view monster stats up to 5 levels above their own. Yong'an was secretly shocked. 30 attack damage was a nightmare for newbies, who mostly had between 30 to 50 just a couple pecks, and they'd be forced back to town. Sure enough, someone skeptical lifted their short sword and slashed at the chicken's back. 4. A pitiful amount of damage appeared. Cluck. The hen became enraged and struck back with its sharp beak. 24. The player's health bar instantly lost half. Damn, that hurts like hell. He clutched his chest and fled in panic. How is this playable? The devs are messing with us. Nearby players complained, some rubbing the places the chicken pecked, grimacing. It's way too realistic. Yong'an quietly calculated. With 50 HP and 30 attack, killing the hen without anyone dying would require at least 10 players taking turns attacking. Once these players calmed down and grouped up for coordinated damage, leveling up wouldn't be too difficult. When he came back to his senses, teaming up to hunt monsters would be the fastest way to level up. Yong'an ignored the old hen and kept walking forward. The spawn point for the old hens was already packed with players. As soon as a monster appeared, everyone struck with a sword at once, killing it instantly. Not a single feather drop, truly a stingy drop rate. Damn, only 3 experience points for killing one chicken. The player who landed the killing blow shouted, frustrated. At this rate, you'd have to kill 100 chickens just to level up. With so many people here, you might not even reach level 2 in a whole day. There are too many players and too few chickens here. Good luck leveling up by farming old hens anytime soon. Amid the noisy complaints, Yong'an clenched his novice short sword tighter and quickened his pace through the crowded chicken spawn area. Ahead was the territory of level 2 little yellow dogs, where another group of newbies was grinding monsters in a team. He had no interest in stopping and walked straight past them, heading toward a dense forest further in. Someone else just went in there. Who cares? They'll be dead and back to the newbie village soon enough. There are level 3 or higher monsters inside. I got hit once and barely had any health left. Haha, just wait for them to come crawling back, or maybe running from the newbie village. Their chatter vanished into the trees as Yong'an stood deep in the shadowy forest. Surrounded by insects chirping and birds calling, he raised his sword and moved cautiously forward. Before long, a group of gray-white figures appeared in his sight. Bucktooth Rabbit. Level 3. HP 80. Physical attack 40. Physical defense 8. Description: when rabbits get angry, they bite back. My front teeth are razor sharp. Only level 3, slight stat increase shan't be a big problem. Yong'an glanced at the status panel, then narrowed in on the outermost Bucktooth Rabbit, crouching low to approach. Before he could attack, the rabbit suddenly screeched sharply and kicked its hind legs, charging with a flash of white at Yong'an. Yong'an's footing slipped slightly. He dodged sideways and countered with a sword thrust to the rabbit's back. 18. ITLL take 5 hits to kill it. It might endure a hit or two from me, but better if I don't lose any health. The rabbit landed and kept headbutting, its attack telegraphed clearly. Yong'an predicted the move easily, dodged once more, and swung with both swords in quick succession. 18. Dodged. Because he was fighting a higher-level monster, his second hit missed due to accuracy penalties. The Bucktooth Rabbit got angry, lunged to bite, but missed, and then took another sword strike. 18. 23. This time, Yong'an held still deliberately to test the damage. 6 hits and I'd be sent back to the newbie village. The damage is pretty high, he thought, noting it mentally. Then, he landed 2 more strikes to finally drain the rabbit's health completely. The Bucktooth Rabbit collapsed, and a burst of white light shot out from its corpse, merging into Yong'an. Ding! You killed a level 3 Bucktooth Rabbit and gained 15 experience points. Overlevel kill. Extra 10 experience awarded. Total experience gained, 16 points. Sweet. This efficiency beats those chicken grabbers by miles. Only a single copper coin lay on the ground. The drop rate is ridiculously stingy, just 1 copper coin. Yong'an muttered, but still bent down to pocket the coin. Without stopping, he lured another Bucktooth Rabbit and repeated the same routine. Maybe his precise hits last time were luck. The new rabbit dodged much more. After several minutes of fighting, he finally killed it. His health was still full at the end, but again, only a single lonely copper coin dropped. Still, he was completely unharmed and walked away with another copper coin in his pocket. After rampaging in the territory of the Bucktooth Rabbit for 2 hours, Yong'an's novice short sword glinted coldly as he swung the final strike, bringing the Bucktooth Rabbit crashing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 1 and gained 5 free attribute points. A clear notification sounded in his ear. The difficulty of leveling up in the Destiny Tribulation was notoriously harsh. Even with his experience bonus and killing monsters above his level, it still took him a full 2 hours to reach level 1. It was no surprise that the beginners still training on old hens or little yellow dogs would struggle to make any progress today. It dropped some gear. Next to the fallen Bucktooth Rabbit lay a grayish-white cloth robe, a bottle of red potion, and 2 copper coins. Rabbit hair cloth robe. Quality white. Level requirement none. Class universal. Attributes: physical defense 3, spiritual defense 1. Description: A simple robe woven from rabbit hair, offering very poor protection. Just what I need. Without hesitation, Yong'an put on the robe, slightly improving his defense. Then he pocketed the potion and the 2 copper coins. Low-level red potion. Instantly restores 100 HP on use, 2-second cooldown. He opened his character panel. The automatic 1 boost to all attributes from leveling up had taken effect, and he allotted all 5 free points to strength. Character name, Shui Ran. Class, none. Level, 1 EXP, 4600. Constitution, 14 strength, 21 spirit, 13. Agility, 16 endurance, 15. Comprehension, hidden luck, hidden. HP, 140 SP, 130. Physical attack, 35 spirit attack, 20. Physical defense, 22 spirit defense, 19. Speed, 6.8 stamina, 60. Equipment, novice short sword, rabbit hair cloth robe. Skills, none. Closing the panel, he nodded with satisfaction. 35 physical attack meant he could slash the bucktooth rabbit's 27 HP away in a single strike, finishing it in 3 hits. Now that the rabbits were no longer a challenge, he needed to find stronger monsters to level up faster. The jungle was shadowy, with the rustling of leaves all around. After a short walk, he spotted a figure curled up beside a thick wooden stake. Approaching cautiously, Yong'an saw an old man with gray hair lying there, raggedly dressed, pale-faced, shivering uncontrollably. "Sir, what's wrong?" It was unusual to see an old man out here in the wilderness. While water, the old man's barely audible voice was almost carried away by the wind. There was no water source nearby. Thinking quickly, Yong'an took the low-level red potion from his pack, carefully uncorked it, helped the old man sit up, and fed him the potion. As the red potion slid down his throat, color returned quickly to the old man's face. "Thank you, young man." He struggled to sit up, and Yong'an quickly went to support him. "Don't mention it." After catching his breath, the old man spoke again. "Young man, I wonder if you could help me hunt some giant troll rabbits? I haven't eaten for a long time." Ding. New quest available from Old Man Shouju. Kill giant troll rabbits and collect 10 pieces of giant troll rabbit meat for him. The quest was triggered as expected. "I accept." "Thank you, young man." Immediately, another notification popped up. Ding. Old Man Shouju teaches you basic gathering technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes, learn it. Yong'an certainly had no reason to refuse. Without the hunting skill before, all the effort killing those bucktooth rabbits was wasted. "Old man, which direction is the giant troll rabbit? He'll bring back the meat right away." The stockwatch old man raised a hand, pointing to a clearing ahead in the forest. "Right over there. Be careful though, the giant troll rabbit is a level 5 monster and tough to handle. If it's too much, just bring back at least 2 portions of rabbit meat." Ding. Due to the current mission's difficulty, the old man adjusted the task. Minimum submission of 2, maximum 10 portions of giant troll rabbit meat. Reward scale with quantity submitted. Underestimated me. Yong'an grinned, jogging off in the direction the old man pointed. 10 minutes later, he reached the target area. Behind a low shrub, a jet-black rabbit nearly as tall as a human stood upright, carrying a giant carrot larger than itself on its shoulder. Giant troll rabbit LV5. HP, 150. Physical attack, 80. Physical defense, 15. Skills, none. Description, a rabbit corrupted by dark magic. Favorite phrase, "Don't touch my big carrot. Take this." 80 attack? Ridiculous. Yong'an frowned. Even a level 5 player who maxes endurance only has about 30 defense without gear. He himself has just 22 defense. That means taking a hit would drop 58 HP instantly. He used to kill rabbits with 3 sword swings. Now, it'd probably take 3 blows to get killed. But since it had no skills, just high stats, Yong'an drew his novice short sword and charged into aggro range. The giant troll rabbit roared and swung its huge carrot staff in a wide arc. Yong'an sidestepped and slid his sword across the rabbit's belly. 20. Dodged. The attack missed, and the troll rabbit grew more enraged, wildly swinging the carrot like a schoolyard brawl. Yong'an moved nimbly, keeping a safe distance and striking with quick jabs, slashes, and hooks. Dodge. Dodge. 20. 20. Dodge. 20. A flood of dodge messages appeared above the troll rabbit's head, ironically acting like a shield for it. After a fierce fight, the troll rabbit's health was nearly gone. Yong'an dodged the carrot staff again and prepared to finish it off when another identical giant troll rabbit burst out of the bushes on his right, raising its carrot high to slam down. Caught off guard, Yong'an's shortsword clashed against the carrot staff. 13. The difference in strength pushed him back several steps, but damage was low. The system counted this as a block, reducing damage by 80. Damn, I got pulled into the aggro range of the other one. Attacked from 2 sides now, he had to be cautious. Quickly scanning the terrain, he repositioned, luring the 2 giant troll rabbits into a straight line so he could face only one at a time. 20. 20. Dodge. 20. Dodge. The rhythm returned to his control. The first giant troll rabbit with 0 HP finally collapsed, and the second was over half damaged. This time he stayed extra careful, refusing to risk getting close to other rabbit packs. Ding. Killed a level 5 giant troll rabbit. Gained 30 XP. Killing monsters 4 levels above grants extra experience 20. 36 XP. Leveling up while killing higher level monsters is fun, keeps the thrill going. Without even glancing at the corpse or drops, Yongin focused on the remaining giant troll rabbit. Several minutes later, the health bar in front of him emptied, and the giant troll rabbit collapsed with a heavy thud. Ding. You defeated a level 5 troll rabbit and gained 30 experience points. Because you are 4 levels above the monster, you receive an additional 20 experience. After gaining another 36 experience points, Yongin happily approached the corpse of the troll rabbit and swept a few copper coins dropped on the ground into his backpack. Then, he bent down and cast a gathering spell on the broken animal body. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtain troll rabbit meat 1. Only one portion of meat can be gathered from a troll rabbit. To complete his objective, he still needed to hunt down 8 more. With that in mind, Yongin wasted no time and headed back to the very first troll rabbit he had killed. Out of the corner of his eye, something had flashed sure enough. Besides the copper coins, a book lay quietly on the ground. The pure white cover boldly displayed 4 large characters. Powerful Strike. A skill book. Powerful Strike common. Effect. Use your weapon to channel your full strength into a fierce blow, dealing 120 damage. Class requirement. None. At this beginner stage, players had no active skills and could only rely on basic attacks to grind monsters. The appearance of an offensive skill book was priceless. Yongin understood this well, but he knew even better that strengthening himself was the real priority. There would be plenty of chances to earn money later. He crushed the pages without hesitation. The book turned into a stream of light and flowed into his body. Ding. You have learned the skill, Powerful Strike. At last, the first icon lit up in the skill bar. Powerful Strike, Common Basic. Proficiency, 0-300. Cost, for spirit points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Perfect, they'll use this to practice on troll rabbits. Yongin leaned forward and dashed toward a nearby troll rabbit. As soon as he entered its aggro range, the monster shrieked and charged, swinging its large carrot club wildly. The troll rabbit's attacks felt clumsy against Yong's quick reflexes. He nimbly sidestepped and then seized a gap to launch Powerful Strike. 24. The damage wasn't spectacular, but better than nothing. After all, it was just a white common skill at its basic level, plus his base attack wasn't high yet. Once proficiency increased and attributes improved, the damage would naturally rise. At first use, Yongin clearly sensed about 0.2 seconds of wind-up and recovery animation. Ordinary people might not notice, but for someone who operated with precision, this slight delay was glaring. It could easily mean the difference between life and death. It felt more like the system was guiding his body to perform the move, preventing complete smoothness. While dodging the troll rabbit's swings, he experimented with different ways to apply force, charge timing, and attack angles to minimize the wind-up. He also tried to immediately follow up the skill hit with normal attacks to cancel out the recovery time. With the skill boost, his efficiency improved. In less than 10 minutes, he had slain another troll rabbit. Between battles, he felt Powerful Strike becoming smoother and smoother, with the wind-up almost entirely erased. Each time he killed a monster, the proficiency of Powerful Strike increased by 1 point. After fighting giant troll rabbits in their territory for 2.5 hours, Yongin delivered a powerful sword strike that knocked one down, draining its health bar completely. A piece of equipment and several copper coins dropped onto the ground. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 2 and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Due to your in-depth study, you have comprehended the essence of Powerful Strike, and it has leveled up to intermediate. The system notifications rang out one after another, energizing Yongin. The immediate increase of 1 to all attributes caught his eye first. Without hesitation, he funneled all 5 free points into strength, pushing his attack stat up to 44. Even more surprising, his skill had leveled up too. He quickly opened his skill bar. Powerful Strike Novice level. Current level, Intermediate. Proficiency, 0-1-0-0-0. Cost, 10 spirit points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Effect, attack with full body strength using a weapon, dealing 130 damage. The damage went up 10, but now it consumes 10 spirit points, Yongin muttered. After grinding through 15 giant troll rabbits, he had just accumulated 15 proficiency points. Now that the skill had increased a level, his future proficiency grinding would be much faster. Unfortunately, his spirit bar was almost empty from the long fight time to turn in the quest. He cut off a chunk of giant troll rabbit meat to confirm he had the quest item, then picked up a white grade piece of equipment on the ground. Rabbit leather boots. Quality, white grade. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Attributes, physical defense 2, movement speed 1. Description, how could anyone bear to use such an adorable bunny to make boots? The description is useless, he chuckled but still slipped the boots on. The slight 1 to movement speed barely made a noticeable difference, but his now slightly quicker steps were easy to sense. Jogging carefully to avoid roaming monsters, he soon reached a thick, dead tree stump. The old man guarding the stump still lay half reclined beside it, his face pale and breath shallow in awkward scene. Yongin recalled this was the starving elder who had given him the quest for giant troll rabbit meat. Old man, I'm back. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, his withered body seeming to regain strength as he sat up upright. Young man, you finally returned. I was so worried waiting for you. Yongin scratched his head, apologetic. Sorry, old sir, I was late. You know I'm not strong, just barely managed to gather 10 pieces of giant troll rabbit meat. What? You really collected 10 pieces? The old man looked incredulous. He had only hoped for 2 and would have been grateful, but here was a perfect completion. Yes. Yongin nodded firmly, pulling out 10 pieces of meat from his backpack and handing them over. Thank you so much, young man. Here is your well-earned reward. The elder beamed, taking the meat with one hand and slipping a black longsword into Yong's grasp with the other. Then, as if by magic, a small grill appeared out of nowhere. He immediately lit a fire and began skewering the meat. Ding! You submitted 10 pieces of giant troll rabbit meat, perfectly completing the old man's quest. Reward: 100 experience points, 50 copper coins, and a black iron sword. Yongin fondled the brand new sword and checked its stats. Black iron sword. Quality: black iron. Level requirement: 5. Class requirement: physical attack. Physical attack 50. Strength 10. Description: a longsword forged from black iron, perfect for chopping fruit and vegetables. Black iron quality: plus 10 strength means a direct boost of 65 attack points. Too bad, I need level 5 to equip it. He carefully packed the black iron sword away, eager to level up further. Unable to contain his excitement, he suddenly caught the delicious aroma of grilled meat wafting from the elder's direction. Yongin watched the rabbit meat sizzling on the grill, fat dripping and the aroma filling the air. The old man by the tree kept sprinkling seasonings over the meat. The rich oil danced over the flames, and the fragrance felt like an invisible hand tugging at his appetite. Yongin swallowed hard, barely able to control himself. Soon, the first skewer of golden, glossy grilled rabbit was ready. The old man grabbed it and bit in, juice running down his beard. Yongin, unable to hide his craving any longer, cleared his throat softly. Ahem, sir. The old man looked up, eyes narrowing as he sized him up. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you want to steal this old man's grilled meat. No, it's a misunderstanding. Yongin waved his hands awkwardly and smiled. I just think your skills are amazing. I'd love to learn how you cook this. Want to learn? Fine, the old man mumbled through a mouthful. But I have a task for you. If you take it, they'll teach you right away and give you a generous reward. A deal? Yongin pounded his chest confidently. Just say the word, sir. The old man beamed. Good. Ding. The old man offers you the life skill cooking. Do you want to learn? Absolutely. Yongin clicked to confirm without hesitation. Thank you. Then he pulled a large chunk of troll rabbit meat from his backpack and placed it on the free grill space. Had eaten plenty of barbecue in real life, so this was no new skill. The flames licked the meat, fat sizzling sharply. The old man eyed the hefty chunk and raised an eyebrow. Smart kid, hiding reserves. The meat browned gradually, the rich aroma growing stronger beneath the golden crust. Yongin turned the skewer and casually asked, Sir, what task do you want me to do? The game Mingjia really was open-ended. His cooking skill activated automatically, while grilling. No need for clumsy skill clicks. The old man wiped his mouth and spoke more seriously. I used to be a hunter. A few days ago, I went into the mountains to hunt the tusked rabbits, but ran into a passing troll rabbit king. Got badly hurt by it. If you can go deep into the troll rabbit territory, kill the troll rabbit king, and bring back its heart of the troll rabbit king, they'll be forever grateful. Ding. Do you accept the hidden quest? The old man's request. Part 1. Go deep into troll rabbit territory, kill the troll rabbit king, and bring back its heart? I accept. Yongin confirmed immediately while glancing at the old man. Those slender white hands didn't look like they belonged to a lifetime hunter. But whatever hidden quests meant big rewards and no time limit. Better to accept first and figure it out later. He thought this mission must have more to it. So he said, Sir, they'll head out once this meat is done. The old man nodded and went back to devouring his grilled rabbit. Before long, the rabbit meat in front of Yang and was crispy on the outside and tender inside. He took a skewer off and bit in deeply. The flavor is first time making grilled meat in game. The timing wasn't perfect, so not the most delicious, but the texture was excellent. Ding. Stamina 20. A crisp notification sounded sharply in Yang's ear, and that's when he realized roasted meat could directly restore stamina. After relentlessly grinding monsters, his stamina had dropped to 30 points. This piece of grilled rabbit instantly replenished 20 points, and with a short rest, his stamina bar jumped back up to 70. Never knew it worked like this. He waved the meat in his hand, and the system's description popped up before his eyes. Grilled rabbit meat. Quality: common. Effect: stamina 20. Description: simple barbecue made from a troll rabbit's meat. The cooking is uneven, and the taste is barely passable. Yang ignored the barely passable part and devoured the meat contentedly. Full now, he wiped his mouth and hurried toward the troll rabbit's territory, ready to keep leveling up. Before leaving, he glanced at his character stats. Name, Shui Ran. Class, none. Physical attack level, 2. Experience, 116-1200. Constitution, 15. Strength, 27. Spiritual power, 14. Agility, 17. Endurance, 16. Intelligence, hidden. Luck, hidden. Health points, 150. Spiritual energy, 140. Physical attack, 44. Spiritual attack, 21. Physical defense, 26. Spiritual defense, 20. Speed, 8.1. Stamina, 70. Equipment, beginner's short sword, rabbit fur cloth armor, rabbit skin boots. Skill, mighty strike, intermediate. Just as he stepped into the troll rabbit's roaming zone, hunger hit him again, so vivid he nearly forgot he was in a virtual world. Checking the time, it had been 6 hours since logging in, and it was already 3 p.m. in reality. Yang decisively logged off to handle his basic needs. Back in reality, he ordered takeout on his phone, rushed to the bathroom to unleash primal forces, then brewed a cup of goji berry tea. Relaxing on the couch, he logged onto the official Mingjia forum. The forum was even livelier than the monster area in the game, with posts and replies flying fast. The top pinned post was, Mingjia Insider reveals, equipment and skill quality. Right beneath it, also by Xiaosheng, was, attribute growth and stamina mechanics in Mingjia. Yang clicked on the first thread. The poster claimed it took 3 hours grinding for the novice village chief's task and dug out loads of info from his long-winded instructions. Equipment quality tiers: white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spiritual artifact. Above those rare are immortal artifacts. Above that are divine artifacts wielded by only a few of the strongest. What lies beyond the divine is unknown. Skill quality is color-coded by book. White mortal, blue human, red earth, purple heaven. Anything beyond heaven is unknown. Skill proficiency levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, perfect mastery. This guy must be pretty legit, Yang murmured, then opened the second post to read. Basic attributes explained. Constitution sets maximum health. Strength directly ties to physical attack and defense. Spiritual power governs spiritual attack, defense, and energy. Agility affects movement speed, attack order, accuracy, and evasion. Endurance adds to both physical and spiritual defense. As for the permanently hidden intelligence and luck, they were even more mysterious. Intelligence influenced skill learning and upgrades speed. Yang and owed mighty strike at intermediate level to his intelligence. Luck affected drop rates, critical hits, and random events. Based on this, Yang suspected his luck might be 0, otherwise why was his drop rate so low? The Fate trial simulates a stamina system in reality. Everyone starts with 100 stamina points, but the rate of stamina drain depends on constitution, strength, and endurance. The higher these 3 attributes, the slower stamina decreases. In the game, there are many ways to restore stamina. The easiest is to rest, just sit and meditate on a rock, leisurely drink tea at an inn, or find a guest room to take a nap, and stamina gradually recovers. Stamina also regenerates automatically offline over real time. Another way is to eat food. The game offers a dazzling array of food, but for beginners, the most common item is the white steam bun sold at the newbie village shop. 1 bun restores 5 stamina points and costs 5 copper coins. The problem is, nobody wants to be so extravagant now. Although the game hasn't opened real cash transactions yet, the aftermarket price of 1 copper coin has been inflated to around 30 Huaxia yuan, so no one is eager to spend that kind of money on a bun. On the forums, although Baixiangxing's posts number only 2, they have become must-reads. At this stage, they are basically a lifeline for new players, helping them avoid countless pitfalls. Yang skimmed the other posts. Most complained about how difficult leveling is, with many players stuck at level 0 even after 6 hours online. The newbie village's old hens and yellow dogs are immediately swarmed when they respawn, so whether anyone gets the final hit is pure luck. Just one step beyond lies a high-level monster zone, but the death rate there scares most players off. There is no newbie protection in Fate Trial, and each death means losing a level. Some players also complain bitterly about the terrible loot drop rates, struggling for a long time to get just 5 copper coins. Because of all this, when Yang counted the 120 copper coins he earned from grinding monsters and doing quests, he felt genuinely relieved. They convert to about 3,600 Huaxia yuan, roughly 600 yuan an hour. At that thought, his eyes lit up. Suddenly the doorbell rang, the food delivery arriving right on time. He quickly got up to open the door, ready to enjoy this belated lunch. In the capital of Huaxia, inside a solemn conference hall, several figures sat around a long table in a grave atmosphere. Only top national officials or prominent military commanders could be here. The 3 heads of state of Huaxia and commanders of all major military districts were present. Commander, The Fate trial is now operating normally, and elite troops have been deployed across all military districts. Everything is proceeding as planned, General Hua Feng, Supreme Commander of the military districts, reported standing at attention. Waxia's top leader Chu Tianyang gave a slight nod, but could not hide the gloom between his brows. The situation is grave. This may be our last chance, humanity's last chance. We must succeed. What about the civilian population? Commander, so far nearly 300 million Huaxia citizens have entered the game immediately, but the vast majority remain stuck at level 0. Any contact with Goddess Nuwa? Since Fate trial began, communications have been lost. Keep trying. Maintain contact at all costs. Chu Tianyang's tone was cold. And order all military districts to break out of the newbie village quickly and complete their assembly. Yes. The others acknowledged and left down the hall, which soon fell quiet. Only Chu Tianyang and an elderly man with gray hair remained. The old steward brought a cup of hot tea and gently advised, Commander, the affairs are heavy. Have some tea to soothe your throat. Fubo, how many times have I told you call me by name in private? Hee, I'd better stick with Master. The man called Old Chu was the Chu family steward for 3 generations, having raised Chu Tianyang like a father. Master, and young mistress entered Fate trial this morning and just came out now. Fate's trials are both hardships and opportunities. Letting them undergo rigorous training through these challenges is ultimately a good thing. In the study, the aroma of tea filled the air. Chu Tianyang lifted the cup and took a sip of the hot tea, his gaze heavy with thought. We paid a huge price to seize that 5-colored stone. If Xuetu were still alive, those wolves and tigers wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Now that the life trial has begun and the Yuanchu secret land is closing off slowly, our losses over the past year have been just as severe. The old steward Fubo stood quietly nearby, stroking his beard before saying, Nuwa's action can be seen as indirectly stabilizing the situation in Huaxia. Chu Tianyang nodded, his voice slowing but each word filled with weight. That's why we must cultivate more young talents like Xuetu's. Such prodigies are 1 in 10,000, even among the ancient martial clans. But his fists clenched tightly, blue veins bulging. Every time he spoke of Xuetu, anger welled fiercely in his chest and took a long time to subside. Has anyone deciphered the contents of the green copper tablet? He asked quietly. Fubo shook his head. Since we obtained it, all the experts in archaeology at home have been helpless. They could only piece together scattered fragments from the incomplete symbols. Xuetu Chu Tianyang murmured, What exactly did you bring back? That thing can no longer be explained by current science. A heavy silence settled between them. After a moment, Chu Tianyang spoke again. Has there been any unusual activity from the Qin family lately? Fubo replied, Since your last outburst, when you killed several of their core disciples, they have remained quiet for quite some time. Chu Tianyang sneered coldly. Those were just scapegoats pushed forward. Keep investigating. I want to expose every real mastermind behind this. Fubo's brow furrowed, voice lowered. There are probably many involved in this matter. Humph. Chu Tianyang slammed his right fist down hard on the armrest, causing cracks to spiderweb over the wood. Things that previous leaders dared not touch, I will. Those they dared not kill, I will kill. If these great clans remain so arrogant under my watch, the future of Huaxia is bleak. Only by eliminating them all can we secure the hearts of the Siam men and soldiers. It's just a pity about Xuetu in the end, he was wasted. At the same time, Yangan had just finished a plate of tomato scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He patted his slightly full stomach and leaned back on the sofa to rest his eyes. Once his energy was fully restored, he focused his mind and used the ring to issue the command to enter the game. A flash of white light transported him back outside the giant demon rabbit's territory. Full of vigor, he brandished his beginner's short sword and dashed straight into the bushes, shouting loudly to attract a giant demon rabbit's attention. 43, 29, dodge, 29, dodge. As his attack power increased, his powerful strike skill reached intermediate level, causing the damage numbers to soar. His monster-killing speed was noticeably faster than earlier in the afternoon. Yangan was in no rush to confront the giant demon rabbit king. Instead, he steadily focused on leveling up. From afternoon until evening, then into the night, he logged off to replenish energy, then logged back in and repeated the cycle. When his stamina ran low, he returned to the old stump elder nearby to use the barbecue grill to cook all the dropped rabbit meat, eating while he farmed. In the early hours, his experience bar finally neared the next level. Ding! A system notification sounded. Congratulations on reaching level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. All points to strength. Yangan confirmed without hesitation. His attack power instantly jumped to 62. Seeing that reaching level 5 required a full 5,000 experience points, he groaned. These monsters, they'll never run out. Only at level 5 could he equip the coveted black iron sword. After days of grinding, he had also acquired a few white quality items. A rabbit skin hat, rabbit skin armor, rabbit skin leggings, and rabbit skin boots. The 4-piece set boosted his physical defense to 40 points. Though humble, The gear was already vastly better than his original rabbit fur cloth shirt. Just as he was about to log off and get some sleep, a strange monster cry came from ahead. Could it be Yang An's heart leapt, and he sprinted toward the sound. Under the moonlight, he clearly saw a creature a whole size larger than the usual giant demon rabbits, sitting on the ground and noisily gnawing on an enormous carrot taller than a person. Troll Rabbit King Black Iron Tier Boss Profile. I really only eat vegetables and am a very friendly bunny. I can offer you a big carrot. Level 5. HP, 10,000. Physical attack, 300. Defense, 40. Skills. 1. Offer you a big carrot after a brief charge up. Swings a giant carrot with full force at the target, dealing 150 damage and a 30 chance to stun. Cooldown, 3 minutes. 2. Carrot Bomb throws a carrot bomb at the target, exploding for 200 damage in a 2-meter radius. The shockwave deals 20 damage every second within 5 meters, lasting 5 seconds. With 300 physical attack, Yang An's scalp tingled with anxiety. With his fragile novice physique, even a normal hit could one-shot him, let alone 2 skills on cooldown. Are level 5 bosses really this terrifying? In the world of Fate of Life Ming Jia, bosses aren't meant to be soloed. Thousands of level 5 players banded together might grind it down after heavy losses before being wiped out, but 10,000 HP still stands like a wall in front of everyone. Yet Yang did not flinch. Clutching his novice short sword, he decided to fight to the end. No mistakes allowed. One hit meant death. The Troll Rabbit King was happily crunching on a half-meter-long carrot when the rustling in the grass caught its attention. It stopped chewing, lifted its head, and locked its round crimson pupils on the intruding youth. Sensing the trespass, the Rabbit King's rage flared, emitting a short, sharp squeak of warning from its throat. Come on. Yang raised his sword, pointing straight ahead, a confident curve on his lips. The slight trembling wasn't fear, but long-lost excitement. Yeah. The Rabbit King, completely provoked, swung its carrot thicker than Yang An's waist and charged low to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it closed 5 meters. The giant carrot whooshed through the air. Yang empowered his knees, twisted his body, and dodged to the side just as the carrot swept past his forehead. Strike with all my might. 66. Critical hit. A promising start. The Rabbit King missed and immediately swung again, carrot whipping through the air, but Yang anticipated every move, dodging half a step ahead of each strike. 33. Dodge. 33. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Losing face by hitting nothing drove the Rabbit King into a frenzy. It abruptly stepped back, pushed off with both legs, leapt high in the air, and raised its carrot overhead like a thunderbolt activating offer you a big carrot. The brief charge-up was a fatal opening to Yang An's keen eyes. The moment the carrot lifted, he dashed backwards several steps. Boom. The skill missed. The large carrot crashed into the grass, soil bursting everywhere, leaving a half-meter deep crater. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and Yang An's heart tightened. If even a single hit landed on him, he would surely die instantly. On second thought, it seemed the Troll Rabbit King could easily wipe him out with a single hit even without using any special skills. Yang took a deep breath, gripping his longsword tightly as he continued the fierce fight against the Troll Rabbit King. His movements were like a perfectly synchronized machine, arm jumping, slashing sideways, flipping, then thrusting, each strike landing in the brief moment before the boss recovered. On the surface, it looked like he held the upper hand, but in reality, the battle was far tougher than it appeared. The Troll Rabbit King regained 100 HP automatically every minute, while Yang could only attack up to 10 times per minute with a 50 hit rate, dealing an average damage of about 160. That meant his effective damage to the boss was just 60 HP per minute, quickly negated by the boss' rapid health regeneration. With no other options, he could only grit his teeth and grind it out. Time passed in this monotonous exchange of attack and defense, the boss health bar inching downward. 95, 90, 70, 55, 51. When the red bar neared halfway, the boss suddenly froze, its eyes glowing a fierce scarlet. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Yang An's mind as he instinctively slid backward. In the next instant, the Troll Rabbit King raised a giant carrot high above its head and slammed it down hard where Yang had just been standing. Whoosh! The carrot whistled through the air, closing in fast. Yang pushed off with both legs, rolling to the right to evade. Boom. The carrot exploded into thousands of shards upon hitting the ground, the blast center bursting into fiery flames as shockwaves rippled outwards. Yang barely dodged the core explosion, but was still hit by the shockwave's remnants. 52. The red damage number flashing above his head made his heart tighten. His health was down to only 66 points. Without time to think, he bolted away until he was completely out of the blast radius before stopping. He quickly pulled a red potion from his backpack, tossed his head back, and drained it, instantly restoring his full 100 HP. Only then did he feel a bit steadier. Screech. Seeing the tiny human wasn't dead from the carrot bomb, the Troll Rabbit King roared in fury and swung a newly grown giant carrot toward him again, as if intent on smashing him into pulp. Yang licked his cracked lips and charged forward to meet it, the next round of close quarters combat beginning anew. When the boss health dropped to 40, the carrot bomb triggered again. Having learned from experience, Yang easily rolled away from the blast center. He still had 4 red potions left and a few spirit potions in his bag, so he was not worried about endurance for now. Seems like it throws a bomb every time its health drops 10 from 50 down, he calculated quietly, continuing to chip away steadily. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour. His intense concentration nearly numbed his senses. The system timer silently passed the 2-hour mark, and then 2.5 hours. When the Troll Rabbit King's health was reduced to a sliver, Yang An's longsword gleamed cold as he unleashed his all-out strike. 66, critical. Purple numbers floated up, the boss eyes glazed over before its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, scattering a pile of loot in all directions. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the level 5 Black Iron boss Troll Rabbit King, earning 2,000 experience points and 50 reputation points. Ding. As you completed the first kill of the Troll Rabbit King and became the first player on the server to defeat a Black Iron level boss, you receive additional rewards. Level 1, Reputation 50, 1,000 copper coins. System prompt. An announcement to the entire server is about to be made. Would you like to hide your ID? Hide it. Yang responded without hesitation, best to keep a low profile. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player for achieving the first kill of the Troll Rabbit King and becoming the first on the server to defeat a Black Iron level boss, earning extra rewards of 1 level, 50 reputation, and 1,000 copper coins. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The system repeated the announcement 3 times in a row, instantly igniting the chat across the server. What's going on? Someone actually killed a boss? I'm still stuck at level 0, and someone already took down a level 5 boss. They must be cheating. I'm going to report this. No way. The highest level in the newbie village is only 2. How could anyone kill a level 5 boss? Maybe they gathered thousands of new players to gang up, taking turns hitting the boss until it died. Stop talking nonsense. The announcement said it was the Troll Rabbit King. Who dare go to that area now? My guess is it's some big shot or a team of skilled players slowly wearing down the boss. In a beginner's village, a young brother and sister were locked in fierce combat with a giant troll rabbit. The boy, named Yang, wielded only a novice short sword, yet he moved deftly between the troll rabbit's massive claws, his steps nimble, his form almost like a shadow. His sister stood behind him, palms glowing with spiritual energy that shaped into precise blue light arrow showers, each targeting the rabbit's vital points. The siblings fought in seamless coordination, and within minutes, the troll rabbit's health bar was slashed to a thread before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ding. Global announcement. A crisp system notification suddenly rang out. Both halted their movements immediately. Wow, brother, how can anyone be stronger than you? The girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Maybe it's a powerful team that just happened to be in the same beginner village, Yang replied evenly, analyzing the situation casually. But at this stage, even we are only level 3 and just dared to challenge this troll rabbit. Who else would be brave enough to fight a boss now? She muttered doubtfully. Yang said no more and lured out another troll rabbit. Let's keep leveling up. The more experts there are, the more exciting the fate trial becomes. Hee, no matter who it is, you're still the strongest, brother. The girl tilted her head, her big, sparkling eyes full of admiration. You're just flattering me. Yang smiled slightly, clearly pleased. Meanwhile, in another beginner village, a tall, muscular man gripped a novice short sword but wielded it with the fierce presence of a great sword. He clashed head-on with a level 5 demon-possessed raccoon cat. Each strike between blade and beast's claw sparked loud, piercing flashes. The raccoon was pushed back repeatedly, and the man absorbed the damage with his powerful body. When his health neared 0, he drank a low-level health potion without hesitation, a potion costing 10 copper coins in the village shop, though his inventory contained several stacks of them. Ding. Global announcement. With a single punch, he knocked the demon raccoon back several steps, eyes burning with intensity. Hidden talents everywhere. Didn't expect anyone to be this far ahead of me. Clenching his sword tightly, he charged fiercely, slashing down. The demon raccoon wailed before collapsing, and a swirl of experience light flowed into him. No matter what, our War God Hall will become the strongest force in Fate Trial. Elsewhere, Yang was unaware of the wider commotion. He cheerfully approached the Troll Rabbit King's corpse, dazzled by the pile of shimmering light on the ground. His exhaustion instantly vanished. The loot lay neatly arranged. 1. A jet black ring carved with mysterious patterns. Rabbit King ring unidentified. 2. A solid black staff topped with a black rabbit clutching a carrot. Rabbit King staff unidentified. 3. A jade pendant covered in cracks. 4. A book with a deep blue cover. 5. 3 silver coins and over 100 copper coins. The ring and staff both radiated a faint dark iron glow, clearly of fine quality. Without hesitation, Yongin stowed them in his backpack, planning to have them appraised back at the village. Next, he picked up the cracked jade pendant, and the system message appeared. Lost pendant. Unknown owner. Maybe it wants to return home. A quest item. Yang An's mind clicked most likely. The owner was somewhere in the village, and he'd need to ask every NPC later. After securing the pendant, he flipped open the blue-covered book. At a glance, a delighted expression spread across his face. Sword Chi sweeps human-level enemies. Profession requirement. Physical class. Effect. Releases a wave of sword chi in a fan-shaped area ahead, dealing 130 damage to all targets within the area. AoE skill. Yang An's eyes brightened instantly. He immediately snapped it up to learn, knowing it would massively boost his monster farming efficiency from now on. After clearing the battlefield, he swept up the scattered silver coins and then crouched beside the massive corpse of the troll rabbit king. Raising his short dagger, he activated the gathering skill. He knew the crucial quest item, the heart of the troll rabbit king, had not dropped and had to be painstakingly mined from its body. Ding. Gathering successful. You obtained troll rabbit king meat x10. Then, ding. Gathering failed. Ding. Gathering failed. He tried over 10 times in a row with no luck. The gathering skill only had a 2-second cooldown, but consumed heavy stamina. Each 2 attempts drained a bit. Luckily, had stocked up plenty of rabbit meat in his bag, or he wouldn't have been able to afford the stamina cost. Could it be my gathering skill is too low? He gritted his teeth, muttering, refusing to give up. I'm not going to believe in bad luck. The screen flooded with red text. Gathering failed x99. Come on, succeed for me. Finally. Ding. Gathering successful. You obtained Heart of the Troll Rabbit King x1. Immediately followed by a prompt. Congratulations, your gathering skill has leveled up to intermediate. With the Rabbit King heart in hand, Yongin finally exhaled deeply. After putting the item into his bag, he quickly logged off. It was already after 3 a.m. in real time. A whole day of grinding and an intense battle with the Rabbit King had even drained him. He gave in to fatigue and fell straight asleep. Ring. Ring. The morning alarm yanked him out of his dreams. Groggily, he reached for his phone and answered sloppily. Hello? Anzi, are you logged in yet? Why no news about contacting Fatty? Came the loud voice on the other end. I'm already level 2. Near the top in our starter village. Few beat me. From now on, Fatty's got your back. Young and half opened his eyes and mumbled a reply. What level are you at? Hurry up and level. Once you're out of the starter village, they'll help you level fast. By the way, why haven't you added me as a friend? Didn't you pick some shameful ID or something? Young rolled his eyes. Nonsense, my ID is totally normal. I'll add you when I hit level 10 and leave the starter village. Later. Hey. Fatty's voice lingered, but Young decisively ended the call. After getting up and freshening up, it was already 8 a.m. The exhaustion from last night had oddly reset his body clock, but thanks to his excellent constitution, less than 5 hours of sleep still left him feeling refreshed. While brushing his teeth, he casually browsed the fateful calamity forum. Most posts were complaints about slow leveling, though some heatedly debated who had slain the troll rabbit king. The only somewhat useful thread was the one Baxianxian compiled containing basic starter village quests, mostly fetch tasks, herb gathering, and mining with rather meager rewards. After a quick breakfast, Yongin logged back into the game once more. A flash of white light, and Yongin appeared in the territory of the troll rabbit king. The familiar scent of grass and trees mixed with the sharp tang of blood filled the air. He stretched his long-heeled left foot, lightly hopped a few times with ease, and thought to himself, it feels so good to be back here. First, he'll go find old Shoju to turn in the quest. Without hesitation, he set off along the path etched in his memory, heading deep into the woods. Pushing aside the bushes, the old man's wooden hut came into view at the far end. Soon, Yongin was standing before the elder. Old sir, I'm here to complete the quest. He pulled the still warm heart of the troll rabbit king from his backpack and held it out with both hands. Old Shozu's half-closed eyes suddenly brightened, his whiskers trembling slightly. Young man, you truly surprise me. I'd thought it would take another 2 or 3 days. Taking the fist-sized magical core, a smile spread uncontrollably across his face. Heroes are born young. Here, take your reward. Ding. Congratulations on completing quest. Old Shozu's request 1. Rewards, 1,000 experience, 5 silver coins, black wooden stake 1. Black wooden stake? What's that? Yongin opened his backpack to find a pitch-black stake resting in the top slot, faint intricate patterns shimmering on its surface. Black wooden stake, a mystical stake with a very special power. When placed on the ground, it forces the targeted monster to charge and strike the stake with its head, dealing true damage equal to 10 of the monster's max HP and stunning it for 4 seconds. Usable once. Effective only against monsters level 10 or below. So Old Shoju, waiting for the rabbit? No wonder the name sounds so familiar. Yongin rubbed the stake thoughtfully. If used right, this could come in handy. He looked up seriously and said, Thank you very much, old sir. Old Shoju nodded in approval and continued, There's a pack of corrupted wild boars roaming the wasteland east of the village. They ruin crops and even attack people. Would you be willing to venture to their territory, slay the black bristle boar king along with 50 corrupted boars, and bring back the boar king's heart? Ding. Do you accept Hidden Quest Old Shizu's request too? I accept. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Very well, young man. They'll be here waiting for your good news. Don't worry, old sir. They'll complete the task right away. Bidding farewell to the elder, Yang headed back to the newbie village. He needed to deal with the 2 unidentified items in his backpack first. After nearly 2 hours of travel, crossing mountains and valleys, passing through the lands of troll rabbits and bucktooth rabbits, the vast landscape of the fated Calamity map stretched beneath his feet. The wind brushed across the plains and forests again and again. By the time he reached the bucktooth rabbit territory, many teams were already there, faces tense as they farmed monsters. Huh, look, that guy just came out of the troll rabbit area. What's the big deal? Probably got scared off by the troll rabbits. Who dares solo them at this stage? Wait, I feel like I've seen him before. Got it. Yesterday when we were farming the yellow puppies, he wandered into the bucktooth rabbit zone. No way he's been grinding in there this whole time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guys, check his gear. Wow, he's almost got a full set. We only have 2 pieces each at most so far. Yang ignored them as usual, and the group watched silently until he disappeared from sight. Returning to the makeshift novice village enclosed by wooden fences, he entered it for the first time and headed straight to the blacksmith's shop by the village gate. Beneath a wooden shelter, flickering flames danced, and the anvil rang out with sharp clangs as glowing red-hot iron was hammered repeatedly, sending sparks flying. The muscular, bare-chested blacksmith swung a huge iron hammer the size of a wash basin. Beads of sweat traced down his bronzed muscles. The name Wang Dachui hovered faintly glowing above the blacksmith's head. 7 or 8 players had gathered nearby, tentatively trying to engage him. Master Wang, any quests? Got any newbie perks? But Wang Dachui kept hammering away, ignoring all the calls. Yang stepped forward quickly, lowering his voice. Master Wang, can you appraise equipment? The blacksmith paused mid-swing, looked up, and surprise flickered in his copper-colored eyes. Little brother, you want your gear appraised? Yes. Yang nodded, eyeing the other players hanging around for gossip. Wang Dachui understood the unspoken message, his gravelly voice dropping low. Follow me. The 2 cut through the blazing heat outside and entered the back room. The wooden door shut automatically behind them, muffling the village noises. Little brother, to be honest, Wang Dachui put down his hammer and wiped his brow, speaking confidentially. I'm the only one in the village who can appraise equipment. You came to the right place. A spark lit up Yang's eyes as he carefully pulled 2 unidentified items from his backpack and laid them before the blacksmith. Thanks, brother Wang. As soon as Wang touched the items, his face lit up with excitement. Drops from the Troll Rabbit King? You've got skills, little brother. But both are black iron grade. Appraisal fee is 500 copper coins. 500. Yang nearly cursed, but swallowed back the word ripoff. Brother, can you cut me some slack? The blacksmith considered it, his thick fingers tapping on the table. All right, since you're the first today to get gear appraised, 1/6 of the price. 300 copper coins. Deal. Yang paid promptly. Once the coins were pocketed, Wang placed his palm over the Rabbit King's staff. A faint golden glow traced swiftly over the whole rod. Ding. Appraisal successful. Without even glancing, Wang tossed the staff back to Yang and repeated the process on the Rabbit King's ring. Moments later, another clear chime rang out, and he passed the ring over as well. Rabbit King's staff. Quality, black iron. Level requirement, 5. Class requirement, spirit attack. Attributes, spirit attack, 55, spirit 10. Description, the treasured staff of the Troll Rabbit King, though it has a stronger fondness for large carrots. Rabbit King ring. Quality, black iron. Level requirement, 5. Class requirement, physical attack. Attributes, physical attack 48, agility 8. Description, a token of love from a female troll rabbit to the Troll Rabbit King. Unfortunately stolen, pitiful, sad, and lamentable. This attack power is 5 points higher than my black iron sword. Yang was secretly pleased. Then his lips twitched at the cheeky description. Does the system have to be so playful? All done. I've got to get back to hammering. Wang Dachui picked up his iron hammer and started to head out. Wait a moment. Yang called him back and withdrew a gray-white jade pendant broken in 2 from his pack. Brother, can you take a look at this? Any clue where it's from? Wang took the pendant, gently running his coarse fingers over the cracks, frowning deeper and deeper. Looks familiar, but I can't place it. Strange, I really can't tell. Hey, race, what you do? Take it to Sister Lee at the jewelry shop. She might know. Thanks a lot, brother Wang. Yang carefully stored the pendant, a new lead forming in his mind, and left the smithy. No sooner had he stepped outside than a tall, slender figure emerged from the shadows and quietly approached Wang Dachui. Master Wang, what did that guy get appraised just now? Wang swung his hammer without answering, sparks flying. The tall man didn't get angry, instead turning to open his comm interface and rapidly typing messages. Then he folded away the screen, crouched low, and followed Yang's trail as he walked away. In this tiny newbie village, Yang quickly found the jewelry shop about 50 meters away from the blacksmith. Outside the low-walled, green-tiled wooden house hung a well-polished bronze sign with the crookedly engraved characters for jewelry. The windowsill was lined with simple wooden necklace stands. As he pushed open the door, a crisp bell sounded, and a middle-aged woman with lingering charm leaned against the counter. Polishing jewelry, she was the shop owner, Sisterly. Inside the novice village jewelry shop, all the items were level 1 plain necklaces and rings with pitifully low stats of just 1 point. Yet they carried surprisingly high prices. Yang scanned the shelves, the wooden tag reading 1 attack ring 50 copper coins standing out sharply. Hello, he greeted with a smile. Sisterly, noticing a newcomer, quickly set down her work and beamed. Welcome. Looking for jewelry? These are all handmade by me. Yang quickly browsed the sales list on his screen and quietly closed it, cursing inwardly, so overpriced. But outwardly he smiled sweeter than honey. Sisterly, you're amazing, beautiful, and skilled. I've heard you're the village's best jewelry expert. The compliment deepened the smile lines on Sisterly's face. You're too kind, little brother. Which piece do you fancy? He'll give you a 20 discount. Not for now. Yang waved his hand and took a jade pendant from his backpack, handing it over. Sisterly, I have something. Hurrido, you recognize it? The smooth, lustrous pendant settled in her palm. She furrowed her brow, her eyes tracing the jade's surface as if racking her memory. After a moment of silence, her gaze brightened. Oh, I remember now. Do you really know it? Yang's heart quickened, eager to learn its origin. A few years back, I attended the village head's grandson's 100-day banquet. I saw this pendant then. Sisterly held the pendant up to the light for a careful look, her tone certain. It was a gift from the village head to his grandson. You mean this pendant belongs to the village head's grandson? Yes. Unfortunately, that child went missing a year ago. Worry crept into Sisterly's brow. Little brother, where did you get this pendant? It dropped from the troll rabbit king. Yang didn't hide the truth. Sisterly solemnly returned the pendant. This is very important to the old village head. Please make sure you hand it to him yourself. Of course. Yang immediately agreed. Had planned to find the village head anyway. Leaving the jewelry shop, he headed straight for the village head's location. Just as he rounded the corner of an alley, a group of players blocked his path. Leading them was a meticulously groomed, plump young man, with 5 others behind him sporting brightly colored hair, blonde, red, green, purple, and blue, looking just like a mobile hair salon. Since leaving the blacksmith, Yang had sensed he was being followed. Now he stopped and asked, "What do you want with me?" The plump young man smiled amiably. "Brother, no misunderstanding. Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Fei, leader of the Tunglong gang, and I sincerely invite you to join us." "Sorry, but I'm not interested in joining a traveling hair salon," Yang said firmly, looking at the sloppy gang behind the man and refusing decisively. Long Fei's chubby face froze in an awkward smile as he said sheepishly, "Ha ha ha, little brother, you sure have a sense of humor." But the wiry man with yellow-dyed hair beside him didn't share Long Fei's restraint. He suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Yang and growling, "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Our Tong leader invited you out of great respect. The Tunglong gang has over 10,000 brothers join us, and you'll live like a king." The yellow-haired man was so brazen because he couldn't see Yang's level. In Life Calamity, players who choose to hide their stats prevent anyone below their level from accessing their info. Before entering the newbie village, Yang had hidden his level completely. Otherwise, yellow hair would never dare to act so arrogantly. No interest. Yang didn't even lift an eyelid, stepping past yellow hair to look at the chubby Long Fei instead. "Tong leader Long Fei, is there something else you want with me?" Long Fei and his underlings blocked Yang's path. Clearly not, because they'd found some rare talent. Seeing Yang unmoved, Long Fei's fake friendliness vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. "I heard you just appraised some gear at the blacksmith's. I'm curious, why not show it to me?" His tone sounded like a proposal, but it was pure pressure. "Oh, and what if I don't?" Yang's mouth twitched subtly, a half-smile playing on his lips. He knew well that at this stage, good gear could skyrocket leveling speed. Breaking into the top tier of the entire server was no joke. Long Fei's expression darkened. This kid had refused him repeatedly. Yellow hair immediately stepped forward, spitting threats. "Kid, you looking to die? Be smart and hand over the gear. Or don't even think about leaving the newbie village." With that, he signaled his gang to form a half circle around Yang, fists cracking in readiness, as if they might attack any moment. But Yang stood straight, calm, and indifferent. PvP was banned in the newbie village, and anyone who struck first got system banned instantly. Wasn't afraid. The standoff grew as more players gathered. Whispers spread. "This kind of thing happens a lot in the newbie village. Tunglong gang bullies weaker players with their numbers. My friend got a piece of armor from killing a chicken yesterday, and they stole it from him too." The man swallowed hard under suspicious looks and hurried to add, "It's really my friend." The crowd nodded knowingly and cast sympathetic glances. The gangsters jumped around, taunting Yang nonstop. He regarded them like a troop of clowns. eyes full of scorn. Impatiently, he shot Long Fei a glance. Tong leader Long Fei, is this your grand tactic? Long Fei flushed red, snarled, then waved his hand sharply, signaling his men to back off. Yellow Hair leaned in, whispering anxiously, Boss, what do we do? This kid's not afraid of us. What do we do? Long Fei covered his forehead, lowering his voice to curse. Trap him in the newbie village. Every time he tries to leave, we kill him and loot all his gear. Turning back, he glared fiercely at Yong'an. Last chance, hand over the gear. Step outside the newbie village, and you die. Finished? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Yong'an chuckled lightly, clearly not taking any of them seriously. Fine, fine, fine. We'll see about that. Long Fei spat a vicious warning, swearing to himself that he would block this guy at the newbie village gates forever. Just as Yong'an lifted his foot to walk away, a loud, cheerful shout rang out from beyond the crowd. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you Tunglong thugs again, bullying lone players. Who else could it be? Turns out it's you Tunglong guys bullying solo players again. Just as Yong'an was about to leave, he heard the voice and looked back. A refined-looking young man in his 30s strode over, leading 5 or 6 followers. The youth wore a moon-white robe and had jet black hair neatly tied up, exuding an aura of scholarship with every gesture. Long Fei recognized the newcomer and instantly frowned. Fengshua scholar? Didn't expect you from Fengshua Pavilion to be here in this newbie village too. Seems like fate has us crossing paths again. Yeah, bad luck indeed, Fengshua scholar replied coolly, though his tone was sharp. No matter where I go, I keep running into you lousy rats. If it weren't for the rules forbidding fighting inside the newbie village, Long Fei would have drawn his weapon already. He sneered and shot back. So what? Fengshua Pavilion people only know how to talk big. You want to take his side? Since I'm here, I won't let you keep bullying others. Fengshua scholar stepped forward slightly, adding calmly, this brother is under my protection. Long Fei, instead of wasting time bantering, you should grind some monsters and level up so you don't get left behind. Humph. Fengshua scholar, you might protect him for now, but not forever. Long Fei glared fiercely at Yong'an, then after some consideration, ordered his men sharply, let's go. Reluctantly, they all slunk away. The scene finally calmed. Fengshua scholar turned to Yang and with a gentle look. Brother, you weren't hurt, right? No worries, many thanks for stepping in to help. Yong'an smiled and waved it off. It was nothing. I really can't stand Tunglong abusing their power, Fengshua scholar said with contempt, then lowered his voice, but I have to warn you. Word about your good equipment has probably spread beyond Tunglong now. Don't flaunt it. If they have their eye on you, bigger troubles lie ahead. His analysis made sense, but Yong'an didn't take it seriously. These guys were just small fries to him. Fengshua scholar continued, by the way, I'm curious about what equipment you got. Just want to see it for myself. Don't get me wrong though, we're gentlemen who seek wealth honorably. Fengshua Pavilion doesn't do what Tunglong does. If you don't need it, maybe sell it to us. I'm willing to pay a good price. In that moment, Yong'an realized Fengshua Pavilion already knew he was going to appraisal his gear and had appeared now to capitalize on it both to secure the equipment and block Tunglong's ambitions. Their approach was quite decent. He really didn't need that staff, so selling it early to get a good price made sense. Smiling, he said, you're right, scholar brother. I have no use for this gear. If Tunglong could talk fair, maybe I would have sold it to them already. After speaking, he shared the attributes of the Rabbit King staff. A flash of light appeared, and the stats floated before everyone. Available at level 5, Black Iron grade, with attack power far surpassing weapons of the same level by several times. Fengshua scholar's pupils constricted, stunned for half a second. Level 5, Black Iron staff. That attack power. He took a deep breath, his voice rising almost 8 tones with excitement. Brother, name your price. He'll buy it. I'm not familiar with the market. You make an offer. If it's fair, he'll sell. 30,000 Huaxia coins. At this stage, Black Iron gear goes for over 20,000 and is hard to come by. And since this is a weapon, it's worth even more. 30,000. Is that acceptable? 30,000. Yong'an was shocked inside. He thought it was just a piece of equipment. Selling it for a few hundred or a few thousand yuan would be enough. How did the price suddenly shoot up into the tens of thousands? At this moment, Yong'an still underestimated the hype around Destiny's trial. Over the past few months, nationwide advertising had already elevated the game to a phenomenon. Everyone knew the truth of getting ahead step by step. Because of this, the copper coin exchange rate during the game's launch phase was absurdly high. Just appraising this staff had cost 300 copper coins, roughly equivalent to 9,000 Huaxia coins. So Feng Zhishishing offering 30,000 wasn't unreasonable at all. 40,000. Seeing Yong'an remained silent, Feng Zhishishing suddenly felt uneasy and forced himself to raise the offer by another 10,000. Let's settle at 30,000. Snapping back to reality, Yong'an decisively sent the trade request. Ha ha ha, fine. The transaction instantly completed. Destiny's trial was already linked to his bank card, and 30,000 Huaxia coins zipped right into the account. The numbers on the card flickered, bringing a genuine sense of satisfaction. Feng Zhishishing cradled the Rabbit King staff lovingly, unwilling to let go. He even lifted it above his head to show off to nearby players. But just as he was enjoying it, something seemed to catch his eye. His pupils shrank sharply as his gaze locked onto Yong'an. Rabbit King staff? You, you, you are you the one? Yong'an grinned and waved his hand casually. I've got something to do, gotta go. With that, he turned and strode away, moving lightly like a gust of wind. Watching his retreating figure, Feng Zhushixing was still stunned. Usually mild-mannered and refined, he swore rare profanity under his breath. Damn. The big shot was right beside me. Good thing I didn't offend him. Then he patted his thigh hard. Forgot to add him as a friend. Outside the newbie village, at the little yellow dog gang's territory. Boss, a brother just reported. That kid just sold the equipment to Feng Zhushixing. Dragon Fei's rage flared, and he slashed his sword down on a small yellow dog. Damn the Feng Shui Pavilion. How dare they intercept our loot? Train hard and fast. Since they're also in this newbie village, don't let them take that equipment easily. And keep close watch on that kid. Yes, boss. And you lot. Dye your hair back. You all look like street punks. We're a big guild. A serious organization, we must maintain our image. A boss. The system automatically assigns hair colors when creating characters. Dyeing it back in real life won't help. Bullshit. Then find another way. I don't want to hear people say we look like a barber shop. Now get moving. Yes, yes. Well, find a solution immediately. The scruffy crew quickly slunk away. After reaching a safe distance, they huddled to discuss. Yellow brother, what now? Green hair asked softly. Go back to the newbie village first. See if there's any item to change hairstyle or hair color. If not, yellow hair squinted. Then we deal with those causing trouble. That kid especially kill him a few times to distract the boss, so he won't have time for us. Yellow brother is wise. Everyone chimed in. Haha, let's go, back to the newbie village. The scruffy gang just crossed the little yellow dog's territory and stepped into the level 1 ground squirrel area. Yellow brother. Look, there's a beauty. Ahead, a stunning figure was struggling with a ground squirrel. The woman's face was veiled in thin gauze, hiding her features, but her exquisite curves and graceful steps made the gang's eyes light up and mouths water. They silently vowed they had never seen such a gorgeous girl in real life. Really beautiful green hair was already imagining names for their children. Ha ha ha, brothers, let's go help. Yellow hair took the lead and ran forward. After completing the staff trade, Yong'an quickly left the scene and headed straight to the village chief's courtyard. The courtyard walls were made of weathered gray bricks, with the wooden door half open. From outside, he could see an elderly man with white hair and beard standing in the center, surrounded by several players. The old village chief wore a gentle smile as he patiently answered newcomers' basic questions about the fateful Tribulation world, from the simplest class branches to the common locations of wild monsters, leaving nothing out. Yong'an muttered to himself, why does this village chief look so familiar? He stepped closer for a better look and realized the elder's face was almost identical to that of the old man guarding the tree stump. Thinking this, he silently complained. Could the developers have cut corners and reused the same model? But the thought quickly passed. He knew a cross-era immersive MMO wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, so he pushed the doubt aside for now. Straightening his collar, he stepped forward and greeted politely. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Hearing his voice, the old chief turned around, his smile deepening. Hello there, visitor from another world. Though his eyes showed warmth, Yong'an sharply noticed the loneliness and sorrow buried deep within those clouded eyes. The elder then chuckled and declared, bloodstained young hero, you are by far the strongest arrival I have ever seen, truly. A hero born young. Ding. The system alert sounded in Yong'an's ear. You have gained the favor of the village chief and received the village chief's blessing, lasting 1 hour. Delighted, Yong'an immediately pulled up his status panel to check. Village chief's blessing. The new player village chief bestows praise upon the highest level player in the village. Attribute bonuses: attack 5, HP 10, luck 1, comprehension 1, remaining time 59 minutes 56 seconds. A percentage boost like this will be insane in the late game. Even though I'm not very high level yet, it's enough to push my strength to the next level, he thought, then bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, Grandpa Village Chief. The old man stroked his graying beard and nodded kindly. You deserve it. If you have any questions, ask freely, I will answer all I know. Perfect timing, Yong'an said, pulling a broken jade pendant from his backpack. The cracks glistened clearly in the light. Grandpa, I have something here. I wonder if you recognize it. At the sight of the pendant, the village chief's smile froze, and his gaze became fixed, as if time stopped. After a moment, his trembling lips barely managed to say hoarsely, Grandson, my grandson. He shakily reached out and took the pendant, tears streaming down in endless sorrow. Yong'an stood silently, not disturbing him. The courtyard was filled only with the old man's crying, the heavy air weighed down by grief. After a long while, the village chief wiped his tears and suddenly seemed to remember something. He grabbed Yong'an's shoulders tightly, his clouded eyes wide with urgency. Bloodstained young hero, where did you get this jade pendant? This concerns my grandson's life, please tell me everything. Yang was surprised by the old man's strength, feeling his shoulders gripped so tight he could hardly move. Realizing he had lost his composure, the old village chief slowly released his grip and spoke with a hint of apology. It was this old fool's fault. Please forgive me, young hero Shuiyan. No worries, grandfather chief. Yang waved his hand dismissively. Then he reached into his chest and pulled out a jade pendant of deep green. This pendant was taken after I killed the giant demon rabbit king. I asked around the village and learned it was connected to you, so I brought it here deliberately. As the pendant landed in the old chief's palm, his previously cloudy eyes suddenly dimmed. The wrinkles on his face deepened with sorrow. The giant demon rabbit king? It was my poor grandson, must have fallen victim to it. His voice cracked, and tears silently streamed down his cheeks once more. Yang could only comfort him softly. My condolences. After a long while, the chief wiped his tears and raised his head, now calm again. Young hero Shuiyan, thank you for slaying that vile demon rabbit king and avenging my grandson. I have nothing worthy to repay you, but this black goat leather armor was earned by me in my youth. Please accept it as a gift. Ping. You received the old chief's gratitude and gained black goat leather armor 1. Yang took the armor and placed it carefully in his bag. Thank you, grandfather chief, for your kindness. Killing the giant demon rabbit king was already my goal, so bringing you this justice is a relief. The old chief nodded, looking at the young man with complicated feelings. I didn't expect someone so young to have such strength. There is one more favor I must ask. Please, go ahead, Yang answered, thinking. Sure enough, a chain quest. A year ago, my mischievous grandson sneaked out of the village to play and never returned. We only learned from a few villagers which direction he went. My son, Li Dabiao, left the village to search for him, but he too vanished without a trace. The old man's eyes darkened again. Young hero Shuiyan, could you help me find my son? I would be eternally grateful. Ping. Do you accept the unique hidden quest? Search for Li Dabiao's trail? Quest tip. This task is extremely difficult. Failure will cost you 1 level and decrease the old chief's favor by 50 points. Please think carefully before accepting. Accepted. How could Yang pass on a hidden quest? Although the punishment for failure was harsh, losing a level and the chief's resentment, the risk promised opportunity. Grandfather chief, which direction did your son leave in? To the west, which is also where the giant demon rabbit king appeared. Now that beast has been slain by you, Dabiao likely ventured even further. Beyond that lies the territory of the Azure Wolf King. It is extremely dangerous. Normal gray wolves, there are already level 9. Young hero, you must be cautious, best reach level 10 before entering. Considering his current strength, the task did seem tough. Yang also needed to complete the old stump elder's quest to kill the boar king, which would help him level up. I will train hard and increase my power quickly. But even at level 10, facing the Azure Wolf King might be beyond me. Grandfather chief, do you have anything to protect me with? The old man thought for a moment, then produced a dark bracelet inset with 2 smooth goat horn patterns on its surface. I have no powerful magic tools to give, but this black goat horn bracelet is yours for defense. If you complete the quest, it will be yours. Thank you, grandfather chief. Yang An's heart blossomed. Sometimes being pushy really pays off. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, by the way, do you know the old stump elder? The old chief shook his head. Never heard of him. Could it be I'm overthinking? Yang muttered silently. The old man leaned on his cane and warned repeatedly, remember, do not cross the territory of the Azure Wolf King. Why? Is there an even more terrifying monster beyond? No monsters, the chief spoke seriously. But deep within his domain lies a forbidden ancestral ground. Villagers must not enter it. Those who do never return. I understand. Yang clasped his fists respectfully. I hope to return with good news soon. Go then. All right. Farewell, grandfather chief. Leaving the old village chief's courtyard, Yang felt a surge of mixed emotions. Although the NPC's grandson had died and his son was now missing, the old man's story still stirred genuine sympathy. Shaking off the distractions, Yang immediately opened his inventory to examine the 2 newly acquired pieces of equipment. 1. Black goat leather armor black iron. Level 5 class requirement, none. Attributes, HP 100, physical defense 38, spiritual defense 26, constitution 12. Description, an old piece the village chief got in his youth, just an ordinary leather armor made from black goat hide, nothing special. 2. Black goat horn bracelet black iron. Level 5 class requirement, physical attack. Attributes, physical attack 42, agility 8. Description, also from the village chief's younger days, a plain bracelet crafted from black goat horn, not worth much praise. Is there even a way to turn off these equipment descriptions? This is so annoying, Yang muttered under his breath. Despite the irritation, he equipped both new items properly, along with the previously obtained black iron sword and rabbit king ring. With the old village chief's buff active, his stats instantly brightened. HP soared to 440 and physical attack jumped to 234. It was like switching from a slingshot to a cannon. His combat power exploded. Satisfied, he closed the stat panel and decided to make one last supply run before leaving the novice village. At the blacksmith shop, he found Wang the blacksmith and launched into a relentless bargaining session. In the end, he scored 2 beginner appraisal scrolls for just 400 copper coins and absolute steel. After stowing the scrolls, Yang turned and headed straight for the novice village's east gate. Outside, level 1 ground squirrels swarmed, with many players still grinding here. Newly spawned squirrels had just raised their paws, letting out a sharp ah, before instantly being surrounded and slashed down by groups of players. Ignoring the monster-grabbing crowd, Yang fixed his gaze on the eastern horizon and quickened his pace, his steps light and rapid. After running for about 10 minutes, blurry shapes finally appeared at the edge of his vision. True to form, he paid them no mind and kept pressing forward. As he closed the distance, a slender figure suddenly spun around and collided clumsily into him. A faint, sweet scent wafted over, and he instinctively tried to push her away only to stop himself and quickly catch her by the arms. Ah! The girl screamed, scrambling backward. Though her veil concealed most of her face, a blush bloomed on her pale cheeks. She gripped the novice staff tightly, eyes wary, clearly seeing Yang as some kind of threat. Her dark hair swept up around her face like silk, and her large, expressive eyes made her delicate features all the more striking, but they were clouded with panic now. Hey, little sister, don't run. We just want to help you level up. From the crowd ahead came a sleazy voice, oddly familiar to Yang. He looked up to see a few young men with brightly dyed hair swaggering over. Fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks. These rowdy, barbershop-hailing troublemakers seemed to have found him again. Don't come near us. The girl turned and swung her staff in defense, trying to drive them off. Her clear, ringing voice only made the men grin wider, their smiles piggish and slobber nearly dripping to the ground. Little sister, we mean no harm. Just want to get to know you were pretty strong, you know? Blonde-haired one forced a smile that he thought was friendly. I don't want to know any of you. Get lost. Facing a group of flashy young punks, the girl spoke angrily. The men opposite ignored her words, still wearing fake smiles as their eyes roamed over her with obvious lechery. Suddenly, the blonde one noticed Yang standing nearby. His smile instantly turned fierce as he shouted, "Kid, get lost before you ruin Huang's fun." Yang didn't reply, merely casting a cool glance at him. Huang's words, however, caught the girl's attention. She turned away, recalling how she had mistakenly lumped Yang in with these thugs, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Foolhardy, Yang muttered softly just loud enough for Huang to hear. "Kid, you've got some nerve," Huang said irritably, his mood spoiled. "We're members of the Tunglong gang here. If you don't want to die, you'd better scram." He frowned, staring at Yang and with a growing suspicion. This guy looks familiar. Huang grabbed the green-haired one beside him and whispered, "Brother Huang, this is the kid." Green hair hurriedly reminded him. "The one who called us the barbershop crew and sold his gear to the Fengshua pavilion." Huang suddenly recalled, his excitement bubbling over as he rubbed his hands together. What a lucky day. Not only a stunning beauty appears, but this guy just walks right to us. He laughed heartily. "Huh, so it's you. Daring to show up here? Shouldn't you be stuck in the newbie village instead of coming out here looking for trouble? I don't know if you're tired of living," Yang said, crossing his arms with utter disdain. "But do you want to find out what happens if you push me?" Huang's face turned blue with rage. "If you stayed holed up in the newbie village, I'd have no quarrel with you. But if you come here asking for death, don't blame me." He gave a sharp wave. "Get him. Kill him. If you ever step out of the newbie village again, it'll be the same story, kill on sight." Four lackeys immediately lunged forward. Yang, however, stood perfectly still with a detached gaze, viewing them like a few clowns hopping around. "Heh, is this kid scared stiff?" One sneered, trying to look tough in front of a beauty, but he's frozen. Another mocked. "Enough talk, let's teach him a lesson." Green hair was the first to swing his sword in a thrust. A bright red 1 damage popped up over Yang's head. The others quickly followed. 1. All their combined attacks barely scratched him, dealing only the system-mandated 1 point each. How is this possible? Green hair gasped in disbelief. At level 2 with all strength points, he still couldn't even break the guy's defense? Why is his defense so high? All endurance points? The punks exchanged bewildered looks, their hits on Yang feeling like mere pinpricks. In truth, Yang's physical defense at that moment was 70 points. For their level 2 stats, even with full strength, their attack power barely reached the mid-30s, unable to pierce his threshold. Ding! A system notification appeared. You have been targeted by a hostile attack from player Huang Daxian's team. Counterattack available. Kill will not count as red name. A cold smile tugged at Yang's lips. Done playing? Now it's my turn. Don't get cocky yet. Huang, seeing his men fail, fumed and pulled a gleaming kitchen knife from his backpack, a level 2 white weapon with 10 attack, definitely stronger than their starter swords. He eyed Yang's gear greedily. You must have some defense equipment on you, right? Hand it over now, and maybe Huang will let you live. Not like you could take it, Yang said, having tested his defense, no longer interested in wasting time. His black iron sword appeared in his hand, pointed steadily forward. Huang charged at him, raising the kitchen knife high, ready to bring it down on Yang'an. Be careful. The young girl beside him went pale in an instant as the blonde-haired attacker swung an oil-stained kitchen knife, the cold blade flashing dangerously close to her hair. Facing this sudden, brutal strike, Yang'an took a light step back, moving out of range. Then, as if it were nothing, his black iron sword slid across the blonde's throat. 428 critical hit. A shocking purple damage number erupted above the blonde's head just enough to trigger Yang An's tiny chance of a critical strike. Oh, how is this possible? The blonde barely managed a word before the system's crisp alert sounded. Ding. You have been killed by player Shui Ran. The blonde's health bar instantly dropped to 0, and he owed Yang more than 300 hatred points. Collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut, he fell to his knees on the grass. There were no resurrection potions or healer classes in the game at this stage. His only option was to respawn at the newbie village and drop a level immediately. The crowd of ragged thugs and the girl widened their eyes, stunned into silence. At this level, someone actually dealt more damage than a boss. Thighs is insane. Is he hacking? The girl's heart pounded wildly. Even though he had saved her, she couldn't help but fret. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, Yang'an gripped his sword and raised his hand again. The tip of his sword barely flicked the air, but a sharp sword energy tore out like a roar, instantly engulfing the remaining thugs. 283, 288, 284, 286. For terrifying damage numbers blinked in succession. The thugs didn't even get a scream out before they were blasted into white light. Amazing, the girl's eyes went wide, her small mouth forming an exaggerated O. Sheathed his sword and turned away, Yang'an seemed utterly uninterested in the group. With the weight of absolute attributes behind him, he strode down the forest path ahead. For him, this little encounter was barely a warm-up. He only wanted to get to the Wild Boar King to have some fun. Wait. A clear voice called from behind. Something else? Yang'an tilted his head slightly, but didn't turn. Even catching a glimpse of her flawless face stirred nothing in him. Thank you for saving me. The girl stepped forward quickly, sincerity in her tone. If you hadn't intervened, they'd have definitely bullied me. Really, thank you. I already have old scores with those guys. It was just convenient. Don't worry about it. Yang'an waved a hand and kept going. The girl wasn't ready to give up. Hey, are you going to level up? Can you take me along? I won't slow you down. Sorry, I'm used to soloing. Maybe we'll meet again. You'd better leave soon. Tooting Long's group might be turning back any second. With that, he suddenly sped up, his body blurring as he vanished into the trees ahead. The girl watched the receding figure, reaching out only to grasp empty air. Hey, her words trailed off as he disappeared, and she stamped her foot in disappointment. Yang An's abrupt arrival and cold demeanor only deepened her inexplicable curiosity about him. I need to hurry and leave before those ugly guys come back. It's all thanks to Sister Qing, splitting us into different newbie villages. Training alone is so hard, she muttered and quickened her pace. At the newbie village respawn point, 5 flashes of white light appeared in sequence, revealing 5 young men with different hair colors. Yellow Hair's eyes glazed over, stunned beyond belief. He never expected Yang'an to be so terrifyingly powerful. One normal attack, and he was instantly wiped out. He felt deeply humiliated. The other scruffy gangsmen were just as disheveled, their expressions no better than Yellow Hair's. That guy has to be cheating. No one can have attacks like that at this stage. Green Hair shouted furiously. What should we do, Brother Huang? Should we report to the sect leader? Someone cautiously asked. Report to the sect leader? And say what? We've lost all face. You forgot wiped out in a single strike. How can we even show our faces? Yellow Hair snapped angrily at Green Hair, venting his frustration. Green Hair dared not talk back, but muttered under his breath. You got wiped out in one hit too. Any news from the Wind and Snow Pavilion? Yellow Hair calmed himself and asked. One of our brothers found where they level up. Good. Yellow Hair clapped his hands, quickly making a plan. We go there now. Tell the sect leader say the Wind and Snow Pavilion has no honor, stealing our wild monsters, and killing us outright. Right, Brother Huang is wise. Green Hair and the others immediately flattered him with the softest, most sycophantic tones they could muster. All 5 of them had lost a level. In the age of tribulations, leveling was difficult. Dropping 1 whole level meant a huge gap. When they returned, they definitely had to report and explain to sect leader Long Fei. Listening to the flattery eased Yellow Hair's mood somewhat, and he added, also, keep tight watch on every exit from the novice village. We can't let that kid get away. There's still a long road ahead. Once our levels and gear improve, I want to see who dares disrespect our Tunglong gang. More than 2 hours later, Yang'an had passed through several territories filled with low-level monsters. With his current attack power, 1 or 2 sword strikes were enough to send these clueless creatures to reincarnation. Ahead, a verdant bamboo forest rose abruptly. It was the territory of monsters level 6 and above. Countless slender green snakes were entwined around the bamboo stalks, their color closely matching the bamboo, making them hard to spot with the naked eye. Green Bamboo Viper. Level 7. Health 140. Physical attack, 130. Defense, 10. Skills, none. Description, masters of camouflage. Attacks inflict deadly poison and paralysis. This was a typical high attack, low defense wild monster. Its health and defense were even lower than a level 5 giant demon rabbit, but its poison damage was fierce. If Yang rushed in recklessly, he would be surrounded by swarms of snakes, making his survival unlikely, especially since he only had a single fan-shaped area attack skill. While that was on cooldown, given his current agility, he couldn't dodge dozens of snakes at once. If he had one more area skill, this place would be a monster farming paradise. Realizing the danger, he decided to go around the bamboo forest and come back later when stronger. Just as he turned, a piercing scream rang out behind him. Help! Someone help me! The voice was familiar. Yang looked back and saw a masked young woman running at full speed, a black toad the size of a basin hopping aggressively behind her. Each time the toad landed, it flicked out a long, curling tongue, trying to scoop the girl into its mouth. She screamed in terror and barely dodged by repeatedly twisting her body. Seeing Yang ahead, her eyes suddenly lit up. Like clutching a lifeline, she darted behind him, finally exhaling in relief. Save me. Please save me quick. The girl hid behind Yang, staring at the huge, wart-covered toad in front of them, shivering with goosebumps all over her scalp. Yang looked at the girl with a mix of helplessness and concern. It was obvious she had followed him all the way into this deep jungle otherwise, with her rookie strength barely hitting level 2. Coming here would have been suicide. A shadow swooped overhead, and suddenly a huge black toad slammed down in front of them with a heavy thud, its thick, stubby limbs splattering dirt everywhere. Unable to tell friend from foe, it opened its mouth and whipped out a sticky, long tongue aimed straight at Yang's face. A cold flash sparked as Yang drew his black iron sword to block. Bang! The sword clashed with the tongue, metallic ringing blending with a dull, fleshy thud. The toad wailed in pain, its tongue snapping back instantly. Ribbit! Ribbit! Seizing the moment, Yang glanced at the monster information flashing across his vision. Jungle Giant Toad Elite. Description, originally a happy little green frog, until one day it swallowed a clumsy bird claiming to be a swan, causing some transformation. Level 5. HP, 2000. Physical attack, 226. Defense, 50. Skill Yangji Ganlu. Sprays a sweet dew at the target, dealing 20 of its own attack as damage per second over 5 seconds. Fatso, so you ran into your kin, huh? Yang couldn't help but smirk, recalling the gamer tag of his buddy Happy Little Frog. Without hesitation, he swung the sword downward activating skill, Sword Chi Sweep. 225. The toad's health instantly dropped by a tenth. Yang sprinted low to the ground, weaving from side to side to easily dodge the tongue flicking out again. With all my might, his sword slashed upward in follow-up, then immediately smashed the toad's head with a normal attack. 225. 173. The combo cut a quarter of the toad's total HP. Just then, a streak of colorful light shot from behind and entered Yang's body. Ding! Player by Xiao used skill Heavenly Melody on you. 1. Skill Sword Chi Sweep cooldown refreshed. 2. For the next 10 minutes, cooldown reduced by 80, skill effect increased by 30. The prompt stunned Yang completely. A cooldown reset plus a lasting buff was insanely overpowered. He raised his sword and sliced again. The refreshed Sword Chi Sweep hit for a second time. 277. Yang did not pause. After the skill, he landed a normal hit. What should have been a 5-second cooldown was now only 1 second. Dodging the toad's long tongue once more, he unleashed Sword Chi Sweep again without hesitation. 173. Dodge. 173. 277. 173. 173. Dodge. Within seconds, the jungle giant toad's health dropped to just 1/10. In the gap, Yang raised his hand to send a team invite so by Xiao could share experience. Ribbit ribbit. The toad's swollen cheek bulged dangerously, clearly about to use a skill. Cough. TSP. A huge spray of nearly transparent liquid shot out. As the toad opened its mouth, Yang slid sideways, narrowly passing by from the side. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly came from behind. Looking back, the spit was sticking to Bai Xiao. 42. 42. Heal up quickly. Yang saw the damage popping above her head and hurriedly warned, while activating Sword Chi Sweep with his long sword again. The jungle giant toad's already low health was completely drained, and with a miserable scream, it collapsed, unable to get back up. Bai Xiao hurriedly pulled a bottle of red potion from her backpack and gulped it down. Her health bar floating above her head instantly filled with 100. But then, 3 consecutive damage numbers popped up. 42, 42, 42. She drank a second red potion, and her status finally returned to normal. Even the sticky toad saliva clinging to her skin vanished with a flash of light. It was recognized by the system as a negative effect and removed. That rotten toad saliva didn't deal much damage, but it was seriously humiliating, she said, frowning and stomping her foot, her face flushing red. Yang watched her looking so disheveled and almost chuckled, but worried about causing trouble. He quickly coughed twice to cover it up. Ahem, are you alright? Don't laugh. Bai Xiao shot him a scolding glare, adding a touch of playful annoyance to her tone. If I hadn't stocked so many red potions, I might have really been killed by its spit. Think about it, if I ended up being the first player in Fate Crisis to die from toad saliva. How could I face anyone? Yang suppressed his smile and turned to look at the bloated, dark green corpse. That jungle giant toad had an unfair end in elite monster at level 5, yet it never even grazed their clothes before dying. What it didn't know was that Yang's agility wasn't especially high. He always timed his dodges perfectly at the exact moment the toad attacked, as if he predicted its moves in advance. Any professional fighter watching would have marveled at his lightning-fast reflexes. The kill rewards promptly appeared. Each of them earned 300 experience points. Bai Xiao's experience bar filled in an instant, and she leveled up to level 2. Still recovering from the gross toad saliva incident, she was suddenly wrapped in the shimmering glow of the leveling up effect. The loot on the ground wasn't impressive. A few copper coins and 2 white-quality items, the level 5 toad gauntlets and toad skin cap, each providing 8 defense. Yang quickly picked up the gear and equipped it, then put the terribly ugly toad skin cap on his head. In the mirrored interface, his character looked like it had a giant toad's head. He only lasted 2 seconds before he couldn't stand it, quickly taking it off with a disapproving TSK, and tossed the hat into Bai Xiao's lap. Bai Xiao instinctively caught it, but felt her scalp tingle when she saw that toad face. Without hesitation, she threw it back. I saw it. There's no way I'm wearing such an ugly piece of gear. Yang had no choice but to shove the toad head back into the bag, muttering under his breath, too bad Fatty isn't in this beginner village. He'd look perfect wearing this. Sensing the awkward vibe, he quickly changed the topic. By the way, what was that skill you just used? That's called Heavenly Melody. Cool, right? The girl put her hands behind her back, chin raised, eyes sparkling with pride. Yang nodded sincerely, definitely powerful. And it gets crazier late game. After using the ultimate, its cooldown resets instantly. Just thinking about it is scary. Hee, it's my talent skill. It's the first time I've used it for someone else, too. See, I'm not dragging you down. Her eyes practically gleamed with pride. Talent skill? How did you get it? Yang blinked in surprise. I don't know either. The moment I logged in, the system told me I de-awakened it. Didn't you get one? Bai Xiao tilted her head, puzzled. Yang twitched the corner of his mouth and silently thought. People really do get on your nerves. Looks like Fate Crisis still hides a lot of secrets. Maybe others can get unique talent skills, too. Even if I don't have one now, I'm confident I won't fall behind. He quickly gathered his thoughts. Your skill is pretty strong already. If you can level it up later, reduce randomness, shorten cooldowns, and combine it with your ultimate, that'd be terrifying. But right now, it only refreshes the cooldown for one random person, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. Plus it's just the beginner version, so upgrading is tough. Bai Xiao pouted in complaint. Yang nodded silently, weighing it in his mind. Having few skills early on makes a 10-minute cooldown manageable, but if it can't be upgraded later, it might turn into a dead weight. Looking up at the time, he clapped his hands together. All right, Toad's dead. I'm heading off now. All right, the Toads are finished. I'm heading out now. Yang decisively clicked to disband the team in the game system, ready to leave. Bai Xiao hurried after him, gently tugging his sleeve and sounding a bit playful as she said, Brother Shuadon, just take me along. I promise I won't slow you down. You've seen my skills, they can definitely help you. By the end, she was so embarrassed by her own cutesy tone that she almost rolled her eyes. But Yang showed no expression, completely unmoved. I have a full set of red potions and blue potions, all for you. Please take me with you. Leveling up alone is so hard. Bai Xiao quickly opened the trade panel, showing off 20 bottles of potions. Where did you get so many potions? Yang frowned. Had just killed dozens of monsters, but only collected about 10 basic potions. Bought them, of course. The newbie village shop sells them. Potions cost 10 copper coins each. Yang frowned again. The shop's potions? You're willing to spend that much? Money is not an issue. As she spoke, the corner of her veil-covered lips curled up slightly, her lively apricot-shaped eyes arching like crescent moons. 10 copper coins a bottle, 2 sets, is nearly 70,000 huaxia coins. Yang calculated inwardly. Bai Xiao was essentially converting real money into in-game copper coins and spending big. His own bank card barely had over 120,000, money he had just earned from selling his staff. He paused, then shook his head. Sorry, I'm used to going solo. Goodbye. It made him uneasy having a stranger linger so close. I only want experience, not gear. My Heavenly Melody skill will help you for sure. Bai Xiao spoke faster now, clearly anxious. If suitable gear drops for me, they'll buy it at market price. Yang waved his hand again. 10,000 huaxia coins per hour. That one sentence made him stop in his tracks. He looked back at her. You really have that much money? Bai Xiao lifted her chin proudly. I've got plenty. So, taking me along won't cost you. After a brief consideration, Yang finally nodded. Fine. Having a partner means sharing some experience, but with her buff skill, he he could take on higher-level monsters. Plus, 10,000 coins an hour was hard to refuse even if he would never admit money was what tempted him. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Bai Xiao's face lit up with a bright smile. Then let's go. Yang turned, striding toward a nearby bamboo grove. I've found a spot to grind monsters, but the long skill cooldown has kept me cautious. Now, with you here, we can give it a try. Bai Xiao accepted the party invite and followed closely. The dense bamboo cast layered shadows, sunlight filtering through leaves in mottled patches. She looked around but didn't see a single monster. Curious, she asked, here? There isn't a single monster? Yang raised his hand, pointing his black iron sword tip overhead. There. Following his gesture, Bai Xiao saw countless gray-green shapes resting among the bamboo tips, swarming bamboo leaf poison bees. Her face instantly went pale. Instinctively, she stepped back 2 steps behind Yang, nearly ready to scream. They're all snakes, just stay here. After saying that, Yang drew his sword and headed straight for the bamboo grove. Bai Xiao wanted to stop him, but when she saw those eerie blue snakes creeping along the bamboo, she instinctively stepped back, hiding behind a large rock, only peeking out cautiously. Yang paused at the edge of the grove and swung his sword to send out a wave of sword energy, probing ahead. But it vanished without a trace, not even a leaf stirred. Frowning, he thought, I have to go in. If he could cast skills from outside, at least he wouldn't have to worry about being overwhelmed by the snake swarm. But he had no choice. Clutching his black iron sword tighter, he stepped into the bamboo. No sooner had his foot landed than the bamboo vipers within 10 meters seemed to awaken simultaneously. Their slender bodies coiled tensely around the stalks, hundreds of cold, vertical pupils locking on him. Any ordinary player would have felt chills down the spine, but Yang, often walking the line between life and death, only focused more intensely. He didn't charge because he was afraid, but because his skills weren't enough to guarantee escape. Bai Xiao's heavenly melody could still last 5 minutes without cooldown reduction, so she couldn't fight long. Time was urgent, so Yang made the first move. His long sword sliced a half circle. The sword energy swept like a fan. The bamboo in front snapped cleanly in half, taking several snakes with it, shattering their scales and bones. 341, 341, 341, 341, dodge. Damage numbers appeared as the already fragile vipers were killed instantly, system alerts ringing out. The remaining snakes, as if their hive was struck, hissed and dropped from the stalks to attack him from all directions. Only then did Yang realize his miscalculation. The sword energy was an area effect, but only one wave was released at a time, and damage counted only on targets along that line. Usually, 3 or 4 snakes shared one bamboo stalk, so he could only cut down one, leaving the others untouched. Within the second-long cooldown, the snake tide would seal off every escape route. Estimated 2 seconds until Head Be Bitten couldn't wait to die. Cooldown ended, and he swung again. Groups of vipers gathered where he landed. The new sword wave sliced through a sea of serpents, turning their bodies into glowing experience orbs that drifted to him and Bai Xiao. Though each snake gave less than a third of the experience a giant troll rabbit did, the sheer number sent his experience bar rising visibly fast. Outside the grove, Bai Xiao widened her mouth in shock seeing the white orbs flow in. Yang tried to break through the gap Head just made, but surrounding vipers quickly filled it, moving too fast for him to react. He muttered angrily, these designers are heartless. 1 second left. He timed it in his mind. If he couldn't break out now, He'd soon be chewed to the bone. As skill cooldown reset, he slashed sword energy a 3rd time, clearing more vipers ahead, but even more lurked inches away. His hundreds of fangs bared, the vipers snarled viciously. A long-lost pressure of death washed over him, making him almost nostalgic for the pounding adrenaline. Suddenly, he unleashed unseen power, his feet tapping out in eerie rhythm, breaking his attribute limits. Afterimages flashed as he dodged every strike. Many vipers bit each other by mistake, venom spraying around. In the next moment, Yang An's figure appeared outside the encirclement, standing safe and steady. He made it. Ding. Congratulations on successfully creating a new movement skill. Please give it a name. Yang An's heart suddenly jumped, as if his blood had been set aflame. Instantly, his mind flashed back to the palm-sized piece of green copper he had obtained 5 years ago in that secret place beneath the mottled verdigris where hundreds of strange characters densely engraved. Back then, he had turned the piece over and over, trying to decipher its secrets, but never cracked the code. He even suspected it was a fake fragment. Had the secret place not been so bizarre itself, he would have long discarded the copper as worthless scrap. But now, driven by a desperate will to survive, he finally crossed that barrier. A surge of spiritual light washed over his soul like a tidal wave. The 5 years of confusion instantly crystallized into a clear path. Let's call it Phantom Drifting Dragon. Ding. Naming successful. Keeping the original name gave Yang a sense of reassurance. He eagerly pulled up the skill panel. Phantom Drifting Dragon. Quality, Divine. Current level, Beginner. Proficiency, 010, 000. Spirit power cost, 150 points. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Skill effect, instantly burst into extreme movement, leaving behind multiple illusions to confuse enemies. The user can teleport anywhere within a 10-meter radius. Upon activation, gains 0.1 seconds of invincibility and an additional 30 movement speed points for 3 minutes. Divine Grade. Yang An's heart raced wildly. This skill combined sprinting, chasing, and disengaging abilities, and it was only at the beginner level. Just thinking about how terrifying it would be when upgraded made him gasp. Yet the upgrade requirements were equally insane. Just the beginner stage required 10,000 proficiency points. Truly worthy of being called a divine skill. Hisses. The dense sound of snake tongues flicking snapped him back to reality. The danger was far from over. He raised his hand to unleash a sword chi sweep, only to find his spirit power drained by phantom drifting dragon. With his current spirit power limit, even a full recovery would only allow one more use. Without hesitation, Yang took out a bottle of beginner spirit power potion from his backpack, popped the cork, and drank it in one gulp. 100 spirit points instantly refilled. Using the positional advantage gained from the teleport, he was now outside the encircling snake swarm. All the venomous snakes clustered in the same direction, surging at him like a tidal wave of blue-green scales. Facing the dense mass of serpents, he showed no retreat. A sharp sword chi swept out, the cold light flashing. Dozens of bamboo leaf green snakes snapped in response, blood and scales scattering everywhere. With the skill discharged, he immediately retreated to buy cooldown time for sword chi sweep. The speed boost from Phantom Drifting Dragon was still active, an extra 30 points of movement speed, making him skim the ground like a streak totaling over 40 movement speed points. Even turbocharged bamboo leaf green struggled to catch him. The overwhelming speed was hard to control, so he slid, stopped abruptly, then accelerated again, quickly adapting to the elusive rhythm amid the forest. For 3 minutes, he weaved through the snake tide, sword chi flashing in wide arcs with barely a pause. When the last venomous snake collapsed weakly on the ground, their blood had mingled into rivulets in the soil. Holding his breath for a moment, he confirmed no sounds stirred around him before glancing at his experience barely about 10 progress. Yang looked at the mere 10 increase on his experience bar and felt a strong urge to complain about how tough leveling up was. The experience needed to level up from 5 to 6 was double what it took to go from 4 to 5. Yang estimated he'd have to kill at least 1,000 bamboo pit vipers to level up. Are you okay? A slightly concerned voice came from behind. After continuously retreating during the fight, Yang had now reached the edge of the bamboo forest. I'm fine. Why are you coming here? Not scared anymore. He turned around and saw Bai Xiao cautiously stepping on the crushed bamboo leaves, approaching carefully. I saw your blue bar was empty just now and worried you ran out of potions. She held out half a stack of red and blue potions and then quickly turned away like a gust of wind. Yang pocketed the potions without hesitation and stepped back into the bamboo forest. With the double buff of movement speed and cooldown reduction still active, he quickly drew a group of bamboo pit vipers. Thanks to the safety buffer and speed bonus from clearing the first wave, he was no longer at risk of being surrounded by snakes. Time passed as he cleared 2 more waves in a row, killing over 300 snakes. Bai Xiao's level jumped to 4, and his own experience bar rose by 30. The drop rate for snakes here is really low. He checked the loot. Over 400 bamboo pit vipers had dropped only about 50 copper coins. Considering this was a special map with dense monsters, low experience, but fast respawn, the system forcing a low drop rate made sense. When the buff wore off, he exited the bamboo forest, casually found a clean stone to sit on, and pulled out the roasted troll rabbit meat to chew on, recovering his stamina. Bai Xiao followed beside him, watching him eat with eyes almost shining. I want some too. Can you give me a portion? She asked shyly. 100 copper coins. Yang held up one finger. That's unfair. I only gave you 1 stack of potions. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. But those potions helped you level up. Calmly, he took another piece of roasted meat from his bag and tossed it to her. Bai Xiao caught it, her eyes lighting up. She tore off a small piece, lifted her veil carefully, and tucked it into her mouth. It restores 20 stamina points. Pretty good effect. But the taste, not so much. She pursed her lips in critique. Yang cleared his throat awkwardly. Don't tell me you made this. No. Bai Xiao smirked teasingly. Then why does it taste like something you'd make? Not me. It totally is. After a brief back and forth, they finished their food, and all their skills had cooled down. Bai Xiao cast Heavenly Melody on Yang, but unfortunately it didn't enhance his only group attack. It just upgraded it to Powerful Strike, reducing the cooldown from 5 seconds to 1 second. It was great for solo boss fights, but not that useful against snake swarms. Yang still had to rely on his 5-second cooldown, Sword Chi Sweep. Re-entering the bamboo forest, he pulled monsters again and activated Phantom Dragon Dance for a 3-minute movement speed boost, continuing to grind as before. But the cooldown on Sword Chi Sweep returned to normal, and his efficiency immediately dropped. Within 3 minutes, he only cleared 1 wave of snakes. With the remaining time too short to take on another wave, he decided to call it quits and retreated. Yong'an decisively chose to back out. After grinding monsters in the bamboo forest for an hour, Yong'an had killed 7 rounds of bamboo pit vipers. By now, there wasn't a single one left in the forest, they had all been wiped out by him. Ding, a halo flashed, and the system's notification sound rang out clearly. Congratulations, you have reached level 6 and gained 5 free attribute points. Leveling up in 1 hour was incredibly efficient. If word got out, it would make those players desperately fighting over a lousy hen look foolish, not to mention by Xiao, who had just reached level 5. Though only 1 level behind, the experience gap was like an insurmountable chasm. Without hesitation, Yong'an poured all 5 points into strength to maximize his damage output. His base attack instantly jumped to 232. With one sword strike, he effortlessly cut down 2 yellow hairs at once. He waited at the edge of the bamboo forest for a while, noticing that no more bamboo pit vipers were respawning. Staying here for easy, high-level grinding felt like cheating. Since that was the case, he decided to leave. Just as he stepped out of the bamboo grove, Bai Xiao rushed over like the wind, smiling warmly at him. Having such a powerful fighter on her side made her feel quite reassured. 1 hour's up, boss. Time to settle up, Yong'an said, holding out his hand. All right, you little money grubber, Bai Xiao responded cheerfully. The trade panel immediately popped up, transferring 10,000 Huaxia coins. Thanks, boss. You're generous. The payment notification appeared, lifting Yong'an's spirits. Let's call it a morning. I'm logging off to eat. Meet back here in Anhor if we're continuing, he said, then logged off decisively, leaving Bai Xiao standing in place, a little dazed as the breeze ruffled her hair. Once Yong'an was gone, her sense of security plummeted to 0. She worried that monsters might suddenly appear nearby. Although she was level 5 now, she didn't have any decent equipment. If she actually ran into a monster of her level, it might swipe away her life in one hit. After hesitating a moment, she logged off as well. Wuyang City, Tianluan Villas District. This small island in the middle of the lake had only a dozen or so top-tier villas, with prices outrageously high. Ordinary people would have to work 10 lifetimes to afford them. In the most luxurious villa at the island's center, the nutrition pod's lid slid open slowly. Bai Xiao opened her eyes and woke up. Supporting herself against the pod's side, she sat up and paused for a few seconds, then couldn't help but smile at the memory of Yong'an's little money-grubbing expression when he got paid. The light cast a glow on her fair face. Beneath her delicate nose, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. That smile was warm enough to melt anyone's heart. Anyone present would immediately recognize Hershey was the popular idol famously known as the most beautiful rising star. Having debuted just 1 year earlier, she had already reached the peak of fame, her voice so enchanting it could pierce the soul. Meanwhile, after logging off, Yong'an ordered takeout for himself. No matter how hard things got, he wouldn't neglect his stomach. While waiting for the delivery, he opened the forum to see if there were any valuable posts. But as soon as the page loaded, he froze in his chair. The forum's pinned post blazed across the screen in huge letters. Real name report. Player bloody cheat rampages, indiscriminately killing others. The post was lengthy and fiery, filled with anger and sorrow as it denounced the player's terrible behavior. Not only was he cheating, but he also maliciously killed other players. Attached to the post was a clear video showing Yong'an slashing down Huang Mao with a single sword strike, then sweeping away 4 of his minions with a powerful sword wave. To protect the victims, their faces were carefully pixelated. As soon as the post went live, it blew up with views skyrocketing. Anger seemed to ripple through the entire forum. No way, that kind of damage is just ridiculous. If that's not cheating, I don't believe it. One popular comment read, the server just opened recently, who could possibly have such insane output? I want to curse those cheaters to death. These young folks just love to take shortcuts and get things without effort. Is it really that hard to just play honestly? But some voices were more skeptical. Could it be that he's really that good? Do you believe he's legit? Or do you think him Qin Shi Huang? Calls to resist cheating surged again and again, with the topic becoming hotter and hotter. Players' outrage quickly turned into a massive public frenzy. The forum's backlash grew fierce, as if a storm was about to erupt. It wasn't until the officials released a statement that the controversy finally cooled down. The announcement said the Mingjia project was a groundbreaking global collaboration, making cheating impossible, and urged players to enjoy the game peacefully. This clear denial from the authorities gradually calmed people's tempers. As the statement spread, everyone began to realize just how terrifying Yong'an's strength was. If he really wasn't cheating, his in-game performance was shocking. Yong'an's forum account exploded with nearly 1 million new followers, all fixated on his overwhelming power, completely ignoring the reason why he was killing. Yong'an himself knew those videos posted by those young players were just attempts to smear him with public opinion. They probably didn't expect the officials to step in and clarify things, which ended up putting themselves in the spotlight instead. With such a massive fan base, if he streamed live he could easily make a fortune. But he had no desire to chase fame or money. Being too well known only created trouble. Everyone knows how high my damage is online. They might even guess I killed the giant troll rabbit king, Young thought. His fear of being exposed made him keep a low profile. He closed the forum page just as his takeout arrived. Eating while thinking about his next plan, his movements were calm and unhurried. Watching his agile avatar in the game and then looking at his own real-world leg, which moved with difficulty, stirred a complex mix of emotions inside him. In the game, he had mastered the Phantom Dragon technique. If it weren't for his leg injury, he really wanted to try bringing that movement style into the real world. But sadly, reality had no if. Logging back in, Yang appeared right where he had logged out. Almost immediately, he saw Bai Xiao cautiously crouching beneath a big rock. When she spotted him, she stood up at once, her eyes lighting up with joy. You're finally here. Yang nodded politely, but his gaze was drawn toward the distant bamboo grove. The wild monsters hadn't respawned yet, which disappointed him slightly. He quickly adjusted his mindset and began thinking about the next farming spot. Hey, where are you going? Bai Xiao hurriedly asked as Yang suddenly turned and started walking in another direction. To kill pigs, he said firmly. Wait for me, I want to go too. Bai Xiao's voice was full of hope finally. She wouldn't have to face those annoying snakes. 11,000 per hour. Yang's lips curved in a slight smile as he answered softly. Got it, you won't get robbed. Bai Xiao's face lit up with excitement as she fell into step behind him. Passing through the bamboo grove, behind them lay a dense forest blanketed with lush vegetation and thickets of shrubs. The leaves rustled softly in the breeze, while the damp earth mingled with the fresh scent of grass. Yang stepped into the woods, dry leaves crunching underfoot. If he guessed right, this was the wild boar's territory. Bai Xiao followed closely behind, gripping her staff tightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, as if expecting some terrifying creature to leap out at any moment. Rustle, rustle. Not far ahead, the dense bushes suddenly quivered, branches shaking with a persistent rustling. The prey had appeared. Yang raised his sword slightly, shifting his body to shield Bai Xiao, and whispered, Watch out, it's coming. Bai Xiao instinctively clenched her knuckles until they turned white, but still held her staff firmly, ready to support at a moment's notice. SHSH. The bushes exploded open as a massive black wild boar charged out with a thunderous roar. Standing nearly waist-high, its sharpened tusks curved viciously, limbs thick and powerful. Years of headbutting made its skull especially broad, giving it a disproportionately large head and a compact rear, exuding raw ferocity and brute strength. Its small eyes gleamed clear but held a hint of dullness, as though it was still trying to comprehend the audacity of these tiny humans standing before it. Enchanted wild boar profile. Our wild boar clan is everywhere. Every starting village knows our legend. Tremble, humans, for we shall one day rule all starter villages. Long live the wild boar clan. Level 8. HP 2000. Physical attack 150. Defense 30. Just 2000 HP alone made it a formidable foe, with offense and defense far surpassing ordinary monsters. At Yang's current defense level, a few direct hits would leave him seriously injured. His sword tip tilted toward the ground as he whispered back, Start. Buff yourself. Watch your own safety. With that, he bent his knees slightly and stomped forcefully, launching himself like an arrow straight at the enchanted wild boar. Got it. Bai Xiao nodded, raising her staff in front of her chest. The tip blossomed with colorful light, her skill, Celestial Melody, activating. A swirling light orb detached from the staff, flashing toward Yang and before merging into him. Ding. You gained the effect Celestial Melody. 1. Skill Mighty Strike cooldown refreshed. 2. For 10 minutes, skill cooldown reduced by 80, and skill effect increased by 30. With this damage buff, even a seemingly ordinary wild boar could yield a high return in experience. Moments later, Yang closed in on the target. Roar! The enchanted wild boar bellowed, lowering its massive head, tusks gleaming coldly as it charged with full force. Facing the straightforward ram, Yang flipped sideways, sweeping past its left flank. His black iron sword shimmered coldly, slashing across the boar's shoulder. 202. Taking advantage of its stagger, he immediately triggered Mighty Strike, smashing the sword heavily into the boar's comparatively vulnerable lower back. 323. The 30 damage bonus from Celestial Melody made this blow especially fierce. Its hide was torn open, blood splattering as the enchanted wild boar screamed in agonizing fury, spinning to ram Yang again. But Yang had already shifted, darting behind it, and forcing the beast to whirl in place. Whirlwind Slash. 263. Mighty Strike cooldown refreshed once again. 323. Seizing the brief cooldown window, he followed up quickly with a normal attack. The corrupted boar was strong and tanky, but not very agile, and Yang kept it on a tight leash. Watching Yang's smooth, fluid movement, Bai Xiao in the back couldn't help but stare in disbelief. A question popped into her mind. Who exactly is Yang in real life, and why is he so ridiculously powerful? Ding. Congratulations on killing the corrupted boar. You gained 100 experience points. Thanks to killing a higher-level monster, you received an extra 10 experience. In just 5 seconds, from the first strike to the final sword swipe, the corrupted boar let out a pitiful screech and collapsed. On the ground lay only 8 copper coins and a pair of boar tusks. Yang glanced at his nearly static experience bar and sighed again at how hard it was to level up. So stingy. Only dropped some copper coins. Despite the complaint, he collected the tusks and coins, then raised his hand to cast the harvesting skill on the boar carcass. Ding. Harvest successful. Obtain boar meat X1. Let's go, keep killing pigs. Yang led the way, with Bai Xiao right behind him. The two delved deeper into the jungle, tracking the roars of solitary boars and hunting them down one by one. Their pig-slaying operation was getting into full swing. Outside the newbie village, over 30 players were orderly grinding at an experience spot. The group was led by Long Fei, a stout man with his hair neatly slicked back. Among them were veteran members of the Tunglong Guild and some newcomers recruited just 2 days ago. Several tanks, all maxed for stamina or constitution, held the front lines, while the others poured out damage. All the armor and potions were prioritized for the tanks to ensure they could withstand the monster's attacks. This showed the advantage of a big guild during the early leveling phase. A blonde-haired player leaned toward Long Fei and whispered, "Boss, when do we strike? I can't wait any longer." Long Fei gave him a dismissive glance. "Don't rush. The Fengshui Pavilion folks have been under our watch. There are just a dozen or so of them in this newbie village. When we move, it has to be a crushing blow so they never recover." "Boss, you're so wise." Blondie flattered him. "Focus on leveling up, aiming for everyone to hit level 3 today." Long Fei waved his hand and raised his voice sharply. "Especially you guys, get those levels back. 5 of you can't even handle one. And got wiped out? How embarrassing is that?" As he spoke, he slapped his pudgy face furiously, clearly angry at their underperformance. He already knew about Yang and instantly killing 5 people. Blondie hung his head in embarrassment, intending to blame Fengshui Pavilion, but Long Fei had already figured out the truth. "Found that guy yet?" "No," Blondie swallowed nervously. "Since he killed us, we searched all over the leveling spots, but couldn't find him. He's hiding too well, and the game map is much bigger now. We don't have enough people. Keep looking." Long Fei's voice was cold as ice. "Someone dares to defy the Tunglong Guild? No way we can't find them. A fierce tiger not showing its claws just invites others to treat it like a sick cat." "Understood. They'll spread out the search." "Good. Keep leveling up." With that, he raised his staff and unleashed a burst of spiritual power, instantly finishing off a nearly dead level 3 mountain chicken in front of him. Long Fei's staff swept through the air, releasing a spiritual attack that ended the barely living level 3 mountain chicken ahead. At this moment, Yang was deep in the wild boar-infested forest, methodically slaying the demonic boars one after another, facing little danger along the way. The lush underbrush was marked by countless wild boar claw scratches, but they didn't pose much threat to Yang. The aura of celestial sound buff continued to envelop him, with notes of glowing light dancing around his body. Each dodge was effortless and graceful, so smooth that he didn't even need to use phantom dragon steps to speed up. His regular pace was enough to easily evade the charging tusks of the boars. 3 hours later, with a precise thrust, he sent the last demonic boar flying. Blood splattered everywhere as the beast crashed heavily onto the forest floor. "Wow, it dropped gear." Baisher Yao, sharpied, exclaimed excitedly. Yang glanced over and sure enough spotted a belt lying quietly among the grass and leaves. He bent down and picked it up. Wild boar belt. Quality, common. Level requirement, 6. Class requirement, universal. Health 50. Spirit 30. Description: crafted from the hide of low-level wild boars in the newbie village, retaining the thick blood trait of the wild boar. Wild boar set 13. 2-piece bonus. Health 20, Vitality 5. 3-piece bonus. Attack 20, Strength 5. A set piece, huh? Yang smiled inwardly. Although it was just a level 6 common belt, it perfectly matched his current level. After a moment's thought, he looked at his companion and said, "If the drops later fit you, I can give them to you." He knew well that he could finish off the monsters alone. But Baisher Yao's innate skill greatly boosted their farming efficiency, and time was money. Besides, with her there, he felt more confident if they encountered a stronger boss. "You're doing all the fighting, so the loot rightfully belongs to you. If I need anything, they'll buy it with money," Baisher Yao replied generously. With just a few uses of the aura of celestial sound and minimal energy spent, she could tell from Yang's movement alone that he could clear monsters solo. Since Baisher Yao insisted, Yang no longer objected and fastened the wild boar belt around his waist. His stats instantly jumped, his health soaring to 460, already surpassing many tanks who maxed out vitality. "Let's keep going," he said, gesturing forward as they delved deeper into the forest. Although their farming speed wasn't as terrifying as with the bamboo green snakes, the demonic boars had more experience and appeared in greater numbers, so their progress remained smooth and steady. Gra gra. Suddenly, a louder, more thunderous wail echoed from ahead. Having fought here for 3 hours, Yong'an immediately recognized it was no ordinary demonic boar. They crouched low and crept toward the sound. Soon, at the edge of their vision stood a large, jet-black, demonic boar. Its massive, humped back looked like a small mountain, and two noticeably smaller boars followed closely behind. Demonic boar leader elite. Description: no tigers in the mountains. I'm the king. A prince might do. Level: 8. Health: 10,000. Physical attack: 250. Defense: 60. Skill: wild boar charge. Unleashes full body force to rush the target, dealing 200 damage to all enemies in the path and stunning them for 2 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. This leader's stats were extremely formidable. Its attack was only slightly lower than the giant rabbit king, its health equal, and defense 20 points higher. Can we take it? Bai Yao whispered. Yes, we can. Buff yourself, then stick to the usual plan, stay behind me, and be careful not to draw aggro. If you pull hate, I'm not sure I can save you. Although the wild boar leader was formidable, Yong'an was no longer the same as before. His attributes had improved significantly, so he wouldn't have to grind as long as he did when facing the giant troll rabbit king. Bai Xiao nodded and immediately activated Heavenly Melody. A faint halo rippled at her feet as she retreated behind a large rock to hit her current level. Staying on the battlefield would only slow Yong'an down. At the same time, the system randomly applied a cooldown reduction buff to Sword Chi Sweep. Perfect timing. Besides the wild boar leader, there were two ordinary corrupted wild boars. This area skill was just right. Yong'an tightened his grip on his longsword and stepped forward. Engengang. As soon as he entered their aggro range, the three wild boars roared like they'd been ignited by thunder and charged. Yong'an greeted them first with an attack, raising his hand to unleash a sword chi that sliced through the air. 275. 323. Dodge. 3 red numbers appeared above the three boars' foreheads. Only one managed to evade. With his agility rising, the monster's dodge rates were gradually dropping, though Yong'an still wondered whether to put more points into agility after all. Missing meant 0 damage. Provoked from range, the wild boar leader seethed in anger, tusks lashing forward as it suddenly launched its wild boar charge. Its huge bulk accelerated, its heavy steps sounding like war drums as it closed in on Yong'an. A hit would stun him for 2 seconds. Death could come in a flash. Bring it on. At the critical moment, Yong'an lightly tipped off his toes, his figure flowing like a dragon's shadow. Phantom Dragon Glide. Clang. The wild boar leader's tusks slammed solidly but only into a fleeting afterimage. Yong'an had timed his 0.1 second invincibility frame perfectly, taking no damage. In the next instant, he reappeared 10 meters away, sword flashing as he sent out 2 sword chi waves with a reverse slash. 323. 323. The 2 ordinary wild boars staggered under the blows, their roars turning into Engengang again. The 3 boars turned as one, relentlessly pursuing him. The leader's skill then entered a 5-minute cooldown. Now it could only rely on its base speed, while Yong'an's was greatly increased by Phantom Dragon Glide. The battlefield instantly became a textbook kiting scenario. He moved while striking, constantly adjusting distance. After a dozen seconds, the 2 corrupt wild boars crashed down defeated, leaving only the leader running wild alone. Yeah. The corrupted wild boar leader raged in frustration, but could only endure wave after wave of sword chi. Dodge. 275. 275. Another minute passed. With a piercing howl, the massive beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Ding. You have slain the corrupted wild boar leader elite monster, gaining 500 experience points. A drop. Out of the corner of his eye, Yong'an noticed a few items glittering coldly beside the boar's corpse. I'm coming. Bai Xiao's excitement broke through as she rushed forward. You can loot the gear, let's see how lucky you are. Yong'an smiled and gestured for her to step up. He knew well that most people assumed drops were predetermined, but some believed in Schrodinger's cat until an item was picked up, anything was possible. For him, luck was usually just average. Alright then, let me show you how lucky I am. Bai Xiao grinned mischievously and stepped forward. Bai Xiao quickly ran over to the corpse of the corrupted boar leader. A few items and several dozen copper coins lay quietly on the ground. She crouched down, her fair, slender fingers plucking the first piece of little rough piece of boarhide armor. A boar set piece, she murmured softly. It's only white quality, but at least it's what you wanted. Before she finished speaking, the armor piece landed precisely in Yong'an's hands. Boarhide cap. Quality, common. Level requirement, 6. Class requirement, universal. Physical defense 10. Spiritual defense 8. Description: a cap sewn from low-level boar hide found in the beginner village, offering minor defense. Set: boar 13. 2 pieces, HP 20, Vitality 5. 3 pieces, Attack 20, Strength 5. This completed the 2-piece set. Although both items were common quality, Yong'an put it on with satisfaction. The increased HP gave him more confidence. Wow, it dropped a ring too. Bai Xiao exclaimed, barely able to hide her excitement. But seeing it was still common quality, She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Everyone knew rings, bracelets, and necklaces had extremely low drop rates. Yang An's earlier luck with getting a ring from the Rabbit King and a bracelet from the old village chief was already unbelievable. She shared the ring's stats in the team chat. Pure Spirit Ring. Quality, Common. Level Requirement, 5. Class Requirement, Spirit Attack Classes. Spiritual Attack 12. Description, None. This ring isn't even worthy of a description. Hee hee, this one's mine, Bai Xiao said as she slipped the ring onto her slender left index finger. She admired it, clearly a cheap women's design. Then, confidently, she transferred 5,000 Huaxia coins to Yang An. She was much more familiar with the gear market than he was. You helped out too. You should take the ring. No need to pay me back, I want use it anyway. Yang An tried to refuse. Sis has money. That heavenly voice skill I used was nothing. Totally effortless, she teased with a playful smile, cutting off his politeness. One last thing, let's see what it is. She bent down and picked up the only remaining item on the ground. The pristine white cover caught Yang An's eye from across the way, clearly a white rank skill book, probably nothing rare. Huh, what's this? Bai Xiao paused, running her fingers along the spine as if verifying something. What's up? It's just a white skill book, right? What's wrong? Yang An asked curiously, moving closer. It is a white skill book, but it's definitely not ordinary. She handed it over to Yang An. Yang An took it and, after reading the cover, blinked in surprise. Ganlu Technique. Rank, Mortal. Effect, Cast Ganlu Technique to heal a single target. Healing amount 10 of target's max HP 105 of caster's spiritual attack, and grants rejuvenation status. Restores 20 of caster's spiritual attack as HP per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Class requirement, Spirit Attack Novice, Healer, or Support classes. Note, newcomers to the Spirit Attack skill tree can learn this skill, but it will be revoked upon reaching level 10 and switching to a non-healing or support class. It turned out to be a healing skill. Since the beginner area of Mingjia had no healing classes at all, having a healing skill was a game changer for any team. Although it was only a white grade common skill, its value was hard to measure. This skill book is mine. Anyway, you can't learn it, Bai Xiao said, cutting off Yang An's refusal and instantly transferring 50,000 Huaxia coins to his account. Yang An glanced at the payment notification and swallowed his words about not needing the money. Is this skill really worth that much? If you auctioned it off, Bai Xiao smiled faintly, the major factions would fight tooth and nail for it. It could easily fetch 70 or 80,000. Her familiarity with the item market in Mingjia surprised even Yang An. Without another word, Bai Xiao learned the skill right then. After her innate talent skill, she now finally possessed a second active ability, her eyes shining with excitement. Now I can heal too. At last, I'm not just some dead weight hiding in the back after using Heaven's Melody. But then she noticed Yang An's health had never dropped, and she doubted whether she would even need to use her new skill. Let's go. Keep grinding, Yang An said, pocketing the scattered copper coins and using collection magic on each boar corpse to gather 3 boar meats. The elite boar leader was just the appetizer. Their real target lay deeper within a boar king boss. They continued through the jungle, boars leaping out but falling to Yang An's blade like experience points. After more than 2 hours, they reached a valley. Yang An raised a hand to signal a halt and stealthily moved to the valley entrance alone. Ding! You've discovered a new map area, Boar Valley. This area has a high danger rating. Proceed with caution. The system's rare warning indicated the monsters inside were no joke. The valley wasn't large. At its center lay an enormous boar, eyes closed and seemingly resting. A slightly smaller boar leader and 4 mutated boars formed a ring around it, guarding the boar king. If it were just the boar king, Yang An would have charged in and fought for hundreds of rounds already. But with the normal boars and leader forming a circle about 6 meters apart, and knowing from 5 hours of grinding that normal boar's aggro range was 8 meters, a reckless approach would immediately draw the boss' attention and result in being overwhelmed. He quickly weighed the situation. We have to clear the outskirts first. Don't use Heaven's Melody on me yet. Save it for the Boar King fight, Yang An reminded Bai Xiao. Got it. Bai Xiao nodded and followed Yang An's lead. The night breeze swept across the clearing, dry leaves rustling to the ground. Yang An bent down and picked up a small stone, weighing it carefully in his palm. With a slight flick of his wrist, the stone sliced through the air and struck the forehead of a wild boar on the outer edge. A red one appeared minimal damage, but enough to draw its attention. Startled, the boar let out a roar, its bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Yang An as it charged, hooves kicking up dirt. Another boar beside it also reacted, joining the chase with a roar, while the rest continued snoring. Just in time, Yang An said, raising his sword as the 2 boars came hurtling toward him. He deliberately retreated, luring them away from the herd into an open space, then struck. His blade flashed with cold light, sweeping through them with powerful sword energy. 263, 263. Their health bars emptied instantly, and the 2 boars collapsed with a thud. Seizing the moment, he repeated the tactic from another angle, provoking just 2 or 3 boars at a time and picking off the Boar King's guards one by one. With each kill came muffled sounds, and the boar's massive bodies turning into glowing experience orbs, absorbed into his being. After a while, only the Boar leader and the Boar King remained in the camp. Yong'an tossed his last stone up and down in his hand. Let's finish this quickly. The stone streaked through the air and struck the Boar leader on the nose successfully, drawing its aggro. Celestial melody. He called sharply over his shoulder. Before the words even left his mouth, a gentle glow flew from Bai Xiao's fingertips into Yong'an, instantly refreshing the cooldown on his sword chi sweep. Empowered, Yong'an pushed off the ground, blurring as afterimages flickered rapidly around him. Cold blade light intertwined as the Boar leader never even managed a roar before its health bar drained to 0, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its body flipped over, dropping only a level 5 basic cloth armor. Yong'an, already equipped with a bronze-level black goat leather armor, handed the cloth armor to Bai Xiao. Let's rest first. Once Celestial Melody is ready again, we'll take on the Boar King, he said, casually sitting on a fallen log. He pulled a skewer of roasted rabbit meat from his bag and took a large bite, juices sizzling as they dripped onto the grass. Bai Xiao hugged the cloth armor and whispered uncertainly, "Are we really going to fight that Boar King? It's just the two of us, and I'm basically useless. That's the boss. One stomp and ID be turned to light. How will we know if we don't try?" Yong'an replied with a confident smile, his face full of calm determination. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yong'an stood up and looked toward the center of the valley where the wild Boar King was sound asleep. He brushed aside the thorns in front of him and stared at the massive beast, the dark brown hide and black mane rising and falling gently with each breath, warm mist puffing from its nostrils. To give his teammates a clearer idea of their target, he brought up the status panel and casually sent it to the team chat. Black mane wild Boar King boss, black iron grade. I am the king of the newbie village. You lowly beings, bow before me. Level 8. HP 50,000. Physical attack 480. Defense 100. Skills 1. Savage Charge. The black mane wild Boar King uses all its strength to rush forward, dealing 300 damage to all targets in its path and stunning them for 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. 2. Earth Stomp. The boar pounds the ground, causing an earthquake that deals 50 damage per second to all enemies within 10 meters for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Passive Wrath of the Boar King. Fierce and bloodthirsty, it holds grudges endlessly and will relentlessly pursue any target once enraged. For every 10 HP lost, attack power increases by 2. Bai Xiao stared at the panel, her lips parting as her face went pale. This is terrifying. We really shouldn't fight it. Those stats meant that even if they cloned her 1,000 times, the boss could still wipe them out in a single hit. Besides, they had just barely reached level 5. Dropping a level was no joke. Don't worry. Worst case is just dropping a level, Yong'an said, brushing the dust from his hands and shooting her a confident look. We're already here. It'd be a shame not to try. Bai Xiao met his confidence and unknowingly felt her fear crack open just a little. She took a deep breath and nodded. Don't be afraid. It's just a boss. And with you supporting from behind, we still have a chance, Yong'an said softly, seeing her zoning out and assuming she was getting more scared. All right, I'm with you. He'll be healing you, Bai Xiao said quickly, gripping her staff. Remember to keep at least 15 meters from the boss and be ready to react to its skills. You don't have to tell me twice. She stuck her tongue out playfully and patted her slender arm. I'm so fragile. Even a single hit would fall me to pieces. Yong'an smiled and nodded, drawing his sword, the black iron blade gleaming coldly. Then let's begin. He stepped forward, coming to a steady halt about 15 meters from the wild Boar King, just inside its aggro range. In the next moment, the beast snapped awake, blood-red eyes locking on the intruder. Roar! A deafening bellow echoed through the valley as the wild boar's powerful front hooves dug into the ground, sending stones flying. Then it lowered its massive head, tusks glinting, and charged the savage charge. The giant beast surged forward like the wind, heavy hoofbeats shaking the earth. In the blink of an eye, it had closed most of the distance. Faced with this momentum, Yong'an didn't back down but advanced, gripping his black iron sword tightly, feet planting like nails, fluid and unstoppable. Just as he took his second step, Bai Xiao's chanting rang out like a heavenly melody. A burst of colorful light chased swiftly from behind, exploding around him and instantly granting his sword strike increased damage and cooldown reduction buffs. Strangely enough, during those few hours spent slaughtering pigs, Bai Xiao's heavenly melody skill never once triggered the Phantom Dragon skill. Perhaps it was because Phantom Dragon was a god-tier ability, and with heavenly melody at its current level, it was difficult to affect such a high-level skill. The distance between Yong'an and the Blackman Boar King closed in an instant. He dared not recklessly charge head, and its savage charge dealt 300 skill damage. If it hit, it would force him to instantly return to town. When the tusks were just 3 meters away, Yong'an shifted his footing and slipped past smoothly from the side, like flowing water. A cold gleam flashed as his long sword carved an arc in the air. 132 normal attack. The Boar King, still stiff from the savage charge, was dragged forward by momentum for another 5 meters before it barely came to a stop. Yang immediately halted, sword energy sweeping out as blue-white sword light streaked forward like a ribbon. 211. The excruciating pain forced the Boar King to roar to the sky, shaking loose stones that tumbled down the valley slopes. Nearby, Bai Xiao's face turned pale, but she wisely sprinted away to maintain a safe distance. Hatred remained locked firmly on Yang, and the Boar King didn't even bother to glance at her and charged at Yang again. Savage Charge was still on cooldown, so it pursued at normal speed. Though slower, it was still faster than Yang. He didn't linger in close combat, but retreated while continuously slashing out with ranged sword energy, purposefully drawing the battle deeper into the valley's narrow, rugged terrain. Surrounded by sheer cliffs and loose stones, the Boar King was forced to chase frantically. Its fury grew fiercer, and with its speed advantage, it was closing fast. It swore to tear several bloody holes in this loathsome human. After several exchanges, Yang An's mobility was finally locked down, and the safe distance shrank completely. The massive tusks slammed in abruptly. With nowhere to retreat, he instinctively raised his sword to block. 390. However, the system did not prompt block. Successful precise blocks were hard to register. The terrifying damage number appeared, and his health bar instantly evaporated by nearly 80. If not for the extra HP provided by 2 pieces of the boar set armor, this strike would have killed him. 134. Immediately after, a green number popped up as Bai Xiao's newly learned Sweet Do technique landed just in time. Healing was practically simultaneous with the damage, and Yang silently marveled at her speed and awareness. It seemed she had a natural talent for being a healer. He had no time to dwell on this and hurriedly downed a red potion to raise his HP again. Red potions had a 2-second cooldown, and Sweet Do technique a 5-second cooldown. The continuous 15 HP per second healing from Sweet Do was a drop in the bucket in this situation. Before his health fully stabilized, he couldn't risk taking another hit. Seeing the human survive the hit, the Boar King's rage surged even higher. Roaring, it lifted its front hoof. The raging gust sent loose stones tumbling as the beast rose onto its hind legs, raising its massive front body, weighing hundreds of pounds. In the next moment, it was about to slam its hoof down fiercely. Its other active skill, Earth Stomp. Step back. Yang urgently shouted to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao had been keeping a cautious distance and was now over 10 meters away from the Black Mane Boar King. Hearing his warning, she immediately retreated, escaping the skill's effective range. Thud thud thud. The Black Mane Boar King slammed its heavy hooves against the ground, each impact sending powerful shockwaves through the rocky earth. The vibrations radiated outward in nearly invisible ripples from beneath its hooves. 195. Yang, standing at the forefront, lost almost all of the small amount of health he had just recovered, dropping to only 194 hit points. Any further hit could easily mean instant death. Phantom Drifting Dragon. Without hesitation, he activated his survival technique, his figure flashing as he dodged back 10 meters, getting out of the Boar King's Earth Stomp range. Unexpectedly, the Boar King frozen in a stiff charging pose after the skill's cast, unable to move for at least 5 seconds. Any enemy, standing just 10 meters away, would be a sitting target. Fortunately, Yang had a ranged skill, Sword Chi Sweep, enhanced by Bai Xiao's Heavenly Melody. The skill description said its range was exactly 10 meters, theoretically not reaching the target. Yet, he noticed that the sword arc extended a bit farther at its peak. He focused on the Boar King, flicking his wrist. 211. Dodge. 211. 211. For half-moon-shaped sword energies struck in succession, finally breaking the Boar King's stiff state. It grunted angrily and retracted its hooves, locking onto Yang and charging again. At this point, the Phantom Drifting Dragon speed buff was still active, making Yang much faster than the Boar King. He dashed while releasing a sword energy projectile every second, a classic kiting tactic dragging the Boar King around. All the boss skills were still on cooldown, so it could only endure the hits while its health steadily dropped. In just 3 minutes, Yang dealt nearly 30,000 damage. However, the boss had a high health regeneration, so only about 1/5 of its health was actually lost. Things looked smooth, but danger lurked beneath. When the Phantom Drifting Dragon ended, Yang's movement speed plummeted. After several rounds of chasing and retreating, the Boar King finally caught up. Roaring furiously, the 3 minutes of being toyed with drove it into a rage. Lowering its head, its sharp, gleaming tusks aimed directly at Yang as it charged with full force. With no way back, stone walls closed off the valley's rear. Yang pressed his back against the rock, eyes locked on the towering beast charging toward him. The tusks were less than half a meter away. Now, he kicked hard off the ground and rolled sharply to the side, narrowly avoiding the tusks by the slimmest margin. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed throughout the valley as the Black Mane Boar King slammed directly into the stone cliff. The immense force of the impact caused the rock face to tremble, sending loose stones tumbling down from above. The boar's massive body stiffened abruptly, its eyes glazed over, clearly dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Yang closed in swiftly, unleashing all his offensive skills in rapid succession. Sword flashes flickered relentlessly. 211, dodge, 177, 132, dodge, 211, 132. The red damage numbers hovered above the boar's head before fading, its health bar visibly shrinking. Before the dizziness wore off, Yang retreated several steps and switched to ranged attacks. His sword chi shot forward like sharp arrows, firmly locking the enemy's aggro. After a brief tug-of-war, he backed against another stone wall, baiting the boar into charging again. The same stone cliff, the same brutal collision, and once again the beast staggered, its head spinning. The foolish giant was being toyed with, and the battle quickly reached a fever pitch. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. The celestial melody buff provided by Xiao faded, while Yang An's key skill, Phantom Dragon Dance, finished its cooldown and reset to 5 seconds, slowing his damage output rhythm. Just as he was about to urge Xiao to reapply the buff, a familiar glow streaked from afar and quietly infused him. Ding! Player Xiao used the skill Celestial Melody on you. Your skill Phantom Dragon Dance cooldown has been refreshed, and for the next 10 minutes, cooldown reduction is increased by 80 and skill effects enhanced by 30. Heaven favors me. Yang An's heart soared after so many uses of Celestial Melody. It finally landed on the crucial Phantom Dragon Dance. The cooldown was cut down to 2 minutes, allowing him seamless continuous use. At that moment, the boar's 2 skills were charged and ready. It launched another savage charge. Brimming with confidence, Yang stepped forward and instantly released Phantom Dragon Dance up close. His form blurred into an apparition, completely immune to the collision. With the celestial buff stacking, he gained 39 points of movement speed, gliding like a gust of wind past the boar's side. His short sword struck repeatedly at its weak spots, never once grazing its hide. Whenever the boar raised a hoof to unleash Earth Stomp, Yang quickly retreated from the area, patiently waited 5 seconds, then closed in to attack again. After a brutal 10-minute storm of blows, the Blackman Boar King's health was down to just 1/5. No sooner had the celestial buff ended than Xiao's buff hit precisely again, this time on Sweep Sword Chi. Losing the massive speed boost, Yang simply returned to the cliffside, using the terrain to stall and continue wearing down the enemy's health. The outcome was already decided, only needed to stay cautious as the boar no longer posed a real threat. 3 minutes later, the boar was dazed again. Yang gripped his sword and advanced, plunging it straight into the beast's chest. Its health bar vanished instantly. A piercing wail echoed through the valley as the giant collapsed with a thunderous fall, dazzling loot materializing. The battle was over. Ding! You have successfully defeated the Black Iron level boss Blackman Boar King, gaining 10,000 experience points and 100 reputation. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 7. You have earned 5 free attribute points. Ding! Because your team achieved the first kill of Blackman Boar King, you earned an additional reward. 5,000 experience points, 50 reputation, and 10 silver coins. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your ID? Hide. Xiao also chose to hide her ID. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player and player for achieving the first kill of the Dark Iron boss, Black Bristle Boar King. Rewards, 5,000 experience, 50 reputation, and 10 silver coins. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row, instantly stirring up the otherwise quiet players grinding monsters. Only 2 people? They really took down the boss by themselves. Is this even the same game we're playing? Did they cheat or spend money on hacks? Come on, is it that impressive? Someone killed the Troll Rabbit King just yesterday. Not the same. Black Bristle Boar King is a level 8 boss. I snuck a peek at its stats and skillset scared me so much I was about to cast Resurrection right there. One sneeze from that beast would have wiped me out. This can't be real. I don't believe it, someone spammed in the chat, full of doubt. Meanwhile, in the newbie village on Troll Rabbit King's territory, swords clashed and spells flew. Hey, big brother, everyone already took down the Boar King. Why haven't you finished off this little bunny yet? The young girl, Xiao, wielded her staff and nudged forward, teasing her companion with a playful grin. There are way too many crazies here. Yang replied casually. He moved nimbly around the Troll Rabbit King, dagger flashing cold light. Each strike expertly kept the boss aggro fixed on himself. The kill was only a matter of time. Xiao pouted softly, complaining, so tired, I want to rest. With the Troll Rabbit King's health bar down to 10, Yang smiled at her words and gripped his dagger tighter, urging, one last push, then we rest. His attack speed quickened even more. With a flash of blade, the boss roared and collapsed with a thundering crash. Few finally made it. Yang exhaled deeply. Though the fight with the Black Bristle Boar King was much shorter, its danger level was several times higher. Xiao's talents played a decisive role without her skills. Yang would have had to slowly chip away at the boar's health, dragging the battle on for hours before finally defeating the ferocious beast. Wow, you're incredible, you actually managed to kill the boss. Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled like scattered stars as she looked at Yang in front of her. As the Black Bristle Wild Boar King fell, her level jumped to 6 ever since she hitched her wagon to Yang An's big leg. Her experience bar hadn't stopped moving. This battle wouldn't have gone this well without you. If it weren't for your innate skills, I wouldn't have had a chance to land the finishing blow, she said sincerely, though Yang felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Bai Xiao always carried a breath of purity about her, especially in her soft yet clear voice, which was quite captivating. Enough flattering me. She waved her hand and thoughtfully recalled the fight. You could have handled that last combo on your own. It just would have taken a bit longer. Though she mostly stayed out of the way, she saw the whole situation clearly. Yang scratched his nose and laughed. Then would be fighting until the cows come home. I definitely can't last that long. Alright, let's check the loot and see what this boar dropped. Should I loot it? The exciting moment had arrived. Bai Xiao's eyes curved into moon-shaped crescents as she bounced toward the massive beast's corpse not far away. Light orbs scattered around the Black Bristle Wild Boar King. She crouched down and picked up every item on the ground without missing a single one. A full set of the boar armor 3 pieces, complete. She eagerly pulled out 3 white-tire items and handed them to Yang first. Yang took them, kept the boots, and stuffed the other 2 pieces back into her arms. I only need this one. The rest are yours. No need to pay me. You played a major role this round. Sis has money if you keep giving me cash. I might not dare to team up with you anymore, Bai Xiao joked. Earning an eye roll from Yang and seeing his firm stance, she happily accepted the gear. Then I won't be polite, hee. Boar boots. Quality, common. Level requirement, 6. Class requirement, universal. Physical defense 10. Spirit defense 8. Movement speed 3. Description, made from low-level boar leather from the beginner village. These boots make you feel light on your feet. Boar set, 13. HP 20, Constitution 5. 33. Attack 20, Strength 5. Yang immediately swapped out his rabbit skin boots for the boar boots, activating the 3-piece set bonus and boosting his strength further. Before he could examine his stats more closely, Bai Xiao gasped again. Wow. 2 unidentified black iron grade items. Those must be worth a fortune. Her excitement was obvious. It was her first time seeing black iron gear. She handed the 2 items to Yang but couldn't take her eyes off one cloak in particular normally. He'd have paid for it. But since Yang refused, she felt a bit awkward. Yang pulled out the novice identification talisman he'd bought earlier at Wang's blacksmith shop, gently pressing it against the 2 pieces. The talisman glowed white as its magic seeped into the items. Magic cloak. Grade, black iron. Level requirement, 7. Class requirement, spirit attack. Physical defense 20. Magic defense 26. Spirit attack 20. Spirit 12. Description, a cloak sewn from the mane of the Black Bristle Wild Boar King, imbued with considerable spiritual power. No wonder Bai Xiao had been staring at it non-stop. This piece of gear was every magic attacker's dream come true. Yang didn't hesitate to hand the cloak over to Bai Xiao. He couldn't wear it himself, so there was no point in keeping it. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon as she slipped the cloak into her backpack, only to realize she was still a bit below the required level to equip it. All she could do was gaze at the icon through the bag and indulge in some frustrating wishful thinking. Yang's gaze then landed on another piece of black iron grade gear, the critical necklace. Item details. Black iron grade. Level requirement, 8. Class requirement, physical damage. Attributes, critical rate 5, critical damage 10, agility 15. Description, feel the fury I unleash. The Boar King is really generous, dropping 2 black iron pieces in one go, and both are among the rarest parts, Yang thought happily. The 15 agility was exactly what he lacked most. The 5 crit rate was luck dependent, but better than nothing. When the gap between your stats and a monster's is too wide, missing attacks happens a lot. So having high agility to increase hit rate meant actual damage instead of 0 output. There's also a scroll look. Bai Xiao handed him a black scroll. Summoning scroll. Effect, summons Blackman Boar King to assist in battle for 3 minutes. The summon boar's stats scale with the user's attributes. You should have this scroll, she said, pressing it into Yang's hand. Yang waved her off. I already have the necklace and the full boar set, so it won't help me much. Summons can't withstand a boss for long anyway, better if you keep it for protection. Bai Xiao lowered her lashes, looking slightly apologetic. But I've just been tagging along. It feels awkward taking all this stuff. Your heavenly voice helped a lot, don't mention it. Alright then. She pocketed the scroll and pointed at the scattered loot on the ground. Take the silver and copper coins too. Yang didn't refuse this time. He quickly picked up a few silver coins and over 100 copper ones before using his gathering skill on the Boar King's carcass. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained Blackman Boar King's tusks too. Ding. Gathering failed. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained Blackman Boar King's hide 1. After several failed attempts, the progress bar finally filled. Ding. Gathering successful. Obtained Blackman Boar King's Heart 1. Where to next? Bai Xiao asked as he sheathes his sword and stood up. We're heading back to the newbie village to turn in a quest. Alright, let's go then. The girl wrapped her arms around Yang N's thigh, clutching him like she was afraid he'd back out. Pay up first. Okay, you won't get shortchanged, I promise. Yang An laughed helplessly. Only then did Bai Xiao let go and transferred a full 10,000 huaxia coins to him as payment for carrying her along while leveling up. Just as they were about to leave, Yang An noticed a dark hole barely visible through dead branches and twigs in the valley's deepest corner. There's a cave over there, let's check it out. He took the lead. The entrance was small, filled with dead grass and broken twigs. The air smelled foul and rank. Looks like the Boar King's lair. Yang An covered his nose and surveyed cautiously. Oh, what is that smell? It stinks. Bai Xiao's face scrunched up in disgust. Yang An used his long sword to push aside the debris on the ground, revealing a glint of silver veins. Ding. Obtained mithril or 2. He stuffed the 2 or chunks into his backpack, planning to study their use later. Let's go. Yang An looked around. There was nothing else valuable. Without needing a reminder, Bai Xiao dashed out at top speed. Let's head back. This game map is huge, and going back now is going to waste quite a bit of time. Exiting the cave entrance, Yang An turned his head and called out to Bai Xiao, then crouched down and sped off. The heels of his shoes scraped sharply against the gravel as he made his way straight toward the newbie village. Hey, wait. A clear voice rang out from behind. Yang An stopped abruptly and turned around. What's up? Bai Xiao stared at him in disbelief, as if he were some clueless fool. You're not seriously planning to run all the way back, are you? Oh, what else? Yang An scratched the tip of his nose. Use this. Bai Xiao's palm shimmered with light, and 2 black scrolls appeared. She handed him one. Newbie Village Return Scroll. Effect. After 5 seconds of casting, teleports you to the Newbie Village respawn point. A return scroll? Where did you get this? They're sold at the Newbie Village General Store. I got tired of running back and forth constantly, so I stocked up on a few. Yang An rubbed his forehead had been careless. Thinking back to those tedious long runs hours ago, he felt like he'd wasted half his life on the road. Bai Xiao's teasing gaze was like a spotlight shining down on him, so Yang An had no choice but to use the scroll. A flash of white light appeared, and he vanished first. Bai Xiao chuckled softly and activated her own scroll right after. 2 beams of light settled at the newbie village respawn point. Just stepping out of the safe zone, they drew some stares mainly because Bai Xiao's striking looks and figure made her stand out in the crowd of players. Not wanting to be just background scenery, Yang An leaned in close and whispered, let's call it a day for now. I have something to take care of. You're still going to help me level up, right? Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled, clearly worried he might just leave her behind. He'll do it when I have time. I'm heading out now. Before she could say more, Yang An slipped away without a trace. Humph. Why run off so fast? I'm still stuck on my quest. While running, Yang An noticed a friend request pop up and hesitated for a moment before hitting accept. After all, earning 10,000 huaxia coins an hour was no joke, and Bai Xiao's heavenly voice was a monster farming godsend. To protect his wallet, he first doubled back to the general store and bought 2 return scrolls. 100 copper coins each. That's daylight robbery based on the current exchange rate. That was around 3,000 huaxia coins. But saving several hours of running was worth the price, so he gritted his teeth and paid. Next, Yang An went to the blacksmith shop, hoping to stock up on a few more appraisal talismans. The anvils rang out in the forge as the shirtless blacksmith Wang placed a freshly forged long blade into water, steam billowing up. Once the temperature dropped, he lifted the sword for inspection, brow furrowed. After a moment, he sighed and tossed the sword into a corner. Brother Wang, this sword looks pretty sharp. Why throw it away? Yang An approached quickly. It's soaked in blood, my friend. Wang grinned broadly, his voice loud but tinged with resignation. This is the best quality blade I've managed to make so far. From his expression, Yang An quickly sensed the key point. Even his finest work couldn't meet certain standards. Wang clearly wasn't satisfied with his current skill level. Brother Wang, you're aiming to take it to the next level, aren't you? Bloodstained younger brother truly is exceptionally clever. Not bad. My forging skills have been stuck at this stage for many years due to a lack of high-quality materials, preventing any breakthroughs. Ding. Suddenly, the system alert rang out. You've triggered the mission Wang Dachui's advancement. Assist Wang Dachui in becoming a senior blacksmith. Upon hearing the notification, Yang An's mind stirred help gather materials. His backpack actually had quite a stockpile of common resources. Wang the blacksmith chuckled bitterly. Good materials are rare. Outside the beginner village are countless ferocious beasts. I've risked my life treasure hunting many times, almost losing it. Brother, let me see if I can help. Yang An rummaged through his pack and finally pulled out a pair of nearly 1 meter long blackened tusks. Will these work? Those are the tusks of the Black Bristle Wild Boar King. Wang the blacksmith's eyes widened sharply, his rough fingers unconsciously tracing the tusk's grooves. That's right, Yang An nodded. Excellent. This is incredible. Wang's voice trembled with excitement. Bloodstained younger brother. Could you sell me these 2 tusks? No. Lend them to me for a bit? Sure. Take them, Yang said candidly, handing them over. It's my honor to help. Parting with the tusks didn't cost him much, and improving his rapport with Wang might earn discounts on future equipment appraisals or talisman purchases. Cradling the tusks, Wang's eyes crinkled into a slit from smiling. I won't let you lose out. How about this? I'll craft a custom weapon for you with these tusks. What type of weapon do you want? A sword, Yang blurted out. He had loved swords since childhood. The king of all arms, the ancestor of all blades. Good choice. Wang produced a palm-sized piece of black metal. Add this piece of mysterious iron. It's incredibly hard. He paused, frowning as he muttered, mysterious iron is too brittle alone. If we add some mithril ore, the toughness will be much better. Mithril ore? Yang's eyes brightened. He immediately pulled out 2 gleaming silver stones. Is this enough? Wang gawked in amazement. Just 1 piece would do. I never imagined you'd even have mithril. Truly a hero born young. In his mind, mithril ore only appeared far from the beginner village in monster-infested zones. Yet this young man produced it so easily. No doubt he was powerful. Scratching his nose from embarrassment, Yang said, just lucky finds. You flatter me, brother. Are the materials enough now? Plenty. Wang chuckled heartily. The rest of the auxiliary materials I have here. Come get your sword in 3 hours. Then, I wish you a victorious advance. Yang cupped his fists and left the smithy, a sense of immense relief washing over his chest. His luck wasn't so bad after all. Outside the beginner village, the buck-tooth rabbit territory. In thick grass, a buck-tooth rabbit noticeably larger than the rest was surrounded by dozens of players, the air filled with piercing cries. At the center of the formation, Long Fei, sporting a meticulously slicked-back hairstyle, shouted commands. Front row, rotate to tank damage. Back row, focus fire. Steel clashed against grayish-white fur, sparks flying everywhere. Yellow-haired player gasped. Boss, this elite rabbit hits too hard. Without a healer, the front line won't hold. The elite mob could almost one-shot frontline players into critical health, forcing constant substitutions. Meanwhile, the backline's damage barely reached double digits, sometimes even single. Luckily, their numbers were large enough to slowly wear the beast down. If elite monsters are this tough, how do others even fight bosses? Someone complained. Just then, a subordinate rushed over. Boss, Fengshua Pavilion spotted a level 3 boss. They're already recruiting warriors. Long Fei's eye sparkled. How many brothers do we have now? Quite a few recruited these last 2 days, nearly 200. Good. Long Fei clenched his weapon's handle. Keep them pinned down here. Let's finish off this elite rabbit first. Then everyone regroup. Yes, sir. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yang quickly headed toward the east gate of the newbie village. Turning in the quest to kill the wild boar king and claiming the generous reward was his only goal on this trip. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once outside the village gate, he didn't pause. He jogged swiftly along the worn path beaten down by other players through the wild grass, straight toward the forest clearing where the old man guarding the tree stump was located. Suddenly, Yang's brow lifted as he caught faint footsteps behind him. He glanced back sharply. Sure enough, several players were sneaking along the bushes, trailing him. Tinglong's men again. His eyes grew cold. He halted abruptly, standing firm where he was, and turned to glare at them. Seeing he had stopped, the others dropped any pretense, laughing loudly as they spread out to surround Yang and Tinglong's gang. Yang gripped his sword with one hand, his tone calm, but dripping with disdain. That's right. The thinnest man in the group lifted his chin, eyes sharp and ruthless. Kid, you've messed with our Tinglong gang. You'll be hunted down relentlessly. Confident that their 6 against 1 was more than enough to crush him, they didn't take Yang seriously at all. Had they known their comrades had already been killed with a single sword strike each, they might have been less cocky. A cold smile flickered on Yang's lips. That's all, he thought. Who else dared to stir up trouble with him? No need for more words. In the next instant, a black iron sword materialized in his palm. He raised his arm and swung. Sword energy burst forth like a crescent moon, sweeping across them. 314, 309, 323, 298, 311, 273. In the flash of light, the health bars of 5 Tinglong members instantly dropped to 0, their forms dissolving into 5 beams of white light. Only the fully bone-allocated tank player staggered, his health left barely a sliver. No, impossible. The tank's pupils dilated, his vision blurred with amazement and fear as a sudden chill crept over him. His long sword trembled, a cold gleam flashing across the blade. Yang advanced step by step, each footfall like a hammer pounding on the man's chest. Panicked, the tank roared and swung up his newbie short sword wildly. Clang. A crisp clang rang out as Yang sidestepped and parried easily. With an opponent's feeble strikes like that, breaking through defense was out of the question. Couldn't even feel the pain, so there was no point in enduring the blow. Go back and tell Long Fei not to provoke me again, or face the consequences. Before finishing his sentence, the black iron sword thrust forward, piercing through the man's chest as blood splattered. 240. The light in the tank player's eyes vanished instantly. His face drained of color, though it was just a game. The stabbing pain in his heart felt all too real. He'd probably need a therapist afterward. The last beam of white light faded as all 6 Tunglong gang members fell. Above Yang An's head, his name suddenly turned dark red. Killing other players would automatically increase his kill count. Checking his status panel, 6 consecutive kills, 350 points added to his kill value. Due to the Fate Tribulation settings, attacking other players maliciously turns one's name gray. At this time, any player could attack gray-named players without gaining any kill value themselves. If a player maliciously attacks and kills others, their name turns red, and they receive 10 points of kill value. After that, each subsequent player kill increases the kill value by 20 points, up to a maximum increment of 100 points. That means the first kill adds 10 points, the second adds 30 points, the third adds 50 points, and so on, until it caps at 100 points. Yang consecutively slashed 6 people, pushing the increment all the way to the limit, accumulating a total of 350 kill points. From then on, every player he kills will add a fixed 100 points. Clearing kill points is extremely harsh. You lose only 1 point every minute in the wild, or 1 point for every 10 monsters you kill. At this rate, just idling would take him a full 6 hours to wash away all 350 points. To make things worse, having a red name brings a host of burdens, a high chance of dropping gold, equipment, and bag items upon death. Any player can justifiably attack you. If you enter safe zones with a big red name, the guards will indiscriminately hunt you down. Though the newbie village has no guards, NPC goodwill toward red-named players plummets, reducing quest triggering chances as well. Helpless, he had to keep killing monsters while rushing along. Sheathing his black iron sword, Yang sprinted toward the old man guarding the tree stump. Traveling swiftly across the map, it took him a little over an hour to reach the destination. Spotting the old man by the campfire from afar, he called out loudly, "Old sir, I'm back. I can't hear you." No need to shout. The old man glanced at him with a hint of resignation, then frowned. "What's all this murderous aura about? I just dealt with a few careless ones along the way. Didn't expect my kill value to shoot up like this," Yang said, pointing at the blazing red name above his head, thinking to himself, "If this costs me the reward, that'd be a big loss." Fortunately, the old man didn't mind and instead looked calm. "This isn't a big deal," he said, then shifted gears. "Have you completed the task I entrusted you with?" "Of course." Yang solemnly handed over the heart of the black-bristled boar king. The blood-red heart glowed under the firelight. The old man's eyes flickered briefly with admiration, but quickly returned to their composed state. He nodded approvingly. "Not bad, not bad. A hero-born young I didn't expect you'd finish so quickly. Just got lucky and had some help, so I barely managed," Yang replied modestly. The old man looked at him steadily and said slowly, "I have one last task. If you accept and guarantee completion within 3 days, along with the rewards from before, I will teach you a skill to remove that murderous aura." 2 tasks for 1 skill? "Old sir, what's the quality of this skill?" Yang felt a stir in his heart. Since the old man would bring it up, he naturally wanted to know the details. "There's no quality rank, but I promise you won't regret it." The old man smiled, calm like a wise mystic, then added, "Just so you know, if you fail within 3 days, not only will I take back the skill, but there will be severe punishments as well." "Then, old sir, what is this final task?" After a moment of thought, Yang made up his mind to learn this skill. After all, skills last a lifetime, while gear and items are only temporary. Go to the Howling Moon Plain. Kill 100 blue wolves, and the boss the Blue Wolf King. Bring me the Blue Wolf King's heart, the old tree guardian said, glancing at him lazily before adding slowly. "Ding. Do you accept the unique hidden quest Old Tree Guardian Request 3? Kill 100 blue wolves. Kill the boss Blue Wolf King. Deliver the Blue Wolf King's heart to the Old Tree Guardian. Time limit. Complete within 3 days. Failure penalty. Skill reward revoked. Character level drops by 3. Reward. Skill personally taught by the Old Tree Guardian. I accept." Yang confirmed without hesitation, thinking to himself, "Fortune favors the bold. The tougher the quest, the more overpowered the skill. I'm already looking forward to it." "Good. Since you've accepted, they'll teach you the skill first." The Old Tree Guardian smiled with narrowed eyes. "Ding. The Old Tree Guardian is teaching you the skill Heart of Slaughter. Learn? He'll learn. Ding. You have gained a new skill, Heart of Slaughter." Yang quickly pulled up his skill menu. Heart of Slaughter. Passive, stores slaughter points. Killing other players does not trigger a red name status. Active. Activate Bloodthirsty Slaughter mode, consuming 100 slaughter points per second, increasing damage by 200 and adding 20 life steal. Current slaughter points, 350. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded. A divine skill. This is the ultimate weapon for roaming PvP and plundering. Yang An's heart raced with excitement. "Well, pleased with the skill?" The slow voice of the Old Tree Guardian pulled him back from his shock. "Very pleased. Haha, thank you so much, Elder." Yang An's palms began to sweat from excitement. Don't thank me just yet. If you don't complete the quest within 3 days, he'll take the skill back, the elder said calmly, but with undeniable firmness. Don't worry, he'll give it my all. Fueled with determination, Yang turned and dashed off toward Howling Moon Plain no matter what. He was going to keep this godlike skill. Go, said the old tree guardian, waving his hand. Yang An's figure quickly disappeared beyond the edge of the dense forest. Only then did the old tree guardian's lips curl into a creepy smile. Ha ha ha, the more he kills, the better. Not long after leaving, Yang suddenly received a friend request notification. Bloodstained, help me. Bloodsoaked, save me. Only one avatar lit up in my friend list by Xiao. Her icon flickered urgently, and her message was short but filled with worry. Yang, what's going on? By Xiao, I'm trapped by that group of people. Right after, a set of coordinates appeared, located at the outskirts of the novice village, in the low-level monster zone not far from the village entrance. Although we were only connected by a simple contract, Yang, loyal and compassionate, couldn't stand by and do nothing. Without hesitation, he crushed the teleport scroll in his hand. With a flash of white light, he appeared at the novice village's resurrection point, then immediately sprinted toward the coordinates. A blur of motion activated Phantom Dragon, and the next moment, he was 10 meters away. Another second, and he vanished from the crowd sight completely. What was that? Looks like someone just flew by. That speed is insane. Probably an NPC? Maybe a hidden quest. Let's chase. Chase what? There's not even a shadow left. Outside the novice village, at Sunset Hill, the level 2 monster zone. Flocks of docile little white rabbits hopped everywhere. Because they never attacked first, this place was a popular leveling ground. At this moment, over 30 people surrounded a young girl in the middle of the hill. Hey girl, just join our Tunglong guild, the thin leader Long Xing swaggered, lazily swinging his weapon. We'll level you up every day, and you'll have plenty of handsome guys protecting you. Yeah, we're about to take down the level 3 boss, the corrupted hyena. After that, the whole server will know the name Tunglong. One of his cronies added with a sycophantic grin. I said I'm not interested. Don't you understand human speech? Get lost. Bai Xiao pursed her lips, gripping her staff tightly, forcing her voice to stay steady. Just then, a subordinate rushed over and whispered something in Long Xing's ear. His eyes darkened, and he sneered. So it's her. He gave the girl a cold glance, killing intent flickering beneath his eyes. Tinglong's strength was in their numbers, so the other players leveling nearby dared only watch from a distance, afraid to interfere. My friend will be here soon. I suggest you leave before it's too late. Bai Xiao tried to project confidence, but inside she was unsure her connection with Shui Ran was new and purely professional. Would he really risk himself to save her? We're waiting for him. Long Xing laughed wildly. If that guy shows his face, I guarantee he won't come back alive. Huh? Do you think he'll play hero and save the girl? I can't wait to see it, his cronies jeered, tightening their circle. They had over 30 people, all well-organized and fearless of anyone standing in their way. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao quickly understood their target was Shui Ran, and she was just bait. Seeing more and more enemies approaching, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. She immediately opened her friend list and typed rapidly, Shui Ran, don't come. They're after you. After sending the brief message, she added sharply, even if I drop a level, so be it. Don't think you'll succeed. Remembering she had just leveled up less than a day ago, still holding on to Yang N's strong backing, she gritted her teeth and braced herself, only to be interrupted by mocking laughter from the other side. What? That coward won't even show up? Not even to save his own woman? We're just ordinary friends. Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed, but her tone remained defiant. Inwardly, she cursed. What's the use of explaining to these fools? Long Xing lazily raised a hand, his voice cold as ice. I don't care what your relationship is. 10 minutes if he doesn't come, he'll kill you. Don't worry. I have healing skills that will make you beg me to end your suffering. The chilling threat sent a cold shiver down Bai Xiao's spine. Long Xing sneered again. Who told you to be so reckless as to provoke Tunglong? He waved at his underlings by his side. 4 or 5 meters away, one of them raised a staff and fired a surge of spiritual energy. Boom. 26. Pain sliced into Bai Xiao's skin with a muffled grunt. Despite her high defense, she staggered back half a step. Fear was quickly replaced by wrath. She raised her staff to strike back, firing a spiritual energy blast at Long Xing's chest. 44. Long Xing's health bar instantly dropped by a third. Cursing aloud, he instinctively retreated behind his minions for protection. This woman's attack is insanely high. She must have great gear. Kill her. Where did that pig come from? Never mind. Attack. Roar. The wild boar king charged furiously, its massive body sweeping through the group. 65. 46. 33. 3 men were knocked flying instantly. One low-level player's health bar drained to 0. Bai Xiao quickly fired another spiritual blast, finishing him off. Seeing his underlings killed, Long Xing's face darkened. Kill that pig first. Under focused fire, the wild boar king's health rapidly depleted. It was only a summoned beast tied to Bai Xiao's stats and couldn't withstand this combined assault. What tricks do you have left? All of you, go at her. Long Xing roared again. A dozen of his henchmen brandished their weapons, looking deadly. Stop! A sharp command rang out from afar like an arrow slicing the air. Everyone froze mid-motion and instinctively turned their heads. A black figure sped toward them, stepping on a speed boost. Long Xing, boss, it's him. The guy who killed several of our brothers. Someone recognized Yang Un and hurried to warn his team. Long Xing's lips curled in a sinister smile. Finally showing up? Dare to provoke Tinglong? You'll never make it out alive. In the blink of an eye, Yang Un was at Bai Xiao's side. Confirming she was unharmed with a glance, he stepped forward, his sturdy frame shielding her. Bai Xiao whispered, I am sorry, I shouldn't have called you. They're here for you. Why did you still come? Yang Un tilted his head and smiled at her. Because I need money. You're the boss. You can't get hurt. A soft chuckle escaped Bai Xiao. The tension melted as she teased lightly. Humph, greedy ghost. Facing death, and still flirting? Kid, are you ready to die? Long Xing's untimely taunt sliced through the air, abruptly cutting short the brief tenderness between Yang Un and Bai Xiao. Yang Un turned his head to the newcomer. Under the setting sun, a dangerous smirk curled on his thin lips. You really think you shrimp soldiers can take me on? Ha ha ha, you sure know how to put on a show. Do you really think the 30-plus brothers behind me are pushovers? Long Xing spread his arms wide, signaling the players arrayed behind him. His fury blazed, but he still issued a threat. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Two choices. First, kneel now and apologize to the Tinglong brothers, and he'll let you die quickly. Enough talk. Yang Un was done hearing it. A flash of killing intent gleamed in his eyes as he instantly launched his killing move Phantom Dragon Dance. The air twisted violently as his figure seemed to tear through space and vanish. In the next moment, a black longsword was pressed against Long Xing's stomach. 302. A powerful strike, instant kill. How is this possible? Long Xing's pupils shrank violently. Clutching his abdomen with both hands, he was powerless to fight back. He hadn't even seen how Yang had teleported before his body turned to a white light and vanished in agony and terror. You've killed Long Xing, the boss. Only then did the Tinglong Guild awaken to the shock, their voices erupting in chaos. Attack together. Avenge boss Long Xing. Long Xing's deputy swallowed his fear and ordered the charge. With Long Xing dead, he was the acting leader now. Tanks formed the front line. Magic attackers focus fire. Physical attackers wait for your chance to finish him off. I don't believe he can kill a tank with one strike. Several heavily tank-built players stepped forward, their massive shields locking into a crescent fortress. Over 10 magic users raised their staffs, elemental energy boiling in the air. Seeing Yang Un surrounded, Bai Xiao no longer hesitated. With a light tap of her staff on the ground, silver light rippled out. Heavenly Melody. Ding. System message player Bai Xiao used skill Heavenly Melody on you. Skill sword, Chi sweep cooldown reset. Cooldown reduced by 80 for 10 minutes. Skill effect increased by 30. A smirk lifted Yang An's lips. Huh, even heaven wants you all dead. He swung his sword in a wide arc, a dazzling sword glow streaking like a crescent moon. 380, 386, 379, 368, 720 critical. Several tanks at the front line barely raised their shields before their health bars emptied, and they collapsed with a crash. Meanwhile, 1, 1, 1, 1 numbers bounced over Yang N's head as spells from the backline magic attackers landed. He didn't bother dodging. His 75-point spiritual defense was like an iron wall. At this stage, ordinary players without black iron-grade weapons simply couldn't break through. The staggering difference in attack and defense hit everyone like a wake-up slap. They finally realized how terrifying this man truly was. He's not human. You can't hurt him. Run. Someone shouted the warning first, and the formation instantly fell into chaos. What are you panicking about? Focus fire on that woman first. The deputy gritted his teeth to hold formation, but before he finished, a more intense sword aura surged forth. Wide-eyed in terror, he too turned to white light and vanished. With the backbone wiped out, the Tinglong Guild's morale shattered. Only a dozen or so fled in all directions. Try to run? Yang Un sneered coldly. With a swift flash, he caught up to a lagging player. 310. The fierce strike was followed by a sweep of sword chi. Several fleeing Tinglong gang members ahead fell dead one after another. The sword light was as dark as ink, tearing a black rip through the void. Empowered by the Phantom Dragon's acceleration buff, each step felt like instant teleportation across several meters, his speed horrifyingly fast. In just seconds, only one player remained, desperately running for their life. Yang Un flicked his finger, sending a streak of black sword aura slicing through the air. With a soft thud, the man collapsed and transformed into white light. Go respawn back at the village. He sheathed his black longsword with a casual spin, eyes gleaming as the system notification appeared. 34 Tinglong gang players killed, killing value 3,400. At the newbie village's respawn point, a heavy silence hung over the area. All 34 players who had been wiped out sat around the campfire, faces pale as frost. Long Xing sat dazed, clutching his longsword. What's with this guy? The game just launched a few days ago, and someone's already this strong? There's no way this is legit, right? Thinking of the invincible protagonists in novels, he shook his head wryly. We're just stepping stones, Sai. Better report this to sect leader Long Fei. Let's avoid that guy for now. At the Tunglong gang headquarters, Long Fei slammed his communicator on the table, his fat face dripping with fury. Useless trash. Over 30 men and not a single one could beat him. They're all hopeless. The continuous deaths caused everyone to lose a level, a fatal blow during this early clearing phase. Bloodstain, huh? Wait until I solo the boss at Snowwind Pavilion and get my gear. Let's see how long you can still hop around. Back on the forest path, Yong'an relaxed his murderous aura and smiled gently, as if the brutal slaughter moments ago had nothing to do with him. Bai Xiao leaned against a ginkgo tree, her heartbeat only just settling. Seeing him return, her large, beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity. Stop daydreaming. Let's go. Yong'an stepped forward. Bloodstain, wait for me. She jogged to catch up, bombarding him with questions. There were more than 30 of them. How was no one your match? How are you so powerful? Why did you even save me? Bloodstain, say something. Yong'an raised an eyebrow. Bai Xiao, since when did you get so talkative? She pouted. Come on, our destination's still far. You've wasted enough of my time here. He quickened his pace a little. Bai Xiao gave a soft "oh" and grinned while falling into step behind him. How come you're here? Just leveling up along the way, happened to pass through. He glanced at her quest panel. You took a quest? Yeah, to gather hemostatic herb. Didn't expect to run into those annoying guys. Mentioning the Tunglong gang made her huffy again. Don't go solo from now on. Yong'an glanced sideways at her. Slender figure, fair skin, and even her light armor couldn't hide her graceful curves. Under the veil, her delicate brows and features hinted at peerless beauty. Such a stunning lady roaming the wilds alone. Today Tinglong, tomorrow Tinghu. The day after maybe Tingshith trouble would only keep growing. Are you worried about me? Bai Xiao's eyes curved teasingly. I'm just afraid you'll die and lose levels. Leveling is tedious enough as it is. Humph. After traversing several wild monster territories, the two finally arrived at the Howling Moon Plains. As soon as they stepped onto the plain, a pack of wolf-shaped monsters gathered in the distance, wandering back and forth with low, mournful whines. The system panel popped up. Gray Wolf, normal monster profile howl. Level 9. HP, 1800. Physical attack, 273. Defense, 82. Skill bite. Opens its bloody jaws to bite the enemy, dealing 120 damage. This level 9 Gray Wolf looked no different from a real wild wolf, but its 273 attack and 82 defense on the stats panel made it a tough challenge for ordinary players. Yong'an picked his angle carefully, drew his sword, and tapped the ground to taunt one Gray Wolf. The wolf turned its head, bearing sharp fangs, and charged fiercely. So fast. Yong'an's heart tightened nervously. Up till now, his ability to kill monsters without taking damage relied heavily on his speed advantage. If his body couldn't keep up with his reactions, even the fastest moves would be useless. The growing pressure clearly reminded him that he needed to put some points into agility after leveling up. The Gray Wolf blinked and closed the distance, its blood-red maw wide open, even the scent of gore hitting Yong'an's face. If it actually managed to bite him, with its 273 attack, Yong'an's HP would drop significantly. In a flash, he flicked his wrist. The black iron longsword struck the wolf's mouth with a sharp clang, forcibly interrupting its bite. White Xiao seized the moment and raised her hand. The Heavenly Melody skill activated, granting Yong'an a powerful buff. Using the recoil from the sword's strike, Yong'an unleashed Mighty Strike, his sword tip hammering down hard on the Gray Wolf's head. 298. The Gray Wolf howled furiously in pain and lunged at Yong'an. Now that close, dodging alone was impossible. The gap in stats was a serious disadvantage. Yong'an's gaze darkened as he activated Phantom Dragon Dance, his figure left after images as he instantly flashed behind the Gray Wolf and plunged his long sword straight in. Roar. 372. Weak point hit. Sorry, Wolf brother, Yong'an muttered with a shake of his head. The viciousness of that strike filled the Gray Wolf with rage, causing it to turn wildly and bite in a frenzy. Yet it could never catch up to Yong'an's sudden surge in speed. Less than 15 seconds later, the wolf collapsed lifelessly, granting them a sizable chunk of experience. Still accelerated by Phantom Dragon Dance, Yong'an boldly taunted 5 nearby Gray Wolves, preparing to take on the pack. Normally, this would be a death wish, but his current speed filled him with confidence. The 5 Gray Wolves charged side by side. Yong'an swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of sword energy. 242, 242, 242, dodge, 242. He kept a safe distance, using a sword energy sweep every 5 seconds to maintain constant pressure. In under a minute, all 5 wolves had fallen, and the experience bar rose visibly. Before the speed buff faded, he took on another wave. After the buff ended, he returned to a cautious rhythm, keeping his distance and chipping away with ranged skills. There was no way to avoid it, so he just had to tough it out. With his current health reaching 540, he could hold his ground, especially with Bai Xiao, the little healer, by his side. Yang An decided not to rush to find Song Lang just yet. Instead, he chose to grind and level up in the Grey Wolf's territory. He knew well that Song Lang's stats would only be higher, so the current Grey Wolves were the perfect targets for efficient leveling, far better than charging straight at stronger foes. So the two of them patrolled back and forth through the Grey Wolf domain. The wolves roared and lunged. Yang An swung his sword, while Bai Xiao tossed healing spells seamlessly. Their teamwork flowed naturally like a well-oiled machine. Except for short breaks to log off briefly and replenish energy, they hardly stopped, grinding straight through the night until midnight. Ding! The system notification rang clear in the night. Congratulations, you have reached level 8 and gained 5 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. Yang An thought happily. Thinking back on those 4 or 5 hours of dull, relentless fighting, he almost went crazy from the wolves' howls. The worst part was the loot drop rate abysmally low. A pile of worthless white gear littered the ground, not even enough to replace his own boar armor set. He just handed it all over to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was glad to take it, equipped whatever she could, and stored the rest. After spending some time together, their coordination improved. Yang An repeatedly declined her generous offers to transfer money, and she stopped insisting, instead focusing on fighting harder. Every skill she used was practiced and precise, no slacking off. Without hesitation, Yang An allocated all 5 new attribute points to agility, hit rate, and movement speed were crucial for him right now. Upon reaching level 8, he finally met the requirements to equip the critical necklace dropped earlier from the Boar King. Critical necklace black iron gear. Level requirement 8. Class requirement physical attack. Attributes critical rate 5, critical damage 10, agility 15. Description: bear the full force of my wrath. Yang An eagerly equipped it and then pulled up his character sheet. Name: Shui Ran. Class: none. Physical attack. Level: 8. Experience: 8925000. Constitution: 38. Strength: 73. Spirit: 20. Agility: 44. Endurance: 22. Comprehension: hidden. Luck: hidden. Health: 550. Mana: 230. Physical attack: 270. Magic attack: 30. Physical defense: 103. Magic defense: 76. Speed: 14. Stamina: 67. Equipment: black iron sword, black iron gear. Rabbit King ring, black iron gear. Black goat leather armor, black iron gear. Black goat horn bracelet, black iron gear. Critical necklace, black iron gear. Boar set, 3 pieces. Toad gauntlets. Skills: power strike common. Sword chi sweep human. Phantom dragon dance god self created. Heart of slaughter unknown. Wearing 5 pieces of black iron gear, Yang An was now more like a low-level boss than a regular player. If other players saw him, they'd no doubt accuse him of cheating again. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow, he told Bai Xiao as they agreed on a login time and logged off. It was already 1 a.m. Without a nutrition pod, he couldn't keep playing for long and needed to eat and rest. After washing up, he lay on his bed scrolling through the forums as usual. The pinned post immediately caught his eye, posted by Bai Xiaoxing. Breaking news. Lucky player awakens talent skill. In the post, Bai Xiaoxing talked about a friend who had logged in and instantly gained a talent skill, which only slightly boosted attacks, but was better than nothing. He speculated that more players might awaken various talent skills in the future, and those who killed bosses first might have an advantage thanks to stronger talents. Since the sample size was too small, Bai Xiaoxing could only remain in the realm of speculation. Skimming through, Yang An found little else of value. He put down his phone and gradually drifted off to sleep. Even an insignificant ant dares to rival the sun and moon. A voice laced with contempt and coldness rolled in from ahead. Amidst the ruins, blood mist hung thick between shattered walls and collapsed stones. Corpses piled up like hills, while the few remaining soldiers knelt half upright, their eyes filled with both despair and determination. Yang An's feet stuck to fresh bloodstains. He looked up directly at the monster hovering in midair, a hulking figure clad in black armor, its head crowned with a pair of horns. Those eyes, soaked in darkness and slaughter, did not only fixate on Yang An, but seemed to look down on every living thing in that direction. The pitch-black giant slowly raised the blood-red great sword in its hand. The blade slashed through the air, causing the void itself to warp inward. Drawn by a terrifying energy, a crimson crescent nearly 30 feet long formed before it, its edge sharp enough to cut through heaven and earth. In the next moment, the blood moon slashed forward, aimed directly at Yang An. No. He awoke with a start, his heart pounding wildly, sweat rolling down his forehead. It was only a dream. Taking a deep breath, Yang An calmed his rapid breathing and raised his left hand to glance at the black ring on his finger. Was this a result of gaming addiction or overtraining? Why dream something like this? That slash felt completely different from past game experiences. The murderous intent and oppressive sense of death were terrifyingly real. Since joining the military and facing life and death daily, He hadn't had nightmares for a long time, but this dream dragged him into an abyss. Fortunately, his will was steel strong, and he quickly steadied himself. Checking the clock exactly 6 in the morning. After washing up and hastily eating breakfast, he went through his usual morning exercises. At 7 o'clock sharp, Yang logged back into the game. "You're here." A familiar, bright voice called. Bai Xiao was already waiting at their usual spot. "Yeah," he answered briefly. "Let's go find a new target and keep leveling up." "Okay." The girl's eyes curved in a smile as she cheerfully followed. The two sped along, ignoring the low-level gray wolves now. After about 10 minutes, the shape of a monster ahead finally shifted. Song Wolf. Howl. Level 10. Health 3000. Physical attack 320. Defense 95. Skills 1. Bite latches on a target, dealing 120 damage, 1 minute cooldown. 2. Swift run movement speed 30 for 30 seconds, 10-minute cooldown. The level 10 Song Wolf stats far surpassed those of the Grey Wolf, and it possessed the highly mobile skill Swift Run, making it a real challenge. Yang furrowed his brow as he studied the attribute panel. Judging by the Grey Wolf's base speed, that Song Wolf must be faster. Once it triggered Swift Run, dodging would be nearly impossible unless he activated Phantom Dragon Dance. Otherwise, he'd have to tank the hits. Luckily, Bai Xiao was by his side, and her sweet do technique could ease some of his worries. Here we go. The monotonous and tedious grind began again. Yang charged forward first, unleashing a wave of sword energy from several yards away. 228. The patrolling Song Wolf was hit, instantly enraged. It howled towards the sky, then charged wildly. As it ran, a pale blue light rose from its limbs, sharply boosting its speed, now clearly faster than Yang in normal state. That was quick. Yang remained calm in his mind, and first retreated toward the nearest open area. A warm sensation touched his shoulder as a faint green glow suddenly sank into his body. Bai Xiao's innate skill buff, which this time was applied to his single target skill Forceful Strike. Unfortunately, it couldn't be combined with his area attack this time, a slight pity. The wolf's claw marks still lingered on the ground, but in a blink of 4 seconds, it lunged behind him, its fangs barely grazing Yang's cloak. His sword chi sweep was still 5 seconds from cooldown, so he didn't wait and immediately activated Phantom Dragon Dance. His figure became a trailing shadow that flickered behind the wolf. The sword strike he intended was abruptly redirected midway, then came down hard on the wolf's tail base. 448. Forceful Strike critical hit. Golden numbers leapt up, and Yang silently praised himself. The critical necklace really did its job. Although the crit rate bonus was small, it was far better than never landing a crit before. Coupled with the 30-point movement speed from Phantom Dragon Dance, the outcome was almost decided instantly. With a flash of cold light, the wolf howled miserably and collapsed, turning into red particles of blood essence to be shared between the two. The speed boost still lingered, so Yang hurriedly cleared mobs in groups. Unfortunately, these wolves had high HP and heavy defense. He only managed to kill the first wave, with no time left to continue killing in bulk. Once the buff wore off, facing a single fast wolf, he no longer had the earlier ease. Luckily, his reflexes were excellent, sometimes predicting dodges or raising his sword to block, but more often he just took the hit, relying on Bai Xiao's healing and red potions to keep going. Like this, the two fought from dawn until noon, managing to stay safe. The long battle sent his experience bar soaring. Yang was just 1 step away from level 9. After slaying another wolf, he suddenly noticed movement in the bushes. A clearly much larger wolf strode out. Wolf King? He wondered, and immediately opened his status panel. Wolf Leader Elite. Description: a wolf. If I were born 10 years earlier, the Wolf King throne would be mine. Level 10. HP 20,000. Physical attack 437. Defense 110. Skills 1. Bite clamps down on the enemy, dealing 120 damage, cooldown 1 minute. 2. Swift step increases movement speed by 30 for 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. 3. Wolves assist. When HP 10, summons 5 wolves to aid. Just elite. Yang shrugged, planning to wait for his skills cooldown. He casually tossed a piece of roasted meat to Bai Xiao and sat cross-legged to recover and refresh his skills. Several minutes later, he stood, sword in hand, and strode directly toward the wolf leader. Come on, I'll use you for my sword offering first. Bai Xiao immediately cast her buff skill. Ding! Your skill Phantom Dragon Dance gained the Heavenly Melody buff. Perfect timing. Yang felt energized. Phantom Dragon Dance was a top-tier skill that rarely got the Heavenly Melody buff, so this bonus greatly eased the pressure of facing the wolf leader. After casting her skill, Bai Xiao quickly moved to the flanks. With her attack power, she couldn't even break the wolf leader's defense, so it was better for her to play cheerleader. She raised her voice to support him while Yang seized the moment. They had to finish the fight before Heavenly Melody ran out. He pushed off the ground, becoming a blue shadow charging into the fray, swinging his sword as a wave of sword chi slashed toward the wolf leader. Yang clenched the black longsword tightly in his right hand, a flood of thoughts rushing through his mind. Could he truly control the sword energy? Every time he unleashed sword chi sweep, he could distinctly feel a scorching current of energy surging from his dantian, flowing through his arm and into the blade. It was no illusion. Since Power Strike had successfully upgraded by adjusting the force application, sword chi sweep had to follow suit. His thoughts swirled eagerly. He was desperate to test it in real combat. The leader of the Azure Wolves was forced to retreat after taking damage, roaring furiously as bloodshot fury filled his eyes. He activated Swift Charge and lunged directly at Yang and unfazed. Yang's feet glowed with a faint blue light as he instantly triggered Phantom Dragon Dance, his figure splitting into multiple afterimages that flashed behind the wolf leader. With the bonus from Heavenly Melody, the cooldown on Phantom Dragon Dance was even shorter than its duration. There was no need for hesitation. Power Strike. Then 160, 160, followed by a critical hit of 256. Amidst the clash of sword and claw, a perfect dodge allowed Yang to slip out of reach. The Azure Wolf leader's health plummeted rapidly, but he could only spin in place, unable to catch the greatly accelerated Yang. Gripping his sword tightly, Yang launched sword chi sweep again. Focusing intently on sensing the flow of that energite was unmistakably clear, but harder to control than he had imagined. So, during the fierce battle, he repeatedly unleashed sword chi sweep, practicing how to guide the true energy within his body. The wolf leader's health kept dropping as it desperately tried to chase an enemy it could never touch. Under Yang's relentless storm of attacks, its health finally fell to around 10. Sword chi sweep. At this moment, Yang no longer swung the sword in a simple arc. The black longsword twirled gracefully in his palm as two crescent-shaped sword energies formed in the air, tearing through space in succession with howling slashes. 208, 208. Two bright red numbers shot up above the Azure Wolf leader. Ding. Congratulations, your sword chi sweep skill has successfully advanced to sword chi combo slash. Ding. Congratulations, your sword chi sweep has successfully advanced to sword chi chain slash. Sword chi chain slash. Rank, mortal. Current level, beginner. Proficiency, 01000. Spirit power consumption, 40 points. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Skill effect, releases 2 sword chi waves in a fan-shaped area ahead, each dealing 130 damage to all targets within range. After the upgrade, the skill is still mortal rank, but can now unleash 2 sword chi waves at once, instantly doubling your damage output. Success. Yang's heart raced wildly, as if he could see endless possibility so long as he kept practicing and refining his control. One day had wield sword chi as effortlessly as moving his own arms. Wow, you can shoot 2 sword chi waves now. Behind him, Bai Xiao's clear voice was filled with surprise and excitement. Yeah, sword chi sweep has evolved. Yang nodded. Evolved? Skills can evolve? Bai Xiao's eyes widened just as she was about to ask more. Oh whoa. A piercing wolf howl sliced through the air, interrupting their conversation. Yang turned to see the dire wolf leader, its health below 10, howling into the sky, fur bristling as it called for reinforcements. From the woods nearby, 5 dire wolves charged in response, howling together in support of their leader's angry cry. Yang grinned, baring his teeth. Little wolves, don't bother struggling. Just accept your fate. Dream of being Wolf King in your next life. Oh whoa. Ding. Notification. The dire wolf leader, unable to bear your taunts, has entered berserk state. All stats 20. Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Quite the temper. But as long as there's no area of attack, his speed advantage keeps him confident. In martial arts, speed breaks all while not invincible. It can make up for stats difference. He immediately drew all 6 wolves aggro to himself, protecting Bai Xiao from harm. Buff duration left. 3 minutes. Plenty of time. He raised his hand and launched 2 bright blue sword chi waves, slashing at the dire wolf leader and 2 of the charging dire wolves. 208, 208, 228, 228, 228, 228. Damage numbers appeared above the leader and the 2 wolves. Yang's feet flew, constantly weaving and keeping distance, timing his sword chi chain slash just as the cooldown ended every 5 seconds. 20 seconds later, with his cautious Hitandran kiting style, all 6 wolves lay in pools of blood. Their experience bars surged sharply. Yang glanced at his status just a hair away from level 9. Come on, let's see what loot dropped. He beckoned Bai Xiao. As usual, it was her job to check the equipment. Hee on my way. Bai Xiao jogged over to the dire wolf leader's body, eyes sparkling as she rummaged through the loot. Not bad, 2 pieces of gear dropped. She handed over 2 items glowing faintly on the ground. Dire wolf claw. Quality, common. Level requirement, 9. Class requirement, physical attackers. Physical attack, 25. Strength, 9. Description, a claw weapon forged from dire wolf claws, exceptionally sharp and able to easily tear flesh. A claw weapon pretty niche. Not many people need those, so it won't fetch much gold, plus it's just common quality. Yang sighed, shifting his gaze to the next item. Hoping this elite mob might still surprise him after all, there was still a chance, even for an elite monster. Swiftwind boots. Quality, black iron. Level requirement, 9. Class requirement, all. Physical defense, 20. Spirit defense, 18. Movement speed, 6. Agility, 15. Description. Sit firm like a bell, stand steady like a pine, move like the wind, and run like you're wild. Put these on to feel the rush of speed and passion. The moment Yang saw the boots, his eyes lit up as if he could already hear the wind roaring past his ears. With these, maybe I won't have to rely on Phantom Dragon's dance to keep up with the Tsang Wolf leader. He wasted no time stuffing the Swiftwind boots into his backpack, casually tossing the plain Tsang Wolf claw to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao didn't mind. She deftly stowed away the claw. Her pack was already filled with plain gear, and she had even managed to collect a full basic set on herself. Although their drop rates hadn't been great so far, it wasn't hard for her to gather a full set of white-grade equipment. Too bad, no agile movement skill book dropped. Yang said with a hint of regret. Against the naturally fast Tsang Wolf monsters, he had to rely on both Phantom Dragon's dance and Bai Xiao's angelic voice support. Without either, it'd be nothing but a tough fight. Bai Xiao smiled reassuringly. Don't lose heart. Keep grinding, one might still drop. Yeah. Yang nodded and then grinned mischievously. Boss, time to settle up the pay? You. Bai Xiao raised her staff as if to tap him, but recalling his formidable strength, she let it drop. Just as her finger hovered over the panel to transfer funds, Yang burst out laughing. Haha, just kidding. Now we're a team hunting monsters. Your role's really important. Humph got some conscience after all. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes before tucking her staff away. Let's go, back to grinding. I'm close to level 9. Yang took the lead, mindful that they had only 3 days left for the old tree stump quest. Failure meant not only losing the killing intent perk, but also dropping in level. There was no room to rush recklessly. Bai Xiao quietly followed behind him. As the afternoon sun tilted westwards, the monotonous monster grinding continued until 3 p.m. A notification sounded. Yang had finally hit level 9. Without hesitation, he invested all free attribute points into agility, swapped the Wild Boar battle boots for the Swiftwind boots. Although losing the Wild Boar 3-piece set bonus significantly reduced his attack, the huge boost in agility and movement speed made him feel light as a feather. The two kept clearing monsters, aiming to quickly reach level 10 and return to the main city for their class change. Suddenly, Bai Xiao glanced around and remarked, have you noticed? The Tsang wolves seem to be thinning out here. That's because we're about to face a big one, Yang said with firm certainty. They had approached the Tsang Wolf King's territory. Proud and territorial, the king didn't tolerate other Tsang wolves encroaching on his domain, so the usual wolves were sparse. After clearing the last pack, no other monsters blocked their path. Crossing a small hill, their eyes landed on a massive Tsang wolf lying on the open ground before a cavea at least twice as large as the Tsang wolf leaders, as bulky as a cow. That's the Tsang Wolf King. Yang gaze sharpened, and the boss stats appeared before him. Tsang Wolf King Bronze Tier Boss. Description. There are always troublemakers vying for the throne, but even after 10 years, none can match my heights. Level, 10. HP, 150,000. Physical attack, 671. Defense, 150. Skills. 1. Giant Claw slams enemies with powerful claws, dealing 150 damage, 10-second cooldown. 2. Swift movement increases movement speed by 30 for 3 minutes, 10-minute cooldown. 3. Wolf King summons leader-level Tsang wolves whenever HP drops by 10, starts with 1, adds 1 more for each 10 lost. 4. Wolf King's Roar Sonic Attack, dealing 80 damage per second to targets within 10 meters, lasts 10 seconds, 15-minute cooldown. This is terrifying, Bai Xiao said, paling at the stats. Yang took a deep breath. With only 2 days left on their 3-day deadline, he couldn't afford to lose here. We can't win. Let's retreat. Head back to the village first. Huh? Why go back to the newbie village? Bai Xiao asked, her face full of confusion. In her mind, even if they temporarily set aside the Tsangwang King, they should keep grinding monsters and leveling up, aiming to reach level 10 quickly so they could teleport to the main city and change classes. Go back and grab the gear, then come back and deal properly with that Wolf King, Yang said calmly, though his eyebrows showed resolve. He hadn't forgotten that the blacksmith Wang Dazu's advancement quest in the newbie village was still unfinished. You're not seriously going to kill that Wolf King, are you? Its skills are terrifying one after another, Bai Xiao murmured nervously. Levels are hard-earned, and she was worried he'd die for nothing, unaware that Yang had a pressing reason to finish it. You have to try, Yang replied, tossing her a town teleport scroll and then crushing his own. A flash of white light, and the two appeared one after another at the newbie village's respawn point. Yang didn't hesitate and jogged straight toward the blacksmith shop with Bai Xiao in tow. The wooden door of the gray brick hut was tightly shut. He raised his hand and knocked on the door knocker. Wang brother, it's me. Coming, little brother. Came a hearty voice from within. Creaked, door opened, revealing a burly young man stepping out, his face beaming with excitement. Ha ha ha, bloodied little brother. I've waited so long for you. You finally arrived. Judging by that expression, you leveled up, right? Congratulations. Yang cupped his fist in salute. Thanks to you. Without the materials you brought, I couldn't have advanced so quickly. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest Wang Dazue's advancement. You have successfully helped Wang Dazue become a senior blacksmith. You gained 5,000 experience, 50 reputation points, and 30 favor with Wang Dazue. Wang Dazue pulled out a long sword and handed it to Yang with both hands. With the mithril, ore, and boar king tusks you gave me, I forged this sword and advanced smoothly. As promised, it's yours. Ding. You received a bronze longsword unnamed. This sword doesn't have a name yet. Since you're the owner, you should be the one to name it, Wang Dazue thoughtfully said. Yang took the weapon. The blade was 3 feet long, entirely black with silver veins running along the sharp edge, faintly gleaming coldly. He immediately checked its stats. Longsword unnamed. Description: crafted by Wang the blacksmith of the newbie village upon leveling up. Made primarily of black iron, reinforced with mithril, and inlaid with boar king tusks. It's exceptionally sharp. Quality: bronze. Level requirement: 10. Class requirement: physical attack. Base stats: physical attack 200, strength 30, constitution 15, armor penetration 15. Additional skill: savage charge. Charges forward 10 meters in a straight line, dealing 200 damage and stunning targets for 2 seconds. Charge speed is 200 of user's speed. Cooldown: 5 minutes. What a powerful weapon. Yang Ain's heart soared with joy, itching to equip it immediately. That attack powers almost as much as my health, and it's got a skill too? That's insane. Bai Xiao widened her eyes in disbelief. That was the Boar King's signature skill. Let's call it Broken Fong, Yang said casually, naming his first bronze weapon. Ding. Name registered successfully. Ding. You own the first bronze tier equipment on the entire server. The equipment ranking has been updated, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Hide your ID? Hide it. Ding. Server announcement. Player XXX has obtained the first ever bronze tier weapon on the server. The equipment leaderboard is now live. Ding. Server announcement. Ding. Server announcement. Ding. Server announcement. The triple broadcast instantly ignites the entire channel. Wow, what's going on? I don't even have a few basic white items, and someone's got a bronze weapon already? What kind of outrageous luck is that? I don't accept this. Don't worry, gear will come around eventually. Voices buzzed back and forth. Yang casually opened the equipment leaderboard. The only column lit up was weapons. All other categories were empty. Under that column appeared a single name. Weapon leaderboard 1, Broken Fong Sword. Level, 10. Quality, bronze. Owner, hidden. Looking at his lone Broken Fong longsword, Yang felt a quiet thrill but didn't linger. He stowed the sword back into his bag and bowed toward the blacksmith Wang. Thanks a lot. Then, side by side with Bai Xiao, he left the smithy. Inside his bag lay a hefty wild boar king's hide. If made into equipment, it'd definitely have good stats. The two of them jogged to the only tailor shop in the newbie village. Madame Su, the owner, was mending clothes by the window, her needle flying. Madame Su, can you make armor? Yang got straight to the point. Of course. Do you have the materials? Madame Su slowly put away her needle and thread. Yang pulled out the heavy boar hide. Is this enough? Oh, the wild boar king's hide. Handsome young man, you're full of surprises. Madame Su sized him up. Making leather armor won't be a problem. Labor costs 1,000 copper coins. 1,000? Yang choked on the price, rifling through his bag. He only had 5 silver coins and a bit over 1,000 copper, just enough. But it stung his heart. Bai Xiao misunderstood his hesitation. Hee, if you don't have enough, just say so. Big sis got you covered. She jingled the fat money pouch at her waist. That's fine, really. Yang hurried to refuse, handing over the boar hide and 1 silver coin. Please hurry, madam. 3 hours, I promise you'll have it. Madame Su patted her chest confidently. There was still plenty of time. Yang called Bai Xiao. Let's keep grinding monsters and try to hit level 10 by tomorrow. That won't be easy. I'm just tagging along for experience, but you go for it. Bai Xiao stuck out her tongue and sped up to catch him. The two walked through the village gate one after another, drawing the attention of many players nearby. Yang suddenly felt too conspicuous beside Bai Siame babe. He should buy a mask to cover his face. Do you think those annoying guys will come looking for trouble again? Bai Xiao whispered close to him. If they don't mind losing levels, they can come all they want. Yang shrugged, completely unworried. Hee, with you around, anyone who comes is just asking for trouble. As they chatted, they stepped into the forest where level 3 wild monsters roamed. The hum of insects blended with the rustling grass. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Suddenly, shouts and the sounds of battle erupted nearby, drawing their attention. Brothers, it's do or die? Rather than perish in frustration, let's fight with everything we've got. Follow me and fight. Amid the chaotic clash of battle, This heart-wrenching shout cut through the noise with startling clarity. Yang An's ears twitched as he immediately caught that slightly familiar voice. It was the same Wind and Snow scholar who once bought his Rabbit King staff. Right now, the scholar was struggling alongside over 30 players, surrounded by a dense siege of 200 or 300 enemies, on the verge of being overrun at any moment. Should we intervene? Bai Xiao asked softly, noticing the strange expression on Yang An's face. Yang An nodded without hesitation, drawing his sword and speeding forward, with Bai Xiao close behind. At one time the Wind and Snow scholar had saved him, a debt he firmly remembered. More importantly, he had just spotted several very familiar figures deep within the enemy ranks. The world's not that big, and old grudges often lead to new conflicts. Since fate had brought them face to face, he would settle both past and present scores. With a grin, Yang An stepped onto the battlefield in just a few strides. Long Dragon Guild business. All outsiders get out of here now. Someone shouted from the crowd. Yang An ignored the order, raising his sword as his killing intent flared. Two razor-sharp sword energies cut through the air, and in an instant, over 10 furious Long Dragon members at the front line were obliterated in beams of white light before they could even shout. The terrifying assault froze the battlefield momentarily, every gaze stunned, locked on Yang An. Is that you? A voice called from the back of the crowd with barely concealed astonishment. It was Long Fei. Ha ha ha. I was looking for you, but didn't expect you to come right to me. Yang An glanced sidelong at Long Fei, his tone calm. Lord Long Fei seems overly confident. I have 300 brothers here. Each of us could drown you in our spit. What are you so cocky about? Long Fei tried to brace himself, clearly intimidated by Yang An's power, but unwilling to retreat because of his numbers. Only then did the Wind and Snow scholar snap back, shouting, Brother Blood Die, you must leave now. There's no need for you to get involved. You did me a favor once by coming to help that I remember, but Long Dragon is overwhelming in numbers. They'll hold them off. You must escape quickly. Yang An waved a hand with a faint smile. Helping you is no trouble at all. Actually, I'm here to catch up with Lord Long Fei. How dare you? Do you think you're invincible? Trying to save face, huh? The blonde man next to Long Fei shouted angrily. Yang An raised his sword, cold eyes fixed on Long Fei. Come fight me. Publicly challenged. Long Fei's fury erupted. You're asking for death. Brothers, attack. Dozens of high-health tanks charged at Yang An while archers and mages prepared their attacks behind. Protect her for me, Yang An said over his shoulder to Wind and Snow scholar, then dashed into the thick of the enemy. Don't worry, brother. If they lay a hand on little sister-in-law, they'll have to trample over my corpse first. The scholar boomed, pounding his chest with fierce loyalty. As Yang An sprinted forward, he caught the words little sister-in-law and stumbled briefly, nearly falling. Luckily, his agility saved him instantly. Not Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed red as her voice grew quieter and quieter. Sister-in-law, no need to say more, come quickly. Brothers, hold the line and protect her. Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly at the shout. She lifted her long skirt and hurriedly slipped behind the group in the snowstorm pavilion. Only here was she truly safe. Yet she didn't forget to raise her hand and bless Yang An with a crisp, pure celestial sound. Ding. Your skill sword chi consecutive slash gains the celestial sound buff, lasting 10 minutes. A faint smile curled on Yang An's lips as he gripped his sword and leaned forward, his gaze sharp and cold. Your luck isn't looking too good. He sprang ahead, sweeping his long sword horizontally. Two streaks of ghostly white sword chi tore through the air. The frontline Blood Bulls barely withstood the first wave, but the second strike sent them sprawling, instantly killing them. With their meat shields gone, the Tunglong Gang's formation fell into chaos, no longer able to surround him. Behind them, Long Fei's face darkened. Quickly, he pulled a black scroll covered in intricate runes from his backpack and shoved it into the blonde guy's hands. Without question, the blonde lowered his head and charged straight at Yang An. At the same time, the Tunglong Gang unleashed overwhelming ranged attacks. Over 100 spiritual energy bolts fired in unison, roaring through the air. Yang An's feet danced like the wind, weaving and dodging most attacks, but several still exploded against him with a series of 1 damage numbers popping up. After one volley, his health bar dropped by more than 50 points. Suddenly, a gentle streak of emerald light shot from behind and merged into his body. 182. Bai Xiao's Dew Essence technique instantly restored his health to full. Bastards. You're going to regret this. Long Fei cursed furiously. Yang An was about to counterattack when a flash of blinding yellow caught his peripheral vision, closing in fast. Looking for death, he sneered, slashing sword chi consecutive slash at the blonde. At the last moment, the blonde crushed the scroll in his hand. A black mist swirled out and instantly bound Yang An's limbs like heavy chains. Ding. You are affected by the weakening scroll, damage reduced by 80, defense reduced by 50, lasts 3 minutes. A weakening scroll? Yang An's heart sank. He hadn't expected Tunglong to waste such a precious item on him. 68. 68. 2 faint damage numbers popped up above the blonde's head. He laughed raucously and downed a red potion, arrogance shining in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how bossy you are now. Behind Yong'un, Bai Xiao stomped her foot in frustration, but without any cleansing skills, she could only watch helplessly. The snowstorm scholar was even more regretful. It was a mistake to let these two get involved. Brothers, there's no turning back now. Follow me. The snowstorm scholar shouted, leading the charge. He swung his black iron-grade staff, unleashing bursts of spell light that took 3 or 4 hits to fell an enemy. Several blood bowls held the front line, chugging health potions desperately to shield the back line from Tinglong's firepower. Because Yong'an was still drawing aggro, the pressure on Snowstorm Pavilion eased enough to hold their ground for now. But Yong'an's sword hand tightened slightly. His output had been shredded to scraps. He no longer had the power to one-shot enemies. If this dragged on, they might be worn down and ground to death by Tinglong. Just then, Long Fei strode into the fray. His dark green staff radiated cold light. Each step he took pressed into bloodstains, yet he moved as if on a leisurely stroll. Little brother, it's not too late to change your mind. He'll give you a chance. Join Tinglong, and all past grudges will be wiped clean. What do you say? If you don't die, then not only you but everyone behind you including your woman will die too. Long Fei's threat echoed through the air, his eyes sharp and filled with certainty of victory. Yet across from him, Yong'an merely lifted his eyelids coldly, his expression as chilling as ice. Leader Long Fei, are you really so sure you already have the upper hand? His tone was indifferent, but laced with an icy murder intent. Anyone who dared use those close to him as a bargaining chip in battle faced only one fate: death. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can turn the tables? If you refuse to submit, don't blame me for what happens. Long Fei harbored a deep hatred for Yong'an. This guy had repeatedly provoked him and had already slain over 40 of his brothers, causing their gang's ranks to plummet and halting their progression. Fury boiling over, Long Fei suddenly waved his hand and roared, "Kill him." At his command, the ranged attackers behind unleashed a barrage of spiritual energy orbs, white light pouring down like a torrential storm, sealing off every escape route for Yong'an. The roaring spiritual pressure and heat twisted the very air around them. Let's see how this skill works, Yong'an murmured, trailing his fingertip along the black longsword as he suddenly unleashed a hidden power. The heart of killing. Activating bloodthirsty slaughter mode. Blood mist erupted like blazing flames all over his body, the acrid scent of rust spreading wildly. A system prompt flashed brightly. Bloodthirsty slaughter mode consumes 100 killing points per second, boosts damage by 200, and grants 20 lifesteal on attacks. Yong'an currently had 4,700 killing points, enough to last 47 seconds, plenty of time to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Crimson light churned fiercely behind his eyes. His mind was torn by savage instinct, murderous intent almost spilling from his pupils. The black sword was stained with blood energy, radiating a dark red gleam that unsettled all who gazed upon it. What the hell is that? Long Fei shuddered, his breath caught short. In the next instant, countless spirit orbs engulfed Yong'an, but only a few rapidly fading residual images remained where he stood. The real him moved like a ghost, diving into the Tinglong gang's ranged ranks. 2 gleaming sword beams flashed, instantly killing several fragile spiritual attackers, their health bars crashing to 0 as they fell helplessly. The terrifying 200 damage boost rendered any defense useless. Yong'an barreled through the crowd, his black sword tracing bloody arcs with every strike, each hit siphoning 20 of the enemy's life to sustain him. Blood spattered everywhere, screams rising in waves as the ground was soon littered with corpses. With their firepower support gone, the Tinglong gang's formation collapsed instantly. What was once orderly ranks descended into chaotic shouts and scrambling footsteps, but no one dared face that blood-mist heathen. Attack! Everyone attack! Long Fei's voice turned hoarse. I refuse to believe he can keep this up. But despair quickly set in as Long Fei saw Yong'an's killing points rising instead of falling. Each kill sent the crimson number skyrocketing. Coupled with the amplification from the heavenly melody, the cooldown for consecutive sword strikes was down to just 1 second, making his blade flashes nearly seamless. Within seconds, the ground around Yong'an was strewn randomly with his fallen foes. Amid fire and blood mist, Yong'an's figure blurred in and out of sight like a bloodthirsty demon. Long Fei's spirit was engulfed by horror and rage. Yet he could only watch helplessly as his men dropped in droves. The Tinglong gang members scattered, utterly unwilling to confront Yong'an heathen. Trash. All trash. What are you running for? Kill them all. He's only one person. Anger boiled fiercely in Long Fei's chest as he raised his ebony staff high. The eerie green magical runes glowed, condensing a fingernail-sized orb of green light at the staff's tip, which suddenly shot forth like a beam, slicing through the noisy crowd straight toward Yong'an's chest. Caught in the chaotic battle, Yong'an was either fueled by murderous intent or pulled by the bloodthirst-killing aura. He didn't even think about dodging. The green light slammed solidly into his heart, detonating with a boom. 97. Ding. You have been poisoned. Damage ongoing for 10 seconds. 28, 28. The bright red numbers ticked down every second as Yang An's health steadily dropped. Looking up, he locked eyes with Long Fei through the swaying crowd, a mocking smirk curling his lips. Pushing off the ground, he shot forward like a streak of lightning. Stop him. Quick. Stop him. Long Fei screamed, and his dozen or so followers hastily formed a defensive line but only heard two sharp slicing sounds. Sword chi slashes. Two gleaming crescent blades cut through the air, instantly killing the blocking players. Their forms shattered into a flurry of white sparks. Yang An's speed was 4 to 5 times that of an average player, barely pausing as he left behind a blur, his long sword aimed straight at Long Fei's forehead. The cold gleam rapidly filled Long Fei's pupils. But just as the sword tip was a hair's breadth from his skin, Yang An abruptly halted. The icy edge felt like it was pressed right against his flesh. Terror overtook him. His legs gave out, and he collapsed, shaking uncontrollably. Don't kill me, he stammered, like a mouse caught by the throat. That won't do. Yang An bent down, his blood-red eyes full of mockery. Let me show you what death feels like. With that, the sword thrust forward decisively, piercing the center of Long Fei's forehead. 681. Critical hit. Instant kill. Despite the usual 80 damage reduction, the bloodthirst-killing buff's 200 boost pushed the damage to a terrifying level and it crit. The nearby players fell silent in shock. This is insane. Frosty Snow Scholar gaped in disbelief. Even Bai Xiao was stunned. If Yang and could still output such damage after an 80 nerf, how strong must he be without it? You killed Boss Long Fei. Brothers, charge. Revenge for the boss. The blonde shouted hoarsely, and the remaining gang members gritted their teeth and rushed forward. But all they met were those familiar twin sword slashes again. Sword chi slashes. Another dozen players instantly turned to white light. Their corpses didn't even hit the ground before their experience bars reset. The blonde shouted wildly but began retreating rapidly on trembling legs, muttering to himself, they don't see me, like a guilty thief sneaking away. Bang! He bumped into a figure, fury flaring up. Who watch where you're going? You dare block? Lord Huang. His eyes widened abruptly. Brother, it's not my fault. Please spare me, he almost cried. Having died once, his level was already trailing the front ranks. Another death would make catch-up nearly impossible. The reply was Yang An's cold steel. A flash of cold light. The sword tip slid across his neck, blood spraying. The blonde body convulsed and fell, then turned to white light. Like Long Fei before him, Huang stepped back to the newbie village to respawn. Without their leader, the players of the Tunglong Guild lost morale, fell into chaos, and completely gave up fighting, desperately fleeing in all directions. Yang An only had time to take down those who ran too slowly. In just a few minutes, the overwhelming 300-to-1 battle collapsed utterly, with Tunglong players lying scattered all over the ground. The system notifications kept updating, finally stopping at execution, 112 kills. Yang An had faced 300 opponents alone and slain over 100. When the fight ended, he immediately deactivated the bloodthirsty slaughter mode. A heavy, dark red glow faded away, and the tightly wound killing intent in his chest dissipated, as if head broken free from iron shackles. Yet his kill count didn't drop. Instead, it rose to 9,600 points. Thanks so much, Bloodstained brother, for coming to our aid. Fengshui Shushing arrived with the remaining Wind and Snow Pavilion members, still visibly shaken. Their original group had over 80 people, now only about 30 remained. The shimmering white lights on the ground marked the equipment of fallen comrades. Fengshui Shushing resumed his refined manner, speaking in a cultured tone. If you hadn't intervened, I'm afraid all 30 of my brothers would have perished. Yang An nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield spoils as he replied evenly. I acted for my own reasons. The Tunglong Guild has targeted me repeatedly. When the chance came, I naturally wouldn't let it pass. He suddenly looked toward Bai Xiao and gave her a subtle signal, then turned back to Fengshui Shushing. Brother Shusheng, I have some equipment here. Would you be interested? Absolutely, definitely. Fengshui Shushing's eyes brightened. The black iron-grade staff in his hand was crafted by Yang An himself. There couldn't be a clearer sign of its value. Bai Xiao pursed her lips and, like a temporary assistant, pulled out over 20 white-grade gear pieces from her backpack to share their stats. How about 3,000 per piece? Yang An offered. White-grade items were selling for over 5,000 on the market, but rarely available, so Yang An's price was very reasonable. Fengshui Shushing agreed readily. That's more than fair. Thanks, brother. The deal went through, and 66,000 cash credits were transferred. Bai Xiao ran back happily, holding up 6 fingers. 66,000 income, she reported cheerfully. Yang An smiled in return. Another tidy profit, let's go. He turned and saluted Fengshui Shusheng with a fist clasp. Brother Shusheng, until we meet again. Bloodstained brother, let's add each other as friends. You can reach out to me directly if you ever have gear. Fengshui Shusheng sent a friend request. Sure. Yang An accepted. Before they parted, Fengshui Shusheng lowered his voice to warn, brother, be careful going forward. There are only a few hundred Tunglong players in this newbie village, but once you reach the main city, they have tens of thousands of members. The Wind and Snow Pavilion has been enemies with Tunglong for years, so I know them well. No worries, Yong'an smiled confidently. They'll repel whatever soldiers or water come my way. At least here in the newbie village, they can't cause trouble. They'll level up to 10 and leave soon enough. All right, Bloodstained brother, hey, raise something for you. Feng Shueshing took out a palm-sized straw doll from his personal space and handed it to Yong'an. What's this? Yong'an raised his hand to take it. The moment his fingertips brushed it, semi-transparent item information popped up in his vision. Substitute corpse. Type, consumable item. Effect, when carried, it can absorb one fatal attack intended for the owner and immediately restore 60 of their health. I earned this as a reward from a hidden quest. Feng Zusheng's polite smile faded, his tone warm but serious. You just saved many of our brothers. Consider this a thank you gift. Thank you, Brother Shueshing. Yong'an accepted it without hesitation, tapping lightly to store the straw doll in the most visible slot of his backpack. Bloodbound brothers, until we meet again. Feng Shueshing clasped his hands and bowed in farewell. Yong'an nodded in return. Bai Xiao waved to the group, and the two soon stepped onto the stone path leading to Xiaya Plain. Their figures quickly disappeared into the morning mist mixed with the system's particle glow. After everyone dispersed, Feng Shueshing remained where he was, staring at the empty path, his heart swirling with questions. How exactly did he pull that off? The difference is just too huge. Boss nearby as C scratched his head, regret clear in his voice. That substitute corpse was so hard for you to get, and you just gave it away like that? A C, the lives of over 30 brothers are worth far more than one item. Feng Shueshing patted his shoulder, then sighed. Besides, I have a feeling Yong'an isn't ordinary. Making a good connection now is like buying insurance for Myselfan investment. A C nodded thoughtfully, but still weighed the value of the straw doll in his mind. Respawn point in the newbie village. Boss, he killed me again. You have to get revenge for me. Yellow hair, still glowing with white light from respawning, threw himself at Long Fei with a crying face. Revenge? Long Fei didn't bother hiding his scowl. He blew up my gear too. What can I use to get you revenge? His fists clenched tightly, voice almost a shout. Then what do we do? Yellow hair's voice trembled with frustration. Just let it go? Everyone stay in line and focus on leveling up. Long Fei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. The sooner we reach the main city, the better. I've got over 10,000 brothers under me, by then how can one guy scare us? Yellow hair hung his head low, mumbling quietly, but I still feel so wronged. Get lost. All right. Yong'an and Bai Xiao returned to the Howling Moon Plains to continue their tedious leveling grind. The Swiftwind boots on Yong'an's feet glowed faintly blue, granting him incredible movement speed. Without needing to activate his Phantom Dragon skill, he could easily outrun wolves of the same level, weaving effortlessly through the rolling grasslands. This speed multiplied his monster-clearing efficiency several times over. However, when surrounded by wolf packs, he still had to activate temporary speed boosts. Any little mistake could tear through his defenses. Earlier, the two had gone back to the village to resupply and ended up clashing with members of the Tunglong Guild. With travel delays, it was already 6 in the evening. As night fell, the plains grew colder and quieter, broken only by howling wolves and the sharp clash of blades. They farmed monsters until after midnight, managing to behead 2 wolf pack leaders. Unfortunately, loot drops remained limited. No rare gear appeared the second time, which didn't surprise Yong'an. Finding something good on the first try was already a stroke of luck. Still, their experience gains were solid. Yong'an's progress bar was nearly full for level 10, while Bai Xiao had reached level 9. I'm logging off to rest, Bai Xiao said, exiting combat and brushing blood from her robe. Her skills consumed little mana, but she always kept a strict routine once it was bedtime. She needed her beauty sleep. All right, go ahead, Yong'an nodded, already planning to return to the beginner village to pick up new gear. Judging by the time, Mistress Sue at the tailor shop should have finished. Okay, see you later. Bai Xiao waved, and her character dissolved into a flash of white light. Yong'an recorded the coordinates before shattering his beginner village teleport scroll. With a flash of light from the teleport array, he was back at the familiar village entrance. Rushing to the tailor's, he took the long-awaited equipment from Mistress Su's hands. Wild Boar King leather armor. Source: Mistress Sue, beginner village. Material: black bristle wild boar king hide. Quality: black iron. Level requirement: 10. Class requirement: all classes. Base stats: physical defense 82, spirit defense 66, HP 265, constitution 21, stamina 10. The stats looked solid, though black iron quality gear had yet to unlock skills. Yong'an imagined how perfect it would be if the Boar King armor had a passive effect like higher damage when at low health. But he didn't press his luck. Winning it was already a blessing. The gear required level 10, which he hadn't reached yet. Looking at his experience progress bar just past 1/3 of level 9, he calculated it would take another 6 hours of efficient grinding to fill that gap. The jump from 9 to 10 was definitely steeper. Still, at his current pace, he expected to hit level 10 by tomorrow night. With 1 day left before the Withered Tree Elder quest expired, he needed to be max level in time to qualify for the challenge against the Wolf King. Before logging off, he stopped by the potion vendor to restock. His red potions lasted reasonably well, but blue mana potions ran out quickly. Fortunately, his gold reserves were healthy. After replenishing supplies, he teleported back to buy Xiao's logout coordinates, checked that the area was safe, and then exited the game. The next morning, the two logged in. Morning mist hung over the Howling Moon Plains. Dewdrops clung to grass tips, but the wolf packs were already scattered on patrol. Bai Xiao changed into a full set of neat gear. With all her points in spirit, her spells finally chipped into the health bars of regular wolves, though her damage was still modest. Most of the time, young An's Longblade carved out a flurry of afterimages, quickly dispatching small wolf groups. Bai Xiao kept a safe distance, enjoying the scenery and occasionally casting a spell or two, mostly just for support. With young An's skill level, she rarely needed to heal him. Just a bottle of red potion now, and then was enough to top him up. Yang kept grinding until around 7 p.m., and finally his experience bar was nearly full, just one step away from reaching level 10. Another blue wolf charged into his attack range, its claws flashing cold light. Yang tightened his grip on the broken Fong longsword and stepped forward smoothly. His blade sliced through the night air, and the blue wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing. Just as the wolf's corpse dissolved into white light, a crisp system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player on the entire server to reach level 10. Reward: 10 to all attributes, 1 luck, and 1 random hidden class transfer scroll. The system asked if he wanted to hide his ID. Without hesitation, he chose to hide it. The next moment, a server-wide announcement thundered through the chat channels. The cage of fate will finally be broken, and the chains binding the soul will be torn apart. Congratulations to player for becoming the first on the server to reach level 10. Reward: 10 to all attributes, 1 luck, and 1 random hidden class transfer scroll. The announcement scrolled 3 times, causing the world chat to erupt instantly. Wait, did I hear that right? Someone hit level 10 in just a few days? I've been grinding monsters for so long, and am still nowhere near that. Bro, you're actually fighting dogs, aren't you? This is crazy. I'm only level 3, and the highest in our village is 5. How did he do it? Is there some secret fast leveling method? Didn't you notice the reward includes a hidden class scroll? That's the real deal. Ding! Server announcement. The level leaderboard has now opened. Players rushed over to check the new rankings. Let's see which top players are on the list. Maybe I can sneak onto it too. Give me a break. You're level 3 and want to rank? At that moment, another system pop-up appeared. Ding! Your current rank on the level leaderboard is first. Would you like to hide your ID? Yang again chose to hide his identity, keeping things low-key. The leaderboard refreshed instantly. First, hidden, no class, level 10. Second, Tianzuan, no class, level 9. Third, War God Chiyu, no class, level 9. Fourth, Defying Destiny, no class, level 9. Fifth, Hidden, no class, level 9. Sixth, Shui Kingmanglan, no class, level 9. Seventh, Yao Guang Xingzi, no class, level 9. Eighth, Twilight of the Gods, no class, level 9. Ninth, Hidden, no class, level 9. 10th, Ation, no class, level 8. Yang scanned the list with a wary feeling. Leading now was only temporary. There were many talented players out there. He reminded himself that there would always be someone stronger. It was no time to get cocky. Wow, you're the first player on the entire server to hit level 10. Bai Xiao ran up beside him, flashing the leaderboard on her screen and excitedly throwing up a cheer sign. Haha, thanks to you, I'm on the ranking now too. Just lucky. Yang smiled calmly. He never viewed leveling up as the finish line. The old man's quest. The village chief's search for his son's clues all were closely tied to the imminent encounter with the Blue Wolf King. Let's see the system rewards first. Yang opened his palm, revealing an ancient scroll shimmering with bronze and black hues. Random hidden class scroll. Used to receive 1 random hidden class transfer scroll. He activated it immediately. The bronze-black scroll exploded into a dazzling orb of light, countless sparkling points floating before converging into a flowing streak suspended in his palm. Ding! Congratulations! You obtained the hidden class transfer scroll for Vajra Pagoda, class type, Guardian, heavy armor. Too bad. Yang frowned, slightly disappointed. Bai Xiao asked curiously, what's wrong? Isn't that the class you wanted? Not really. A defensive tank class isn't a good fit for me. Looks like I won't be able to transfer before I take down the Wolf King. A chubby figure suddenly popped into his mind, and Yang couldn't help but smile. Well, that means some poor chubby guy gets the short end of the stick. After stowing the scroll away, he equipped the broken Fong longsword and the wild boar king hide armor, swapping out the black iron sword and black goat leather armor. His stats surged instantly. He handed the replaced armor to Bai Xiao and pulled up her inventory. This will boost your defense. Safety first from now on. This is the armor you've been wearing. Bai Xiao looked a bit conflicted as she held the black goat hide armor. It's just a game item, no smell on it. If you don't want it, they'll take it back, Yang teased, reaching out. I want it. Definitely want it. Bai Xiao was quick, shoving the armor into her bag. A starter item isn't even comparable. Only a fool would refuse. Seeing her secure the gear, Yang remained silent and opened his own attribute panel. HP 1075, physical attack 440, physical defense 184, magic defense 150. He felt satisfied, even a bit proud of his progress. Yang and Bai Xiao arrived once again at the territory of the Wolf King. On the open ground below the small hill, in front of the cave, the massive gray wolf king, roughly the size of a water buffalo, lay crouched. Its nostrils twitched lightly, as if pretending to nap. The mountain breeze carried the scent of wild grass, rustling through its fur and brushing against the two warriors' battle cloaks. Let's rest for a bit. We'll take on this big guy soon, Yang said, sitting cross-legged on the grass. He tore off a piece of the roasted meat he had prepared earlier and chewed heartily to regain his strength. Then he logged off the game, had a hot meal in real life, and returned refreshed and energized, his hunger and fatigue completely gone. Fixing his gaze on the gray little hill ahead, he drew his 3-foot broken Feng longsword, its cold blade gleaming with deadly intent. Stay back and watch out for splash damage, he warned Bai Xiao, then shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring straight toward the Wolf King. Bai Xiao raised his staff, channeling a holy radiance quickly into Yang An's body. Ding! Your skill Mighty Strike has gained the Heavenly Melody buff. Unluckily, the buff landed on his lowest damage skill. However, Sword Chi Sweep had doubled its damage after the last upgrade, enough to open the fight well. The moment he stepped into the Wolf King's aggro range, its blood-red eyes snapped open. The colossal beast rose like a mountain, radiating overwhelming pressure. Its throat rolled as it unleashed a deafening roar, the aura of wolf power nearly taking physical form. Yang showed no fear, slashing forward twice with his longsword, sending out 2 sharp sword chi blades. 406. 406. Pathetic little insect. The Wolf King's fiery rage surged. Provoked first, it opened its massive jaws again, this time not just a threat, but using a skill Wolf King's roar. Range, 10 meters. Effect, deals 80 damage per second. Duration, 10 seconds. A piercing sound wave assaulted his eardrums instantly. 390. I need to get out of the attack range. I won't hold out much longer. Yang cursed inwardly and hastily retreated. Judging by his condition, he could take at most 2 more hits before collapsing, but luckily he wasn't that far away and didn't have to waste his ultimate survival skill Phantom Dragon. He sprinted out of the 10-meter radius, but his health bar was nearly empty. 246. Bai Xiao's Dew Elixir Healing. 390. 100. Red Potion. The 2 hits hadn't knocked him out completely. He barely escaped with his life. The skill's cooldown was 15 minutes, and the Wolf King without its roar was much easier to handle. He paused briefly as the heal ticks from Dew Elixir kept coming. 27, 27. In 10 seconds, his health was fully restored. Let's go again. Yang roared and swung his sword, unleashing Sword Chi combo. Several streaks of blue energy cut through the air as he dashed forward again. The Wolf King took 2 more Sword Chi hits, its fury fully ignited now, and it lunged aggressively. Only now did Yang realize, this mountain-sized wolf was actually faster than him, even after he equipped his gale boots and added attribute points. The massive shadow thundered closer, shaking the ground. In a flash, the Wolf King surged up, its enormous body blotting out the sky. Its sharp right claw tore the air with a whooshing sound and came crashing down fiercely toward Yang. Yang pushed off the ground, using the momentum from his forward dash to suddenly lean back, his body sliding almost parallel to the ground as he slipped between the muscular front legs of the Azure Wolf King. The wolf's massive paw, carrying a fierce gust of wind, slammed just past him, sending shards of stone flying from the earth. Seizing the moment, Yang An's sword gleamed with a cold flash, stabbing fiercely into the Wolf King's belly. 499, powerful strike. The intense pain forced the Azure Wolf King to crash heavily to the ground. It spun around with fury, glaring at Yang, who steadied his stance to meet its gaze from a distance. He quickly calculated the cooldowns in his mind. The giant claw strike was on a 10-second timer. The wolf's roar took 15 minutes to recharge, and the Yetin used swift pursuit was the most dangerous. Without Phantom Dragon Dance, he would immediately lose out on speed. After a brief standoff, Yang launched forward again, weaving nimbly to engage the Wolf King in close combat. Sword strikes came in rapid succession. 499, 312, 406, 406, then a quick dodge, followed by 499 once more. Though the giant claw occasionally grazed him, Bai Xiao's healing magic and red potions kept his health steady at 1,075 points. This Hitandran tactic naturally lowered his attack frequency, But the good news was the Azure Wolf King's health bar kept shrinking by tiny increments. This was destined to be a drawn-out battle. Oh woo. After being toyed with by a small human for several minutes, the Azure Wolf King's fury boiled over. Blue energy flared along its limbs as it unleashed its final active skill, Swift Pursuit. The wolf's shadow blurred as its speed surged. At this point, if Yong'an tried to match its agility Heaton, he would gain nothing. Phantom Dragon Dance. He decisively activated his own movement skill, his form becoming a blur as he slipped past the trailing shadow of the wolf's claws, instantly reappearing behind the Wolf King. His sword aimed directly at the vital spot, striking hard. 799, weak point attack. Aru. The Wolf King howled in pain, twisting around with a bloodied maw filled with a stench of fresh fury. Sorry, didn't mean to. Yong'an laughed, using the skill's speed boost to dart left and right, moving even faster than the Wolf King on Swift Pursuit. He seized the moment to land consecutive strikes. His only worry, this speed boost would last only 3 more minutes. His nerves were taut as never before. Any 2 mistakes in a row could instantly reduce his remaining 1,075 health to 0. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The Azure Wolf King's health finally dropped to 90. Oh whoa. The air trembled as the Wolf King summoned its Wolf King's call. A blue shadow streaked through the sky, and an Azure Wolf leader leapt into the arena, howling in response to the King's rage. This was the terrifying trump card that made the Wolf King invincible. Every 10 health lost triggered the summoning of one wolf leader, with increasing numbers. At that moment, Bai Xiao's passive skill Heavenly Melody, which had been charging for 10 minutes, finished its cooldown. Clear, pure music drifted over from afar, filling Yong'an with renewed vigor. Ding! Your skill Powerful Strike received the Heavenly Melody buff. Bad luck for you. Yong'an grinned, undeterred. He decisively abandoned the Wolf King and turned to charge at the newly appeared Azure Wolf leader. Even without the Phantom Dragon Dance boost, his current speed was enough to outpace the leader. Even if it activated Swift Pursuit, it still couldn't catch him. With 2 wolves on the field, the pressure surged, but he already had a plan. He quickly closed in on the Azure Wolf leader and engaged it in close quarters, using its body to block the Azure Wolf King and prevent it from attacking him directly. Yong'an kept moving constantly, attacking the leader of the Blue Wolves. His sword's energy slash, which triggered every 5 seconds, could hit 2 wolves at once. Each time he shifted position, he stepped into the wolf leader's blind spot. Cold light flashed from his longsword, then transformed into a series of overlapping sword shadows that tore open wounds on both giant wolves simultaneously. With his attack power greatly increased, it took only 4 or 5 minutes to kill the blue wolf leader. Unfortunately, the summoned leader still dropped no items and granted no experience. After taking down the leader, Yong'an refocused on the nearby blue wolf king. As the battle dragged on, Yong'an grew more familiar with the attack rhythm of this boss-level beast, and the fight quickly reached a fierce, critical stage. Time flew by in the intense clash. Every time the Blue Wolf King's health dropped by 10, it howled and summoned new wolf leaders. At 90, 80, 70, then 30, 20, the number of summoned leaders rose from 1 initially to 8. Fortunately, Yong'an carefully controlled the Wolf King's health. Whenever the boss was about to summon, he signaled Bai Xiao to stack buffs on him in advance, continued until his sword energy slash was fully strengthened. Though this prolonged the fight, it created a safer, more controllable killing environment. Now, 8 blue wolf leaders charged alongside the Wolf King, their overwhelming pressure sending a surge of tension through Yong'an. He darted and weaved through the wolves, his footsteps crunching over grass and beast blood. His sword energy slash erupted repeatedly, one leader after another collapsing with heavy thuds. Finally, the pack dispersed, leaving only the heavily wounded blue Wolf King. Just you left, huh? Time to step down, Wolf King. Little wolves, prepare to die? Yong'an adjusted his breathing while taunting, eyes fixed on the boss health bar steadily dropping. 19, 18, 15, 14, 12, 11. He found some dark humor in it, but knew well after 5 grueling hours to bring the health this low, there was no room for mistakes at the final moment. This is the last round. He pulled himself together, ready for the Wolf King's final summon. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao's face was pale, sweat and dust mixed into fine grime on her skin. She had never felt this exhausted before. Still, she dared not stop, continuously casting the Nectar spell and Heavenly Melody to heal and empower Yong'an. A sudden, mournful howl broke out from the Wolf King, its massive front paws smashing the ground with force. Dark red energy exploded across its body. What's going on? It's not supposed to summon until 1 more health is lost. Yong'an's heart jolted. Ding! Due to the ongoing verbal assault, the Blue Wolf King advanced in fury, about to evolve into a silver-tier boss with all attributes boosted by 200. Yong'an, damn it, why is this damn wolf so fierce? And it's evolving? I can't let it complete the evolution. If the Tsang Wolf King becomes a silver-level boss, 1 slap from it could crush him to a pulp. Heart of Slaughter. A blood-red mist instantly swirled around Yong'an. His eyes turned scarlet as he unleashed every skill. 624, 812, 1001, 1001, 1299 critical hit, 1248 charge. In just 1 second, over 6,000 points of damage pushed the Tsang Wolf King's health below 10. Oh whoa. The Tsang Wolf King howled furiously, silver light bursting from its body. Yang immediately noticed his damage output drop sharply down to just a few dozen points each hit. No good, it evolved successfully. Bai Xiao's shocked voice came from behind. What do we do? If he gave up now, the mission would fail and the cost would be huge. But could he keep fighting? A silver boss was no match for him at level 10. Oh whoa. Though the evolved Tsang Wolf King's max HP skyrocketed, the proportional increase kept its health under 10. It lifted its head and roared wildly again, silver patterns glowing across its body as it activated a summoning skill. 9 Tsang Wolf lieutenants appeared around it, bearing sharp fangs, ready to tear their enemies apart. Bai Xiao looked anxious. Should we give up? Give up? Yang gripped his longsword tightly, eyes flicking beyond the wolf pack to the data above the boss. Tsang Wolf King, silver level boss, level 10. Right. Still level 10. Suddenly, he remembered an item almost forgotten. The black wooden stake gifted by the old man by the stump. Black wooden stake, upon placement, forces the target monster to charge its head, dealing 10 of its max HP as true damage and stunning for 4 seconds. Single use. Effective only against monsters level 10 or below. It should work on a boss too. Yang thought fiercely. The 9 wolf lieutenants answered the call with a joint howl and charged forward. There was only one chance. Yang raised the black wooden stake in his left hand and charged straight into the wolf wave. Phantom Dragon Dance. After several phantoms left trailing after images, his real body instantly slipped behind the Tsang Wolf King and drove the stake hard into the ground. The black wooden stake emitted an eerie glow. The Tsang Wolf King's body suddenly stiffened, as if restrained by invisible ropes. Struggling wildly but unable to resist, it charged its head toward the stake. Bang! 15,000. The true damage equal to 10 of its max HP instantly drained its last health bar. The Tsang Wolf King gave a desperate wail as its massive body collapsed, kicking up dust and dropping loot. At the same time, the 9 wolf lieutenants dissipated into gray mist. Ding! Congratulations on killing the level 10 silver level boss, Tsang Wolf King. You've earned 20,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. Ding! Since your team secured the first kill of the Tsanglong King and became the first in the entire server to slay a silver tier boss, you receive an additional reward. 1 level up, 50 reputation, and 100 silver coins. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to hide your ID? Ding! You cannot level up because you haven't completed your class transfer. What a waste. Yang pursed his lips but decisively chose to hide his ID anyway. Ding! Server announcement. Congratulations to player and their team for achieving the first kill of the Tsanglong King and becoming the first players in the entire server to defeat a silver tier boss. They receive an extra level, 50 reputation, and 100 silver coins. Ding! Server announcement. Ding! Server announcement. Phew, the barrage of system notifications finally ceased. Yang slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. After focusing intensely for hours, his entire body felt drained to the bone. Bai Xiu didn't bother to keep up appearances either, collapsing beside him and too exhausted to even look at the loot. I'm so tired. I don't want to move at all, she muttered weakly. I haven't even said I'm tired yet, and you're already complaining, Yang teased with a smile. Aren't you curious what dropped on the ground? I'm not as crazy as you. Bai Xiu glared at him, but as soon as her eyes landed on the glittering pile of equipment, they lit up like 2 bright lamps. She snapped to her feet immediately. Yang shook his head and stood up, then began repeatedly using gathering technique on the huge corpse of the Tsanglong King. As a silver-level boss, failure messages popped up repeatedly, but the body didn't disappear right away. Patiently trying again and again, he finally succeeded. Tsanglong King's Fangs 2. Tsanglong King's Hide 1. Quest item Tsanglong King's Heart. Ding! Congratulations, your gathering technique has leveled up to advanced. This unexpected reward gave Yang a boost of energy. He quickly walked over to Bai Xiu's side. She had already sorted the gear by category and pushed a stack of trade windows to him. Silver tier Silver Moon Staff unidentified. Bronze tier Wolf Fong Dagger unidentified. Bronze tier Howling Moon Bracelet unidentified. Black Iron tier Ring unidentified. Black Iron tier Robe unidentified. Black Iron tier Hat unidentified. Yang only had 2 Black Iron identification talismans, so he had to set some aside for now. Seeing that the Silver Moon Staff, Black Iron Robe, and Hat were all mage-type gear, he handed them all back to Bai Xiu. These are made for you. The first silver-tier weapon in the entire server. Don't hesitate to take them. Bai Xiu smiled warmly as she accepted them. The remaining junk items were packed into the bag for later processing back in town. Besides the equipment, several special drops lay scattered on the ground. Silver Scroll Tsanglong King Summoning Scroll summons the Tsanglong King to fight alongside the user for 10 minutes. The summoned version matches the summoner's level. Blue-covered book Human Rank Skill Book Swift Walk. Casting increases movement speed by 30 for 3 minutes, with a 10-minute cooldown. Class requirement, universal. A jade token. Several silver coins. Yang felt quietly pleased the summoning scroll's attributes were similar to the previous Boar King scroll, only level restricted, meaning the summoned beast would likely retain boss level stats. Baixiu flipped open the skill book Swift Walk and looked up in amazement. They really revealed that Songlong clan's signature secret skill. Yang was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed. He picked up the jade token, its surface smooth and warm to the touch, the pale green glow flickering at his fingertips. System information quickly appeared before his eyes. Mysterious jade talisman, suspected key to opening a certain portal. However, strangely, the item description contained none of the clues he had most eagerly anticipated about the son of the old village chief. None. How could that be? His brow furrowed tightly as Yang realized that the loot dropped by the Azure Wolf King had come to an end, and with it, the task's clues had abruptly cut off. If the mission failed, the penalty of losing levels would be harsh and unforgiving. As he pondered this, his gaze swept across the small hill and stopped at the dark gaping entrance at its base. The Azure Wolf King had been holed up there all along, so this place must hold some secret. Without hesitation, he handed the Azure Wolf King summoning scroll to Baixiu. Keep this scroll for self-defense. I don't need it. Then, he learned the swift step skill to prepare for freeing himself from complete dependence on the Phantom Dragon mount. Using both skills together would make his speed terrifying. Let's check out that cave. He raised his hand, pointing to the entrance. The cave was just over a person's height, dark and bottomless in appearance. Yang led the way while Baixiu followed closely, fearful of falling behind. For a young girl, entering such an eerie place, no matter how composed, was nerve-wracking. As they stepped inside, they found that it wasn't pitch dark. Occasionally, faintly glowing phosphorescent stones dotted the walls, casting pale light that outlined vague shapes and revealed signs the cave had been artificially carved. Yang turned sideways and studied the grooves and chisel marks, clearly showing this was no natural formation. The two moved deeper along the uneven passageway, light gradually fading. Baixiu clung tightly to Yang's back, one hand gripping his clothing edge, her face pale with tension. Yang pulled out a fire starter he carried for barbecues, lighting a torch that had been pre-positioned along the wall. The flame burst to life, its warm orange glow pushing back the cold darkness, allowing the pair to see further ahead. Holding the torch high, they continued on for another 10 minutes, their footsteps and breathing echoing in the confined space. After walking an unknown distance, the passage suddenly opened wittingly to abruptly deadened. Yang raised the torch higher, and its dancing light revealed an enormous stone gate towering against the rocky wall. At the end there stood a massive stone door. The surface was covered with ancient, mysterious patterns, as if it had endured countless ages. Yang spread his hands, knuckles whitening, shoulders sagging slightly, then suddenly pushed forward. The heavy stone door didn't budge an inch. Xueran, look over there. Baixiu suddenly spoke, her delicate finger pointing to the wall beside the door. Following her gaze, they saw a narrow groove on the stone wall, just the width of a fingertip. Yang stepped closer, brushing off the dust. Raising an eyebrow, he pulled out the jade token from his backpack. The moment the token touched the groove, he immediately saw that their shapes matched perfectly. Looks like this jade token is the key, he whispered. But Baixiu bit her lip, anxiety written clearly in her eyes. There won't be anything terrifying inside, right? What if some huge monster jumps out? Scaredy cat, Yang teased half-jokingly, but she clung to the hem of his clothes and wouldn't let go. Smiling faintly, he fell silent and embedded the jade token into the groove. Click! The mechanism activated. The token glowed softly, runes spreading out from the groove like golden threads climbing across the entire door. Rumble! The stone door slowly slid open, dust falling in a fine cascade. Yang drew out his broken tooth sword with a flick, point lowered and ready to strike. But behind the door, it was eerily silent, not a sound stirred. Let's go in and take a look. He was the first to cross the threshold. Baixiu followed closely, still clutching his clothes. Inside, a vast circular chamber came into view. The dome soared high above, and the floor was carved with intricate overlapping patterns, resembling a massive, ancient magical formation. In the very center, a golden lotus floated in midair, glowing softly. Above the heart of the lotus, a palm-sized golden sword spun slowly alongside it, the blade reflecting a cold gleam. Yang felt his mind shake. The surface of the golden lotus was covered with faint, indistinct Taoist runes that seemed to draw in the essence of heaven and earth, making it nearly impossible to look away. Information about the lotus appeared before his eyes, but all he could see was a string of question marks. Hee hee. A faint laughter erupted through the vast hall. Startled by the sudden sound, Baixiu let out a small cry and shrank back behind Yang. Who's there? Yang spun around, grabbing her and holding his sword horizontally in front of them. Don't be nervous, young man. An old man with gray hair flowing loose strolled in, his clothes tattered but his face warm with a gentle smile. Old sir, what brings you here? Yang'an remained cautious. I figured the deadline was near for this mission, so I came to the Tsang Wolf King's territory to check it out, the old man said calmly. I didn't expect it to have already been slain. I'm guessing that was your doing. Do you have the Wolf King's heart with you? Hearing this, most of Yang An's wariness faded. He took out the Wolf King's heart from his backpack, but didn't hand it over immediately. Instead, he asked, if you don't mind me asking, what do you need this heart for? He recalled the other hearts he had already handed over, the Troll Bunny King's heart and the Black Bristle Wild Boar King's heart. The old man's reasons for those were revenge against the Troll Bunny King, and to address the wild boar harassment among villagers. If it was just about killing the beasts, why collect their hearts? Not only the Wolf King's heart, but Yang'an had also submitted the Troll Bunny King's and Wild Boar King's hearts earlier. According to the old man, one was for avenging the Troll Bunny King, the other to solve the wild boar problem for the villagers. If that's the case, why go through the trouble of taking their hearts after killing them? I have a special gift. There's a secret technique I know that uses their hearts to brew a powerful potion. This potion can control the 3 tribes, so the villagers won't have to worry about them anymore. The old man by the tree smiled without losing warmth, as if recounting something obvious. Since you've completed the task, hand over the heart of the Azure Wolf King to me. Then, you will keep the skill Heart of Slaughter permanently. Yang'an gripped his long blade, but didn't answer right away. The old man was right. Only by submitting the task could the skill be retained forever. If he refused, not only would the skill be taken away, but his level would also drop. After a brief silence, he looked up. I have one more question. Ha ha ha. Go ahead. The old man narrowed his eyes. Who exactly are you? Yang An's gaze fixed tightly on the old man's face, searching for any sign of deception. The old man didn't answer directly but asked in return. Why do you ask? I asked the village chief, doesn't know you at all. Yang'an spoke faster now, but coldly. You claim to act for the villagers, but that's all lies. If I'm right, you're actually the village chief's son Li Dabiao. But you clearly don't match his age. Maybe you've taken over his body? He connected all the clues head gathered along the way, eyes flashing with insight. The old man's smile stiffened fleetingly before twisting into something more sinister, letting out a harsh cackle. Haha, clever little one. Who are you really? What do you want? The more you know, the faster you die? The old man leaned forward, his voice deep and hoarse. Don't think you arrivals won't truly perish. The words sent a chill down Yang An's spine. If a player dies in the game world, does that mean real death too? He forced himself to stay calm, deciding the old man was just trying to intimidate him. Since the truth's out, no need to pretend anymore. The old man's eyes instantly turned blood red, his withered fingers suddenly extending like sharp black daggers, surrounded by swirling dark mist. Li Dabiao corrupted. Level 10. Rank, Silver Boss. Attributes. Skills. Silver rank. Yang'an had just slain the Azure Wolf King and knew well how terrifying this level wash was. No match. But he still didn't understand. This guy was strong enough to hunt down the 3 great beast kings by himself, so why the need to pretend to be a dying old man and offer quests with rewards? Haha, hand over the Wolf King's heart. Li Dabiao's voice was cold as rust. The old man raised his skeletal right hand. Black mist churned in his palm as he reached toward Yang'an. A tremendous force pulled a blood-red heart from Yang'an's backpack, breaking through the air to land in the man's palm. It was the Azure Wolf King's heart Yang and had just secured. Impossible. Items inside my backpack can be forcibly taken. Yang'an's heart pounded wildly, but the terrifying pressure pinned him in place. Not even his fingertips could move. This body is weak after all. Li Dabiao grinned, black mist swirling as he said, my time is short. They'll deal with you later. He raised the still-beating Wolf King's heart to his mouth, biting down and crushing it. Black blood dripped from his lips. He licked his darkened lips as if savoring a delicacy while the black mist around him thickened. In Yang'an's eyes, his rank had just escalated from silver to gold boss. It seems this is where it all ends. But I've dragged you into this mess. Yang'an sighed and turned to look at Bai Xiao behind him. Bai Xiao shook her head and smiled, saying, didn't you say it's just a matter of losing 1 level? Why are you being so sentimental now? Fine, I was worried about you for nothing. Yang'an rolled his eyes at her, intending to comfort her, but ended up being mocked instead. Boom. As the elder of the stubborn tree completed his advancement, the ground suddenly trembled violently, as if something terrifying was about to erupt from beneath. The golden lotus at the center emitted a brilliant golden glow as waves of golden ripples spread outward. Ha 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 ha. The elder of the stubborn tree let out a sinister laugh and charged directly toward the golden lotus. Striking out with his palm, black mist transformed into a massive black dragon. The black dragon roared furiously and collided violently with the golden lotus. Buzz! A golden sword on the lotus quivered relentlessly, emitting a resonant hum. It turned its tip sharply, aiming straight at the incoming black dragon. For tens of thousands of years, you, already split into 9 fragments in this energy-depleted land, no longer possess the strength you once had. You can't stop me. The golden sword grew even brighter as it pierced through the black dragon, causing the dragon to dissipate into mist. It seemed to respond to the elder's words through its actions. So what? The seal is about to break. When that happens, can you still hold me off? You and I share the same origin. Submitting to me is your ultimate fate. Buzz. The golden sword erupted with an intense hum. Humph. That's not for you to decide. The elder of the stubborn tree was enveloped in thick black mist and clashed with the golden sword. Explosions of shocking collisions erupted between the two, but it was evident that the golden sword had the upper hand, forcing the elder into retreat. Thud, thud. The ground continued to quake violently. The elder, pushed back by the golden sword, let out a strange cry, and the black mist surrounding him suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue. It was the bloodthirsty state induced by the Heart of Slaughter. Yong'an recognized the skill immediately. Well, this is the Heart of Slaughter's ability, he murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, Yong'an noticed the emergence of blood-red mist around himself, and his eyes turned crimson. What's happening? Just as Yong'an began to question, suddenly, a crimson mist continued to flow steadily from Yong'an's body toward the old man by the tree. So that's it. Suddenly, he understood the true purpose behind the secret technique taught to him, and fury, mixed with helplessness, surged within. His body was tightly restrained. Not even a single finger could move. Nearly 9,000 points of his killing energy were instantly drained away. This aura, truly delicious. Ha. You haven't disappointed me after all. The old man by the tree licked his lips and sneered coldly, then unleashed both claws. His left hand erupted with crimson light as a giant blood-red dragon took shape in his palm, roaring as it lunged at the golden sword spinning in midair. His right hand ignited with eerie flames, and a blood-red phoenix spread its wings and cried out fiercely, aiming directly at the golden lotus protecting the formation. A thunderous clash echoed the dragon's roar, and the sword's hum intertwined. The golden sword spun rapidly, its condensed saber energy slashing fiercely as it collided with the dragon midair, sparks flying everywhere. At the same moment, the golden lotus blazed with intensified radiance, condensing a thick, heavy shield before it that stubbornly blocked the phoenix's fiery, world-consuming strike. You still have to expend spiritual power to maintain the grand formation, and with my inside and outside assault, can you really hold this seal? The old man sneered arrogantly. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave burst forth from underground, as if a mirror shattered with crisp cracking sounds, kacha, exploding close to their ears. Ha. The seal is broken. I have finally returned. A sinister laugh echoed darkly from the depths. A massive black claw comparable to a mountain burst from the earth, swiping at the golden lotus. Bang! The first strike shattered the shield bit by bit, the golden light of the lotus dimming abruptly. Bang! The second strike blasted the lotus flying several yards away, crashing to the ground beside Yang and in a heap, its radiance vanishing to reveal its true form, a golden petal covered with intricate runes, quietly lying in the dust. Without the lotus blessing, the golden sword above lost its glow and dissolved into countless glowing sparks. The earth heaved further as the entire arm rose slowly into view. It was a severed right arm from an unknown creature. The skin was pitch black as ink, muscles twisted and bulging, shrouded in a foul miasma of blackness and blood intertwined, resembling the hand of an underworld demon. The monstrous limb nearly filled the whole underground space, and in its palm, a tightly closed blood-red eye remained shut. Beneath this forbidden ground was sealed nothing but a single arm. Yang and Bai Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. They could scarcely imagine what kind of terrifying being this limb belonged to. Ding! A system alert suddenly popped up. Emergency mission. Prevent the ancient ferocious beast Abyss Chaos right arm from seizing the Chaos Golden Lotus Petal. Failure means the newbie village faces utter destruction. Both received the task simultaneously, exchanging troubled glances. Bai Xiao's face paled, her palms slick with cold sweat at their current strength. How could they possibly stand against such a monster? The old man by the tree paid them no mind. Finally returning to my true form. I don't want to stay in this broken shell for a moment longer. He muttered drowsily, his eyes losing focus as he fell stiffly to the ground. Immediately after, the residual blood mist inside him burst out of its casing and surged toward the terrifying giant claw. Hiss! The blood eye in the palm of the giant claw suddenly snapped open, spewing out a vivid scarlet light as if solidified, a crushing pressure sweeping over them, locking onto Yang Aner more precisely, the golden lotus petal before him. His blood-red eyes narrowed as the golden lotus petals slowly rose from the ground. We have to stop it. Without hesitation, Yang acted. As the old man guarding the tree returned to his original form, the binding suddenly vanished. Yang surged forward with a powerful stride, his figure blurring like a shadowy, illusionary dragon in flight. In an instant, he was airborne, snatching the golden lotus petal in his grasp. Yet the petal was still pulled by the giant claw's force, slowly lifting him upward. Impudent insect. daring to lay hands on my treasure? A cold voice echoed from deep within the blood-red giant claw, followed by the sudden appearance of a dark rune in the crimson eye. Ding! You have been afflicted with abyssal curse. Upon death, your level resets to 0. Yongin, you wouldn't do this to me, would you? White Xiao's tearful voice crackled urgently through the headset. In the next moment, the giant claw's index finger shot out a blood-red beam faster than the eye could see. Yongin felt a violent shock in his chest. 34,948,389. Bloodstained. Horrifying damage numbers floated above his head. Far away, White Xiao stomped in frustration but was powerless to intervene. Ding. Feign death substitute activated. You have revived. The metallic scent of blood filled his nose. Sweating coldly, Yongin staggered to his feet, still clutching the pedal tightly. He thought quickly. Even if I put it in my backpack, the enemy could still snatch it remotely, no time to hesitate. With a sudden gulp, he swallowed the golden pedal whole. Foolish and ignorant. The Chaos Golden Lotus is a primordial sacred relic born from the depths of chaos, not something your mortal flesh can bear. Defile this sacred treasure, and you shall die. The giant claw lunged again, the blood-red energy beam thicker and wilder than before, rapidly closing in. Buzz. A golden shield flared to life around Yongin, enveloping him in shimmering layers. Boom. The blood-red energy smashed into the shield, erupting in a deafening blast. 564,349. The golden shield intercepted most of the impact, but could not fully protect him. Ding. You have died. Under the effect of the abyssal curse, your level has dropped to 0. The shockwave swept the battlefield. Far away, White Xiao failed to dodge in time and was instantly erased, becoming a streak of white light back to the beginner's village. But Yongin did not revive like she did. He lay quietly on the scorched ground, a faint golden glow lingering about him, his consciousness completely severed. What use is an arrival? I told you will disappear forever. The blood-red giant claw pressed down lightly, and a larger hand formed from blood mist slammed down with a thunderous crash. Rip! Just 3 meters from Yongin, the blood mist giant claw suddenly faced a tear in the space ahead. A slender jade hand reached out, gently striking the claw, which instantly exploded into swirling mist and dissipated into the air. Then, a graceful figure stepped through the crack. Her robes were whiter than snow, her eyebrows delicately arched, and her eyes deep as a starry sea. 3,000 strands of ebony hair fluttered in the breeze. A light veil covered her face, hiding her true features. With each step she took, petals of peach blossoms floated down through the void like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Chaos, I never imagined this arm of yours could break the seal. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Xiannu, you are late. The blood-red giant claw trembled slightly, responding gloomily, you cannot stop me. Perhaps only your master's arrival could succeed. Humph. Xiannu wasted no words and took action immediately. A long sword appeared before her, floating in midair, pointed straight at the giant claw. She pressed her 2 fingers together and swiftly formed a sword gesture. The sword trembled and surged to 3 meters in length, its blade gleaming coldly as sharp sword chi coiled around it like countless streaks of light, aiming to pierce the blood-red eye on the giant claw. Demon-subduing sword? Useless. Your strength can't touch me. A mocking voice exploded through the swirling mist. The giant claw's 5 fingers curled, gathering black-red energy, then suddenly clenched into a fist to fiercely parry the flying great sword. Bang! The clash of metal and force shook the earth's pulse. The massive recoil flipped the sword back, its blade twisting and sparking dazzling bursts of fire. Xiannu lightly raised her arm and precisely caught the sword's hilt with her slender ivory hand, instantly locking her energy onto it. Drip! A drop of ink-black blood fell from the air and sizzled white smoke upon hitting the ground. The giant claw was wounded. It seems I was sealed too long, if even a little girl like you can hurt me. Once my other parts recover, who in this world can stop me? Ha 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 ha, the sinister laughter echoed through the cave. Xiannu's expression grew stern. She raised the sword once more, focusing purple light on its tip. Xian Tian demon-slaying strike. Several yards of sword brilliance burst forth like a flood breaking a dam, tearing the surrounding space apart. The rift unleashed raging spiritual energy like a storm. Humph. The giant claw snorted coldly. Blood mist and black haze surged wildly as the 5 fingers spread wide, blocking out the sky, then slammed down toward the demon-subduing sword. Bang! The sword tip collided head-on with the claw, detonating a thunderous explosion that sent a terrifying shockwave rippling out, warping the space around them. Overhead, rock layers shattered and tumbled, dirt and stones swirling as sunlight poured through the cracks, illuminating the scattering dust. Ha ha ha, little girl. Next time I'll settle the score with you. The giant claw surged upward following the rift of light, transforming into a swirling mist that vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiannu did not give chase. She knew attacking again now would be useless. All that remained on the ground was a pool of black blood still steaming, a heavy price extracted from the severed chaos arm to escape with its life. With a backward motion, she summoned the flying, demon-subduing sword back. Its blade rapidly shrank into a streak of light that sank into her dantian. Her gaze shifted to Yang, and not far away, curled among the rubble, his face etched with pain. Xian Nu frowned, her tone cold yet resigned. I told you to stop it from seizing the chaos golden lotus petal, not to swallow it yourself, even weakened now. Your mortal body can't withstand that. After a long silence, she sighed softly and raised her hands in a loose grasp. Invisible forces lifted Yang N's body and gently moved him back to where the golden lotus once grew. Xian Nu's hands moved swiftly through seals, as the surrounding primal energy of heaven and earth thundered in, flowing like a reversing tide, pouring completely into Yang N. A golden light burst from around him, blossoming into a gigantic lotus flower in midair. Layer upon layer of petals spun and rotated, enveloping Yang N securely in a continuous cycle. At the same time, ripples appeared in the space where Xian Nu stood. Her figure gradually faded, leaving only a cool voice lingering in the air. Perhaps this is your fate. This is as far as I can help you. Everything depends on your destiny. If you succeed, you will soar to the heavens. If you fail, you will vanish to dust and smoke. The respawn point in the novice village. Bai Xiao had been waiting here for a long time, but Yang N still hadn't appeared. What's going on? Didn't we just die together? Why hasn't he come out yet? She paced anxiously beside the resurrection stone, her brows tightly furrowed. She hurriedly opened her friend's list. Yang N's avatar was completely grayed out, and his once bright level 10 tag had dropped to 0. How could it drop to 0? Bai Xiao's heart sank. He only died once. How could his level reset like this? Suppressing her panic, she started sending private messages in quick succession. Bloodstain, are you okay? How did you drop to level 0? What happened? Did you log off? It's okay. You're so strong. Even if you drop to 0, you'll level back up in no time. Don't be sad. Log on quickly. I can help you level up. Look, the silver staff we just got, I can equip it and grind monsters to level up. It'll be easy. Don't worry, with me around, you'll get back up fast. Bloodstain. All her messages seemed to vanish into a black hole. No response at all. Yang An's avatar remained gray, without even an offline tag. Tears she couldn't hold back blurred her vision. What's wrong with you? Why won't you answer me? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her. The elder by the tree had once said, don't think that because you are descendants, you won't die. No, this is just a game. It can't be true. She shook her head desperately, trying to cast away the terrifying suspicion. You have to be okay. Bai Xiao stood up abruptly and sprinted toward the howling moon plains. Bloodstain, you have to be okay, right? Just as she dashed out of the novice village, a system alert sounded in her ear. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system quest. Prevent the ancient beast abyss chaos right arm from obtaining the chaos golden lotus petal. Reward, level 1, all attributes 20. The mission succeeded, so you must be alright. Hope rekindled in her chest, and she quickened her pace. After 3 hours of rapid travel, the territory of the Azure Wolf King lay ahead. But the cave was collapsed into rubble. Bloodstain, she yelled hoarsely. Only the wind answered. High above, a figure in white robe. Xian Nu quietly observed the girl below. Talented, a rare promising disciple, but unfortunately not one I can teach. However, meanwhile, the leaderboard suddenly shifted dramatically. Did you see that? The mysterious top-ranked player just disappeared. Huh, yeah, what happened? If he died and lost levels, he should still be around level 9 and remain on the list. Why vanish completely? Could he have been ambushed by enemies and killed multiple times? Possible. Or maybe this player found a way to hide their ranking. Within the chaos. Where's this? Yang N slowly opened his eyes to gray, misty disorder, his senses completely stripped away. Suddenly, a burst of golden light exploded beneath him. A massive golden lotus phantom appeared, its petals unfolding slowly, engraved with flowing runes. This is the chaos golden lotus. Looking around, and speaking so his voice echoed in the boundless void, he said, where exactly am I? Didn't I already die? Why hasn't anyone returned to the newbie village? Yang N was flooded with questions, but no one answered him. Beneath his feet, the chaotic golden lotus slowly spun, its petals locking his legs like interlocking gears. A golden streak emerged suddenly. Swirling with the rotation, it was the same golden short sword that had appeared during the old man by the tree's battle. The golden light circled several times in the air before stopping, the sword's tip pointing straight at Yang N. A sharp, ringing hum exploded. In the next moment, the motionless golden sword transformed into a deadly meteor, piercing through his chest without warning. The golden sword's glow tore through the air as blood burst into misty droplets. Ah, a sword through the heart. Yang N cried out in pain, trying to dodge but locked tightly by the golden lotus. Warm blood gushed from his chest, the blood hole clearly visible. He instinctively tried to call the logout command, but received no response. The pain here was unbearably real. Suddenly, the golden short sword reversed its trajectory, stabbing through his back again. A second blood hole exploded, staining his clothes red with fresh blood. His consciousness wavered in agony, but from deep inside the golden lotus, a mysterious warm power surged, flowing through his meridians into every limb and bone. Both wounds visibly began to heal rapidly, and he almost instantly felt restored. "I'm not dead." The thought barely formed when the piercing shriek cut through the air again. The sword thrust into his chest once more, a searing pain flooding his nerves. The mysterious power answered swiftly, sealing the wound again. Gritting his teeth, Yang forced himself up, eyes locked on the hovering golden short sword. Why is this sword attacking me? Wasn't it part of the chaotic golden lotus? And why does this power save me? The old man by the tree, the ancient ferocious beasts, all the mysteries pressed down on his mind like layers of mist. Suddenly, the golden sword in the air split in two. Two blades glinted coldly and shot toward him in succession. Puncture, puncture. Two more blood holes opened across his chest and abdomen. Yet the power once again patched up the injuries flawlessly. The golden swords kept multiplying. 4, 8, 16. Countless sword shadows filled the sky, forming a dazzling golden death net tightening relentlessly. Yang An's body was ripped over and over. Teeth shattered in the golden glow. Eyeballs pierced by blades. Skull impaled by sharp swords. Limbs severed one after another. Even his heart was destroyed by the sword's energy. The endless torment struck deep into his soul. Every time his body was shattered, the mysterious power forcibly pieced him back together. Flesh reformed, bones regrew, only to be torn apart again by the myriad swords. A terrifying cycle repeated. Faintly, he sensed his body undergoing a slow, profound transformation. The sky thundered with sword shadows, but through the blood mist, Yang N's lips curled into a crazed smile. "Pain will only make me stronger. Come on, let's see what you can really do to me." Here, every second felt like an eternity. Golden sword rain, excruciating pain, the mysterious powers healing endless cycles ground on. Yang clenched his teeth, enduring through the unending torment. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Inside the mysterious space, this marked the 9th day Yang endured the piercing of 10,000 swords through his heart. For 9 days and nights, countless golden tiny swords relentlessly tore through his flesh and blood, repeatedly grinding and reshaping everything from skin to marrow. The initial agony felt like sharp nails driven into his soul, often clouding his mind, yet he stubbornly clung to a thread of clarity, barely surviving the most perilous period. As time passed, the enigmatic power of the Chaos Golden Lotus continuously repaired and transformed his body, gradually dulling the pain. He could distinctly feel every muscle and bone undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. At this moment, the damage from the golden needles had dwindled to a minimum. Fear no longer stirred in Yang N's heart. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. "Ha ha ha! Bring it on!" He roared to the sky, and in the next instant, a dense cascade of sword light poured down again like a blazing sun crashing through the heavens. His body resembled a calm, deep lake, the golden swords falling like raindrops that silently disappeared upon touching the surface. 1 sword, 2 swords, 1,000, 10,000. When the last golden sword fully sank into his body, he seemed to transform into a glowing golden statue, radiating a brilliant light that filled the entire mysterious space. He slowly closed his eyes as the illusory chaos golden lotus beneath him spun rapidly, swirling like a vortex that absorbed surrounding energies. After refining them, it continuously funneled the power into his meridians. The sensation of transformation stretched on for an unknown length of time until all the golden light was drawn inward. Only then did he open his eyes, the golden glow flickering away. Ding! The soul pierced by 10,000 swords remains unyielding. The chaotic body is forged into a golden vessel. Congratulations, you have passed the test of the Chaos Golden Lotus and successfully awakened the Chaos Sword Body. Ding! Awakening Chaos Sword Body. All attributes 200, critical rate 25, critical damage 50, comprehension 10, exclusive skills acquired. Chaos Sword Heart, Chaos Eye, Chaos Sword Domain. The Golden Lotus world-destroying ability is not yet unlocked. Yang raised both hands and clenched his fists, each muscle pulsing with explosive power. He immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name: Shueron Bloodstained. Class: None. Physical attack level: 0. Experience: 0 300. Constitution: 223. Strength: 225. Spiritual power: 222. Agility: 225. Endurance: 224. Comprehension: Hidden. Luck: Hidden. Vitality: 2230. Spiritual energy: 2220. Physical attack: 338. Spiritual attack: 333. Physical defense: 269. Spiritual defense: 268. Speed: 27.5. Critical rate: 25. Critical damage, 200. Stamina, 100. Equipment, none. Physical quality, Chaos Sword Body Rank 1. Description: through the sword's path, one comprehends chaos, evolving myriad laws and shattering all things. The Chaos Sword Body naturally resonates with the Great Tao, embodying all ways, forged within the sword. Seek more petals of the Chaos Golden Lotus and complete trials to improve rank, unlocking a perfected Chaos Sword Body with additional traits. Basic attributes. All attributes 200, critical rate 25, critical damage 50, comprehension 10. Refining all ways. By defeating special physical types, one may seize their essence to strengthen oneself. Skills. 1. Chaos Sword Heart exclusive passive. A pure sword heart, crystal clear. Increases final damage dealt by all sword skills by 200, reduces damage taken from sword skills by 30. 2. Chaos Eye exclusive. Chaos gives birth to all things. All things return to chaos. When the Chaos Heaven Eye opens, everything can be broken. Effect 1. Open Chaos Eye to fire a beam of chaotic light at a single target, dealing 500 damage. Cooldown 15 minutes. Effect 2. Can appraise equipment up to 20 levels below the user's own level. Effect 3. See through all invisibility, illusions, and falsehoods within 10 levels below your own. Instantly scan the attributes of any target up to 20 levels lower than yourself, with no cooldown. Chaos Sword Domain is an exclusive ability. Chaos transforms all paths. All paths bow before it. Once activated, the domain's power surges from beneath your feet, wildly sweeping in all directions. Your full attributes double by 100, while all hostile targets inside suffer a 50 drop in all attributes. The domain lasts a full 10 minutes and has a 24-hour cooldown. Additionally, if you slay a target within the domain, there is a 0.00001 chance to seize one of their passive skills. Golden Lotus Apocalypse insufficient conditions. Fierce Strike mortal level. Sword Chi Chain / human level. Phantom Dragon Dance God level self-created. Heart of Slaughter unknown. Swift Step human level. Savage Charge weapon effect. This long list of skills settled onto the panel was enough to make hearts race. This is truly incredible. Chaos Sword Body is absolutely unbeatable. Yang An's eyes bloodshot but shone with fanatic excitement. He vividly remembered the bone-rending agony of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Now, all that pain had transformed into overwhelming power. Even though his level dropped to 0 from the job change, he didn't care. Grasping the Chaos Sword Body made that cost negligible. Rumble. A sudden pang of hunger struck like a beast biting his stomach, nearly knocking him off his feet. His physical body in reality protested fiercely. The craving for food overwhelmed the triumphant joy. How long has it been? Yang An's heart tightened as he could no longer admire his stats, hastily issuing the logout command. A flash of light. Back in reality, a sharp, foul stench filled his nostrils, and his empty stomach churned acid up his throat. What is that smell? Why is it so disgusting? As he lifted his hand, he saw it coated in thick, black slime, oily, viscous, and emitting a strong, fishy stench. Nausea surged up, but he forced it down and staggered to his feet, heading straight for the bathroom. After 2 steps, he abruptly stopped. His left foot, the one the nation's top doctors had declared incurable for life, and barely functional even to stand on, rubbed hard against the floor without a hint of pain. He lifted it, rotated, stomped again with force. No searing pain. Could it really be healed? The doctor's words, impossible to recover without a miracle, were coming true before his eyes. Staring at the black slime covering his leg, an almost absurd thought arose in his mind. It had to be the power of the Chaos Sword Body. But that defied all logic. Whatever, a healed leg is a blessing. He took a deep breath, pushing doubt aside to deal with the immediate problem. Only a pack of compressed bread remained on the table. He tore it open and devoured it in 3 quick bites, barely staving off hunger. Then he entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, letting hot water surge as foam boiled up. He scrubbed repeatedly, thick chunks of black slime sliding off, using almost all the body wash before finally getting clean. More than an hour later, as the bathroom fog cleared, he felt refreshed and walked back to the living room. His phone screen lit up. What? It's been a full 9 days? Yang An tapped repeatedly, verifying again and again. The time was precise and undeniable. For 9 days, his body had neither eaten nor drunk anything, yet he had survived. Life's ordeal, is this really just a game? He looked out at the cold white daylight, everything inside both familiar and strange. At this moment, science could no longer explain what he had experienced. With absolute rationality, he restrained himself from slapping his own face to check if he was dreaming. He had only eaten a piece of bread earlier, but his hunger was already screaming at him again. Ordering delivery would take too long. Yang An grabbed his jacket and dashed downstairs without even tying his shoelaces, scanning the street until he spotted a nearby small restaurant still brightly lit. Hello, what would you like to eat? The owner greeted him warmly as soon as Yang An pushed open the door. Anything, As fast as possible. Whatever's ready, just bring it out, Yang replied, his voice tinged with impatience. All right, you must be starving. They'll start you off with some steamed buns, the owner said, shouting back to the kitchen to get started while quickly bringing 2 steaming buns and a few plates of cold side dishes. Thanks. Yang grabbed a bun and stuffed it in his mouth. The dough was still steaming hot, but even after 2 or 3 bites, his stomach still felt hollow. The kitchen worked quickly. Soon the first bowl of noodles arrived, the broth boiling and fragrant. Yang picked up his chopsticks and, like a whirlwind, slurped the noodles down. Less than 10 seconds later, the bowl was empty. The owner just stood there, his jaw dropping. Kitchen, another bowl. Yang pushed the empty bowl aside. The owner hurriedly turned back, one more coming right up. The second bowl arrived, and again, it vanished in no more than 10 seconds, broth and all. Sir Yang mumbled a weak warning. Keep it coming. The owner instinctively yelled toward the kitchen. So came the third, the fourth until 10 whole bowls of noodles were devoured. Yang finally feeling somewhat full, but the hungry wolf inside him was still growling. His gaze shifted to the deli counter. That roast duck? Bring me one, he said. The roasted duck glistened with oil. The bones were soon picked clean, sauce dripping down his fingers. One's not enough, bring another. The second, the third roast duck, roast goose, marinated beef, braised pig's feet, anything on display was swept onto his table and quickly devoured. By the time the deli case was empty, Yang patted his swollen belly with satisfaction and let out a deep breath. That should make up for the past 9 days of missed meals. Except for the owner and kitchen staff, the restaurant was empty. The 2 men froze in place. Only one question running through their minds. Is this even human? Boss, the bill please. Yang broke the silence first. The owner was still dazed, so Yang called again, boss? Oh, yes, right. The owner suddenly snapped out of it and rattled off the calculator. That'll be 3,116 yuan total, ill rounded down to 3,100 for you. Yang casually scanned to pay, then stood up and dashed out. Any longer, and they'd just be staring at each other dumbfounded. Back home, Yang took out his phone again. He had been too busy traveling to notice the flood of notifications, over a dozen missed calls and several text messages, all from Luo Yuan. 3 days ago, Luo Yuan had just reached level 10 and entered the Tier 2 main city, excited as if he'd been shot full of adrenaline. Anzi, big brother just hit level 10. How about you? What level are you? Scared I'll make fun of you for being behind? Ha ha ha. That was his first message from that day. Yang didn't reply. Luo Yuan knew his old habit well, disappearing without a trace from time to time. But since everyone had become ordinary people after retiring, Luo Yuan was still a bit worried. The next day, Luo Yuan sent more messages. Anzi, you aren't picking up? Are you home? If you don't respond soon, I'm coming over tomorrow. Now, all the unread messages rushed in at once, warming Yang's heart slightly. He quickly typed a reply. Fatty, I'm fine. Lost my phone, just got a new SIM. Luo Yuan replied instantly. Damn, you finally answered. I was about to head out. Yang typed fast. Haha, unexpected stuff. You're already level 10. I've been busy lately, haven't leveled much, but I'll catch up soon and get you something good. What good stuff? Mysterious? You'll see. Let's leave it for now. He'll get in touch. Alright, hee. Having calmed Luo Yuan down, Yang opened the game forum to catch up on recent news. After quickly scanning, he summarized the key points. 1. The highest level player had pushed to level 16. The top tier stood around level 13. 2. After leaving the newbie village, players could go to any of the 8 Tier 2 main cities to choose a class. Right now was the nationwide class change phase. Just entering the class hall allowed players to reset free attributes and pick a profession. 3. The game featured 7 mainstream classes: Warrior, Spirit Mage, Shield Guardian, Sharpshooter, Healer, Summoner, and Assassin. Warriors were further divided by weapon specialization into Swordsman, Blade Master, Lancer, and Brawler, each with unique skill trees and playstyles. Spirit Mages specialized in elements fire, ice, wind, and lightning. 4. Besides the obvious classes, many hidden classes awaited discovery. After taking it all in, his eyes naturally settled on Swordsman. Chaotic, Sword Body perfectly matched this class. With no other useful info, he closed the forum. A flash of white light, and he logged back into the game. Darkness surrounded him. No light, no sense of direction. You're here. A cold female voice hovered near his ear, close yet distant. Yang's heart tightened, but he stayed still, waiting quietly. Unfazed in the face of danger, that's a good temperament. As the voice spoke with approval, the chaos before him was cleaved open by a beam of prismatic light. Space seemed sliced by a sharp blade as a stunning woman in white stepped through the breach. A veil covered her face, long hair swirling, clothes fluttering. She moved gracefully, lightfoot, approaching Yang. Unlike by Xiao's beauty, Yang felt a unique kind of attraction from her, something soothing and comforting. But the woman before him now was completely different. Her stunning looks almost unreal, with meticulously sculpted brows and eyes that radiated a chilling coldness. as if she guarded an iceberg within. Instinctively, Yang wanted to activate his chaos eye to investigate, but recalling how she had just torn through space itself to arrive, he quickly suppressed the impulse. With his current strength, if she noticed, he would surely provoke her wrath immediately. "May I ask who you are?" he asked politely, clasping his fists respectfully. "I deliver heaven's decree, the 9 heavens mysterious lady." Her voice was calm, yet seemed to solemnly proclaim this fact to heaven and earth. The 9 heavens mysterious lady? Yang An's heart jolted. According to ancient Chinese texts, the mysterious lady was a supreme goddess who mastered divine arts and assisted the gods in protecting the mortal world. Whether or not this woman truly was the legendary figure, Yang knew he couldn't afford to offend her. "I pay my respects, your ladyship." Yang bowed again with clasped fists. Beneath her veil flashed a faint smile. Then the mysterious lattice expression turned icy once more. "You are talented, but still weak. To break the shackles of fate, you must become far stronger." She tapped lightly with an exquisite finger. A burst of multicolored light blossomed from her fingertip and instantly merged into Yang An's body. The Chaos Golden Lotus contains the very essence of chaos, sharing origin with that ancient ferocious beast. It won't surrender easily. You have already been marked by it. I will conceal the lotus aura within you for now, but the mark cannot be removed, only hidden. As long as you stay away from it, you won't be detected. The ancient beast Chaos right arm could sense Yang swallowing the lotus petals. Though it might doubt he'd survive, should it sense the lotus aura again, Yang would be trapped in a deadly predicament. "Thank you, your ladyship." Yang was deeply grateful. Was a 0-level minor character, and if that great claw found him, death was certain. After calming himself, Yang seized the chance to ask, "Lady Mysterious, what exactly is that great claw? And why is it sealed here?" She glanced at him and said coolly, "It is one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, later cast into the abyss, gaining even greater strength. During the ancient war, the gods joined forces to defeat it, splitting its body into 5 parts and sealing them separately. This place of exile holds its right arm, which has now escaped back to the abyss." Place of exile? Yang An's doubts deepened. Could the entire newbie village be a place of exile? "You don't need to know too much now. Strength is what matters most. When you reach a certain realm, you will understand." As she spoke, she waved her hand gently, and the surrounding space seemed to shatter like a broken mirror, cracks spreading rapidly, fragments flying apart. The next moment, Yang found himself standing in the territory of the Tsonglang king. Her presence completely vanished. His communication panel flashed dozens of friend messages. She currently had only 2 friends, Bai Xiao and Feng Shuixing. Feng Shuixing had sent just one message, "Got any gear to sell?" and didn't follow up when Yang didn't reply. The rest were all from Bai Xiao. Opening the chat, a chill ran down his spine. He had disappeared for a full 9 days, and Bai Xiao's worry had reached its peak. Hastily, he began sending her explanations. South Ming City, one of the 8 secondary main cities. In a level 15 wild monster zone, over 10 players were cooperatively fighting monsters. A veiled young woman sat apart on a large rock, resting her chin in her hands, gazing past the trees with a hollow, sorrowful expression. "Miss, you're daydreaming again." A gentle female voice spoke from behind. "Qingjia, do you really think you can revive infinitely here?" The young woman stared into the distance without turning around. "Miss, this is a game world. Of course you can revive infinitely. Just lose a level each time. I've died several times already in the newbie village," Qingjia said with a tender smile, trying to comfort her. "Is that so?" The girl murmured softly, words only she could hear. "Then why did he disappear?" Suddenly, as if remembering something, her voice grew gentle yet resolute. "Shui Ran, I've already re-specialized as a healer. I have stronger healing skills and resurrection magic now. I can help you better." She opened her friend list and stared fixatedly at the gray, unresponsive avatar, whispering, "But where are you?" After a long, lingering gaze, just as she was about to close the interface, suddenly, that gray avatar lit up. "I'm fine. I'm back." Reading the message from Yang Bai Xiao was initially stunned. Then she suddenly stood up, unable to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. Just as the smile appeared, tears welled up in her eyes and traced down her cheeks. She whispered repeatedly, "It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay." Qingjia, who was behind her, noticed her lattice sudden shifts between laughter and tears and quickly rushed over. "Miss, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Fine, Qingjia." Bai Xiao wiped her tears away with the back of her hand, though her heart was a turbulent flood. She was relieved that Shui Ran was alive, yet also burdened by the days of anxious worry with no outlet. Taking a deep breath, she forced her emotions back down. "Qingjia, you were right before. After all, this is a game. If you die, you can respawn." The smile blossomed anew on the young girl's face, chasing away the lingering shadows from the past days. Qingjia looked puzzled. "Miss, are your reflexes a bit slow?" Yang chatted with Bai Xiao for a while longer, carefully soothing her feelings. about why he had disappeared for days. He couldn't explain clearly and vaguely mentioned urgent matters in real life that kept him away from the game. Seeing him safe relieved by Xiao, and she didn't ask more. During their conversation, Yong'an learned that 1. Bai Xiao had switched to the healer class and was stationed in Nanming City with several company members. 2. She had reached level 13, the first player to arrive at the level 2 main city, but showed no interest in leveling further and was mostly wandering around. Only she understood why and didn't tell Yong'an. 3. The 8 level 2 main cities in the Fate Calamity were interconnected, but teleportation fees were steep, making frequent travel difficult for regular players. 4. Each level 2 city had corresponding leveling zones nearby. Without special quests, players rarely ventured beyond these areas. Yong'an was still level 0 and hadn't decided which city to settle in. Nanming City's proximity to his real-world location intrigued him, though he would never admit it was because of Bai Xiao. The most urgent task now was to level up. Glancing at the glaring level 0 next to his ID made him uneasy. He had to catch up with the main group as soon as possible. Opening the leaderboard, he saw, first, War God Chiyu, Demon God class, level 17. Second, Defying Fate, Gun Master class, level 16. Third, Heavenly Sovereign, Spirit Mage class, level 16. Fourth, Shui Kingminglan, Healer class, level 15. Fifth, Ation, Swordsman class, level 15. Sixth, Yao Guangxingzi, Spirit Mage class, level 15. Seventh, Twilight of the Gods, Swordsman class, level 15. Eighth, Hidden, Sharpshooter class, level 15. Ninth, Dark Knight, Assassin class, level 15. 10th, Sky Holder, Shield Guard class, level 14. The top player was already level 17 and the only one with the hidden class. The gap felt like a mountain weighing down on Yang, and clenching his fist, he vowed to catch up as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to hunt monsters for experience, he suddenly remembered another task: follow up on the lair of the Azure Wolf King. The cave had completely collapsed during the battle. Without hesitation, he climbed over the ridge and headed towards the familiar battleground in the direction of the former cave entrance. The cave that the Azure Wolf King guarded was destroyed, so he crossed the ridge and arrived at the previous battlefield. Due to the earlier battle underground, the ground had collapsed, forming a huge pit. However, thanks to Xian Nu's deliberate protection, the spot where they stood wasn't buried under rubble. Jagged stones littered the pit's walls, dust still unsettled. Yong'an carefully stepped on loose rocks, slowly sliding down to the bottom. In the dim gloom, he saw his target Li Dabio's lifeless, rigid body lying among the debris. The cold corpse reminded him that the final step of the mission was at hand. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the unease within, carefully packing the body into his backpack, though a wave of discomfort weighed on his heart. With the task complete, Yong'an crushed the teleportation scroll. In the flash of light that followed, he returned to the novice village. Without pause, he hurried along the cobbled path, pushed open the weathered wooden door, and strode straight into the old village chief's courtyard. Grandfather Village Chief. Under the eaves, the white-haired elder looked up at the sound. His cloudy eyes immediately lit with excitement. The village chief trembled but rose quickly, taking several steps toward the youth. His voice quivered, "Bloodstained young hero. I've been anxiously waiting for you. Do you have any news of Dabiao?" Yong'an met the old man's anxious gaze. His throat tightened, but he remained silent. Sighing softly, he carefully took Li Dabio's body from his pack and gently laid it on the ground. Dabiao. With a heavy thud, the village chief's knees gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. His trembling hand grazed his son's face as tears instantly blurred his vision. A parent losing a child is heart-wrenching enough, but now he had to bear saying goodbye to a grandson as well. "Grandfather, please accept my condolences." Yong'an stood awkwardly to the side, offering what little comfort he could in a low voice. After a long, sorrowful silence, the village chief wiped his tears and forced himself to calm. His voice was shaky as he asked, "Bloodstained young hero, could you please tell me why my son lost his life?" Brother Dabiao, desperate to find his missing son, mistakenly ventured into a forbidden area and was taken over by a terrifying sealed entity. Yong'an recounted everything he knew, except for the existence of the Chaos Golden Lotus. "Oh, Dabiao, I warned you from childhood never to approach the sealed lands. Why did you?" The elder's hoarse voice faltered as he stared at the body with wrinkles etched deep by time and grief. After a moment, he stood and took an ancient, jet-black token from his chest, placing it carefully into Yong'an's palm. "Thank you for letting Dabio's soul find rest. This Jade Void token has been passed down through our ancestors, waiting for someone destined to wield it. I now entrust it to you." Ding. Congratulations on completing the only hidden quest, the village chief's request. Reward, Jade Void token. Yong'an looked down at the token. Jade Void token. Used to unlock the Jade Void Secret Realm Teleportation Array. Activation conditions. Must be watered with a drop of Silver Tier Boss Blood. Entry requirements. Level 10 and no class change. Silver Tier Boss Blood. He frowned, pocketing the token again. Grandfather Village Chief. If nothing else, I will take my leave. Yang bowed and turned to go. Wait, young hero. The village chief immediately reached out to stop him, pleading in his eyes. There is one more favor I must ask you must avenge Dabiao. If you become strong enough one day, please slay the ancient ferocious beast sealed beneath abyss chaos. Forgive my boldness, but I have no other choice but to entrust this to you. Ding. Would you accept the quest the village chief's last wish? Kill the ancient ferocious beast abyss chaos. Reward, none. Penalty, none. Accepted. Yang could not refuse the old man's final wish. His gaze was resolute. If I have the chance, I will try. The village chief nodded deeply, his expression slightly eased. Yang bowed once more and turned to leave the courtyard. As the gate closed behind him, he looked up at the clear blue sky, chest rising and falling as he sighed deeply. Gathering his resolve, Yang decided to level up to 10 as soon as possible to meet the requirements to unlock the Jade Void secret realm. At his current speed, Yang could now activate Phantom Dragon Swim much faster than before, even under normal conditions. After leaving the beginner village, it took him just over an hour to reach the Howling Moon Plain. The terrain here was open and wide, with silvery moonlight spilling over waves of grass, and packs of azure wolves roaming about level 10, the highest level monsters within the beginner village's range. Yang chose this spot for leveling purely to maximize efficiency. Soon, he locked onto a pack of azure wolves in the tall grass. Little wolves, you'll be my test targets. He casually pulled aggro from one wolf and gripped his new player's short sword, which barely had 3 attack power. The wolf snarled provocatively and leapt at him, howling to the sky as it slammed its paws forward. Yang smirked and slashed, trailing sword chi in a swift combo. 640. Then a critical hit 1280. The staggering numbers exploded above the wolf's head, surprising even Yang. The Chaos Sword body skill granted a 200 damage boost to sword attacks, and combined with the critical hit, it unleashed a terrifying 1280 damage, effectively keeping him in a permanent killing spree state. Glancing at the still glowing heart of Slaughter buff, he thought, the skill is absurdly strong, no worry about turning red name, powerful burst, and good sustain. But it's a double-edged sword. The last time the old watcher snatched away all his killing power, he had to worry about losing it again. Still, he shrugged. There was no choice, since the skill couldn't be forgotten. From now on, he just had to use up killing power as soon as he gained it. Meanwhile, one wolf that was charging forward groaned, biting out after 2 heavy strikes. Yang lightly stepped aside. His agility had significantly improved, was faster than the wolf even with its sprint skill, especially since he had the same ability. He raised his wrist and delivered a strong strike for 320. Without Chaos Sword bonus, damage dropped noticeably. Following quickly with a normal attack for 243, the wolf's health bar instantly dropped to 1/6. A few more swings finished it off, and the beast collapsed with a crash. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 1 and gained 5 free attribute points. As usual, Yang allocated points 4 into strength, 1 into agility, and got a clearer sense of his combat power. He shook his short sword and scanned the wolf pack with rising fighting spirit. Bring it on, little wolf cubs. With that, he lunged into the middle of the group like a sharp blade cutting into dry grass, dancing among them. By now, Howling Moon Plain was crowded with player parties grinding for experience. Many saw Yang easily soloing the Azure Wolves and sent team invitations, all of which he politely declined. A few took offense, trying to teach the lone wolf a lesson, but each was sent flying back to the beginner village respawn point with a single sword strike, quickly silencing any further troublemakers. Time flew by. After a day of intense monster grinding, Yang's leveling speed was terrifying. He had reached level 9, just one shy of leaving the beginner village. His anticipation for the outside world only grew stronger. At that moment, his comm link was flooded with messages from a friend in Nanming City. Shueran, hurry up. I found a level 15 boss here, just waiting for you. Yang glanced at the messages while clearing monsters and couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. I'm trying as fast as I can. I want to get out there as soon as possible too. After battling for more than 2 hours, a commotion broke out ahead. Over 100 players had gathered there, with more steadily arriving. There must be a boss. Yang shook the long sword in his hand, his gaze piercing over the crowd as he slowly advanced. This boss belongs to Tunglong. All outsiders, leave immediately. A fierce voice boomed from deep within the throng. Hearing that familiar tone, a smirk tugged at Yang's lips. Oh, an old friend. Following the voice, he spotted a flash of glaring yellow hair amid the crowd, bright yellow strands flickering annoyingly under the sunlight. Long Fei was absent, likely already departed for the secondary main city after reaching level 10. Huang Mao and his group, having been killed multiple times by Yang, lagged behind in levels and were stuck in the newbie village. At this moment, the Tunglong Guild had gathered over 200 members, sweeping the area and forcing solo players to the outskirts. Within the newbie village, Tunglong was dominant. The only guild capable of challenging them, Feng Shui Pavilion, had already transferred to the secondary main city. Yang didn't push his way in, but instead glanced from a distance at the newly spawned boss. Azure Wolf King Bronze. Level 10. Description: never thought I'd become the Azure Wolf King one day, though I hear this position brings ill omen. Attributes: Yang was well acquainted with the fierce reputation of the Azure Wolf King. He immediately turned away. Tenlong had no chance of defeating this tough opponent quickly. Rather than wait idly, he needed experience. So he plunged back into the monster horde, swinging his sword like a gale. After over an hour. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 10, gained 5 free attribute points. Finally 10. Leveling up is such a pain. He grumbled if anyone nearby heard. They might be tempted to bang their head on a tofu block in frustration. Yang opened his backpack and immediately equipped the broken Fong longsword, instantly pushing his stats to their peak for now. Oh, 2 pieces of equipment still unidentified. He pulled out a bracelet and a ring. Eye of Chaos. A golden light flashed at his brow, mysterious runes appearing as a golden eye slowly opened. Ding. Identification successful. 1. Howling Moon Bracelet Bronze. Description: crafted from the Azure Wolf King's skull. Requirements: level 10, physical attack class. Base attributes: physical attack 123, strength 25, agility 10, critical 10. 2. Wolf Claw Ring Bronze. Description: forged from sharp wolf claws, with notable armor penetration. Requirements: level 10, physical attack class. Base attributes: physical attack 86, strength 16. Though the Howling Moon bracelet had no special skill, its stats were outstanding. Regretfully, he still equipped both items. Current stats: HP 3075, physical attack 1018, physical defense 433, spirit defense 390, speed 41.6, armor penetration 15, critical rate 40. Stats are absolutely insane. Time to check on the Azure Wolf King's progress. He sprinted back toward the boss area, spotting the massive crowd from afar. Members of the Tunglong Guild coordinated tightly, using layered positions to contest the Azure Wolf King. Yang glanced at the boss health barely just chipped down to about 80. Many players' attacks failed to penetrate its defense, most only managing about 10 to 20 damage per hit. Too slow. Yang grew impatient and headed straight toward the battlefield. As he got closer, the frontline Tinglong players shouted angrily, "Hey, kid, get out of here." Yang ignored them and kept walking forward. "Come on, you're asking for trouble? Boys, take him down." Several players charged out, firing arrows and hurling fireballs in a chaotic barrage. 1-1-1. Damn, what the hell? Why is his defense so high? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A smirk played on Yang An's lips as he raised his broken Fong longsword, ready to strike back. "Stop. Everyone stop." A blonde-haired guy burst out of the crowd, panting as he tried to hold them back. This was Huang Mao, who had dropped a level for some reason, but was now the temporary leader of Tinglong's newbie village faction. He first scolded his underlings harshly. "Who told you to attack? This is Boss Shui Ran. Do you think you can afford to offend him?" Then he turned to Yang and with an apologetic smile, "Boss Shui Ran, sorry. We didn't manage our guys well. Please don't take offense. You guys apologize now." Several of his henchmen lined up, looking ashamed, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Sorry." Yang was silent for a moment. He had initially planned to send them back to town for free, but since they were humbling themselves this much, it felt wrong to be too harsh. Sensing the mood, Huang Mao quickly reassured, "This boss, no problem. He's all yours." They'll have them disband immediately. With a wave of his hand, he ordered a retreat. The Tunglong gang members exchanged looks and murmurs. "Everyone shut up. Follow orders." Huang Mao's voice brooked no argument. To stall the Songlang King, he left a few frontline players to tank the damage while the rest quickly disengaged. "Boss Shuiran, are you satisfied?" "We'll leave right now," Huang Mao said with another forced smile. Yang just waved his hand, activated a speed boost, and dashed in front of the Songlang King to firmly hold aggro, preventing the boss from regenerating health. Seeing this, Huang Mao visibly relaxed. A newbie beside him leaned in and whispered, "Huang bro, who is this guy anyway? Are we just letting him have the boss? What will people think of Tunglong? We're so many, why fear just one?" "Heh, so many?" Huang Mao shook his head with a sigh. "Shaoli, you just joined and don't know how powerful he is. Having more people doesn't matter. If you want to stay alive, keep your distance." He knew well that with Long Fei gone, he was carrying the weight of leading the team's level-ups. Having almost reached level 10, he could not afford to screw this up. At that moment, Yang swung his sword and unleashed 2 fierce sword energies, cutting through the air and striking the Song Lang King hard. 4,862, 4,862. Double critical hits. With the Chaos Sword Heart buff, the damage was through the roof. The remaining Tunglong members who hadn't left watched in stunned silence. The members of the Tunglong gang who had just been defiant were now trembling with fear, relieved they hadn't recklessly clashed with Yang. The blonde guy stood frozen, swallowing hard. silently glad had chosen to watch from the sidelines. What he was witnessing was far more twisted than he had imagined. The bronze-level Azure Wolf King no longer posed a threat to Yongin. In every aspect, attack, defense, speed, it was utterly outclassed. Its only advantage was having several times the health of a normal player. Even as it roared and summoned a pack of wolf leaders, it only served to grant more experience. Within minutes, the Azure Wolf King fell with a wail, crimson eyes filled with unwillingness. I knew if this Azure Wolf King spot is cursed. Since Yongin wasn't the first to kill it, and it was only a bronze-level boss, it dropped just 2 pieces of equipment, a bronze belt and a pair of black iron gauntlets, along with a pile of silver coins. Yongin raised his hand, and the chaos eye gleamed deep purple, revealing clear stats. 1. Azure Wolf King Belt. Quality, bronze. Level requirement, 10. Class requirement, universal. HP 1000, mana 300, constitution 33. Description, made from the Azure Wolf King's hide. 100 genuine wolf skin, no returns within 7 days. 2. Azure Wolf Gauntlets. Quality, black iron. Level requirement, 10. Class requirement, universal. Physical defense 35, magic defense 29. HP 364, strength 11. Description, crafted from Azure Wolf tendons wrapped in wolf hide, balancing comfort and protection. Comparing stats, he immediately swapped out his toad gauntlets and wild boar belt, his health bar soaring at once. He casually pocketed the silver coins and ignored the stunned crowd around him, crushing a teleport scroll back to town. A flash of white light, and he returned to the newbie village, his footsteps swift as he went straight to the old village chief's cottage. Per system rules, players who reach level 10 can be teleported by the chief to a secondary main city. Bloodstained young hero, are you leaving the newbie village? The white-beard chief looked up, as if already expecting this. Grandfather chief, I've reached level 10, and it's time to explore beyond. Yongin bowed respectfully. The old chief nodded with satisfaction. There are 8 secondary main cities: Nanming, Jiuli, Shima, Beiyuan, Hanyuan, Dongwang, Luais, and Kangwu. Where do you wish to go? Nanming City. Yongin had decided early on. Very well. With a sweep of his sleeve, glowing patterns appeared beneath their feet, opening a teleportation array. In the next moment, Yongin became a pillar of pure white light and vanished above the newbie village. Bloodstained young hero, may I live to hear good news of your success, the chief whispered, watching the fading light out of the corner of his eye. In the central square of Nanming City, the huge blue stone teleportation array lit up, and Yongin appeared inside it. Looking around, he saw vermilion palace walls, flying eaves, and ornate brackets of steady ancient elegance. The streets bustled with crowds of players pouring in from various newbie villages. The secondary main city was already bustling with life. Unfortunately, he wasn't the first to arrive. From past experience, arriving first often meant grabbing prime real estate, shops, or even mansions. But since the exchange system wasn't open yet, even if you secured the best spots, you couldn't afford the high costs. He wasn't some gang leader with tons of members to back him up financially. He wasn't very interested in those things. His only goal was to become stronger. Yongin didn't go to the job transfer hall, but instead double-checked the activation conditions for the Jade Void order. It required reaching level 10 while remaining without a profession. If he transferred now, the Jade Void order he had worked so hard to get would just be useless. He opened his contacts list and typed Happy Little Frog into the Add Friend section. With a tap, the friend request was sent. Moments later, it was accepted, followed immediately by a question. Who's this? It's me, Fatty. Yongin replied. Which main city are you in? Anzi. Finally you added me. I'm in Kangwu City. What about you? Come to Nanming City. I've got something good for you. Players can teleport between different second-tier main cities, but the cost is high. Most don't want to waste their game currency. Luo Yuan obviously knew this and joked. Teleport fees between cities are insanely expensive. Don't trick me if I'm not happy. You're paying my travel costs. Quit nagging. Don't regret it if you don't come. Alright, I'm on my way. After settling Luo Yuan, Yongin opened his chat with Bloodstain. Where are you? The reply came quickly. Bloodstain, you're level 10? Have you reached Nanming City? My friends and I are grinding monsters together, but leveling up is so slow. Yeah, I'm in Nanming City. What level and tier was that boss you mentioned last time? Really at Nanming City? That boss is a level 15 silver tier. We can't beat it, so we didn't dare try. He'll contact you when I'm ready. We'll hunt that boss together. Okay, Bloodstain replied simply, and the chat went silent. With no monsters to fight or quests to do for the time being, Yongin wandered around the city. The central square was bustling. Players had spread their gear on the stone floor to sell what they didn't need. Most were just plain white items, though occasionally a faintly glowing piece of black iron gear appeared. None caught Yang An's eye since his broken Fong sword had already fallen off the leaderboard. At the top of the equipment rankings was a silver long saber, by Xiao's silver staff ranked 5th, with the rest occupied by level 15 bronze items. His coin purse was nearly empty, so he gave up on trying to find a bargain. Just then, his friend list blinked. Anzi, where are you? I've arrived. Yang sent his coordinates. Soon, a chubby figure came rushing toward him, followed by a petite, cute girl. Fatty. Yang raised his hand and gave Luo Yuan a solid high five. Luo Yuan laughed cheerfully. Anzi, it's great to run and jump around in game, isn't it? Not bad. Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. You lazy fatso, why no introductions? Haha, this is my girlfriend, adorable little swan. You can call her Ming Ming or little swan. Yang. So you're the toad after all. The girl's voice was soft with a hint of shyness. Hi, just call me Bloodstain. Yang nodded politely. Hello, adorable little swan said quietly, hiding behind Luo Yuan and nodding lightly at him. Luo Yuan quickly refocused, his eyes full of excitement. Anzi, where's the good stuff you mentioned? Let me see it. Yang pulled a scroll from his backpack and casually tossed it to him. Check it out yourself. It should suit you. The scroll unfolded in Luo Yuan's palm, golden patterns shimmering. He gasped, no way. A hidden profession transfer scroll. Where did you get this? The system gave it to me, Yang said casually. I thought of you. You used to love those kinds of classes. This is perfect. Holding the scroll carefully like fragile antique, Luo Yuan said, no way. This is too valuable. There's only one hidden profession on the leaderboard right now, and I heard some people outside are offering 5 million for this kind of scroll. 5 million was an astronomical number for him. Yang tapped his shoulder again. I'm giving it to you, so stop hesitating and use it. I'm counting on you to help me tank bosses. Luo Yuan hesitated briefly but then looked up with a determined nod. All right. He crushed the scroll. A golden light exploded forth, engulfing him instantly. Countless scriptures appeared, swirling continuously around him. After a short while, the golden light faded, and Luo's body vanished from the spot. Yang stared at the empty ground, a guess forming in his mind that the job transfer scroll didn't grant a new profession instantly, but required some kind of trial first. Sure enough, the next moment he received a private message from Luo Yuan. The chubby guy had been caught up in the trial and couldn't get out for a while, so he asked Yang to take care of his little girlfriend. Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He had never been good with girls. His eyes fell on the shy little girl in front of him, and he tried to recall her game name. Is it Ming Swan? Little Swan nodded softly like a waiting pet. Let's go then, we should level up first. Yang decided to tackle the level grind for now. No telling when Luo Yuan would be back. He led Little Swan out of the city, but as soon as they stepped onto the main street, he realized he had no idea where the best leveling spots were. He opened his contacts and asked for help. Yang coordinates? By Xiao. Hey, you sound so cold. Are you always like this to girls? Yang by Xiao. Haha, just kidding. Then a string of coordinates popped up in the chat, east of Nanming City, not far from the main city. Without hesitation, Yang took Little Swan and headed that way. After running a few blocks, Little Swan quietly reminded him, Brother Shuyan, actually you can just use an NPC to teleport directly to the city gate. Really? I just got to the main city, still don't know it well. Yang scratched his head sheepishly. No worries, you'll get used to it. I'll show you. Little Swan gave a reassuring smile and guided him to the teleport NPC. With a flash of white light, they suddenly stood outside the East City Gate, saving a lot of travel time. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the coordinates. At the edge of a dense forest, about a dozen players were busy killing monsters and leveling up. From a distance came a clear, familiar voice carried by the wind. Shuyan. Bai Xiao waved her hand and called out. Her long hair swayed gently over her shoulders. But when she saw the shy girl standing next to Yang, her waving hand froze awkwardly in midair, hesitating before lowering. Yang didn't notice this subtle moment and quickly stepped forward. Long time no see. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered the dozens of unread messages she had left earlier, her cheeks tinged with warmth. Long time no see, she murmured in a barely audible voice. Speak up, I can't hear you well, Yang honestly told her. Bai Xiao almost raised her staff to tap him on the head, but in the end just grunted softly and told herself not to bother with this steel-minded guy. She turned her attention to the girl beside him. Who's this? Hello, sister. I'm the girlfriend of Brother Zuyan's buddy. He had to leave for a quest, so I'm staying with Brother Shuyan for now. Little Swan was shy but spoke clearly and neatly, stating her relationship to Yang and directly. Bai Xiao felt a strange relief in her heart, but found it oddly unsettling. Hee, what fun is there in following him? Come with me, sister. Bai Xiao smiled, her big beautiful eyes curving into crescents. Holding Xiao Tian's hand, the two chatted and laughed, talking about makeup and gossip like longtime sisters reunited, leaving Yang standing alone, disheveled in the wind. Yang stayed rooted, watching them chatter about lipstick shades and celebrity scandals, silently lamenting how he couldn't join the conversation at all. He lifted his eyes to the overcast game sky above. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Bai Xiao suddenly turned back, raising her voice. Yang scratched his nose and looked toward the group of players swarming a monster ahead. Are those all your friends? A few of them are employees from my company, Bai Xiao replied, flicking her hair casually. Oh, Yang nodded and asked, why don't you go help kill monsters? With you here, the progress would be much faster. I haven't changed classes yet, no experience, and no motivation. He explained honestly, carefully leaving out anything about the Yushu order and vaguely describing the true purpose of this trip. So, the boss you want to fight is the one I mentioned before? Yeah, I need your help. Yang An's gaze was steady. Knew Bai Xiao's innate skills could greatly boost his chances. No problem. Bai Xiao agreed without hesitation, feeling a lightness from Yang An's trust. Thanks in advance. Yang An's expression was sincere. Don't mention it. Besides, we couldn't have done it without you. Bai Xiao smiled, then turned back to take Xiao Tian's hand again, stepping forward briskly. Yang An followed behind them. Not far away at the edge of the battle zone, a man and a woman approached. The woman looked about 30, walking confidently in professional attire and a neat short haircut, exuding the polished aura of a city career woman. The man had a delicate, almost effeminate face, with sharp features like a fresh-faced pretty boy. Mississippi. The woman approached, bowing slightly, her voice low but respectfully polite. That form of address caught Yang An's attention clearly. Bai Xiao's real-life status was no ordinary one. Let me introduce, this is Qing Jie. Her in-game name is Mingwei Qingxin. She's the manager at my company. Bai Xiao gestured toward them. Yang An nodded politely to Mingwei Qingxin, who responded with a professional smile. Yao Yao. The delicate man spoke first, skipping formal introductions, his tone familiar and teasing. Use my full name, Bai Xiao said, a flash of irritation crossing her eyes, her voice cool. The man chuckled. Yao Yao, don't be so distant. Who's this guy? He looked knowingly at Yang An, a hint of hostility in his gaze. He's my friend, Bai Xiao answered curtly. Hi, I'm Tianqing Bufan, a level 14 sharpshooter. The man puffed out his chest, proudly declaring his in-game rank and class with a smirk, extending his right hand. Shui Ran, level 10, no class, Yang An answered calmly, shaking his hand. Level 10? Yao Yao, is this the guy you want to go kill that level 15 silver boss with? Tianqing Bufan raised an eyebrow, subtly increasing his grip. As a brute force combat archer, his equipment gleamed with black iron, clearly overpowering this newbie fresh out of the tutorial village in both stats and gear. His strength rose bit by bit, but Yang An didn't budge, meeting his gaze with an unreadable half-smile. Annoyed, Tianqing Bufan tightened his grip until his knuckles whitened. Suddenly, Yang An twisted his hand sharply. Ugh, the delicate man's face flushed deep red, his features contorted in pain, trying but failing to pull away. Let go. Tianqing Bufan growled, suspecting Yang An used some strength-enhancing item. Yang An abruptly released his hand as the man stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling. You, just as he was about to lash out. Bai Xiao stepped forward, her brows knitted, voice cold and sharp. Enough, Wu Yu fan. Tianqing Bufan noticed Bai Xiao showing signs of anger and quickly forced a smile, saying, all right, for Yao Yao's sake, I want to argue with you. Who was he? Since debuting in Country H, he had skyrocketed to fame, and after returning home, firmly secured his place as one of the top idols with tens of millions of fans. No one had dared to defy him since he became famous. Thinking of this aura, Tianqing Bufan lowered his eyelids, cast a dark glance at Yang An, snorted coldly, and turned back to the fray, swinging his blade fiercely at the nearest monster to vent his anger. Bai Xiao secretly rolled her eyes, then glanced back at Yang An, her gaze questioning. Yang An smiled slightly, signaling that he was fine. Tianqing Bufan's outburst had briefly cast an awkward mood over the group, but Yang An didn't care. He always lived by the creed, if no one provokes me, I don't provoke them, but if someone does, even from afar, I will retaliate. If this top idol ever looked for trouble with him later, Yang An would never hold back. Just as he was settling his mood, Yang An's watch buzzed with an incoming message. Anzi, where are you guys? I'm out now. Sender, Luo Yuan. He had just escaped from the job transfer mission space. Yang An quickly sent back their coordinates and asked, did you succeed with the job transfer? Of course. Don't you know who the fat boss is? Haha, I'll tell you when I get there. It would take Luo Yuan a bit longer to arrive, so Yang An sheathed his blade and casually chatted with Bai Xiao and the others. Mingwei Qingxin had returned to the main group, leading the team in clearing monsters, distant flashes of sword and blade slashing weaving a chaotic tapestry. Meanwhile, Tianqing Bufan noticed how relaxed Yang An's group looked, and his anger flared even hotter. He could only speed up his monster clearing, each stroke of his blade cutting through the air fiercely. More than half an hour later, Luo Yuan finally appeared. As soon as he showed up, everyone looked at him awkwardly. His face was completely bruised and swollen. What happened to your face? Yang An asked, inspecting the colorful bruises that looked like had been hit with a paint palette. This job transfer mission. You wouldn't believe it got surrounded by 5 bald guys who beat me up for half an hour straight, Luo Yuan complained with a whiny tone. Yang An stifled a laugh helplessly. And then? They got tired of hitting me, and only let me pass the test, because I refused to give up. Haha, fat boss is tough and thick-skinned, no way I'd admit defeat. Luo Yuan said proudly. clearly very pleased about unlocking a hidden profession. Let me see how powerful this hidden job really is, Yang said with curiosity. Luo Yuan immediately shared his status panel. ID, Happy Little Frog. Level, 13. Profession, Vajra Buddha. HP, 1799. Spirit, 350. Physical attack, 152. Spirit attack, 38. Physical defense, 612. Spirit defense, 600. Vajra Buddha, wielder of the power of protection, guardian of all beings. With fierce eyes, it suppresses demons and evil spirits. Passive skill, indestructible Vajra body. Exclusive proficiency, basic. Effect, 300 base physical and spirit defense, reduces damage taken by 20. Active skill, Vajra demon suppression. Exclusive proficiency, basic. Effect, deals 150 physical attack damage to target. Damage doubled against Dark and Death King type creatures. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Cost, none. Active skill, Vajra barrier. Exclusive proficiency, basic. Effect, deploys Vajra barrier, granting self 20 damage reduction and all allies within 15 meters 15 damage reduction for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Cost, 200 spirit points. Diamond Roar, exclusive proficiency, beginner level. Effect, taunts all monsters within a 3-meter radius, instantly generating 80 of their hate towards the user. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Amazing. This class is practically immortal. Bai Xiao and the adorable little swan stared dumbfounded at the stats on the screen. Yang raised an eyebrow as well. Diamond Pagoda is made for main tanks, passive double defense, 20 damage reduction, and with a healer, it can even withstand a boss wrath. In contrast, ordinary shield warrior classes only get 100 extra dual defense and 10 damage reduction, with less taunt percentage. Not to mention the active skill Diamond Barrier that stacks an additional 20 damage reduction while also shielding teammates from damage. With you here, the upcoming boss fight will be a breeze. Yang patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. Luo Yuan confidently thumped his chest. Heh, no worries. Hate will be rock solid. By the way, which boss are we facing next? As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted back to Yang and turned to Bai Xiao, who added, a level 15 silver boss, very well hidden. We found it by chance. No one likely knows about it yet. Silver tier. Just a few of us? Luo Yuan's pupils shrank. Back in the newbie village, tens of thousands struggled for days to bring down a bronze boss. What? Scared now right after bragging. Yang gave him a sidelong look. Bro, that's a level 15 silver. You're in a hidden class now, be confident. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Luo Yuan declared, fine. If you want to fight, I'm all in. Only Yang and Bai Xiao remained truly calm. Yang had already hammered silver bosses with his chaos sword body, and Bai Xiao simply trusted him. Let's move out. Yang informed the team, pulling in Bai Xiao, Luo Yuan, and the lovable little swan. Shui Ran, bring Qing Jie and Tian Shengbufa too. After all, they discovered the boss with us, Bai Xiao reminded him. Alright, the more the safer. Despite his dislike for Tian Shengbufa, Yang agreed. Qing Jie, an ice spirit practitioner, could slow the boss and apply vulnerability debuffs. Tian Shengbufa had a one-time interrupt skill, crucial for boss fights. Bai Xiao gave a quick rundown of their strengths, and Yang nodded any advantage was welcome. Mingyue Qingxin and Tian Shengbufa broke from the main group to join the team. Everyone, guard me tightly. They'll handle the damage output. Tian Shengbufa put hands on hips, looking arrogantly down on them all. Especially class at all, don't hold us back. Yang ignored him. Luo Yuan scrutinized Tian Shengbufa, then whispered into Yang in his ear, Anzi, who's this guy? Why does he come off so effeminate? Thinking he was being discreet, everyone else overheard clearly. Fatso, what are you whispering about? Tian Shengbufa's face darkened immediately. Heh, just saying you're handsome. Luo Yuan grinned and gave a thumbs up. Humph, you better be. Just as tensions threatened to explode, Bai Xiao intervened. Alright, enough joking around. Get ready to move out. Let's go. Yang gestured to Luo Yuan, and the group began ascending step by step. Following Bai Xiao's lead, the fat guy responded and grabbed the lovable little swan, bringing her along. Led by Bai Xiao, the group arrived at a mountain forest and followed a hidden winding path with many twists and turns until they finally reached their destination. In a small mountain hollow, beneath towering ancient trees, a massive, muscular beast resembling a black leopard lay half-crouched among the dead leaves, its amber vertical pupils fixed intently on the newcomers. This was their target, the Nether Shadow Leopard. Yang Anmo activated the Eye of Chaos. A faint golden ring shimmered deep within his pupils, and an enormous attribute panel instantly appeared. Nether Shadow Leopard Boss, Silver Rank. Description: a fierce beast drawn to the abyss, willingly fallen and serving as a slave to it. It lurks in remote ancient forests, gathering intel on lifelines for the abyss. Level, 15. Health, 520,000. Physical attack, 1,788. Physical defense, 542. Spiritual defense, 465. Skills. 1. Shadow Clone. Can create 2 clones to fight, each with 10 health and 50 attack and defense of the original. 2. Netherclaw Strike. Sharp claws slash twice consecutively, each hit dealing 110 damage. 3. Dark Flame Burst. When health reaches a certain critical threshold, it randomly targets one attacker and deals explosive damage equal to 100 in a 5-meter radius. Damage increases by 50 for each additional player in the area. 4. Dark Summon. Upon dying, it summons a random abyssal monster that launches an attack on the hate target. Another abyss-type monster, Yang Anmo thought, a chill running down his spine as he shared the stats with the team chat. What's the point of fighting this? Tian Shanbufan frowned immediately, his tone full of reluctance. The Nether Shadow Leopard's high stats and terrifying skills were intimidating. Bai Xiao and Luo Yuan said nothing but looked to Yang Anmo, waiting for his decision. I need to know your healing output, Yang Anmo said gravely. Bai Xiao had since changed to a healer class with more healing abilities, but out of respect, he hadn't used the Eye of Chaos to pry. Bai Xiao raised her staff as green light surged forth, and a stream of spiritual energy was sent into Yang Anmo's body. 929. Healer Passive Skill Medical Arts boosts healing by 20. She shared her skill panel in the channel. Passive, Medical Arts Basic Healing Output 20. Active, Vitality Recovery Basic restores 125 of spiritual attack as health to an ally. Costs 100 spirit, cooldown 3 seconds. Active, Resurrection immediately revives an ally with 50 health restored. Costs 300 spirit, cooldown 10 minutes, and loses 10 experience of current level. Yang Anmo marveled inwardly. The silver grade staff's spiritual damage bonus had greatly amplified by Xiao's healing power, and combined with her Ganlu technique, her healing capacity doubled. Didn't expect you to be this strong already. He gave her an approving look. Of course, who else? Bai Xiao grinned, secretly pleased at the praise. Here, this is for you. She pulled a pristine white book from her personal space and handed it over. The 4 golden characters on the cover stood out boldly: Cloudbreaker swordsmanship. Yang Anmo took the book eagerly, reluctant to let go. Cloudbreaker sword common level. Quick as the wind, breaking through the clouds with one strike. Swiftly launching a surprise attack with lightning speed, initiating the Cloudbreaker sword technique. Effect, quickly launch an attack at the target, dealing 105 damage. Consumes 150 spirit power. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Class requirement, swordsman or physical novice. If transferred to a non-swordsman class, this skill will be forgotten, and a sword-type weapon must be equipped. This was precisely a swordsmanship skill book: Broken Cloud Sword, perfectly filling the gap in Yang An's skill set. His sword skills were scant, with only one sword, Chi Continuous Slash, which was a waste of potential and failed to unleash the terrifying 200 damage bonus of Chaotic Sword Heart. Yang An took the skill book and softly thanked Bai Xiao. Why so polite with me? Bai Xiao smiled faintly, her gaze resting on his face. Yang An returned the smile, without hesitation, and directly learned Broken Cloud Sword. Huh, what good does learning more do? Can you even hurt the boss? Tian Xingbu fan, who had been watching all along, sneered sarcastically. Try me and find out, Yang An replied calmly. Tian Xingbu fan warned in advance, just so you know, if things go south, I'm not blindly throwing my life away. Facing a powerful boss, he didn't have high hopes and was determined not to lose experience. Yang An ignored him and instead instructed Luo Yuan, the boss's attacks are too strong. Fatty, put on this gear first and tank the damage. He handed Luo Yuan the Wild Boar King leather armor and Azure Wolf King belt. Luo Yuan didn't hesitate. After switching equipment, his HP and defense rose noticeably. He never cared how strong the boss was. If Yang An wanted to try, he was all into support. The Nether Shadow Leopard's skill description lacked cooldown info, so they had to verify everything in battle. Yang An quickly formulated tactics based on the skill's characteristics. With everything prepared, Luo Yuan raised his shield and stepped steadily into the Nether Shadow Leopard's aggro range. The sleeping Black Panther suddenly snapped open its blood-red eyes. Roar! A deafening roar accompanied by a fierce wind as it sprang up and charged forward. When it was fully upright, everyone realized it was much larger than expected, only slightly shorter than Yang An, with jet black muscles rippling, exuding terrifying power. Ha ha ha, kitty, let Fatty show you what's what. Luo Yuan greeted it with his giant shield. The Nether Shadow Leopard suddenly accelerated, leaping forward and unleashing a pair of claw strikes, the skill Nether Claw Swipe. Luo Yuan held his shield in front. 1035. 1035. In just moments, over 70 of his health bar was slashed off, leaving just over 700 remaining. 929. 1114. 2 green numbers popped up as Bai Xiao quickly cast Vitality Revival and Sweet Dew Technique. The latter's rejuvenation effect healing Luo Yuan 124 HP per second. Yang An silently admired her skill. She was truly talented. He remained motionless, waiting for Luo Yuan to hold aggro steadily. Kitty, you're no match, huh? Luo Yuan taunted. Fatty, don't just talk. Act. Yang reminded him. Haha, almost forgot. Luo Yuan laughed and activated Diamond's Fury Roar to taunt. His right fist blazed with golden light. Sanskrit characters appearing Diamond, subduing Demon. 2. A pathetic damage number appeared. Luo Yuan's attack gear was weak, couldn't even penetrate the double resistance of a dark-type monster. Only able to joke. Might as well get comfortable being a human punching bag. With aggro secured, Yang and the others could finally unleash attacks. A flaming arrow flew through the air, first Tiansheng Buffin's exploding arrow. 93. The damage was pitiful. The Nether Shadow Leopard had 520,000 HP, and just relying on the tank wasn't enough to wear it down. This single hit crushed Tiansheng Buffin's morale completely. 1,492. 3,134 crit. Two sharp, sword energies tore the air, slashing into the boss. Huge damage numbers popped up, and the scene fell into stunned silence. Everyone was speechless. Tiansheng Bufan was utterly dumbfounded. Damn, Anzi, what kind of attack was that? The wide-eyed little swan gasped in surprise, while Yang casually tossed out, generate threat. Before the words had even fallen, he tapped his toes, his figure blurring as he dashed forward like a shadow. No way. The naturally gifted player froze on the spot. Eyes flashing with strings of numbers exploding before him, that kind of terrifying damage was impossible for an untransformed player to deal. In contrast, Bai Xiao remained calm, having long grown used to Yang An's unorthodox style. This was simply another level of broken power upgrades. With a gentle lift of her hand, Bai Xiao immediately cast the talent skill Heavenly Melody onto Yang An. Ding! Your skill Cloud-Breaking Sword gains the Heavenly Melody buff. The system notification popped up, and Yang An's heart leapt with joy. With the buff, Cloud-Breaking Sword damage rose to 135, and its cooldown dropped to just 1 second. He flashed before the Shadow Phantom Leopard, his long sword slashing with an icy gleam, striking like a thunderclap. Cloud-Breaking Sword. 1,386. Roar. The Shadow Phantom Leopard thrashed with rage, but twisted its body and bit viciously toward Luo Yuan in the distance. 941. The taunt from Vajra's roar held fast despite Yang An's massive damage output. Luo Yuan kept the boss' attention firmly fixed. As soon as the skill was ready again, Luo Yuan retreated just enough to reapply the taunt, his threat rock solid. Bai Xiao followed closely behind, healing wave after wave to keep Luo's health bar stable. On the other side, Mingwei Qingxin raised his hand, sending a shimmering blue ray of frost. While the freezing spell couldn't break the boss' defense, the slow effect still delayed its movements by a fraction, easing pressure on the front line. The only one struggling was the summoner, Little Swan. With mediocre gear, she could only summon a black rabbit, hopping around waving a carrot. Above it floated a string of awkward 1 damage numbers, almost as if she were trying to stuff the carrot into the Shadow Phantom Leopard's mouth. 574, 2911 crit, 746, 3134 crit, 1492, 574, 1386. Thanks to Luo's tight hold on threat, Yang An's damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall. Roar. The Shadow Phantom Leopard refused to stay suppressed and slammed its razor-sharp claws down. Yang An sprang back like a coiled spring, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. You're mine to fight. Luo Yuan stepped up beside him with a wide step, his taunt wrapped in a furious roar crashing onto the boss. Anzi, your damage is too high. Ease up on your aggression. Don't steal threat. Got it. Yang An nodded reluctantly, tightening his rhythm. His sword strike stayed intense, but measured, finally not snatching threat away. The battle progressed steadily. The Shadow Phantom Leopard's health bar visibly dropped. Every minute it raised its paw to unleash Shadow Claw, but with Bai Xiao's generous heals, Luo Yuan held firm. At 5 minutes, the Shadow Phantom Leopard roared and summoned clones one on each side, with 52,000 HP and only half the attack and defense of the main body. Luo Yuan unleashed a group taunt holding them all, while Yang An's blade flashed to swiftly pick off the clones. The situation remained under control. At 10 minutes, the boss' total health had been worn down to 90. Roar. The Shadow Phantom Leopard, still locked in combat with Luo Yuan, bellowed a furious roar. A surge of intense dark energy erupted from its body. Above its head, black and fiery red energy swirled together, slowly condensing into a burning orb of dark flames. Watch out, it's about to unleash Dark Flame Burst. Everyone, get out of the aggro range. Yang An ordered decisively, his voice firm. Little Swan summoned Beast, stay put. Xiao, cast Heavenly Melody on yourself, and get ready to heal. Fatty, activate the Vajra barrier. Those in the back row, already positioned farther from the boss, immediately turned and sprinted away. Within seconds, they cleared the aggro radius. Only Yang An, Luo Yuan, and the adorable but incredibly tough Little Swans summoned a white rabbit named by Tuan's remained. The three spread out in a triangle formation, keeping at least 3 meters apart to avoid getting caught in the spillover from the Dark Flame Burst. The shadow phantom leopard let out a piercing howl to the sky. The jet black fireball suddenly took shape, trailing scorching crimson flames as it hurtled toward the group. Who was the unlucky target? Everyone's hearts clenched. No way. Why me? Tianxing Bufan cried out in despair, even though he had already retreated outside the safety line. Boom. The explosion flared. The damage hit 1,517 points. Instant death. Tianxing Bufan collapsed to the ground with a scream. Bai Xiao raised her hand, releasing a gentle white light. The resurrection spell pulled him up from the ground, though death only cost 10 experience. Having one more teammate meant a little more security. She didn't heal him immediately, instead calling out, "Use potions yourselves. I need to save my healing mana for Luo Yuan." Only Luo Yuan could reliably tank, letting Yang'an focus on damage output. Yang'an frowned as the boss ignored distance and locked onto Tianxing Bufan again. Clearly, leaving the aggro range wasn't enough to avoid the dark flame burst. If Bai Xiao got targeted next, the consequences could be disastrous. Her resurrection spell had a 10-minute cooldown. If she got instantly killed during that window, the team would be at a severe disadvantage. Fortunately, with clones being summoned continuously, the Shadow Phantom Leopard's main Boda's health started dropping more slowly, so there was no need to keep its HP artificially low. The battle intensified. Yang'an unleashed all his skills in rapid succession. Bai Xiao cast Heavenly Melody on herself, boosting her Ganlu healing technique's effectiveness by 30 and reducing its cooldown to 1 second. Her healing surged forth powerfully, and Luo Yuan stood firm like a wall. The boss health fell to 80. A second dark flame burst or began to form. Why me again? Tianxing Bufan was targeted once more. A fireball crashed down before he could even react, knocking him down again. At 70 health, no way. This can't be happening. Tianxing Bufan's scream was abruptly cut off. The team's expressions grew tense. Even Yang'an almost laughed. At 60 health, Tianxing Bufan finally exhaled with relief. Phew, at least not me this time. The boss couldn't keep singling out the same person. This time, it locked onto Mingyueqingxin. With Bai Xiao around, that was manageable. 50, 40, 30, 20. The Dark Shadow Panther unleashed wave after wave of dark flame explosions. Yang'an, Luo Yuan, and the adorably clumsy little swan were hit in succession. Once again, Tianxing Bufan was the unluckiest target. His experience bar had dropped below 10, and if he fell now, he would lose a level. Luo Yuan gritted his teeth and held on, while Yang'an, despite handing over his gear to Luo Yuan, still had over 2,500 HP and managed to tough it out. But Bai Xiao was too busy dealing damage and issuing commands to spare any time for healing, so Yang'an had to rely on chugging potions to stay alive. 19. 181411. The final dark flame explosion approached. Yang'an's heart raced in panic. Bai Xiao could not be the one hit, or all their efforts would be wasted. Roar. A pitch-black sphere of flaming shadow energy blasted out. No. Yang'an shouted. The attack was locking onto Bai Xiao. Everyone's expressions changed at once. Any of them could die, except for Bai Xiao. Miss. Mingyueqingxin was frantic, at a loss what to do. Diamond Barrier. Luo Yuan activated the group damage reduction without hesitation, weaving a protective shield around Bai Xiao. Tianxing Bufan's longbow gleamed in his hands, but he reluctantly lowered it. My skill can only interrupt casting, but it's already complete. Too late now. Yang'an activated Swift March at full force, boosting his speed by 30, desperately charging toward Bai Xiao in a bid to block the blast with his own body. But they were too far apart. He couldn't reach the speeding dark flame sphere in time. Don't come closer, Bai Xiao ordered sharply, fearing he would enter the explosion radius and they would both die together. Boom. A fierce, blazing explosion roared, engulfing her completely in its shockwave. Ding. Your teammate Bai Xiao has died. What should we do? The big guy can't hold on much longer. Are we about to lose? Yang'an's eyes brimmed with blood. Victory was within reach, yet the nether shadow leopard lunged at Bai Xiao at the very last moment. In that instant, he even felt the sound of his own heart shattering. Boom. Amid the explosion's aftermath, a streak of colorful light shot through the air and surged straight into Yang'an's body. Bai Xiao released the celestial sound just before dying. Ding. You have gained the celestial sound buff. The skill Chaos Sword Domain effect is increased by 30. A private message popped up from the resurrection point in Nanming City. I'm okay. Bloody, you can definitely create a miracle. Her unconditional trust warmed Yang'an's heart, but the thought of her cruel death at the claws of the nether shadow leopard ignited his fury instantly. Clenching his broken teeth tightly, he pointed his sword forward and growled. Damn beast. Activate rapid movement. Afterimages flashed wildly beneath Yang'an's feet as he closed the distance in an instant. Raising his hand, he slashed, releasing 2 silver-white sword energies simultaneously. 3,134 critical. 3,134 critical. The nether shadow leopard's remaining HP was already just 10, about 51,000 left. The two streams of sword energy cut off more than 6,000. Yang An was already close, unleashing a rapid series of precise strikes, but the beast still locked all its hatred on Luo Yuan. The nether shadow leopard's claws gleamed with cold light. 828. 828. Under Luo Yuan's diamond barrier 40 damage reduction, his HP still plummeted nearly 2/3, leaving just over 1,100. Anzi, I can't hold on much longer. Luo Yuan roared. Without continuous healing, he was about to fall at any moment. Chaos, sword domain activate. Yang An shouted fiercely, gripping his sword with both hands as the tip pointed straight down to the ground. Golden brilliance exploded, overwhelming the entire battlefield with terrifying pressure. The broken-toothed sword stabbed deep into the earth. Boom. Golden ripples radiated out in layers from the sword tip, sharp sword intent seeming to tear the very air apart. Die. Cloud-breaking sword. 5,908 critical. The brutal damage erupted above the nether shadow leopard's head. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming power of the chaos sword domain, now enhanced by 30. 1340 normal attack. 3657 critical, a powerful strike. Roar. The nether shadow leopard went berserk in pain, abandoning Luo Yuan as its giant fangs lunged straight at Yang An. 850. At this moment, with the chaos sword domain buff, Yang An's health was over 5,000 and defense 788, plus Luo Yuan's diamond barrier granting 15 team damage reduction. To maximize output, he planted his feet firmly and stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. Sword light blazed wildly. 1,340. 3,483. 7,314 critical. 1,340. 2,814 critical. 5,908 critical. 1,340. In just 5 seconds, the nether shadow leopard's health was shredded to barely over 11,000. Yang An withstood 6 claw strikes, but had only a sliver of health left. One more hit, and he would surely die. Roar. The shadow phantom leopard let out a fierce roar, leapt into the air, and lunged straight at Yang An. Anzi. Luo Yuan's heart clenched tightly as he shouted out loud. Mingyue Qingxin and the adorable little swan each gripped their staffs tightly, their fingers turning pale, yet all they could do was watch the battlefield without blinking. In a flash of lightning and fire, a mysterious rune suddenly appeared on Yang An's forehead, glowing brilliantly gold. Within the light, a single golden eye, tightly shut moments ago, flickered faintly. The Eye of Chaos. The golden pupil snapped open abruptly. Boom. Scorching energy shot out like solid matter, instantly piercing through the phantom leopard's head midair. Its body flew backward over 10 meters from the momentum and crashed heavily to the ground. 14,066. Critical hit, instant kill. Everyone stood frozen, their minds struggling to process. Was this really damage a human could deal? Finally, it's over. Luo Yuan exhaled deeply and collapsed into a sitting position. No, not yet. Yang An muttered under his breath. He knew the phantom leopard's last trump card, dark summoning. Sure enough, the fallen giant leopard began to emit thick black magical mist that spread rapidly. Ha 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 ha. A sinister laugh echoed, and from within the dark fog, a massive figure slowly emerged, each step radiating overwhelming pressure. Yang An activated the Eye of Chaos again. In his vision, the creature was at least 2 stories tall, with a bull-like massive body, for horns on its head, blood-red copper bell-like eyes, and covered in long grass-like fur. Name: Abyss Hell Envoy Alhanin. Level: Rank. All information except its name was obscured. Alhan sniffed the strange aura in the air and snorted coldly. The essence of chaos? Little insect, you actually carry the mark of Chaos Lord? Yang An's heart jolted just having left the novice village. His Chaos Golden Lotus had already been exposed. A mere ant deemed worthy by the Chaos Lord. In that case, I have only one chance to attack. I will take your life and bring the essence back to the abyss. Facing the terrifying giant beast, Yang An's palms sweated, but he gripped his long sword tightly, as if it were his last hope. Enough talk. If you have the guts, come kill me. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at Alhan. Pathetic ant begging for death. Buzz. All 4 of Alhan's massive horns emitted an eerie black glow. Spiritual energy poured in frenziedly, and a dark energy sphere slowly took shape above its head. Break his concentration, quickly. Mingyue Qingxin urgently called to Tianxing Bufan from afar. Tianxing Bufan briefly locked eyes with Yang An, then said solemnly, my skill probably won't work on a being like this. Isn't your skill compulsory? At least try anyway. Mingyue Qingxin knew his ability well. That arrow could forcibly interrupt the skill once. She couldn't bear to see Yang An die here. Reluctantly, Tianxing Bufan knocked an arrow and drew his bow. But as he looked at Yang An in the midst of battle, a ferocious wave of jealousy and hatred churned inside him. Die. I'll claim the spoils myself. Whoosh. The blazing fire arrow shot through the air, but its trajectory was wildly off. Sorry, my hand shook. I missed. Sorry, I slipped and missed. Born Extraordinary said nervously on purpose. You. Mingyue Qingxin clenched her silver teeth in anger, but suppressed it out of respect for her status, brushing her sleeve and stepping aside. Yang noticed the little gesture from Born Extraordinary, but didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow, just a bystander. After all, he never trusted his life to someone he doubted. Don't panic. I've got this. Luo Yuan raised a giant shield taller than himself, took a step forward to block in front of Yang, and sparks flew as his armor scraped the ground. Yang gently patted the shield, then tapped Luo Yuan's shoulder with a reassuring smile before stepping ahead to the front. It's fine. Step back. Let me handle this. Luo Yuan opened his mouth to argue, but eventually took a few steps back. He knew Yang well enough. This guy never acted recklessly. He only took on things he was sure of. If you're looking to die, then he'll grant your wish. Ao Hen sneered fiercely as he raised his arms, dark energy swirling wildly until it formed a black energy ball larger than a basin. The space around trembled, stones silently floating. With a roar, he swung his claw, sending the energy ball hurtling toward Yang, and with a sharp shriek, Yang An's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixed firmly on the dark orb. Phantom Dragon Dash. Blue light exploded beneath his feet as over 10 afterimages instantly flooded the battlefield. The moment the skill activated, he gained 0.1 seconds of invincibility. His movement speed surged by 30 points, and he could teleport anywhere within a 10-meter radius for 3 minutes. Boom. The dark energy ball exploded where he had just stood, sending a mushroom cloud of dust and debris into the air. A huge crater, 5 meters wide and over 2 meters deep, was blown into the ground. Is it dead? Born Extraordinary squinted, staring into the dust-filled distance, fingers trembling slightly. With that kind of power, who could survive at this stage? Jia 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 jia. Ao Hen's eerie laughter echoed, but halfway through it suddenly stopped. His blood-red eyes flickered with doubt and suspicion. The aura was stubbornly still there. Just as the energy ball closed in on him, Yang used his invincibility to absorb the damage, then teleported 10 meters away in a flash. He dusted off his clothes calmly and said, "Looks like you can't actually kill me." Roar. You pathetic ant. Ao Hen bellowed in rage, raising his claws again. At that moment, a black-purple spatial rift tore open behind him like a giant mouth, unleashing violent suction. Damn the power of the rules. Ao Hen howled in terror, but was distorted and pulled as the rift yanked his body in an instant. You can't run, ant. Lord Chaos won't spare you. His final roar faded on the wind before the rift snapped closed, vanishing as if it had never been there. When the dust settled, blue light shimmered on the huge corpse of the phantom shadow leopard, and with a clatter, equipment and gold coins spilled to the ground. Ding. The system notification finally sounded. Congratulations, your team has defeated the level 15 silver boss Phantom Shadow Leopard, earning 30,000 experience points. Haha, awesome. Didn't expect Fatty here could kill a silver level boss. The experience is so generous. Luo Yuan's face flushed red with excitement. He used to struggle even with regular bronze monsters. He had never felt this thrilled before. He stifled his grin and hurried over to Yang'an. But Anzi, are you okay? What was all that shouting from that big guy just now? I didn't understand a word. Yang'an shrugged. I didn't get it either. Probably just plot stuff. All right, let's see what loot dropped. Yang'an gave a vague, dismissive response and immediately went over to the corpse of the nether shadow leopard. His eyes lit up with excitement at the dazzling items scattered on the ground. A pitch-black longbow, a bronze shield, and a silver-white necklace lay among bloodstains and shattered stones. The bow and shield shimmered with a silver gleam, clearly silver tier equipment, while the necklace emitted a faint blue glow, marking it as bronze tier. Seeing the silver longbow, Tian Shengbuffin's eyes instantly filled with greed. He rushed forward in a few steps and reached out to grab it. Clang! A cold flash of light streaked through the air as a longsword suddenly appeared at his throat like a ghost, the blade just half a finger away from his skin, radiating deadly intent. Tian Shengbuffin's face paled instantly, knees weakening, but he forced himself to shout angrily. What do you mean? Yang An's gaze was icy as he spat a single word. Get lost. You. Tian Shengbuffin's anger exploded. I found the boss. I have the right to choose the loot. Yang An didn't move an inch. The chill in his eyes reminded Tian Shengbufan of their near-fatal collaboration earlier. If not for Bai Xiao's intervention, he would have been instantly wiped out. Get lost, or he'll send you back to town. Luo Yuan couldn't help stepping forward. Pretty boy, do you really think no one will teach you a lesson? Want to try? Facing their overwhelming pressure, Tian Shengbuffin's courage faltered. He could only retort stubbornly. Fine, fine, you've got guts. He began backing away, his face turning a dark purple and green, looking like he might burst from anger. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Yang N's remaining health and then Luo Yuan's low HP, a mix of hatred and greed boiling in his chest. Once he was just out of bow range, a ruthless look crossed his face. Suddenly, he pulled the string of his bow. Explosive arrow. Whoosh. A blazing arrow shot through the air, flying straight toward Yang, and then boom. The fire exploded. 1. 1. How? How is this possible? Tianxing Buffin's eyes widened in shock. Only now did he truly realize how terrifying this newly leveled 10th rank rookie before him was. His attack power was ridiculously strong, and his defense so tough Tianxing Bufan couldn't even break through it. What he didn't know was that he had entered Yang An's sword domain, which had multiplied the debuffs on his stats. Looking for death. Yang An's voice was icy. With a flick of his sword, 2 slashing sword energies screamed out. The fully strength-invested sharpshooter couldn't dodge. 3,744. Instant kill. Tianxing Buffin's fragile health bar drained completely, not even feeling the cold of the second sword slash. Strictly speaking, he still owed the first slash over 3,000 health. Ugh, Fatty here hates these sneaky little pests the most. Luo Yuan spat with disgust. Tianxing Bufan was struck down by Yang An, and Mingyue Qingxin felt somewhat relieved deep down. She also disliked how this man kept pestering her lady. As the battle's aftermath settled, only the rustling of grass in the breeze remained in the forest, with a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Finally free of the annoying rat, Yang An's mood lightened considerably. He withdrew his spear and quickly approached the spot where Tianxing Bufan had fallen. Scattered on the ground were several pieces of equipment glowing faintly like shattered stars under the night sky. Taking a deep breath, Yang An gestured with his hand and activated the Eye of Chaos. Blue-gold patterns converged deep within his pupils, followed by a crisp system notification. Ding. Appraisal successful. 1 shadow bow. Description: darkness is my domain. Quality: silver. Level requirement: 15. Class requirement: sharpshooter. Base attributes: physical attack 463, strength 66, critical rate 10. Special: increases damage by 15 when used at night or in dark environments. Additional skill: shadow volley. After a brief charge, fires 2 consecutive arrows at the target, each dealing 125 physical damage plus 20 dark element damage. Cooldown 1 minute. 2. Bronze ancient shield. Description: let the strong be strong. The breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Quality: silver. Level requirement: 15. Class requirement: shield guard. Base attributes: health 800, physical defense 281, spirit defense 243, constitution 36, endurance 48, block rate 5, movement speed 10. Special: reduces final damage taken by 100 points. Additional skill: shield guardian grants a shield to one ally equal to 15 of the user's max health. Cooldown 1 minute. 3. Nightshade necklace. Description: light I do not need. Darkness is my true home. Quality: bronze. Level requirement: 15. Class requirement: physical class. Base attributes: physical defense 156, spirit defense 162, agility 38, critical rate 13. Special: increases critical rate by 10 and critical damage by 20 at night or in dark environments. A level 15 silver longbow, pure damage, a brutal weapon. After appraisal, the system alerted Yang and that it had secured the top spot on the equipment leaderboard. Right after, the bronze ancient shield was identified, firmly holding second place. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up, fixed intently on the silver-patterned shield, drool nearly dripping to the ground. Don't get your hopes up. We'll divide everything when we get back. We still have teammates to consider. Yang An shoved the shield back into his bag with one hand and patted Luo Yuan's shoulder, feigning annoyance. Luo Yuan scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Yang An scanned the loot and confirmed, everything dropped will be evenly distributed later. No objections, right? I have no objections, Mingyue Qing said calmly. She hadn't contributed much to the boss fight. Her main concern was whether her lady would benefit. Adorably, Little Swan nodded obediently. She was just here for experience, so naturally had no complaints. Besides the 2 silver items and 1 bronze piece, they also found on the ground. 1. 3 pieces of black iron equipment. 2. Several common white items. 3. A blue skill book. 4. A black pearl. 5. A jade conch shell. 6. Over 10 silver coins. The abyss monsters are generous. Yang An wasted no time, stuffing all the loot into his bag in one go. Bai Xiao had just messaged him privately, saying she was waiting in town, and he didn't want to delay. Before leaving, he cast a gathering spell on the boss corpse to collect some blood and various materials. Let's go back to town. He rummaged through his bag for a town teleport scroll, but found only hard equipment. Glanced awkwardly at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan spread his hands. Don't look at me. I just logged in, and you dragged me here to fight the boss. I didn't bring any. Both looked toward Mingyue Qing. She chuckled softly and pulled out 3 town scrolls from her bag, handing them over. Everyone crushed the scrolls simultaneously, turning into white light and vanishing from the spot. Above the sky vault, in the realm of 9 heavens, surrounding a mist of divine energy, floated a towering lotus platform. Sitting cross-legged upon it was a white-robed woman with her face veiled. Behind her, a godly bird spirit spread majestic blue feathers, a symbol of auspiciousness swirling around. Xian Nu, You've crossed the line. An ancient voice echoed from the void. Xian Nu's eyes slowly opened, a flash of irritation in the pale light. Di Hong, I oversee this world and have full authority. You have no right to question me. Humph, you're only a steward at best. If you act recklessly, I will report to the heavenly sovereign. Xian Nu waved her hand in the air. The godly bird's azure eyes blazed. A sharp cry tore through the sky, followed by a muffled grunt in the void. My actions will be judged by my master. I will not tolerate your interference, she said coldly. Enraged, Di Hong retreated into the shadows. Noisy, Xian Nu withdrew her jade hand, her gaze returning to calm serenity. At the revival point in the central square of Nanjing City, several white lights flashed as Yang En and company appeared in the middle of the teleportation array. Shui ran. A familiar voice called lightly by Xiao had been waiting a long time. Yang En smiled slightly, feeling relieved. Let's go find a place to sit and divide the loot. Sounds good. Bai Xiao came up beside Mingyue Qingxin and hooked her arm gently. Let's go, Qingjia. Mingyue Qingxin looked up, her eyes shining with a soft warmth. Then let Bai Xiao lead her forward. Yang En, Luo Yuan, and the adorably clumsy little swan followed closely behind. The group walked along the bustling street and picked a nearby restaurant called Drunken Jiangyue, eager to try this game-exclusive delicacy. Drunken Jiangyue was right next to the central square of Nanming City, facing the main Roada spot with the heaviest foot traffic. The two-story tavern had gracefully curved eaves and dark-tiled roofs, with a gilded sign shining brilliantly in the sun. Despite its somewhat high prices, the place was packed with customers. Pushing open the carved wooden doors, the mingled scents of sandalwood incense and delicious food greeted them. Inside the spacious main hall on the first floor, dozens of round tables were mostly occupied, with the aroma of tea and side dishes wafting through the air. In the center stood a sizable wooden stage, draped with long silk banners and lanterns hanging above. Waiters bustled about, occasionally reminding guests. There will be storytelling at midnight today. Those interested in a friendly match can sign up on stage. Many players came to the game just to enjoy this kind of relaxing atmosphere, listening to tales, watching dances, experiencing the exotic customs of another world. Some lovers of combat would sign up to spar on stage for prize money. This vibrant scene instantly made Yang An's group the center of attention as they stepped inside. Three girls walking side by side was already a striking sight. Bai Xiao was graceful, her delicate face barely hidden beneath a light veil, radiating elegance with every glance and gesture. Little Swan was small and lively, leaning softly against Bai Xiao's other side, so endearingly cute that she caught extra gazes. Mingyue Qingxin appeared mature and composed, her brow carrying the confident calm unique to professional women. The three distinct vibes appearing together stirred murmurs of admiration throughout the hall. Amid the crowd, a sudden feeling tugged at Yang N's heart. His gaze flicked toward the window seats nearby. There sat a man and a woman side by side. Although both had slightly altered their appearances, he recognized them instantly. Small world hadn't expected to run into old acquaintances in the game. Wanting no trouble, Yang tensed briefly then relaxed, planning to ignore them and lead the group upstairs. But the woman, striking and alluring, was nestled against the broad-shouldered man. She glanced first at Yang En, then at Luo Yuan, leaning close to whisper in the man's ear. The burly man's eyebrows immediately knit into a scowl full of resentment. Rising to his feet abruptly, he grabbed the woman's arm and strode over fast. Isn't this Coach Yang? His deep, cold voice was deliberately loud, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Yang En stopped, turned slightly with eyes sharp as blades. The man was Su Sanyuan, the star coach from Xingyue Club, and the woman was Jiang Li, his ex-girlfriend who'd just broken up with him days ago. Yang An's eyes flicked to Luo Yuan. Oh no. Luo Yuan hadn't changed his appearance at all. It would be way too easy for Jiang Li to recognize them. Su Sanyuan clicked his tongue, his gaze provocatively flicking between Yang En and Luo Yuan before shamelessly surveying the three girls. Struggling in real life, but doing pretty well in the game, huh? His tone dripped with malice. His eyes finally settled on Bai Xiao, burning with anger as he openly sized her up and down. Where did this filthy thing come from, spouting nonsense? Bai Xiao lifted her eyes, frowning slightly, her voice cold and clear. Ugh, gross creep. Little Swan clenched her fists, cheeks puffed with anger. Even the little summoned rabbit on her shoulder caught her mood and mimicked a disdainful ugh before flinging the carrot it had been clutching straight across the floor. Bang! The insult wasn't severe, but it was deeply offensive. Su Sanyuan flew into a rage, ready to strike. Yang En stepped forward half a step, positioning Bai Xiao, Mingyue Qingxin, and Han Qing firmly in front of him, his gaze locking onto Su Sanyuan like a razor-sharp blade. Jiang Li, how could you pick such a loser? Luo Yuan grinned, eyes fixed mockingly on Jiang Li. You fatso, are you looking for death? Embarrassed in front of the three beauties, Su Sanyuan's fury surged, his eyes practically shooting flames. Luo Yuan kept smiling brightly, arms crossed, refusing to back down an inch. Jiang Li ignored Luo Yuan's provocation and instead stared at the three women behind Yang An. So these are your new girlfriends? Hiding behind veils what? Too ashamed to be seen? She noted their striking looks, a flicker of jealousy passing through her eyes. Then, she tightly gripped Su Sanyuan's arm, as if staking her claim. Jing, do you smell that? A sour, rotten tea stench? Bai Xiao's cold voice cut through the air suddenly. Yeah, disgusting. Mingyue Qingxi nodded in agreement, their long-standing rapport evident. Jiang Li instantly realized they were mocking her, her cheeks flushing red. You. Enough, Jiang Li. Yang An's voice turned icy. We have no past to revisit. Take your man and leave. Heh, Coach Yang isn't usually this fierce. Did you know he's a cripple with no job? Su Sanyuan sneered darkly, exposing Yang An's old leg injury in public. Yang An's expression remained calm and unreadable. After the heart-piercing blade ritual, the primordial chaos had long since healed his damaged leg. Those stumbling days were behind him now. Bai Xiao's heart clenched sharply beside him, a flash of pain in her eyes. How had such a proud man endured the rumors back then? What's that? Coach Su seems to have forgotten that you can't even beat Meth Cripple, Yang An retorted coolly. Humph. How about we settle this in the ring? Su Sanyuan's anger boiled over. The humiliation of being knocked down by Yang An still stung deeply, and now he wanted to wash away that shame. He's just a level 10 newbie. Sanyuan, how can you bully him so? Jiang Li taunted, clutching Su Sanyuan's arm with biting sarcasm. Seeing his former crush show this side of herself, Yang An felt nothing but disgust. He had truly been blind to be captivated by her false tenderness. Su Sanyuan patted Jiang Li's hand and sneered. You're right, Lily. Fine, how about I let him fight with one hand? Ha 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 ha. A slight smile tugged at Yang An's lips as he watched Su Sanyuan's wild laughter. The onlookers wore strange expressions, quietly mourning for Su Sanyuan. Seriously, no shame at all still bullying Anzi before he's even switched classes? No chance of winning, no fun. Anzi, I don't think it's worth your time, Luo Yuan said with mock annoyance, waving off the challenge. Su Sanyuan raised an eyebrow, seizing the perfect excuse. From his backpack, he pulled out an ancient bronze bracelet, flipping it over in his hand. Not impossible. I've got this bronze-level bracelet here. Beat me, and it's yours. So, you dare step into the ring. He toyed with the bracelet, his contemptuous gaze fixed on Yang An. Beside him, Jiang Li frowned as she watched Su Sanyuan pull out the bronze bracelet. She whispered softly in his ear, Sanyuan, this bracelet is meant for Master Jiang. We spent most of our savings on it. Isn't it risky to use it as a bet? Su Sanyuan patted her hand reassuringly and said firmly, don't worry, he won't be able to take it. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Yang An not far away. Yang An was only level 10 and hadn't yet changed classes, a regular player whose stats could never match his own as a level 14 swordsman. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, how could a level 10 rookie possibly be a match for the ace coach? On the other side, Yang An stared at the bronze bracelet. A flicker of greed mixed with resolute determination crossed his eyes, as if he were ready to risk everything. Don't think just because you're a higher level you can easily beat me, he said quietly, lifting his head with stubborn defiance. Su Sanyuan narrowed his eyes, recalling the moment not long ago when Yang An knocked him back with a single punch. The cold, terrifying look in Yang An's eyes had unsettled him. But this was a game world, and with a 4-level advantage plus a completed class change, his logic told him there was no way he could lose. Confidence reignited, and the suppressed resentment surged back. Overestimating yourself? He spat, then turned toward the innkeeper to request a duel on the arena stage, setting the bronze bracelet as the prize. As the system announcement rang out, a circular arena illuminated with a glowing pattern appeared in the center of the inn. Su Sanyuan stepped forward first, unsheathing his black long sword. The blade was as dark as ink, its cold gleam restrained but menacing. The surrounding players gathered, drawn by the commotion. He held his sword out horizontally, the tip aiming straight at Yang An below the stage, and shouted in a deep voice, "Step up." Below, Luo Yuan almost burst out laughing but swallowed it back. The three girls behind Yang An showed calm confidence in the outcome of the fight. Yang An bent his knees slightly, pushed off the ground, and leapt onto the stage like a dragonfly skimming the water, landing steadily. Throughout, he never drew his own sword, just watched Su Sanyuan quietly. "Show me your weapon. Today I'll make you see the difference." Su Sanyuan's voice heated with scorn. "You're a cripple, and you think you can turn things around in this game?" Yang An shrugged lightly and said calmly, "I don't need a weapon to fight you." He even curled a finger as if beckoning. "Ha ha, nice show. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Su Sanyuan laughed bitterly, then kicked off and swung his black blade with a powerful wind wrapped around it. The slash came down like thunder, but the blade missed. Yang An touched barely the toe of his foot and sidestepped half a meter, casually evading the seemingly certain strike. His movement, even without activating any speed skill, was several times faster than normal. Su Sanyuan launched a flurry of slashes, the sword moving like a fierce wind, but each attack missed by the slightest margin. Yang An bent slightly or twisted his torso, letting the blade graze the edge of his clothes. All you know is how to dodge? If you're a man, fight me head on. Frustration boiled over in Su Sanyuan with each failed strike. Luo Yuan spat disdainfully from below. Shameless. But the three girls remained calm, their eyes fixed on Yang and without a trace of worry. Yang dodged sideways again, his voice indifferent. Is that all you've got? Looking for death. Su Sanyuan stepped back 2 paces and raised his sword high, flames instantly igniting along the blade. The swordsman's class skill, Flame Slash. Fire coiled around the sword, the heat rolling like a torrent, the strike like a roaring flood. Boom. The flaming sword slammed into Yang An's shoulder, pushing him back half a step. 162. Shortly after, a burning damage effect appeared. 36, 36, 36. The swordsman class specializes in explosive close combat damage, and Flame Slash deals heavy initial damage plus knockback and burning over time. Yet Su Sanyuan's pupils contracted. Those numbers barely made a dent in Yang An's health bar. How is this possible? His heart pounded wildly. From his understanding of his own stats, this strike should have crippled a same-level player instantly. But this level 10, unranked cripple stood firm like an iron tower. Yang An looked up, a cold smile curling his lips. Show me what you're really made of. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. You crippled loser. What right do you have to speak to me like that? Su Sanyuan shouted furiously. The sword vibrated again as it blazed brighter, activating Flame, Sword Chi. This skill instantly boosts his damage by 20, adds a 20 per second burning effect for 3 seconds to all attacks, and extends attack range by 1 meter. Flames roared and danger surged. Su Sanyuan bellowed. Let's see how you dodge this. Su Sanyuan's long blade ignited with a fiery aura as he swung it in a dazzling, powerful arc. With a sharp clang, the blade struck Yang An's chest, sparks of blazing flame flickering on impact. 120, 24 burn damage, 24, 24. Bright red numbers appeared in rapid succession. What's the use of high HP and defense? You're going to die sooner or later. Su Sanyuan roared hysterically, his blade cutting down like a torrential storm, relentless and overwhelming. Yang An's health bar was slowly dropping, yet he watched as if observing a dull performance, his gaze calm to the point of indifference. Finally, spotting a brief opening, he tensed his arm, clenched his fist, and launched a fast, precise, and ruthless punch. Bang! His fist struck Su Sanyuan squarely in the face, the same spot, the same angle as before, with no deviation. 1665 critical hit. Powerful blow. The blood-red damage numbers skyrocketed like fiery fireworks exploding above Su Sanyuan's head. His body stiffened before collapsing lifelessly, his vitality instantly drained. Instant kill. No way. In a flash of white light, the fallen figure was immediately resurrected by the system. The arena battle rules allowed death without penalty, but the wager placed beforehand automatically went into the winner's inventory. Arena battle ended. Player Xueran wins. The system announcement echoed through the tavern, drawing numerous players' attention. What? A level 10 with no class advancement beat a level 14 Blade Master? That Blade Master's awful. Can't even take down a level 10 newbie. Ugh, talk about dominate the world, what a disgrace to our Blade Masters. Agreed, kick him out of the Blade Master faction. Overwhelmed by a flood of insults, Su Sanyuan's face flushed from red to pale with rage, resentment, and shame. He clenched his fists but found no words to fight back. Yang An remained calm and unhurried. He pulled out a bronze bracelet from his backpack and rolled it lightly between his fingers, smirking faintly as he looked at his opponent. Coach Su, since you're so generous, I won't be shy to accept it. Just you wait. You didn't get my gear that easily. Su Sanyuan gritted his teeth, snarled a harsh threat, and stormed off the arena with a grim expression. Sanyuan, what should we do about that bracelet? Jiang Li followed closely, speaking softly to soothe him. Ollie, you know where he lives, right? Su Sanyuan lowered his voice, burning with barely contained fury. Jiang Li glanced at Yang An on the stage, then nodded in agreement before following Su Sanyuan out of the tavern. The crowd's chatter continued below, but Yang An didn't bother listening. He jumped off the arena and headed straight to the shopkeeper, requesting a private room on the second floor to avoid further disturbance. Led by an NPC waiter, he and his companions entered the private room and closed the door, shutting out the noisy crowd. Xueran, hurry and show us the gear you got from the boss. No sooner had they all sat down than Bai Xiao grew restless with excitement. Yang An glanced at her, and just as he was about to speak, he started, your friend. Bai Xiao interrupted immediately, I heard what sister said. You did nothing wrong. Besides, I barely know him, we just met out in the wild. Satisfied with her reassurance, Yang An nodded and fell silent. He then pulled the spoils from his backpack, laying them out on the table. 2 pieces of silver tier gear, 1 bronze, 3 black iron items, plus a skill book, a blue orb, and a conch shell. Divide as needed. Take whatever fits you. Any objections? He asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang An tossed the silver-grade bronze ancient shield to Luo Yuan, who had been eagerly waiting for it. Receiving a silver-grade shield meant a significant boost to his power. Next, Yang slipped the bronze-grade Moonshadow necklace into his own pocket. It was a physical-type gear, perfect for his close combat role. The remaining 3 black iron items were handed out neatly, one each to Bai Xiao, the adorable little swan, and Mingyue Qingxin. This silver-grade longbow, Xiao. You handle this and sell it. Well, split the profits evenly, he said, passing the shimmering silver phantom bow to Bai Xiao. If it weren't for the fact that Tiansheng Bufan, the gifted one, had recklessly squandered it, this bow would likely have become his. Now that the highest-ranked item had landed in Bai Xiao's hands, auctioning it would surely fetch a fortune. Everyone's faces lit up at the thought of their shares. Bai Xiao grinned ear to ear, stashing the bow into her backpack and happily patting the bag's opening. With gear distribution complete, Yang picked up a skill book glowing faintly blue. Poison Needle, Pierce Human Level. Skill effect. Launches a toxic needle that deals 100 spiritual damage and poisons the target, causing damage equal to 3 of the target's max HP every second for 5 seconds. Against bosses, poison damage is reduced by 90, capped at 5,000 damage per second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Profession requirements. Poison Master Healer, Dark Class, Death Class. Poison skill, and even healers can learn it, Yang said after reading the attributes, handing it to Bai Xiao. This suits you best. With this offensive skill, Bai Xiao was no longer just a pure healer stuck supporting from the back. Want to test its power? Yang immediately sent an invitation to spar. Sparring mode activated, they faced off 10 meters apart. Bai Xiao raised her hand, coalescing a dark green poison needle in her palm. A flick of her wrist, and the needle shot through the air. Puff! The poison needle pierced Yang shoulder, triggering numbers that alternated red and dark green. 229, 92 poison, 92, 92, 92, 92 totaling 689 damage. Exactly 20% of Yang's total HP. Just a healer, and it deals this much damage? Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. If Su Sanyuan saw this, he might have to bash his head against a tofu block on the spot. Against a boss like the Nether Shadow Leopard with 520,000 HP, even at just 10 poison effectiveness, it would still deal 1,560 damage per second, nearly 8,000 over 5 seconds. Huh. From now on, I'm going to be the top poison healer in Destiny Tribulation. Bai Xiao jumped up excitedly. After they exited sparring mode, Yang shared the attributes of the blue bead and the conch shell to the team chat. Icy Heart Pearl. Activates in backpack, increases water skill damage by 10, does not occupy equipment slot. This top-tier extra equipment naturally belonged to the team's sole water element spirit mage, Mingyue Qingxin. I didn't contribute much against the boss and already took black iron gear. Taking this too, Mingyue Qingxin reluctantly declined, though she loved it dearly. Qingjia, your debuffs are crucial. Allocating by need means only you can maximize this pearl's effect. Bai Xiao insisted, pressing the icy heart pearl into her hands. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mingyue Qingxin blushed, but accepted it. The final drop was a warmly polished jade conch shell. Oddly, the system gave no description, and even Yang's chaos I couldn't reveal its secrets. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks and treated it as mere decoration. But Bai Xiao held the conch thoughtfully, tracing its spiral with her fingertip. The more she looked, the more unusual it seemed. I think I might know what this is for. Bai Xiao's words drew everyone's attention. They looked at her with curiosity. The smooth, jade-like conch shell lay quietly in her palm, its broken edge polished finely like a carefully crafted mouthpiece. Bai Xiao, naturally sensitive to artifacts, instantly guessed it was very likely a musical instrument for blowing into. A musical instrument? Do we even have anyone here who knows music? Yang frowned. He had hoped this item would boost their combat power, but if it was just a musical instrument, a bottle of red potion would be more practical. The chubby Luo Yuan and the innocent-looking Xiao Taiyan shook their heads one after another, but only Mingyue Qingxin smiled gently at Bai Xiao. The girl lightly lifted her veil, revealing a bit of translucent, crimson lips, the curve at the corner of her mouth stirring faint emotions in everyone. Woo! A pure, ethereal melody streamed from the jade conch, as if a salty sea breeze had suddenly swept in. Everyone felt as though they were standing on a shore with crashing waves, the cool sea air cleansing their spirits, and even the atmosphere carried the taste of salt and freshness. When the song ended, the lingering notes still echoed in their ears, and they remained entranced, unwilling to snap out of the trance for a long while. Snapping back to reality, Yang looked at Bai Xiao, surprise flickering in his eyes. She was unexpectedly skilled in music theory. I've received a mission, Bai Xiao said, lifting her gaze with a gleam of excitement. What mission? You mean blowing the conch can actually trigger something? Yang couldn't help but ask. Bai Xiao shared the mission interface. The Mermaid's Lament, the only hidden quest. Objective, travel to Linchuan Town and help the fishermen resolve a crisis. Level requirement, 20. Type, solo mission. The only hidden quest. Everyone exclaimed together. Hidden quests themselves were rare, but completing the one and only hidden quest promised rich rewards and possibly an irreplaceable special prize. But you need to be level 20 to do it, Luo Yuan said regretfully. Bai Xiao, currently only level 14 and still quite far from the requirement, smiled faintly. It's just about leveling up. He'll get there eventually. Everyone dreams of having the only hidden quest. Yong'an laughed. You've really struck gold. Luo Yuan rubbed his hands enviously. I'd rather give up this shield than miss out on a level 20 only hidden quest. The rewards must be worth several times more. But envy was useless. The only hidden quest was something you could only come across by chance, not by desire. Then I'll just have to level up fast. I can't wait. Bai Xiao's eyes shone brightly, her voice full of anticipation. After distributing the loot, Yong'an left the party first. He had more important matters to attend to. The others discussed continuing to grind monsters together, especially Luo Yuan, eager to equip the newly acquired silver-grade shield. Once out of the group, Yong'an headed straight for the city's shops to restock supplies. Low-level red and blue potions no longer satisfied his needs, so he chose higher-grade elixirs. Lower-grade healing pill restores 300 HP upon use, 3-second cooldown, requires level 10. Lower-grade mana pill restores 300 spirit power, 3-second cooldown, requires level 10. 1 silver coin each? That's robbery. He grumbled silently. When would he achieve potion freedom? Though reluctant to prepare for the coming missions, he bit the bullet, emptied his savings, and bought 10 healing pills, 5 mana pills, plus several low-grade red and blue potions just in case. Having finished his supplies, he suddenly remembered one piece of equipment. Yong'an reached into his backpack and pulled out the bronze bracelet he had won from Su Sanyuan. Beneath the rust, it faintly gleamed with a blood-red hue. Lifesteal bracelet description: blood. Give me blood. Quality: bronze. Level requirement: 10. Profession requirement: physical class. Base attributes: physical attack 103, strength 19, agility 9, critical hit 8. Lifesteal: adds 10 lifesteal effect to all attacks. This is the full stats of the lifesteal bracelet. While its raw attributes are nothing spectacular compared to the Howling Moon bracelet on his wrist, the extra 10 lifesteal made Yong'an's eyes light up. With his current attack power, each strike could recover a noticeable chunk of health, and with skillful play, his health bar would rarely fall into the danger zone. Thinking this, he let out a hearty laugh. You guys really are good people, going out of your way to bring me gear. He quickly logged off to replenish his stamina and logged back in after a short while. Ready for anything, Yong'an pulled out the simple black Yushu token from his backpack and slowly infused it with the fresh blood head collected earlier from the phantom shadow leopard. The dark red blood immediately soaked into the token like dry earth absorbing water, causing the black surface to bloom with shimmering layers of rainbow-colored halos. Ding. Conditions for opening the Yushu realm met. Enter now. The system prompt sounded clearly in his ear. Without hesitation, Yong'an confirmed. In the next moment, the black token's glow surged wildly, and streams of multicolored light engulfed him, leaving the login point empty. As the light dispersed, he found himself standing in the center of a massive martial arena. Surrounding him were walls of grayish-white mist stretching endlessly, as if he stood in the vast void. Just as he scanned the surroundings, the system prompt rang again. Ding. You have entered the Yushu trial space. Trial begins. 20 meters away, a tall figure suddenly materialized. A bent bow, tall build, star-shaped eyebrows, sword-like eyes, expression resolute. Yong'an's heart jolted. That face was like a mirror image of his own. He immediately activated his Chaos Eye, and a data stream unfolded before him. Yushu Trial Clone Sharpshooter. Level 10. Base Attributes HP 43190. Physical Attack 1123. Physical Defense 466. Spiritual Defense 411. Speed 42. Skills: 1. Explosive arrows set ablaze, dealing 180 explosive damage on hit, plus 20 burn damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. 2. Triple star volley, instant release of 3 arrows, each dealing 130 damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. 3. Repel Gate uses spiritual power to push enemies back 10 meters. Cooldown 10 seconds. Except that its HP was amplified to 10 times his own, all other stats were identical. Worse, the clone's profession was a ranged sharpshooter, and its skill combination far stronger than that of a regular player of the same class. Any ordinary player facing this would be kited to death, without mercy. Speed matches mine, so closing in won't be easy, Yong'an murmured, frowning slightly. Before he finished speaking, the clone had already drawn its bow. A flash of cold light, and the arrow tore through the air, shooting straight at him. Yong'an focused all his attention, leaning his body slightly aside. The arrow's tip whistled right past his ear. So fast. This speed was several times faster than that of the born exceptional player's shot. The second arrow came immediately after. Can't drag this out, he thought. His only range damage was his sword Chi Slash with only a 10-meter range. If this pressure continued, he would be forced into a passive defense. Worse yet, the clone's attack range clearly exceeded the typical 15-meter limit of a sharpshooter. Dodging swiftly to the side, he suddenly surged forward in a sprint. The clone retreated at the same time, keeping a tight, safe distance. This equal-speed Catan mouse game clearly favored the opponent. Humph, you want to kite me forever? Yang sneered under his breath. The next moment, he activated a rare skill dropped by the Azure Wolf King sprint. His speed instantly surged by 30. Though the arena was large, it had limits, and the clone could no longer maintain safe distance. Within moments, the gap closed to 10 meters. Sword Chi Slash. Yang unleashed his only ranged skill. 2 slashes of sword energy shot out toward the trial clone. Facing Yang An's Sword Chi attack, the trial clone swiftly moved sideways, escaping the strike's range before the blade arrived. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yang planted his foot firmly and closed the distance to within 5 meters, advancing like a ghost in the night. A deep hum resonated, spiritual energy rippled across the trial clone's body, and a ring of azure light suddenly expanded from its center, crashing into the air like a heavy hammer. Yang felt as if a monstrous beast had rammed into his chest, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps before regaining his stance. Swish! A flaming arrow followed closely, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle and striking his left shoulder. 1183. The burning effect dealt rapid damage ticks of 131 every second, chaining attacks that instantly drained over 1,800 health points. Now it's my turn, he thought fiercely and activated his rapid movement, becoming a blur. The continuous sword chi slashes forced the trial clone to constantly sidestep, its path completely locked down. Under pressure, the vital survival skill rejected gate finally triggered. Seeing the expected protective aura deflect the attacks, a confident smile curled on Yang's lips. Everything was going according to plan. 10 meters disappeared in the blink of an eye as he closed in once more. Without rejected gate, the marksman could only wildly release arrow upon arrow like a sudden downpour, but Yang's figure twisted and shifted oddly, each near miss leaving just a streak of fire on his cloak. Breaking cloud sword. Silver light traced a crescent in the air. 1526. At the same time, a 153 lifesteal value popped up on the interface. The 7-second lifesteal effect had begun. The clone's rejected gate now had a 10-second cooldown, and Yang had to seize this one and only damage window. A marksman up close is almost a sitting duck. The longsword whipped through a storm of slashes, driving the clone back step by step. 730, 945 with a powerful strike, 1526 normal hit. The sword chi exploded violently. 3,969. 3,969. In just 10 seconds, the damage total surpassed 30,000. With rejected gate off cooldown, the light ring detonated once again. Yang was prepared, leaping back first, but was still forced several meters away and took the brutal triple arrow barrage. 854, 854, 854. Fortunately, the lifesteal bracelet on his wrist rapidly replenished his health. Otherwise, this round would have left his skin shredded. You don't stand a chance. He roared, the broken tooth sword's chill flashing fiercely as the skill's savage charge activated, instantly doubling his movement speed. Like a gale force wind, his figure flashed forward, the long sword rising from below to strike. The survival skill hadn't recovered yet. Without a shield, the trial clone was powerless to resist. Moments later, the blade sliced through the last inch of air with precision, a clean cut. The trial clone's body disintegrated into scattered starlight, exploding in the sky. The shimmering stars lingered briefly before swiftly reforming into a brand new trial clone. Yang narrowed his eyes. Is that all? Passing this Jade Void trial was proving far from easy. Activating his Chaos Eye, Yang scrutinized the scene ahead. The Jade Void trial's Ice Attribute Spirit Clone Swordsman at level 10 had the following base stats. 43,190 health, 1,123 spirit attack, 466 physical defense, 411 spirit defense, and speed of 42. Its skills were Ice Spike Barrage, launching 3 consecutive ice spikes at a target, each dealing 80 damage and slowing the target by 30, with a 5-second cooldown. Frost Shackle, summoning a frost zone in a designated area that deals 120 damage to enemies within 3 meters and freezes them for 2 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds. And Frostbite Onslaught, unleashing chilling power around itself, causing 60 damage per second and slowing enemies in a 5-meter radius by 50 for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. All the clone's base attributes matched Yang's exactly, but as an Ice Element Spirit Swordsman, it specialized in control and possessed 3 powerful skills far beyond what an ordinary player of the same level would have. The instant triple cast Ice Spike Barrage, the area restraining Frost Shackles, and the damage over time Frostbite Onslaught. A normal player at level 10, having just completed their first job change, would only have basic freezing magic and single ice spikes. Faced with such an enhanced clone, anyone would have a headache. At this moment, Yang gripped his longsword tightly, quietly weighing his options. On the fate Tribulation continent, hidden within mist-shrouded mountains where towering peaks queued endlessly, ancient temples dotted the slopes from foothills to mid-mountains. Eagles circled overhead, while high-level cultivators sped through the air, occasionally tearing through the sky, a testament to the rise and strength of this secret realm. Among the peaks stood a mountain shaped like a sharp sword piercing the sky, its cliff faces cold and severe, with a sword aura slicing the air like a wind blade. At the summit of Sword Peak, a man in white, appearing in his 20s, sat cross-legged at the cliff's edge. His eyes were closed. His breathing was long and restrained, his presence almost imperceptible. Half his long hair floated gently in the breeze, a streak of silver at his forehead, standing out evidence of his years and cultivation. Behind him stood a young woman dressed in blue, her eyes bright and clear. She carried a large black sword case on her back, her skin glowing softly in the morning mist, like a blue lotus emerging from water. Suddenly the man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and clear as it pierced the void ahead. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he spoke softly, "Brother Yushu, it's been many days." At his words, the air before them shimmered like water ripples as an old man with white hair but youthful face stepped down from the sky, his robes billowing as if stirred by wind though none blew. "Brother Chunyang truly lives up to being the finest sword immortal of our time." The elder stroked his beard, laughing. "I can't hide my trail from you." This was none other than the venerable Yushu. Chunyang rose and greeted him with a cupped hand, then motioned to a corner of the summit. "Please." The two stood side by side, the blue-robed young woman bowing slightly in greeting. "Brother Yushu, you didn't come up just because you had your eye on my jar of 9 Heaven Star dust brew, did you?" Chunyang joked, feigning suspicion. A misunderstanding. Yux's hearty laugh tried to defuse the moment, though his longing for that fine wine was barely hidden. He raised his hand to part the void and revealed a glowing screen, the entire battle between Yang and the trial clone playing out in vivid detail. The screen showed Yang N's sword light rising and falling, his movements at the edge of control as he danced with the clone countering with instant ice spikes and freezing moves, every strike deadly. The three watching held their breath until the image faded. Chunyang commented, "Meticulous and calm under pressure, gifted as well. Congratulations, Brother Yuxu have gained a disciple with great potential." Yushu shook his head with a sigh. "This youth excels in swordsmanship. No one in my sect can truly instruct him in the sword. After much thought, it's better entrusted to Brother Chunyang." As he spoke, his gaze once more drifted down toward the mist-hidden mountain below, his expression full of meaning. The Jade Void Venerable's eyes gleamed as he looked at the pure young Venerable, seemingly certain that he would accept the disciple into his tutelage. In the somewhat spacious main hall, the two Venerables stood side by side, one slightly ahead of the other, their presence restrained yet sharp. The pure young Venerable wore a plain white robe, his sword-like eyebrows raised slightly, a faint smile on his lips. "Brother Jade Void, I have no intention of teaching disciples. One immortal child is already enough trouble for me." The girl standing behind him, dressed in white, brushed a stray lock of hair aside and, hearing this, rolled her eyes subtly but obediently bowed her head, refraining from interrupting the elders. The Jade Void Venerable stroked his graying beard and chuckled softly, his tone gentle but carried a hint of mischievousness. "Brother Puryong, shouldn't you at least see this child's talent before deciding?" Upon hearing this, the Puryong Venerable's eyebrows lifted slightly. "What's so special about him? One in a million, the greatest physique of this age, the chaos body." The Jade Void Venerable paused, his eyes shining with increased intensity. "Though it differs slightly from the ancient texts, it seems more destined for the path of the sword." The pure young Venerable's expression shifted subtly. Raising his hand, he waved gently, causing ripples to spread through the air. A crystal-clear image appeared suspended before them. He studied it intently, and after a moment, a trace of delight flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, the Jade Void Venerable quickly fanned the flames. "Well, if you don't take him, I'll have to reluctantly accept him myself. With the chaos body as a foundation, learning my purple cloud divine thunder shouldn't be a problem." "Nonsense." Pure young Venerable immediately interrupted, his voice firm and resonant. "With such a constitution, how could he study those messy arts with you?" His gaze burned fiercely, as if already seeing the grand scene of 10,000 swords converging. With a low shout, he declared, "Such a chaos body, such a birth for the sword." Before his words faded, he transformed into a sharp sword light, buzzing as it sliced through the air, vanishing from the hall's upper space in an instant. The Jade Void Venerable shook his head helplessly, chuckling as he stared at the empty air. "Just now you said you had no desire to take disciples, and now you're running faster than a rabbit. Remember, you agreed you can be his master, but he must join my sect, and don't forget the wine ode." His voice echoed, lingering long after. With that, his figure blurred and vanished into the air as if he had never appeared. In the hall, only the girl remained. She lifted her hand to brush stray hair from her temple and murmured softly, Little immortal child, get ready to meet your new young master brother. A new little master brother? The other four, led by Xiao, lacked a heavy hitter now that Yang'an had left, so they decided to return to their previous leveling spot to regroup with the others. Along the way, the monsters they encountered were not strong, but their limited firepower still slowed their progress. After the last battle, Tiansheng Bufan had taken all of his company's people away, leaving only 6 female employees from Xiao's company, each one a beauty, laughing and chatting, making the atmosphere lively. This left Luo Yuan as the only man in the group, and surrounded by so much feminine warmth, he felt a bit awkward. Meanwhile, the little swan had already blended in seamlessly with the women. In just a few minutes, Xiao was already healing teammates while casually flicking out a poison needle to pin down an incoming monster. Her mastery of her skills was clearly growing sharper. Miss, someone's coming. Mingyue Qingxin suddenly stopped smiling and pointed off in the distance. Xiao turned and saw a huge cloud of dust rising at the edge of the grassland, and over 100 players advancing in formation. The 3 figures leading them looked especially familiar. Finally found you. The burly young man at the front spoke grimly. It was Su Sanyuan, the ruthless tyrant of Nanming City, who had a conflict with Yang'an. To his left stood Jiang Li, Yang An's ex-girlfriend, and on his right was Tiansheng Bufan, Wu Yufan. When Xiao caught sight of the last man, her brows furrowed sharply. You Wu Yufan. Yao Yao, hand me the bow. He'll guarantee you all get out safely. Tiansheng Bufan smiled as he reached out, his gaze tinged with infatuation. In your dreams. If it weren't for your dirty tricks, that bow would have already been yours. Now you still dare to come and take it? Xiao retorted coldly. Wu Yufan flushed with embarrassment, but forced himself to say, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Sanyuan was tired of their bickering, his words cutting the air like a blade. Where's that kid? I just want to kill Yang'an and get the vampire bracelet back. If one attempt doesn't work, they'll kill him until he explodes. Luo Yuan stepped forward, blocking the women. You lost fair and square. Losing your gear to Yang and just shows you're not as skilled. What's with the trouble now? Can't accept defeat? Shut up, fatso. You have no say here. Su Sanyuan snarled. Luo Yuan sneered and looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Yang'an treated you so well, yet you hang with scum like this? Disgusting. Only then did Xiao realize that Jiang Li was Yang An's ex-girlfriend, and she thought inwardly how blind Bloodstain's gaze truly was. Jiang Li was choked silent, her face turning ashen, but no words came out. Enough talk, fatso. Make that kid come out, or he'll slaughter all of you. Su Sanyuan's men behind him stirred impatiently. Tiansheng Bufan quickly reminded, Brother Baju, remember, Yao Yao can't be harmed. Su Sanyuan forced his murderous intent down and smiled. Don't worry, after this we'll go into Yao Wang's sanctuary together and serve Jiang Shao. We're all on the same side. Tiansheng Bufan nodded in agreement, but secretly looked down on him. You? Worthy of Jiang Shao's acquaintance? Xiao quickly assessed the situation. The enemy had overwhelming numbers. Without Bloodstain, they were no match. She made a snap decision and ordered, we're not their opponents without Bloodstain. Luo Yuan and I will stay behind. With me healing, he can hold his ground. Everyone else find a chance to head back to the city. At the sound of this shout, Mingyue Qingxin quickly shook her head and called out loudly, Miss. If you're leaving, we leave together. She anxiously stood beside Xiao, unwilling to let her lady cover the rear alone. That's right, we're teammates, we die together, we leave together. Little Swan also stepped forward, clenching her fists tightly, eyes glaring fiercely ahead. The jet-black rabbit beside her nodded in agreement, baring 2 gleaming white front teeth with an air of seriousness. One by one, the others echoed the sentiment. To them, death was just a level drop, nothing to fear. Everyone was willing to stay and share their fate. Xiao looked into their resolute eyes, a warm surge flooding her heart, and solemnly nodded. All right, then we stand and fall together. Inside the Yushu trial space, Yang'an swung his long sword, cleaving down the trial clone before him. This was the 13th he had slain. He had faced clones of warriors, the 4 branches of spirit mages, summoners, sharpshooters, assassins, healers, shield guards. Every class had crossed blades with him. This should be the end, right? Before he could finish, 13 figures were formed before him, even stronger than before. No honor? Yang'an raised an eyebrow, suddenly stepping back twice to create a safe distance. Ding. Kill all trial clones to proceed to the next challenge. The system alert was like a splash of cold water. This was just the first stage, and there were at least a second, maybe more after this. Bring it on. Yang'an wasn't discouraged. He loved pushing his limits. Facing 13 enhanced clones, his mind raced. The healer must be taken out first, or the rest won't go down. The battle erupted. Dash. With a sharp command, he activated his sprint skill, denying ranged classes the chance to lock on, becoming a blur as he charged the enemy. Swoosh! Purple lightning struck first, a thunder spirit mage's lightning fall hitting from above, dealing heavy damage and paralysis. One slip and it could be game over. Yang'an anticipated it well. He thrust his broken tooth long sword forward, triggering the wild charge skill for double speed, sliding diagonally forward. Lightning strikes, explosive arrows, rapid ice spikes, fireballs, and wind blades all rained down behind him in a continuous roar. Riding this momentum, Yang weaved between arrows and spirit orbs, closing in on the healer at the back. Suddenly, a 3-meter-wide azure circle appeared beneath his feet, the frost bind of the ice spirit mage. Step inside and head be frozen for 2 seconds, ending the trial instantly. Yang stopped on a dime, sparks flying as his shoes scraped the ground, narrowly halting. With the path blocked, he immediately switched direction and charged again, still targeting the healer clone. But a melee fighter wouldn't let that happen. A shield guard clone raised its giant shield from afar. Instantly activating a skill, it soared through the air from 10 meters out, body hurtling like a cannonball, toward Yang. That was the shield guard's advanced skill, Lingshan Leap, allowing rapid approach to the target and causing a brief stun to anyone within range upon landing. Yang was prepared. The moment the opponent's feet left the ground, he sidestepped, sliding along the shockwave to slip just outside the strike range of the shield guard's clone. The clone landed, only to find an empty space. Without hesitation, it raised its great shield, radiating a dim light, triggering the second skill, transforming war into peace, which instantly reduced Yang's attack stat by 15. Earlier, in unknown combat, the shield guard clone had posed no challenge, but now Yang truly grasped the shield guard's value in a team. High defense, steady crowd control, plus a debilitating debuff. If pinned down, he would be surrounded and overwhelmed by the other clones in an instant. No getting entangled. The tactical thought flashed through his mind. Ignoring the shield guard, Yang moved low and fast, slipping past the outer edge of the great shield. The shield guard was slow. Without Lingshan Leap, it simply couldn't catch him. Buzz. Just as he broke free, a sharp sword whistle split the air. A long sword struck like lightning, aiming for his forehead. The swordsman clone had arrived. Known for speed and agility among all warrior classes, the swordsman still didn't intimidate Yang, and his passive skill Chaos Sword Heart reduced all sword damage by 30. Still, he didn't stand still foolishly. Tilting his head slightly, the cold blade flashed past his nose. Clang! A flick of his wrist sent the broken tooth longsword clashing against the attacker's blade. Moving in close as the sword whisked past his shoulder, Yang encountered with a strike of the sword hilt. 726. The swordsman clone gasped as the blow hit his chest, staggering back 2 steps, nearly losing balance. Yang pressed forward. Ahead, a flaming greatsword swung down in a wave of heat. Hot on its heels were the spearman clone and a fistmaster preparing an attack from the flank. The 4 warriors formed an iron ring of encirclement, ready to lock him down in a second. Clang! His longsword blocked the strike as sparks flew from the collision with the flaming greatsword. 1182. 236 burn. 236. 236. The system did not register a block and the damage hit Yang indirectly, but it was still within his tolerance. Using the recoil from the flame greatsword, he slid backward to put distance between himself and the 4 opponents, then dashed straight toward the healer clone standing alongside the sharpshooter and spirit mage clones. Seeing him advance, the ranged clones immediately scattered, trying to maintain safe distances. The healer and sharpshooter retreated in unison, easing Yang's tension a bit. He dreaded those 2 grouping together, especially when the ice spirit mage was close. The mage's terrifying slow and control effects could instantly overturn the fight if landed. The distance shrank rapidly as arrows, fireballs, and wind blasts shredded the air. But Yang moved like he was glued to the ground, constantly shifting and slipping just along the edges of their attacks. No. If the sharpshooter casts refuse entry, they'll be pushed back into melee range. Surrounded from all sides, sharpshooter and healer in front, spirit mages on the flanks, and the melee clones just behind Yang, and made a split-second decision. In a flash, he pivoted sharply and charged toward the fire spirit mage on his left. After the sharpshooter and the healer no longer felt threatened by Yang, they stopped retreating and launched attacks. On the right flank, the ice and lightning spirit mages joined the chase. Yang pushed off with his toes, tracing an arc across the battlefield. This brief change of direction threw the enemy clone's formation into disarray. Halfway through the pursuit, he abandoned the fire spirit mage behind him and charged straight forward, instantly forming an inverted triangle with the melee fighters, healer, and sharpshooter. The opportunity had come. Suddenly, he veered toward the sharpshooter and dashed into the enemy's 5-meter shooting range in the blink of an eye. Sensing the threat, the sharpshooter burst out spiritual energy, hastily forming a barrier with the skill gatekeeper's defense. In a flash, Yang slipped diagonally upward, pre-selecting the best landing spot after the knockback, an area covered only by the fire spirit mage and the sharpshooter. Boom! An invisible force exploded with a roar, knocking Yang back 10 meters. As he landed, a blazing fireball hurtled toward him, immediately followed by 3 piercing arrows from the sharpshooter's triple star volley. Phantom Dragon Dash. Multiple afterimages split instantly. The fireball and arrows passed harmlessly through the illusions. Slipping back in, Yang closed in on the healer's clone. Combined with Phantom Dragon Dash, his speed tore through the air like lightning. His longsword sliced cold light. Normal attack, 726. Cloud Piercer Slash, 3203. Powerful Strike, 944. Blade Chi Combo, 1889. 3966. With every strike, he exchanged positions at a breakneck pace, dodging the constant barrage of fireballs, ice spikes, and arrow rain. Within just 5 seconds, the healer's health plummeted by over 10,000. Even emergency healing barely kept pace. A glint of cold light flashed. Yang An's wrist trembled, and his long sword suddenly reversed, stabbing behind him. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as a gleaming dagger was knocked aside. It was the assassin clone that had been stealthily lurking since the battle began. Unfortunately, before the Eye of Chaos, its invisibility was like daylight. After dispelling the attack, Yang entwined himself around the healer again, his sword flashing like rain. Meanwhile, his nimble footwork circled, using the healer as a shield to keep the charging melee clones behind him in a thin line. Now all he had to watch was the sharpshooter and the 2 remote spirit mages. All other attacks fell short. As for the summoner, even the summoned beast stood rooted, barely noticeable. Less than half a minute later, the healer clone collapsed. Next up, sharpshooter. The battle intensified rapidly. Using his speed advantage, Yang struck like lightning, the sounds of hunting echoing nonstop. Clones were reduced to points of light one after another. After 3 minutes, the boost from Phantom Dragon Dash and Swift Steps faded, and his speed dropped sharply. Fortunately, with the 4 spirit mages, sharpshooter, and healer all defeated, the ranged threat was gone. He grew more composed instead. The moves are still too few, way too reliant on speed, he thought swiftly, continuing to control the remaining melee clones with agile footwork. Only the sharp swordsmen and assassins could occasionally find gaps to strike, but his lightning-fast reactions always countered them. The strategy was simplest all. Wait for skill cooldowns to reset, then strike again. With 10 life steal and backup healing potions, his endurance was solid. 10 minutes later, Swift Steps and Phantom Dragon Dash reactivated simultaneously. The outcome was decided. A final flash of cold light cut the last clone into fragments that scattered in the wind. Ding! Congratulations, you have passed the first trial of Yushio. All attributes 20. Few finally done. Facing 13 clones matching his own attributes, but with 10 times his health and 1 rank higher skills, Yang had nearly exhausted all his potential to survive. Ding! The second trial begins. The scattered points of light converged again, slowly coalescing into a figure at the center of the arena. A man about 30 years old, dressed in snow-white robes, with clear, sharp features. His half-dyed long hair fluttered in the breeze, radiating an otherworldly, ethereal aura. Finally not my own face. Slicing up more than 20 of myself really gets under the skin, Yang grumbled inwardly, then resolutely activated Eye of Chaos once more. Level. Attributes. Skills. Yang stared intently at the man in white before him, who seemed to reveal no information at all. Even the Eye of Chaos failed to detect a single piece of data, indicating the opponent's level was at least above 30. Eye of Chaos. The man in white repeated softly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yang's heart skipped a beat. The man not only noticed his probing, but could directly call it out. Before he could react further, the man's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of him. A sinister smile flickered across his lips. Bang! A fist, carrying an oppressive, forceful wind, slammed into Yang's abdomen, sending waves of searing pain through him. He hadn't even raised his hand to block. Bang! The second punch followed immediately with terrifying speed. Swift Step. Phantom Dragon Dance. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yang triggered 2 acceleration skills in quick succession. His figure flickered and shot backward 10 meters in an instant. Bang! The man in white reappeared, shadow-like and relentless. Bang! 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 The fists rained down one after another, each blow striking true but strangely causing little direct damage, only churning his internal organs and making him writhe in agony. After more than 10 minutes, perhaps bored or simply tired, the man finally stopped. Yang lay on the ground, bruised and battered, gasping for breath. Truly worthy of the legendary chaos entity, the man said casually as he looked down at him. Your resilience is impressive. Then, with a light tone, he announced, Yang don't be nervous. This was just a warm-up. The real test begins now. Defeat me, and you'll pass the final gate. Yang. Realizing the previous exchange was merely a prelude, his face darkened, but he dared not say a word. The obvious power gap made the thought of retaliation seem nearly impossible, but giving up was never in his nature. Since the system had assigned the task, there had to be a chance. Taking a deep breath, he quickly assessed all his skills and searched for any possible weaknesses. Then let's give it a shot. He suddenly drew his sword, unleashing two fierce sword energies that tore through the air. The man in white stood with his hands behind his back, too indifferent even to dodge. A good opportunity. A hint of hope flashed across young An's eyes. Swish, swish. The sword energies struck the man's body, but they vanished like sinking into the deep sea. No ripple, no impact. What's going on? Young An's heart sank. He charged forward, sword flashing as he launched a flurry of strikes, but it was like attacking thin air. Immune? He gritted his teeth in disbelief and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Chaos, Sword Realm. Eye of Chaos. The rune on his brow glowed as it transformed into a golden vertical eye. A terrifying energy gathered in the Sword Realm and was fired straight at the man in white. Yet the opponent stood calmly, expression serene. All the attacks landed without any effect. The man smiled as if watching a ridiculous one-man show. Even a resolute warrior like Yang and began doubting himself. Having made his point, the man in white gently raised the corner of his mouth. There is only one way to defeat me. In the wilderness outside Nanming City, Bai Xiao's 10-person squad faced off against over 100 players led by Su Sanyuan, prepared to fight to the death. Haha, let Fatty show you pups what real skill looks like. Luo Yuan gripped his shield, bigger than a door panel, and slammed it loudly. He strode forward like a rampaging beast. Big talk. Su Sanyuan sneered with anger, stamped his foot, and swung his long blade, trailing a fiery streak. Flames roared as he unleashed the flaming slash. Clang. The fiery blade struck Luo Yuan's shield hard, sending sparks flying, but only pale numbers appeared floating above the fat man's head. 1, 1, burn. That all you got? Luo Yuan smirked thunderously. Your blade's way too weak. Su Sanyuan's face flushed. He had suffered 2 defeats today, first pressured by Yang until he couldn't even raise his head, now publicly humiliated by this fat guy. Worse, this shield was tougher than Yang An's defense. What are you waiting for? All of you attack. Kill them all except that girl. He shouted back fiercely. The group exchanged uncertain looks. If even their boss couldn't chip the shield, what chance did they have? But orders were orders. They gritted their teeth and charged. The mages and archers kept their distance, firing elemental bolts and arrow volleys, while the melee fighters roared and rushed at Luo Yuan's group. At the same time, in the trees on the edge of the battlefield, faint footsteps moved stealthily. A squad of over 30 edged closer. Young master, there's movement up ahead, said Yin Shu, a man in his 40s, quietly reporting. The 16 or 17-year-old boy's expression was resolute and clear. Go check it out. Yin Shu hesitated. Young master, Mrs. warned us to avoid trouble if possible. Then don't tell her. Problem solved. The boy replied with a grin over his shoulder. Reluctantly, Yin Shu nodded. Yes, yes. Back on the front line, Luo Yuan growled. Everyone, take cover behind my shield. Currently, the Diamond Pagoda had only 3 active skills, the most valuable being his group damage reduction. In short, he was a walking fortress. The mage's spells and archers' arrows rained down like a storm. Diamond barrier. Luo Yuan slammed his shield horizontally, a pale golden barrier enveloping the women, blocking most attacks. Still, some stray spells slipped through the defense, and one teammate fell, but thanks to damage reduction, it wasn't an instant kill. Song of Heaven. Bai Xiao's voice surrounded them with notes as she instantly cast Dewfall technique, healing the group's wounds and pulling the fallen player back up. But as the only healer, her teammates' health bars flickered dangerously low. Outnumbered 10 to 100, holding the line this long was already a miracle. You're really just tickling me? Luo Yuan shoved his massive shield forward with force, pushing Su Sanyuan back step by step. It's only the shell that's tough. Once we kill them, we'll take our time finishing you off. Su Sanyuan grit his teeth, full of hatred. In the back, Ming Yuking frowned. Miss, we can't hold much longer. If their melee fighters break through, it's over. Bai Xiao gripped her staff. Somehow, courage welled up inside her. Don't think too much. We never expected to survive this. Every kill counts. Let's show them we're not easy prey. Qingjie, you take command. Got it. Ming Yuking eyes hardened. She raised a hand, signaling, everyone, follow my lead. Focus fire kills. Ming Yuqingxin swiftly issued orders with clear determination. Everyone was to focus their attacks and take down a single target together. Her gaze locked firmly on the overlord of the world, Su Sanyuan. Raising her staff high, blue light flickered as she instantly cast Frozen Spell. A thick frost formed, freezing the target in place. 3 spirit mages in the team quickly followed the command. 2 blazing fireballs and a sharp ice spear streaked forward, all striking Su Sanyuan trapped within the ice. Damage numbers flashed: 240, 123, 116, 121. His health bar instantly plummeted, barely clinging to life. Luckily, not dead yet. I can still be healed, he thought with relief, though cold sweat had broken out on his palms. Under the overwhelming number advantage of spectators, dying first would be humiliating. Then, in the next instant, a shadow flickered. An unexpected black rabbit appeared, clutching an oversized carrot. Why is this damn rabbit here? Su Sanyuan's eyes widened. With a powerful swing, the rabbit brought down the carrot boom. 188. His health bar emptied, and he groaned as he fell. Healing lights flickered down, but it was already too late to save him. A green flash flew in as the rear healer hastily cast resurrection. Su Sanyuan stood up again, furious, shouting skyward, "Kill them!" He tried to shake off his embarrassment with a roar. From afar, Born Extraordinary narrowed his eyes, drawing his bow. A flaming explosive arrow shot through the air 608 damage. Mingyue Kingston's health dropped to 0 instantly. If not for the previously acquired black iron belt boosting her vitality, she would have been instantly killed. Qingjie, Bai Xiao yelled in alarm, urgently healing her to full health. Mingyue Qingxin ignored the attackers, raising her staff once more. Ice light gathered again as a spear of ice was fired still at the overlord, Su Sanyuan. Under the team's combined assault, Su Sanyuan collapsed again in frustration, only to be revived quickly by a healer. He hadn't fully regained balance when Bai Xiao took the opportunity to launch a poison needle dart through the air 510-28. The half-resurrected Su Sanyuan fell once more. With Bai Xiao wielding her silver-grade staff, her power was deadly against players with weak spirit defenses. The healer in the back had to use resurrection once again. 2 deaths in a row, losing all experience points. Su Sanyuan dropped a level. Everyone, focus fire. Kill them. He snarled after reviving, his face twisted with rage and shame. 50 or 60 warriors surged forward, arrows and spells raining down like a storm. Mingyue Kingston's heart sank, but she forced herself to remain calm. Bai Xiao stared ahead silently thinking, if only this could end in bloodshed. Little miss, I can't hold on. I have to retreat, whispered Little Swan sheepishly, apologizing. Ultimately, under such heavy assault, Mingyue Qingxin turned into a white light and returned home, followed soon after by Little Swan falling. As the women were picked off one by one, only Bai Xiao, untouched, and the terrifyingly defensive Luo Yuan remained alive in the team. With Bai Xiao's powerful healing, even as over 100 players attacked together, Luo's health remained impressively stable. The Little Swan collapsed to the ground, and Luo Yuan's side quietly wasn't without offensive skills, but his attack power was too low to deal any meaningful damage. Keep that woman locked down. Don't let her heal. Let's see how long that stubborn turtle can hold out. Luo Yuan shouted, his voice tinged with frustration. Meanwhile, in the trial space, Yong'an rose from the cold ground for the 9th time. Have you attained enlightenment? The voice of the man in white came again, sharp as a sword piercing the eardrum. Enlightenment? Enlightenment about what? Yong'an whispered softly. Being slain by the same move 9 times in a row was agonizing to the point of suffocation. The man in white had said there was only one way to defeat him. Could it be in that very sword technique? Passing the trial meant mastering that sword. The thought flickered in Yong'an's mind. I understand now. He closed his eyes and replayed the scenes in his mind, frame by frame. But soon he shook his head. There were too few clues. Opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the man in white. Please, senior, grant me your sword again. The man in white nodded slightly, raising his sword and pointing it at Yong'an. Suddenly, he seemed to transform into an unparalleled blade, violent sword energy erupting and cutting Yong'an's face with pain, even shaking his soul. Flash. With the word, a fierce sword light swept past. Yong'an felt his body instantly severed, falling again and yet reviving once more. Again. 9 swords struck, 9 deaths. To see more clearly, he even activated his Chaos Eye. After his 9th revival, he fell silent, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to focus. Use the heart as seed, the soul as spirit. The heart soul condenses into a sword, capable of slaying gods and souls. The voice of the man in white echoed like a morning drum. Golden light overflowed from Yong'an's body, a golden lotus phantom slowly spinning beneath him, channeling mysterious energy throughout. In an instant, his aura soared. So it's like this. The man in white looked at Yong'an ensconced within the golden lotus, as if seeing through everything. After a long moment, the lotus petals closed and vanished into Yong'an. He opened his eyes, a flash of golden light fading away. Ding! Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill Sword of the Heart. Sword of the Heart exclusive to Sword Immortals created by Pure Yang Venerable Basic Skill. Passive. Increases attack by 15 when equipped with a sword-type weapon. Active. Infuses all attacks with 20 true damage from spiritual power, ignoring defense and shields. Lasts 3 minutes. Costs 500 spirit power, cooldown 10 minutes. Proficiency, beginner. You grasp it faster than I expected, within the time of an incense stick, the man in white said with an appreciative smile. This trial tests enlightenment, harmonizing with all paths true to your chaotic sword body. In his presence, Yong'an felt his secrets were fully exposed. Chaos Golden Lotus, ancient fierce beast mark. Xian knew every cause and effect laid bare. Thank you, senior. As for this trial, you must defeat me first. Of course, the man smiled calmly. Come on, deal some damage and you pass. Begging your pardon. Yang activated Sword of the Heart, raising his long sword. Cold light sliced through the void. 231 true damage. 231 true damage. Though low, it broke the 0 damage record. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed all challenges of the Jade Void trial, earning a reward, 30 to all attributes. The man in white brushed the dust from his clothes, regarding Yang and meaningfully. Not bad, not bad. You carry many secrets. Chaos Golden Lotus, Ancient Fierce Beast Mark, Xian Nu, all great karmic ties. Senior, these karmic causes, you must resolve yourself. I cannot remove the marks for you. Fortunately, Xian Nu has concealed your aura. As long as you do not step into the abyss, the chaos will not lightly invade the Destiny Calamity continent. Hearing this, Yang felt a little relieved, as if the heavy sword hanging over him had temporarily receded. Ding. Would you like to apprentice under the pure Yang Venerable, the world's foremost Sword Immortal, and change your class to Sword Immortal? Reincarnated as a Sword Immortal? Who wouldn't yearn for the freedom of soaring through the skies on a sword, living without a care? His chaotic sword body perfectly matched the Sword Immortal profession. Master, please accept your disciple's reverent bow. Before Yang could utter a word, he knelt down quickly, only to find a powerful yet gentle force supporting his knees, preventing him from touching the ground no matter how hard he tried. This is merely a fragment of my manifestation, the pure Yang Venerable said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. It's not yet time for formal greetings. Follow me. Before he finished speaking, light and shadow swirled in front of Yang An's eyes. The world flipped upside down as if swept by a violent wind. In the next moment, he stood upon a colossal sword hundreds of feet long. The blade was mirror-like, reflecting cold light, while the surrounding mountains and rivers faded into shifting streams of light rapidly retreating beneath his feet, as if torn apart by a raging torrent. The giant sword sliced through the air with a deep, resonant hum. Near the sword's tip, the pure Yang Venerable stood facing away, his robes billowing and long hair fluttering in the wind. Master, is this the legendary sword flight? Yang gripped the spine of the blade, awe and excitement sparkling in his eyes. The Venerable nodded slightly, but his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. What is that? Deep in the forest, shadows intertwined among the trees. A youth and a middle-aged man stood side by side among the foliage, looking into the distance. Over 100 players heavily surrounded two figures, including a pale but determined young woman. Young master, scenes like this happen every day in the game. We don't need to intervene, Uncle Yin whispered, lowering his voice nervously, worried his young master might act rashly again. But the youth's gaze sharpened at the young woman's figure. Uncle Yin, that looks like Yao Yao. We can't just stand by and watch her die. Without waiting for an answer, he switched to good and evil mode, his aura surging dramatically. The wind howled around his feet as he shot forward like an arrow, two gleaming long knives appearing in his hands. Young master, Uncle Yin shouted, then urgently commanded their group. Why are you standing there? Follow him. The youth was the first to break into the enemy's backline of healers and spiritualists, blades flashing wildly. In just moments, several unprepared players dropped to the ground. Enemy attack. Shouts erupted everywhere. Su Sanyuan spun around sharply and saw the youth cleaving through foes like a gale, with over 30 others close behind. His face darkened as he barked orders, stop him. Shields and melee, split to rescue the front line. Incoming at the rear, turn and engage immediately. Several heavily armored players raised shields to charge at the youth, while others split off to block Uncle Yin and his group. Born Extraordinary fully drew his longbow, an explosive arrow singing through the air. Whoosh! The youth's nerve twitched, spinning on his heel as his knives crossed in front of him, releasing a swirling curtain of violet electric blades the blade shield. Clang! The arrow struck the blade curtain, shattering instantly while sparks flew. The youth emerged unscathed. Born Extraordinary frowned deeply. Why did he keep running into this kind of monster? His pride was being shredded. Gritting his teeth, he fired volley after volley, arrows like rain, but the youth's speed suddenly surged as his feet seemed to dance like electric snakes, dodging every shot. Quick! Stop him! Several melee fighters rushed in, steel clashing. The youth's twin blades burst with purple light, moving so fast they left only afterimages behind. Fierce sword energy radiated from the edges. Meteor slash. 8 crescent-shaped waves of blade energy ravaged the area before him, each strike sending enemies flying. Within just 3 seconds, 8 attacks struck every target in the area. The frontline warriors bore the brunt of the ruthless blade energy and were instantly cut down, leaving only the shield bearers alive. Before the blade energy dissipated, the young boy swooped down in sync, his dual blades crossing with a flash of cold light. Cracks appeared on the shield bearers' heavy shields as they were struck, and one by one, a heavy clang of metal rang out as the warriors collapsed. The healers finally snapped back to their senses, hurriedly raising their staves to cast spells. Green lights drifted toward the pale bodies on the ground. Quick, protect the young master. Before the shout ended, a group of over 30 sharp-edged swordsmen broke through the wind. At their forefront was Uncle Yin. The imagined stalemate never materialized, for this group was composed entirely of bladesmen. Well-equipped, tightly formed, their footsteps like drumbeats. They struck like a dagger piercing Su Sanyuan's defense. As the shield-bearers just raised their shields, the heavy armor was shredded by a high-frequency blade glow. Behind them, spirit mages and healers were still chanting spells when the swordsmen slipped behind, their fragile robes torn to shreds by the cold blades. The rear line was cleared in an instant. Chief Su. Su Sanyuan's eyes bulged almost to bursting, seeing defeat loom. Yet, the young boy had already broken through the circle, charging straight at him. Sanyuan, what do we do? Zhongli called out in panic. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Su Sanyuan decided immediately, pulling Zhongli to run. His subordinates, relieved at the order, abandoned their gear and scattered in flight. Uncle Yin raised his hand, signaling the swordsmen to sheath their blades and cease the pursuit. Trying to escape? The boy sneered, his figure flickering like a shadow as he closed in on Su Sanyuan. In haste, Su Sanyuan lifted his flaming greatsword, attempting a blazing slash. Meteor slash. Intersecting blade energies engulfed them both instantly. 458. 463. 691. Their health bars emptied, and Su Sanyuan and Zhongli fell to the ground simultaneously. The boy spun and sheathed his blades, the glow fading, leaving only disdain in his expression, pathetic. Several healers gritted their teeth and raised their staves, ready to revive their comrades. If you dare to revive them once, they'll kill them again. The boy stood firm, the gaze from his blade-like eyes cutting through the air. The healers exchanged uneasy glances and had no choice but to give up, retreating quietly. Swallowing his humiliation, Su Sanyuan transformed into white light and retreated to the city to resurrect. With the murderous intent lifted, the boy turned and walked toward Bai Xiao not far away, his eyes full of joy. Yao Yao sister? Are you a Tian? Bai Xiao hesitated, reaching up to touch the veil still covering her face. Haha, it's me, Yao Yao sister. The boy, a Tian, scratched his head, his face brimming with happiness, completely shedding the earlier sharpness. You little brat, your instincts aren't half bad. Bai Xiao chuckled softly. Yao Yao sister, I'm 17 now, not a kid anymore. A Tian explained seriously. 17 is still a kid, even if you've grown quite a lot. By the way, what about your sister? Does she play this game? Bai Xiao looked at the boy before her, the same a Tian she saw years ago, now nearly a tall young man close to 1.8 meters. She and a Tian's sister have been close friends since childhood. Back then, a Tian was like a shadow, always tagging along behind them. Just as the teleportation array in Donghuang City faded from view, Bai Xiao folded up the quest scroll and looked up to see a Tian running straight toward her. Yao Yao, what a coincidence, the boy said with a beaming smile. I didn't expect to run into you here either, Bai Xiao replied, a smile tugging at her lips as she brushed dust off her clothes. If you hadn't shown up in time, we would have lost a level, really saved our skins. No need to thank me. A Tian scratched his head and then glanced at the heavily armored man beside her. Who's this big guy? He's my teammate, ID Happy Little Frog, a shield warrior, Bai Xiao introduced them. Luo Yuan slammed his giant shield onto the ground and gave a hearty salute. Haha, thanks for the save, brother A Tian. Heroes come in youth. A Tian's cheeks flushed slightly from the praise. He hurriedly waved his hand. Don't give me credit, frog bro. I saw those guys couldn't even dent you, frog brother's the real tough one. It's not Medho's guys were just bad, Luo Yuan said modestly, though he couldn't hide the slight annoyance at being called frog bro. All right, enough of this mutual praise, Bai Xiao interrupted with a warm smile, beckoning. A Tian, come into town with me, I'll treat you to a feast. A Tian hesitated a moment, then shook his head. My sister's waiting for me. I can't go. Something urgent? Yeah, someone dropped a silver tier bow, and my sister wants to buy it, but can't reach the seller. She also found a silver tier boss, so she's insisting I come back and help. He rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. Your sister plays a sharpshooter? Bai Xiao spread her hands, and a sleek black longbow shimmered into view, its blade edge gleaming coldly. Is this the one you mean? A Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Yao Yao, how did that get to you? Our team defeated the silver boss and got it as a drop, Bai Xiao chuckled lightly. A Tian was stunned. Bai Xiao slung the bow over her shoulder. Of course, it wasn't just the two of us. Come on, he'll explain everything on the way back. She handed a Tian a return to town scroll, then crushed her own it, burst into white light, and vanished into Naming City. Brother A Tian, I'm heading off first too, Luo Yuan said as he activated his scroll and transformed into a streak of light. Nearby, Yin Shu hurried over. Young master, Yin Shu, take the brothers back first. I have urgent matters. But miss over there. A Tian waved a hand and smiled. I can explain to her. Even if I wanted to leave now, she'd beg me to stay. The sword shot through the sky like a rainbow. Master, can I learn this skill? Yong'an asked eagerly, standing on the sword's back, eyes shining. His whole body was stiff from his first experience wielding the sword. His hands gripped the hilt tightly, afraid he'd fall at any moment. The pure young venerable clasped his hands behind him, his robes fluttering. It's just a simple trick. Useful for riding on, that's all. Just a simple trick for flying on a sword? Young In's heart surged with excitement, silently vowing to master it. Imagine soaring through the heavens, standing on a flying sword. What could be more exhilarating? But your strength is still weak. Don't get ahead of yourself. First, lay a solid foundation. The earnest teachings of the pure young venerable suddenly doused Yang and with a bucket of cold water. Okay, okay, master. Before his words even finished, the flying sword beneath his feet abruptly halted. The massive inertia flung him forward. Ah! Crash! Yang hit the ground like a stone, dirt flying everywhere. His chest ached, and his limbs felt as if they'd come apart. Are you all right? A clear female voice drifted gently into his ear. He looked up, his vision refocusing under the pale sky. A young woman in azure stood before him. She had a slender, graceful figure and a fair, oval face with delicate features like a painting. She bent slightly into a half-crouch, radiating warmth. A light breeze stirred her soft hair, carrying a faint, fresh fragrance. I'm fine. Yang propped himself up on both palms and struggled to stand, feeling utterly embarrassed. The woman quickly reached out, gently taking his arm, steadying him with a tender strength. Thank you. You're welcome, she replied with a smile as clear as flowing spring water. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared between them. It was the pure young venerable himself. It's been a long time since I carried anyone. I forgot you were still mortal. He raised his hand, casting a warm white light that entered Yang N's body. In an instant, a soothing current flowed through his meridians, the sharp aches dissolving rapidly. He felt as if soaking in gentle sunlight. Master, the woman in blue respectfully saluted. Siener, this is my newly accepted disciple. From now on, he is your junior brother. The pure young venerable introduced with a smile. You're my junior brother? Luo Siener's eyes lit up as she studied him curiously. Hello, senior sister. Yang felt embarrassed after all. His first impression was an airborne fall. Not bad, not bad. Your entrance was certainly unique. Luo Siener smiled softly. Haha. Yang blushed deeply, wishing he could disappear. The pure young venerable waved dismissively. Enough chit-chat for now, come with me. They walked a short distance to a simple courtyard. The yard was modest, surrounded by several wooden huts. The air smelled of wood and ink. Through the open window of the central room, neatly arranged on a sturdy desk, lay the 4 treasures of the study. Standing in the yard, the scent of ink grew stronger. Yang realized. His master must be someone who appreciates calligraphy. The pure young venerable turned solemnly. Shuiran, will you enter my sect and become my disciple? Without hesitation, Yang knelt and kowtowed. Disciple Shuiran willingly accepts you as master. Good. From this moment, you are a pure young disciple. Ding. Congratulations on joining the pure young venerable's discipleship. Ding. You have become an outer sect disciple of the Jade Void sect. Ding. Riding your sword with the wind, wandering freely across the world. Your sword aura stretches over 30,000 miles. One sword's light chills 19 continents. Congratulations on successfully switching to the unique hidden class Sword Immortal, with all attributes increased by 100 points. Ding. Sword Immortal growth. Each level up grants 1 bone, 3 strength, 1 spiritual power, 2.4 agility, 1 endurance. Ding. Free attributes reset. You may reallocate your points. Ding. Acquired Sword Immortal exclusive skills, sword riding technique, art of assault, lifebound flying sword. Ding. Skill, powerful strike. The moment the server-wide announcement went out, the entire world erupted in noise. Another hidden class changed. How many is that now? How does he get so lucky? When will it be my turn? This is the second unique hidden class after the Demon God Sword Immortal has appeared. That's my favorite class. Don't panic. If Sword Immortal's taken, there's still Sword God, Sword Saint, and Sword Demon waiting for me. Wishful thinking. The rapid system notifications bombarded Yang An's ears until his head felt numb. Yet his fingers moved on their own, opening the character panel, instantly locking onto the class slot. Character name, Bloodstain. Class, Sword Immortal, first transfer. Sect, Yushu Sect. Level, 10. Constitution, 419. Strength, 545. Spirit, 382. Agility, 451. Endurance, 394. Comprehension, hidden. Luck, hidden. Health points, 5819. Spirit points, 4120. Physical attack, 1584. Spirit attack, 573. Physical defense, 650. Spirit defense, 591. Speed, 58. Defense penetration, 45. Critical rate, 48. Critical damage, 240. Stamina, 100. Equipment, none. Physical quality, Chaotic Sword Body Stage 1. Chaotic Body Exclusive Skills. 1. Chaotic Sword Heart. 2. Eye of Chaos. 3. Chaotic Sword Domain. 4. Golden Lotus World Annihilation requirements not met. Sword Immortal exclusive skills. Heart Sword. Passive, 15 attack when equipped weapon is sword. Active. Adds 20 true damage, ignores defense and shields to all attacks for 3 minutes. Powered by spiritual energy. Cost, 500 spirit points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Proficiency, beginner. Sword control technique. Description, control sword with chi and intention. Freely manipulate a flying sword for ranged attacks. Effect, 10 all damage, 15 meters attack range. Cost, 300 spirit points per second. Proficiency, beginner. Note, can be toggled on or off freely. Art of offense. Passive, Sword Immortal specializes in offense. One sword stroke dims the heavens and earth. All things can be broken. Boost, 30 defense penetration, 30 critical damage. Spirit flying sword requirements not met. Other skills omitted. Having checked every detail on the panel, Yang clenched his fist inside. Both passives boost attack, true to the Sword Immortal's reputation as offense first. He was pleased but also a little regretful the output skill Powerful Strike was reclaimed by the system during the transfer, and the Spirit Flying Sword was still unavailable. If he hadn't self-studied Cloud Piercing Sword and Sword Chi combo, would this proud Sword Immortal have to rely solely on normal attacks? Luckily, Sword Control Technique was exactly the ability he'd been longing for. Remote sword manipulation with an attack range comparable to a master marksman's. With that thought, half the weight on his chest lifted. Closing the attribute panel, the red notification blinking on his friends list caught his eye. He opened it, and voices from Luo Yuan and Bai Xiao spilled out the two had been ambushed by Su Sanyuan and the Innate Excellence Guild in the wilderness, almost dying on the spot. The last message, we didn't lose levels, don't worry, failed to calm Yang An's fury. Xiao Tian, Ming Yu Qingxin, and 6 other sisters all dropped a level in that ambush. Knowing he was Su Sanyuan's real target filled Yang An with guilt, but it only tightened the pressure on his chest. He stared coldly at the communication panel, voice ice cold. Wait for me to come back. Yang An swallowed his anger and replied with a message. All right, you've officially stepped onto the path of the Sword Immortal, but you still need to train diligently to truly become one. The pure Yang Venerable stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze full of approval. Before finishing his words, he raised his hand and summoned a streak of light that solidified into a long sword glowing with deep blue, chilling the air instantly. This sword is called Qing Shuang. He lightly traced the blade's spine. The sword shimmered like ice blue crystal, its edge sparkling. When I first became a disciple under your Grandmaster, this was my gift from him. Today, I pass it on to you. He presented the sword to Yang An and added, it's not exactly a divine weapon, but it has the advantage of low equip requirements. This is the only sword I can let you use for now. The other artifacts are of too high a tier for you to handle yet. Taking the sword, Yang An felt its cold aura pierce through, though tempered by the Venerable's gentle sealing. He didn't care much about rank, even if it were a true divine weapon. He lacked the ability to wield it. More importantly, this sword carried his master's memories of the Grandmaster, giving it great significance. He immediately opened his status panel to check the stats. Qing Shuang, Sword Seal 33. Description, clear as frost, with a piercing chill. Once a powerful divine weapon, later sealed by the pure Yang Venerable's magic to suppress its spirit. Quality, silver. Level requirement, 10. Class requirement, swordsman. Base attributes, attack 362, strength 43, agility 16. Special attributes, armor penetration 10, critical hit 10. Unsealing conditions, character reaches level 20, sacrifice 10 silver quality items 0-10. Additional skill, Qing Shuang Sword Chi passive. Each successful strike applies 1 stack of Frost Max 10. Each stack reduces target's movement speed by 2. At 10 stacks, consumes all stacks to freeze the target for 2 seconds. Compared to his Shattered Fang Sword, Qing Shuang has 5 less armor penetration, but its base stats far surpass it. With future unsealing potential, it was more than enough for him to rely on for a long time. As he equipped it, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding! Qing Shuang Sword rated level 10, ranked 10th on the equipment leaderboard. Silver tier equipment was now very common, pushing Bai Xiao's staff off the leaderboard long ago. Thank you, Master. Yang An bowed deeply, holding the sword respectfully. The pure Yang Venerable nodded slightly. Once you complete your second class advancement, return to Divine Sword Peak. Then he took out a smooth jade pendant and handed it over. Keep this with you. It conceals your aura and allows you to return here. Pure Yang Jade Pendant. Stored in inventory. Conceals your aura, preventing detection. Effective up to level 100. Active effect. Teleports you to the peak of Divine Sword Sect, Jade Void Sect. A useful tool indeed. Yang An thought happily. Below level 100, any attempts to spy on him would fail. Yes, Master. He carefully stored the jade pendant, his eyes bright with determination. At that moment, the pure Yang Venerable looked toward Luo Xiener beside him. Xiener, I leave this junior disciple in your care. I have urgent matters to attend to. Luo Xiener blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard. Master, this is your disciple, so. There's a disturbance coming from Tianlu Mountain. I must go in person. The venerable's expression grew grave. Without another word, he transformed into a streak of sword light and dashed into the sky. Tianlu Mountain again? The trouble there is growing more frequent. Luo Xiener whispered, watching the fading sword light disappear into the horizon. Senior sister, what kind of place is Tianlu Mountain? Yang'an asked, curious. It's a sealed territory, containing a terrifying creature even master can only imprison, not kill, Luo Xiener replied with a frown. Lately, there have been constant incidents. It's very unsettling. A sealed territory? Yang'an nodded thoughtfully, recalling the dreadful beasts sealed in the newbie village. Don't overthink it. If master is here, everything will definitely be fine. Luo Xiener's eyes were bright and clear. She had no doubt about the pure Yang venerable strength. Yang'an felt her confidence contagious and nodded, then asked the question he cared most about. By the way, senior sister, why don't I have any offensive skills at all? Luo Xiener suppressed a smile, adopting a serious tone as if possessed by the pure Yang venerable himself. Junior brother, swordsmanship is the core offensive skill of a sword immortal. You just need to practice diligently. Once you reach a certain realm, you will naturally understand its subtle powers. Yang'an still couldn't stop thinking about sword flying. Then what does it take to achieve sword flying? Seeing the eager look on his face, Luo Xiener couldn't help but smile. There's no need to specially learn that technique. Once your swordsmanship reaches the Grandmaster level, you'll naturally be able to do it. Grandmaster level? Yang'an swallowed his surprise. Up to now, of the few skills he could upgrade, only Forceful Strike had reached intermediate. Sword Chi Sweep had advanced to Sword Chi Slash, but still stayed at the beginner level. It was clearly not easy to improve skills. Pushing swordsmanship up to Grandmaster would be much harder. He looked up at the seemingly young Luo Xiener. Could it be that you've already reached Grandmaster level? Luo Xiener shook her head gently, but added casually, I have perfect mastery. Perfect mastery, that was the highest proficiency Yang'an knew of. He was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Luo Xiener's eyes brightened as she remembered something. By the way, junior brother, you're now an outer disciple of the Yushu sect, right? It seems so. Yang'an recalled the system prompt when he changed professions, which indeed said outer disciple of Yushu sect. Luo Xiener gave a brief introduction. The Yushu sect was founded by an ancient sage and has a long, rich heritage. However, though you hold the title of a Yushu disciple, you are not restricted by sect rules. Why is that? Yang'an was curious. Because you are Master's disciple. Luo Xiener's expression was proud. Master is not originally from Yushu sect. He resides here to guard the seals. The Yushu sect leader, the Yushu Venerable, is good friends with Master and invited him to stay on Divine Sword Peak. Yang'an pondered, then asked, if a Master's disciple, why am I also considered a Yushu sect disciple? You were chosen by the Yushu token. Luo Xiener explained. The Yushu Venerable recommended you to Master. They had an agreement, so you had to join Yushu sect. But this is actually good for you. The sect offers powerful cultivation methods, treasures, spirit beasts, and rare medicines. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for these. Thinking of the abundant resources, Yang An's eyes lit up. How do I earn contribution points? Take on tasks from the mission hall and complete them to gain points, Luo Xiener said. Seeing his enthusiasm, she raised a hand and smiled. Come on, senior sister will show you around Yushu sect. Before she finished speaking, her slender finger flicked, and a green sword suddenly appeared, glowing. In a flash, the sword grew to 3 meters long, steadily hovering by her feet. Luo Xiener moved lightly, leapt onto the blade, and turned back, beckoning, get on. Yang'an took a deep breath, filled with nervousness and anticipation, and jumped onto the flying sword, remembering all too well how rough his previous experience flying Master Pure Yang Venerable's sword had been. Are all flying swords like this? Couldn't they install some kind of guardrail or handrail for safety? Yang'an shook off the strange thought that popped into his mind. If they actually welded a guardrail onto a flying sword, that would probably be a joke. Noticing his nervous fingers trembling slightly, Luo Xiener spoke softly to reassure him. Don't worry, junior brother. I won't make mistakes like our master did. Then thank you, senior. Before he finished, Luo Xiener suddenly called out in a sweet voice, let's go. Whoosh. The sword light shot forward, drawing a silver streak that pierced the sky. The intense force pushed hard against Yang An's back, making him tilt dangerously and almost fall off. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed Luo Xiener's slender arm to steady himself. Breathing heavily, his face pale, he gripped her tightly, knuckles whitening from the effort. Junior brother, stand firm. Luo Xiener turned back with a playful smile, and then expertly maneuvered the flying sword in a 360-degree, spine-up perfect Thomas spiral and aerial drift, slicing through the clouds with a sharp rush of wind. Senior sister, what happened to your refined lady image? Yang'an felt dizzy and could only groan miserably. Haha, junior brother, we've arrived. The gust suddenly stopped as the flying sword landed on a huge stone platform halfway up the Jade Void Sect's mountain. The platform swarmed with disciples, some quietly cultivating breath control, others gathered discussing the Tao, while occasional clashes of weapons sparked flying embers. Ugyang staggered off the sword, doubled over retching. His face pale and ears still ringing, never experienced such an airborne drag race before. You'll get used to it, Luo Xian'er said, patting his back gently a few times. Catching his breath, Yang looked up and gave a thumbs up. Senior sister besides the master, you're the best sword rider I've ever seen. Having really only seen 2 people flying swords, he felt confident in the compliment. Luo Xian'er's face brightened with pride. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, just between us, master's only faster than me in speed. When it comes to technique, I'm very confident. I've won the Jade Void Sect's flying sword competition 3 years running. Yong'an, haha, come on, the mission pavilion is just ahead. Luo Xian'er pointed toward a pavilion beside the martial arena and led him briskly there. Inside the pavilion's spacious main hall, disciples bustled about. Groups crowded around the mission board selecting tasks. Others exchanged tidbits quietly, while some rushed to hand off assignments. The moment Yang Un and Luo Xian'er stepped in, the chatter abruptly hushed and dozens of eyes flicked toward them. Whispered murmurs suddenly swelled like a tide. That's senior sister Luo. Who's that kid? Never seen him before. A new outer disciple? Bold to be so close to senior sister Luo. Big senior brother is courting her. This kid's dead meat. Oomph. Big senior brother won't tolerate anyone getting near Luo Xian'er. Ignoring the whispers, Luo Xian'er raised a hand to point at the huge glowing mission board in the center of the hall. That's the mission board. Completing the listed tasks earns you contribution points. Trouble Magnet Yang and was used to such odd stares and too lazy to explain himself to these NPCs. But his curiosity was piqued about this big senior brother. Senior sister, who's this big senior brother? He asked with a smirk. He's the strongest inner disciple in Jade Void Sect. Usually just called Big Senior Brother, Luo Xian'er answered casually. I forgot his name, but I remember he's really annoying, like chewing gum stuck on your shoe. Can't get rid of him no matter how hard you try. Strongest inner disciple? Yang swallowed hard. What kind of power does he have? Luo Xian'er held up 2 slender fingers, glanced at Yang, then withdrew one and waved the other teasingly in front of him. He's the kind of guy who could crush you with just 1 finger. Yang, not much damage, but the insult stings. Luo Xian'er curled her lip. If master didn't forbid me from acting recklessly, I'd have taught those annoying flies a lesson long ago. Her eyes flickered as she surveyed Yang up and down, a mischievous smile curling her lips. Junior brother, how about you help me teach them a lesson? Junior brother, why don't you teach them a lesson? Luo Xian'er crossed her arms, smiling cheerfully as she looked at the arrogant outer sect disciples in the sparring arena. Yang felt a jolt of nervousness and quickly waved his hands. Senior sister, with my current strength, if I went in there now, I'd just be an easy target. You're not being asked to jump in immediately. Luo Xian'er patted his shoulder lightly, her tone upbeat. You are the direct disciple of the first Sword Immortal. Sooner or later, you'll surpass them all. When that day comes, you'll be my personal bodyguard. Yang sighed inwardly. This senior sister really wasn't reliable. Better to focus on completing some tasks first. He made his way to the Yushu Sect's task board. Tasks were divided into 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and hell. The easy tasks mostly involved basic chores like serving tea, cleaning the sect grounds, delivering messages, tending the herb garden, and feeding spirit beasts. Normal tasks often required killing wild monsters. Hard tasks were less common but demanded defeating elite bosses. Hell-level missions had a minimum requirement of level 20, which was far beyond Yang An's reach. Next, Luo Xian'er led him through various locations around the sect: the Pill Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Scripture Pavilion, and Spirit Beast Garden. Rare resources could be exchanged everywhere using contribution points. The broken limit pill displayed in the Pill Pavilion caught Yang An's eye the most. This pill could instantly increase skill proficiency, but each player could only consume 1, and it only worked on skills below master level. It cost a steep 50,000 contribution points and required inner sect disciple status. The treasure and scripture pavilions were filled with dazzling treasures and skill scrolls, but most were for human level or mortal level spirit arts, which didn't apply to him. Yang quickly did the math. Easy tasks earned 5 points per run, normal tasks 10 points. Even occasionally completing hard boss kills only yielded limited rewards. Trying to accumulate 50,000 contribution points anytime soon was a pipe dream. To make matters worse, he still needed to become an inner sect disciple first. Senior sister, what does it take to transfer into the inner sect? There are 3 conditions. Luo Xian'er held up slender fingers. 1. Accumulate 10,000 contribution points. 2. Complete the second profession advancement. 3. Challenge and defeat 3 inner sect disciples. Those 3 requirements felt like mountains pressing down on Yang An's mind. He silently put away his fantasies and decided to start with small goals first. Senior sister. A voice called from behind. Luo Xian'er and Yang turned to see 6 disciples walking side by side. Leading them was a refined, handsome young man with scholarly bearing. As they approached, all six bowed to Luo Xiener simultaneously. She waved dismissively, her tone casual. All right, go handle your own business. The leader's expression didn't change. His smile remained gentle. Senior sister may not remember me. My name is Yuan Tian. I have accompanied the senior brother to visit you several times. Luo Xiener thought to herself, not this annoying fly again, but said lightly yes? What's up? Nothing else. Yuan Tian's gaze shifted to Yang'an. I noticed this junior brother looks unfamiliar, yet walks alongside you, senior sister. I wanted to come introduce myself. His smile was warm, his tone humble, but behind his eyes lurked a subtle glint of coldness. The senior disciple once openly declared his intention to pursue senior sister Luo. Now, with another man getting so close to her while the senior disciple was deep in a crucial period of secluded cultivation, it was only natural for his most loyal follower to find out what was going on. Oh, you mean him? Luo Xiener's eyes flickered, a sly smile playing on her lips. He's just a new outer sect disciple. I found him somewhat agreeable, so we chatted a bit longer. Yang'an, huh? Yuan Tian's eyes flickered coldly at the name. He stared at Yang'an with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. So he's just an ordinary outer sect junior disciple? He laughed loudly as he spoke, the teasing tone unmistakable. I've seen that you have some talent, junior brother. Feeling a bit itchy to test myself, how about sparring a couple of rounds? Realizing Yuan Tian's intentions were unfriendly, Yang An's expression tightened. Quietly, he activated his chaos eye, but was surprised to find no information about Yuan Tian at all. Just a friendly match, Yuan Tian said with a careless grin. I suppose senior sister Luo won't interfere, right? Luo Xiener took a step back and raised her hand in a gesture. I don't want to get involved in internal sect matters. Yang'an was speechless, but Luo Xiener added with righteous emphasis. Besides, he's only a new outer sect disciple. If you two gang up on him, that wouldn't look good. Then she pointed toward the crowd. Let this one step forward, let them spar. She was referring to a lean young boy among the six present. Yuan Tian turned, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fair enough. It's more interesting to let the young ones settle this themselves. Yuan Hai? The lean boy responded at the call, his eyes full of disdain as he glanced at Yang'an. Seizing the moment, Luo Xiener leaned close to Yang An's ear and whispered encouragement. Junior brother, he's only level 20A rookie. Don't be scared. Senior sister, I'm only level 10. Yang'an said, his face full of helplessness. Have confidence. If you win, I'll reward you. What kind of reward? Yang'an asked suspiciously. On the other side, Yuan Hai impatiently waved his saber. Kid, stop wasting time. If you're scared, just say it. It's just a spar, I won't kill you. Yang'an took a deep breath and stepped forward, secretly activating his chaos eye again. The data appeared. Yuan Hai, level 20, outer sect disciple of the Jade Void sect, average talent, distant relative of some outer elder, admitted by special recommendation. HP 150,000, attack 2243, physical defense 683, spiritual defense 536, speed 40. Skills. 1. Chain blade 5 consecutive slashes, damage 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, cooldown 15 seconds. 2. Mountain splitter slash 165 damage plus knockback, cooldown 5 seconds. 3. Blade aura shield reduces damage by 30 for 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. 4. Shadow pursuit rapidly close distance and attack for 130 damage, cooldown 20 seconds. So he got in by connections. Yang'an thought bitterly, but knew better than to underestimate him. NPCs were far smarter than ordinary bosses. Yuan Hai sneered, ready? Yang'an drew his Qing Shuang sword, determination rising sharply. Let's fight. My first battle as a Sword Immortal, this one's for testing the blade. Overestimating yourself, Yuan Hai sneered. Ding. System prompt. Yuan Hai challenges you to a spar. Accept? Accept. Yang'an answered without hesitation. In spar mode, neither side could actually be killed, which eased his tension. The two stood facing each other, swords drawn, tension thick in the air. The surrounding disciples quickly stepped back, clearing the area. At that moment, Luo Xiener's voice rang out loud and clear. Come on. I'm the bookmaker. Bet on Yuan Hai to win. Payout 1.3 to 1. Bet on the newcomer. Payout 10 to 1. Yang'an twitched at the corner of his mouth. Word spread fast, and the crowd surged forward. Sure win. I bet 1,000 contribution points on Yuan Hai. I'm in too. 500 contribution points on Yuan Hai. Because of the pure Yang Jade Pendant's special concealment effect, they couldn't discern Yang An's exact attributes, but the dazzling level 10 above his head didn't lie. Whispers erupted from the stands, and Luo Xiener seized the opportunity to organize a betting pool. In no time, she gathered a large sum of wagered contribution points, with Yuan Tianxia placing the biggest bet, an impressive 50,000 contribution points, equivalent to the price of a single Pojadan pill. On the battlefield, Yang'an paid no attention to Luo Xiener's showy moves. He closed his eyes, regulated his breath, and quickly entered combat mode. Swordsmanship, perfect time to try it out. A thought flashed through his mind. Swordsmanship. An invisible thread seemed to connect Qing Shuang's sword to him, causing it to tremble slightly. Yang An's heart leaped. The hadn't expected controlling it by thought to be so simple. Whoosh. The sword hovered just half a meter from his palm, its spiritual light flickering weakly before it dropped with a soft clatter. Yang'an. Yuan Hai. Luoxianer covered her face, speechless. Ahem. Sorry, didn't hold it steady, Yang'an said calmly without changing expression. He deactivated swordsmanship and bent down to retrieve the sword. Yuan Hai burst out laughing toward the sky. Kid, nice show. You really entertain me. His disdain was obvious. Laugh a bit more, might not be so easy to laugh later. Yang'an coughed lightly, voice composed. Fine, let's see if you can still make me laugh. Yuan Hai puffed out his chest, looking down confidently. Come on, he'll let you strike first. Then I won't hold back. Sword of the heart. For the next 3 minutes, all damage dealt gains 20 true damage bonus. Qing Shuang's sword arced through the air, sending out 2 streaks of azure sword energy. 8,630 critical. 359 true damage. 3,596. 359. Nearly 13,000 health vanished in an instant. Yuan Hai's face darkened, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Gotta get serious, he said, drawing his long blade, eyes turning cold. In the next moment, his figure shifted rapidly like a shadow at his heels. His speed surged, outpacing Yang'an by a clear margin as he closed in. The long blade slashed diagonally from a strange angle. Clang. Blade met sword. The system struggled to judge a perfect parry, but still showed 2,068 heavy damage, cutting Yang An's health bar in half. Yuan Hai pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless flurry of sword strikes. Yang An dared not meet him heat-in and retreated swiftly. As Shadow Pursuit cooled down, he capitalized on his superior speed and instantly activated Rapid Advance. A 30 speed boost sent his movement to 75 points, almost twice Yuan Hai's speed. The first strike missed. Yuan Hai's momentum stalled, giving Yang An the opening to flash the cold light of Qing Shuang's sword and thrust forward with a swift stab. Cloud Cleaving Sword. At coordinates 2904, 359, Yuan Hai let out a muffled grunt. His second strike sliced upward with lightning speed, adding even more ferocity to the blade's gleam. Yang An moved oddly, sliding backward just in time to narrowly evade. He swung the Qing Shuang's sword in a flat slash. Damage 1383, 352. Yuan Hai was being toyed with, never quite able to grasp Yang An's cloak. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his wrist, sweeping a chilling blade horizontally aimed straight at Yang An's throat. The third strike was faster than the last, but Yang An smirked coldly, leaning back so far he was almost parallel to the ground. The sword hissed past his nose, chilling to the bone. Using the momentum, he flipped with a carp's bound, instantly creating distance and dodging 2 even faster upcoming blade winds. With empty space before him, Yuan Hai had no choice but to pause his flurry of strikes. Roaring in anger, he surged forward only to collide with 2 sharp sword energies. Critical strike damage 8630, 359, 8630, 862. Even true damage could critically hit. Yang An's heart leapt for joy. The terrifying damage restored 10 of his health immediately, refilling his health bar. He decided it was time to kite his opponent completely. Unfortunately, his swordsmanship was only half developed, unable yet to control blades for long-range attacks except waiting every 5 seconds for the sword energy slash. After taking repeated blows, Yuan Hai's mindset cracked, and he unleashed blade chi protection, cutting incoming damage by 30, but it only delayed the inevitable defeat. Shadow linked. As the cooldown ended, Yuan Hai suddenly became a blur, instantly closing the gap. Raising his greatsword high, he brought it down with overwhelming pressure, determined to cleave Yang An in 2. He had seamlessly linked Shadow linked with the devastating skill Mountain Cleaving Slash. At such close range, Yang An could no longer rely on speed to dodge easily. Frantically, he raised his sword to block. Clang. Damage absorbed 2601. The system judged the block to be very strict. After connecting the move, it also calculated block success based on attribute differences. With their stats gap, successfully blocking was nearly impossible. The Mountain Cleaving Slash had knockback built in. Yang An used the force to slide back and open a safe distance. At the same time, he reflected, in close combat, without follow-up control or speed advantage, knockback alone was almost useless. Shadow Linked had just been used, revealing the difference in their speed again. Yang An's feet seemed to whip up wind as he darted in and out. Each stack of Qing Shuang's sword energy slowed Yuan Hai down a bit. Cloud Cleaving Sword. Critical damage 4880, 181. With blade chi protection active, damage was reduced to 70, heavily suppressing Yang An's output. Yet this strike sent a shiver through Yuan Hai's body. The 10th stack of Qing Shuang sword energy sealed him in ice for 2 seconds. Seizing Yuan Hai's frozen state, Yang An surged forward, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. After the 10th layer, Frost Sword Chi would stack the mark again. If freezing the target during that period succeeded, would it keep them frozen indefinitely? Yang An's mind buzzed with wild-eyed as if that really worked. Wouldn't he be unbeatable? 1383, 259, 2904, 259, 8630, 259, 3596, 259, 3319, 259. Damage numbers popped up one after another like a dense flurry of icy blue fireworks, but the permanent freeze he hoped for never came. Not a single bug to exploit. Yang and clicked his tongue in disappointment. The marks just couldn't stack while the target was frozen. They could only accumulate again once the freeze ended. Otherwise, such a huge loophole would have made it ridiculously easy, could freeze anyone forever with no way to move. Under this relentless storm of sword chi, Yuan Hai's health bar dropped below 80,000. As the freeze effect wore off, he roared in fury, staring incredulously at this mere level 10 newcomer. How could a proud inner disciple be utterly defeated without a single counterattack? But rage only left him more vulnerable. Yang responded with the sharpest, most ruthless azure frost sword light. Within seconds, Yuan Hai was marked again by the frost sword chi, and with a sharp crack, he was turned into an ice sculpture, forced to silently endure another barrage of slashes. Boom. The sword chi exploded, ice shards scattering everywhere. Yuan Hai collapsed heavily to the ground, his life bar depleted to 0. Sparring match. Player by Ran wins. The watching inner disciples all gawked in shock. Wasn't this some kind of fixed match? How could a level 10 junior disciple defeat Yuan Hai, who had been in the sect for 2 or 3 years, so badly? Ah, my contribution points. Someone in the crowd wailed in despair. I worked hard for a whole month to accumulate those. That damn Yuan Hai, what a useless idiot. In contrast, Luo Xiener cheered and quickly rushed to Yang An's side. Her voice was low but couldn't hide her excitement. Haha, junior brother, we've hit the jackpot. I just earned nearly 70,000 contribution points from this round. Nearby, Yuan Tian's expression darkened as if water might drip from his frown. Seeing Yuan Hai fall, he barked harshly. Trash. Fueled by anger, a fiery red energy blasted from his palm, sending Yuan Hai flying more than 10 meters with blood spraying everywhere. Humph. Didn't expect you to be capable after all. Thinking about losing 50,000 contribution points, Yuan Tian's glaring eyes locked onto Yang and with fierce intent. I'm curious if you can withstand even a tenth of my power. Before the words finished, he raised his hand. The fiery aura condensed into a blazing long sword, tearing through the air with a shriek as it lunged straight at Yang. If Yang was hit by that terrifying strike, death would be inevitable. This wasn't some safe sparring mode. In the event of death, he'd not only lose levels, but also be forced to retreat to the beginner village to start over, tail between his legs. Life and death balanced on a razor's edge, and his last resort to survive was the technique called Phantom Dragon Dance. Just as his spiritual energy was about to burst forth, a sharp, clear feminine hum suddenly cut through the air. Luo Xiener hovered midair, her skirts billowing, her delicate hand rising gracefully. In the next instant, a shimmering azure barrier flared to life around Yang. On closer inspection, it wasn't a simple light but countless twisting, swirling blue sword energies. They wove together in a formation orderly, yet fluid, circling him like living creatures. The fiery sword aura came crashing down. The blazing blade left a long trail of fiery light as it fell fiercely, like a meteor striking the ground. A muffled boom echoed, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound. The massive flaming sword shattered into tiny sparks upon hitting the blue barrier, scattering like broken glass before vanishing in an instant. Do I not exist? A chill flickered in Luo Xiener's eyes, yet her voice remained clear and melodious. I want to see if you can withstand even a tenth of my power. Her hand flicked again, sending out a denser arc of blue sword energy, slicing through the sky. Yuan Tian's face blanched. He hadn't expected Luo Xiener to attack immediately after speaking. Hastily, he summoned his spiritual energy, stacking multiple protective shields. Still uneasy, he quickly summoned a tortoise shell-shaped magical artifact, which expanded into a giant shield as thick as a fortress wall, blocking before him. Boom. The sword energy collided with the tortoise shield like a furious dragon, the sound of cracking armor relentless. The black shield shattered into fragments, and Yuan Tian's spiritual defenses were pierced instantly. The sharp blue light ripped through his body, blowing open a bleeding hole in his chest. He staggered back over 10 meters, crashing to the ground and rolling as blood sprayed everywhere. If you bully the weak again, they'll beat you up. Luo Xiener's sharp cry rang out clear, yet commanding. She flicked her sleeve to end her attack, then spun to grab Yang An's arm. With a light twirl of her fingers, blue light condensed into a flying sword. Hurry up, or those old guys will come bother me again. Before he could reply, she grabbed Yang and launched into the air. The flying sword sliced through the sky with a whistle, wind roaring. Yang dangled beneath it, legs kicking wildly, head buzzing as the world spun uncontrollably. As senior sister, pull me up. His voice trembled. Hanging under the sword was a terrible feeling. Almost there. The sword halted abruptly. Clouds and mist parted to reveal and overlook atop Divine Sword Peak, gazing out over mountains and rivers. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, young Aeneas' throat tightened. Riding Luo Siener's chicken-carrying flying sword for the second time, he again retched. Your sword riding skills are really something. Master never made it this thrilling, he said ruefully as he wiped his mouth. Luo Siener covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and patted his back twice. Junior brother, you did well. These 3,000 contribution points are your well-deserved reward. She tapped firmly on her jade slip, and a burst of spiritual light followed. Ding! You have received 3,000 contribution points from Luo Siener of the Jade Void sect. Young Aeneas' heart leapt with joy, but then he felt awkward. Senior sister, you earned so many. Why only give me 3,000? That was what I earned myself. Luo Siener blinked, her smile sly. Besides, no matter how many you have now, you can't trade for anything good yet. Yang was speechless. Well, junior brother, enjoy playing on your own. She sheathed her sword and turned away, mumbling, hee. Now with contribution points, I can get some good stuff to eat. Just like that, her figure flickered and disappeared among the pine trees at the summit. Watching her leave, Yang shook his head helplessly. What an unreliable senior sister. Alone, he drew the Qing Shuang sword, ready to begin practicing sword riding techniques. Remembering the embarrassing moment against Yuan Hai, Yang wished he could just disappear into the ground. He took a deep breath, opened his palm, and let his true energy flow along his meridians toward the Qing Shuang sword. The moment the sword controlling technique was activated, he closed his eyes and imagined a hollow hand gently gripping the sword hilt. The Qing Shuang sword trembled slightly, like an old snake waking up slowly, lifting off the ground little by little. Its movement was shaky, like an 80-year-old man stepping forward with a cane. Don't rush, stay steady, Yang reminded himself silently. His movements were like a baby learning to walk, with the Qing Shuang sword wavering as it hovered through the air. In the game, skills should be at one's command the moment they're learned, but this sword technique was maddeningly realistic and required careful practice. As soon as his focus wavered with too many thoughts, the sword went out of control clang. It spun and crashed to the ground, the tip quivering twice as if protesting his distraction. Again, Yang bent down to pick up the Qing Shuang sword and continued practicing. Minute by minute, he finally figured out some key points of applying force, and the sword's floating gradually stabilized. Satisfied the spiritual energy consumption was still manageable, he took out a teleportation scroll for Nanming City, pressed it between his fingers, and the scroll shattered into streams of light, sending him back to the city. Nanming City was as lively as ever. Yang headed straight to the Drunken River Moon Tavern, went up to the second floor, and knocked 3 times on the door of the reserved private room. When it opened, Luo Yuan's laughing face immediately burst out. Anzi, you finally made it back. Yang smiled in return and patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder casually. Luo Yuan dragged him into the room with booming voice like a drumbeat. You don't know how fierce I was. Hundreds of people, except for about 100 who ran away, no one lasted 2 moves under my hand. Okay, you're amazing. Yang rolled his eyes but didn't hide his relief. The private room buzzed with voices. Bai Xiao, Mingyu Qingxin, and Little Swan sat around one table, along with 6 girls from Bai Xiao's company. In a corner, a 16 or 17-year-old boy watched Yang curiously. Shui Ran, let me introduce you, this is a Tian. He's the one who saved us, Bai Xiao said, nudging the boy forward. Yang already knew their relationship from the news and nodded politely to a Tian. The boy's sharp gaze carried both the excitement of a rookie encountering a master and a hint of caution. Hello, Uncle Shui Ran, I've heard a lot about you. Yang touched his smooth chin and chuckled wryly. Did he really look that old? But the kid was definitely talented. Being high on the leaderboard was no joke. Collecting his thoughts, he apologized to everyone. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have attracted Su Sanyuan and the others' attention. Sorry about that. Bai Xiao waved it off immediately. We're teammates, no need to apologize. Yeah, brother Shui Ran. Little Swan chimed in eagerly. You don't know, we killed Su Sanyuan several times, and in the end, a Tian absolutely crushed him. The women all joined in, excitedly recalling their encirclement tactics as if reliving the battle, their faces glowing with enthusiasm. Seeing everyone so spirited and unaffected, Yang breathed a quiet sigh of relief and smiled. Great. When there's time, he'll bring everyone to level up together. The atmosphere in the room grew even livelier, though Yang An's eyes darkened slightly whenever Su Sanyuan's name was mentioned. After hearing Yang An's words, everyone grew unusually excited. They all knew how terrifying his strength wash had even killed a silver-level boss, so leveling up by hunting regular monsters would be a breeze. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively. Bai Xiao, holding the longbow that gleamed with a cold light, walked straight up to Yang An. In a low but firm voice, she said, Shui Ran, I want to sell this bow to my close friend Atian's sister since she happens to play a sharpshooter. I have no objections. You handle it as you see fit, Yang said with a casual wave, giving her full authority to decide. The price has already been settled 1 million, Bai Xiao added. Knowing the bow belonged to the whole team, she glanced around at everyone else for their approval. The bow was currently ranked #1 on the leaderboard, and if it were sold on the market, it could fetch at least 1.5 million. To avoid her friend or teammates losing out, Bai Xiao generously gave up her own share. Let's go with your plan, Yang nodded without hesitation. She then handed the longbow to a Tian and turned to the terminal, transferring 300,000 Huaxia coins each to Yang, Luo Yuan, Xiao Tian, and Mingyue Qingxin. Xiao Tian looked down at the amount and then looked up in confusion. Sister Yao, aren't we supposed to get 200,000 each since there are 5 of us? Market value is at least 1.5 million, so you each get 300,000, Bai Xiao smiled, gently tugging Xiao Tian's wrist and signaling for her to accept it without worry. Yang glanced at her and thought quietly, the little rich lady is truly generous. She doesn't even blink before helping everyone. A Tian stood up and bowed sincerely to everyone. On behalf of my sister, I want to thank you all. She's been longing for this bow for a long time. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Yang on a level 10 man who had somehow become the team's center. What charm did he possess? A Tian then brought up another matter. Also, my sister found a level 20 silver boss and wants us to come help. Bai Xiao added. Regardless of whether we can defeat it, each person will be paid 100,000. If the boss drops 2 or more pieces of silver equipment, our team gets first pick of one. A level 20 silver boss. Yang pondered for a moment, then looked at the hefty Luo Yuan. We can try, but it's better to level up first. Fatty is now level 13. Let's get him to 15 to upgrade his shield for more stability. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. Then let's level Luo Yuan to 15 first, and then head to Dongwang City together. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin the leveling plan. Meet here at 8 a.m., Yang finalized the schedule. Everyone responded in agreement, and after a brief discussion, the meeting adjourned. Before leaving, Xiao Tian shyly said, Sister Yao, I don't need the payment. I'm just happy to tag along and gain experience. The reward is for our team, and you're part of the team. Don't be shy. Bai Xiao leaned over and lowered her voice. Just between us, my friend is rich. Something that good shouldn't be left on the table. Bai Xiao's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled brightly. All right then, I won't hold back. I'll do my best to make my little bunny proud. Xiao Tian pursed her lips and nodded solemnly. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Yuan cleared his throat. It's pretty late now. Everyone should log off and get some rest. Bai Xiao smiled faintly, and her figure dissolved into a sparkle of light. Mingyue Qingxin followed right after. Luo Yuan took Xiao Tian by the hand and strolled leisurely along the neon-lit stone paths of Nanming City. A Tian bade farewell to the others before teleporting alone back to Dongwang City. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yang in. He immediately pulled up the map and teleported outside the city to a desolate desert spot teeming with wild monsters. A spawn point for a group of level 15 rock lizards. Rock lizard LV, 15. HP, 13,000. Attack, 643. Physical defense, 583. Magic defense, 507. Speed, 28. High defense and HP. Attacks inflict poison, but move slowly, making it an ideal practice target for sword control techniques. Yang raised his hand, and the Qing Shuang sword slid from its sheath, hovering in midair. Compared to his first attempts, the flying sword still wobbled but could barely stay steady now. He could send it charging in a straight line, but still couldn't make it turn. A challenging skill. The Qing Shuang sword wavered weakly as it thrust toward a rock lizard 5 meters away, moving as slowly as an old man with a cane. Fortunately, the lizard was dedicated enough not to dodge. 3,175. That high. Yang was stunned. Sword control technique was supposed to boost damage by just 10, which would only add about 1,000 points. How did it double? If it crit, how devastating would that be? He recalled the sword, deactivated the sword control skill, and closed in on the lizard. The massive beast opened slobbering fangs, but too slow to hit even his sleeve edge. Yang smoothly stabbed the head. 1,443. This was his normal basic attack damage. With a 10 boost, sword control should do around 1,587 damage, but just now it hit 3,175. Calculating quickly, he realized the flying sword's attack stacked a 200 bonus from the Chaos Sword Heart. Rounded up, it matched perfectly. Chaos Sword Heart should only enhance sword skills. Sword control technique is theoretically just a way to extend attack range, but in practice, as long as the sword is flying, it counts as a sword skill. This unexpected bonus thrilled him. No wonder Luoxianer had said, sword control technique is the core of a Sword Immortal's damage. Thinking this, his enthusiasm surged and he activated sword control once more. The slow-moving rock lizards made ideal sparring partners. He didn't care about leveling efficiency. He repeatedly controlled the sword, adjusting angles and trajectories. He practiced until 1 a.m., then logged off to rest. Removing his helmet, Yang slowly opened his eyes. Back in reality, he He noticed his body had changed agoginess if every muscle was tightened, storing even more explosive power. Clenching his fist, veins bulged more than yesterday, though he had no exact numbers yet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint mosquito sound entered his ear. He turned his head and saw a mosquito beating its wings near the window 5 or 6 meters away. He could even make out the patterns on its transparent wings. Yang closed his eyes to focus. His hearing range suddenly expanded. Neighbors' varied snores, the noisy street below, distant cars roaring through intersections, all amplified infinitely. The chaos golden lotus not only healed his foot injury, but continued to strengthen his senses. This life calamity definitely isn't an ordinary game. Yang's heartbeat quickened. He figured that continually upgrading his chaos sword body in the game would also strengthen his real-world body. This thought made him eager to level up and find the remaining petals of the golden lotus. Just as he concentrated, an unusual breathing sound invaded his awareness. The noise came from the corridor outside his door, hidden in a shadowy corner. Yang seemed to see through the walls. A blurry figure was watching his door, half intentionally, half casually. Yang's building was just an ordinary residential block. Earlier, he had identified the breathing rhythms of several neighbors. So who was the person hiding in the corridor corner now? Could it be that several powerful families have sent someone to watch me? I'm already crippled, yet they still won't leave me alone? He detected rapid, uneven breathing, not like a trained assassin from a noble clan. Was he just overthinking it? Yang pulled his focus back as the noisy background retreated like a receding tide. He straightened his collar and reached for the room key on the table. His mind unconsciously landed on the metal before his fingertips even touched. Its key suddenly shot into his palm with a sharp whoosh. Telekinetic control? Using swordsmanship chi? He had actually brought this ability into reality. Yang's heart soared. This meant he could truly become a Sword Immortal in the real world as well. But more urgent troubles awaited him, so he pushed down his excitement and slowly unlocked the door. A warm but limited orange light spilled out, while the corridor beyond still lay steeped in darkness. The shadow lurking in the corner suddenly tensed, ceasing to breathe, eyes glued to the doorway. Yang stepped out calmly, closing the door behind him with a hand, limping slightly as he moved down the hall. A faint malevolence hovered like Mythic could sense it clearly. Confirming this person had indeed come for him, Yang avoided raising alarm and turned the corner to descend the stairs. Once his silhouette vanished completely, the figure in shadow pulled out a phone and swiftly sent a message. Moments later, upon receiving a reply, he curled a sinister smile and quietly followed. This was the outskirts of Wuyang City, a sparsely populated area. Most people were now addicted to the life predicament game, and real-world entertainment venues were on the verge of collapse, since the same services could be experienced virtually. At this early hour, the streets were even emptier. Yang left the apartment building and stepped onto the deserted road. Ahead was a dim alley, at the far end of which was a late-night food stall he frequented. The light was dim and yellowish, but he walked in calmly. 1, 2, 6, 8. Counting the one back in the building, there were 9 of them. Using his enhanced senses, he detected 8 shadowy figures lurking in different spots. Their breathing, heartbeats, even slight knuckle taps were clear as day to him. From the moment he arrived at the alley entrance, those cold gazes pinned him like icy arrows. Yang's pace was unhurried as he reached the alley center. Suddenly 2 burly men blocked his way, and others appeared, forming a semicircle around him. Iron rods clashed against palms with metallic clangs, sparks flying coldly. Who are you? He stopped with a calm voice. Coach Yang, powerful people are so forgetful. A familiar voice came from ahead. A broad-shouldered young man stepped out of the shadows. It was Su Sanyuan. So it's you. Seeing Su Sanyuan made Yang feel certain it wasn't those major powers, which was easier to handle. He asked lightly, what do you want? What do I want? Haha, Coach Yang, do you think this equipment of mine is easy to take? Su Sanyuan waved the iron rod in his hand, eyes cold and sinister. What? Can't stand losing. Yang's face was fearless, tone laced with sarcasm. Looks like you don't understand your situation. Either you return the blood-sucking bracelet today, or it'll break your other leg. Su Sanyuan had clearly lost patience. He had been hiding out waiting for Yang and all this time not to have a heart-to-heart chat. Reconcile? Impossible. I want to see how you're going to break my leg, Yang said calmly, a cold, knife-like smile curling his lips. If you're looking for trouble, don't blame me, Su Sanyuan sneered darkly, pointing forward. There's not a single camera around here. If I cripple you, no one will ever know hit him. As soon as the words fell, the broad-shouldered, muscular man in front of Yang raised an iron rod with a whistling sound and brought it down hard. The other 6 rushed in immediately, afraid to lose their share in the beating. To Yang, the flaws in the iron rod strike seemed frozen in time. He pushed off his heel, springing forward in an instant. His left hand gripped the big man's wrist, while his right fist, coiled with power, slammed heavily into the man's abdomen. Bang! The man's eyes went wide as his body arched violently, and his feet left the ground fainted on the spot. Yang seized the arm and swung the heavy body backward, using it like a weapon to smash into the other 6 men. Without pause, he twisted and grabbed another youth's iron rod mid-swing. The young man felt the weapon slam against steel, his fingers tingling painfully as he struggled to pull it back without any success. Yang reversed the force, yanking the man off balance, terror written all over his face. The next moment, a heavy punch struck the youth's face, another groan, and unconscious fall. Repeating the move, Yang swung that body into the crowd again, knocking down the remaining men. They fell in a heap, their cries of pain filling the air. Your turn. His cold gaze locked onto Su Sanyuan, whose Adam's apple bobbed and face drained of color, but he stubbornly kept swinging his iron rod. In the club's top coach. Taekwondo black belt, 9th degree. And what are you, a cripple? Die? Su Sanyuan yelled fiercely, desperate, swinging the rod straight at Yang In's head. But to Yang In, the strike was as slow as wading through water. He casually caught the rod with his left hand, while his right palm clamped like an iron band around Su Sanyuan's neck, lifting him off the ground until his face flushed bright red. The rod changed hands. Yang In swung his arm around in a circle, smashing the rod down onto Su Sanyuan's ankle. Crack! A low, agonized scream echoed through the alley. Yang In measured it just right, 10 days off his feet, a month and a half laid up, and a year or so to fully heal. That would be enough to let Su Sanyuan taste what it felt like to be crippled. Next time, it won't be just your leg, Yang In warned coolly, swinging the man's body again to hurl him into the other fallen attackers. Boom. The rest were holding their heads and screaming miserably, too afraid to move. Yang An's icy stare swept over them, sending a chill down their spines. Get out. Like receiving a pardon, the 6 scrambled to their feet and fled, dragging their 3 unconscious comrades with them, not even daring to breathe hard. The alley returned to silence, with only the sounds of Yang In limping toward the exit, the thought of a bowl of hot pig offal noodles still on his mind. After eating his fill, Yang In returned to his residence. After washing up, he fell into a peaceful sleep. Less than 3 hours later, he opened his eyes feeling refreshed as if the body strengthened by the chaos golden lotus only needed a brief rest to recover fully. Since he was no longer sleepy, he logged into the game. His character appeared again in the rock lizard territory. The real-world time was just past 4 in the morning, and the game world was equally dark, with only sparse cold stars shining in the distance. There were still 3 hours before the team gathering, so Yang In planned to find a spot to level up and keep practicing his sword control. He skirted around the rock lizard's main area, passing several monster spawn points, but neither the respawn rate nor the terrain was ideal. As he moved forward, the sky grew darker and a cold wind kept slipping under his clothes, howling as if whispering just at his ear. Crack! A sudden snap underfoot. Yang In looked down to see a yellowed, brittle bone crushed beneath his boot, buried there for untold years. The ground began to uneven, small scattered stones appearing barely registered it through the thick night. The rough trail stretched onward when a sudden chill breeze brushed his back, making his skin crawl. Instinctively, he drew his frostblade sword. Its edge glinted coldly in the dim light as he scanned the Arano monsters in sight. Only the dry sound of fallen leaves rustling sharply in the wind. Then, the soil beneath him suddenly bulged, something struggling to break free. Whoosh! A pale skeletal hand erupted from the earth, clenching tightly around his ankle. Taken by surprise, Yang An's heart skipped a beat. He leapt up reflexively, pulling the hand out along with the arm. Dark soil scattered as a skeleton soldier wearing tattered iron armor staggered upright. Damn, you scared me, Yang growled, swinging his sword down hard. 1516, 861. Bright red damage numbers flashed in the night as the skeleton's grip instantly weakened. Yang stepped back 2 paces and activated his Chaos Eye. A status panel appeared. Skeleton Remnant. Description: who disturbs my slumber? To awaken a general is a crime deserving 1,000 deaths. Level: 16. HP: 12,000. Attack: 1,320. Physical defense: 461. Magic defense: 382. A typical glass cannon type of remnant soldier, yet it stumbled toward him now with no menace enough to scare some female players. But Yang wouldn't admit he was startled just now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The crackle of dry twigs suddenly intensified. Yang heart sank as the ground around him exploded open one after another, bone-white claws stabbing up from beneath the earth, a terrifying sight. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of skeletons swarmed out of the darkness. So many, he muttered wryly. While the skeletons were still playing their entrance animation, Yang turned and bolted. The earth gave way beneath him continuously. New skeletal hands erupting like the night was ripping open the ground itself. Only after he completely fled the eerie area did it dawn on him. He had stumbled into an ancient burial ground. Those uneven mounds of earth beneath his feet were all tombs. Thinking this, he silently muttered my apologies and quickened his pace. Getting away came first. If he stayed, surrounded by this dense horde of skeletal remnants, even he wouldn't survive. He soon reached the edge of the chaotic graveyard, where a large group of skeleton soldiers appeared behind him. Each one wielded a slender, broken blade and clumsily chased after Yong'an. Once he was sure he was safe for the moment, he whipped around and swung his sword, sending out two pale white sword energies that swept through the air. 3942, 359, 9461, 861. Dense streams of numbers burst from the heads of dozens of skeletal remnants ahead, instantly shattering over 70% of them into bone fragments. As long as one of those two sword energies landed a critical hit, it was fatal for the skeleton soldiers. His damage output was ridiculously powerful now. His experience bar surged like mercury filling a vial, clearly jumping ahead in real time. Unfortunately, he only had this one area attack skill. Skeletons with low health had to be finished off individually. While his sword energy combo was on cooldown, he activated sword control technique and manipulated a flying sword to stab crookedly at the nearest skeleton. 80-70 critical. The skeleton soldier crumbled to pieces on the spot, dry bones scattering everywhere. With the bonus from the chaotic sword heart skill, this sword control attack was also a one-hit kill. The flying sword arced toward the next target. At this moment, Yong'an was like a slow-firing but incredibly accurate sharpshooter, steadily taking out skeleton after skeleton. The skeleton soldiers moved stiffly, even slower than rock lizards, allowing the crooked flying sword to jab back and forth with ease. When the cooldown ended, he unleashed two more sword energies. Repeating this cycle, Yong'an farmed on the Grave Hill for over 2 straight hours. As dawn broke and the first light of morning spilled over, the lingering darkness evaporated instantly, and all the skeleton soldiers vanished clearly. This leveling hotspot only respawned during the night. Yong'an memorized the coordinates firmly. Lots of monsters, high efficiency, and he could simultaneously practice his sword control skills perfect for leveling up and honing swordsmanship. Right now, anyone who reached level 16 was a rare expert. Most players were still stuck around levels 13 or 14, so there was little concern about contesting this area anytime soon. With less than an hour before meeting up with his teammates, he returned to the rock lizard territory to continue training his sword control technique. At 8 in the morning, everyone gathered at the Drunken Moon Riverside Tavern. Yong'an led 10 teammates out of the city and headed straight into the wild. Let's have the tank grab aggro, then try the high-level zone, Yong'an suggested. As long as Luo Yuan could hold the aggro, nobody worried about damage output, and everyone nodded in agreement. They set off. The group passed through the city gates and entered the wilderness. The further they went, the sparser the vegetation became. Jagged rocks protruded everywhere, with exposed mineral veins gleaming coldly. Once players leveled up more, mining here would definitely draw a crowd. Because of the rich mineral deposits, a wild monster called the gold-eating rat thrived here. Gold-eating rat. Description: cowardly rodents. I dare to eat Stanestoyu. HP: 10,000. Physical attack: 982. Physical defense: 430. Spirit defense: 318. Luo Yuan, full of fighting spirit, raised his shield and charged the nearest rat. The gold-eating rat squeaked in alarm while clutching a mineral stone, but Luo Yuan ignored it and threw a diamond-crushing strike. 1 damage. Awkwardly pulling back, he settled into his role as the target dummy. The gold-eating rat was enraged and immediately counterattacked. 282 damage. This gave Luo Yuan confidence. Pulling 4 or 5 at once wasn't a problem as long as Bai Xiao's heavenly melody healing was covering them. 3 would be even safer. Tank, try pulling 3 first, Yong'an ordered. Got it. Luo Yuan quickly drew 3 gold-eating rats, opening Diamond Roar to firmly lock onto their aggro. Yong'an raised his hand and sent 2 sword energies slicing through the air. 4022, 361, 9653 crit. 866 crit. 2 rats dropped instantly, leaving one barely clinging to life. Seriously, OP. Bai Xiao was speechless. Everyone else was equally stunned, completely shaken by the explosive damage numbers. Man, Anzi, how did you get even more broken? Luo Yuan, shield raised, couldn't help but curse. Bai Xiao suddenly caught on and stared at Yong'an. Wait, you're already level 11. Then realizing something more shocking, her eyes lit up. Shui ran. Was that the player who changed class to Sword Immortal last night? Was that you? Yong'an smiled and nodded, admitting it. Really you? Everyone was amazed. No wonder his damage was absurd. The mysterious Sword Immortal was right beside them. Just as I thought. Luo Yuan laughed heartily, forgetting he was still tanking that low-health gold-eating rat. Bai Xiao flicked a poison needle that finished off the last monster, then eyed Yong'an curiously. Sword Immortal, can you control the sword to fly? Yong'an was silent for a moment. No way. How could it be? Isn't a Sword Immortal able to fly on a sword? Bai Xiao was a bit shocked, and the others also looked puzzled, eager for an explanation. Ahem. Yong'an touched the tip of his nose awkwardly and explained, you can't become a pro overnight. That skill takes time to learn. When you do, you have to take me for a ride. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up, her heart oddly thrilled. Sure, if the flying sword can carry people, no problem, Yong'an nodded. Take me too. Luo Yuan seized the chance to chime in. Yong'an sized up his burly companion and shook his head mockingly. I don't think the sword can handle your weight. Luo Yuan, no love for you. Everyone laughed, the mood light and easy. All right, fatty, it's time to pull monsters. Try to grab several at once, but don't exceed 7, or you might get wiped out by a single wave, Yang said briskly, eager to get back on track. Got it. Luo Yuan charged into the mob of monsters, his broad figure crashing through the cavern as scores of gold-eating rats swarmed obediently around him. Flames from the sword exploded outward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. With Yang An's terrifying area effect damage, the group officially began their easy and fun grinding session. More than 3 hours flew by in an instant. Bai Xiao and Luo Yuan both reached level 14, as they had been close in experience from the start. Little Swan, Mingyue Qingxin, and the 6 other teammates also steadily gained experience, all energized and alert. After logging off briefly to restock food, everyone continued their focused leveling. Night fell as the clock pointed to 8 o'clock. Not only had they reached level 15, but they also opportunistically defeated a bronze-level boss, the Gold-Eating Rat King. The loot was plentiful. 1. A level 15 bronze belt with main bonus to health, assigned to Luo Yuan. 2. A level 15 black iron mage robe. Little Swan wasn't high-level enough yet, so Bai Xiao equipped it first. 3. A level 15 black iron leather cap. Yang and couldn't wear it yet, so it went into Luo Yuan's pack. With the new gear equipped, Luo Yuan's stats skyrocketed. Name, Happy Little Frog. Level, 15. Class, Vajra Pagoda. Health points, 4348. Spirit points, 770. Physical attack, 155. Spirit attack, 41. Physical defense, 866. Spirit defense, 806. Skills, Vajra Invincible Body, Vajra Subjugation, Vajra Barrier, Vajra Roar, Ancient Shield Guardian Equipment Skill. Looking at their mobile fortress ahead, everyone felt incredibly secure. The Silver shield skill was a lifesaver at critical moments. No one could say for sure how far a Vajra Pagoda could grow, but with a strong healer cooperating, Luo Yuan could become an unbreakable shield. After reaching level 15, Bai Xiao could fulfill her promise to Sister Atian. She had already contacted her during breaks between battles. After wrapping up, Yang Un, Bai Xiao, Luo Yuan, and Little Swan stepped onto the teleportation array, destination Donghuang City. As for Mingyue Qingxin and the other teammates from the company, they stayed behind in the dungeon to keep leveling. With a flash of white light, the 4 appeared in the teleportation array at Donghuang City. Sister Yaoyao. Outside the teleportation array, 2 figures had been waiting for quite some time. The blazing sun hung low, casting slanting rays, while faint runes flickered with a ghostly light. Atian was the first to appear. Turning slightly, the companion beside him was a tall, fair-skinned woman, her demeanor cold as frost, every gesture exuding an aloof distance that seemed to repel others. From afar, Bai Xiao heard the movement and turned toward the sound. A spark of delight instantly lit her eyes as she waved and hurried over. Atian, yeah. The cold and elegant woman was none other than Ziyue Hanyan, known as Hanyan. The tight line of her lips softened into a faint curve, and she opened her arms to embrace Bai Xiao warmly. Yao, it's been too long. The 2 old friends locked in a close embrace, speaking quietly as if shutting out everyone and everything around them. Atian watched the 2 women becoming more animated and gently nudged Hanyan with his elbow, lowering his voice to remind her, if you keep chatting, I'll be dark before we know it. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered the teammates behind her and quickly drew Hanyan forward. Almost forgot to introduce you. Yeah, these are my teammates. This is Shui Ran, a level 12 swordsman. Heirace Qinghua, level 15 shield guardian. And beside me is Xiao Tian, level 14 summoner. Ziyue Hanyan nodded slightly. Her tone was cool, but polite. I'm Ziyue Hanyan, a level 15 sharpshooter. You can call me Ziyue or Hanyan. As she finished speaking, a chill seemed to drop in the air. Her gaze swept over the 3, lingering briefly on Yang and with an unexpected flicker in her eyes. From previous conversations with Bai Xiao, she knew Bai Xiao greatly admired this level 12 swordsman. Now she also noticed that Qinghua and Xiao Tian's words subtly revolved around Yang as well. What exactly made this level 12 swordsman the core of their team? She pondered quietly, but didn't ask. Yang Un and the others nodded in acknowledgement, a formal greeting exchanged. After some brief pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Miss Ziyue, what boss are we going after this time? Everyone turned to Ziyue Hanyan. They had come all the way from Nanming City specifically for this boss. No one wanted to be left in the dark about their target. A level 20 silver boss, Ziyue said grimly. Our scouts found it in the wastelands, and we've already tried once. We couldn't withstand its attacks, and suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for Yaoyao's connections, I would have abandoned the plan to wait until we're stronger and better equipped. Level 20 silver Yang and compared quietly to himself. Just 5 levels above the Nether Shadow Leopard, I wonder how much stronger it is. He looked up and suggested, does your guild have any healers? If we bring in 4 more healers, that fills out a full 10-person group. That would increase our chances of survival a lot. You don't mean to rely on just our team, right? That's a level 20 silver boss. For the rare first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Hanyan's icy face. Yang smiled confidently. Exactly, because it's a level 20 silver boss. Most people can't even block its attacks. More players would only raise the healing burden unnecessarily. Hanyan considered for a moment before agreeing. Alright, they'll call 4 healers. No other guild members will join, though I've already arranged with a studio team to accompany us, so it wouldn't be proper to back out now. She immediately sent a message. Soon, 4 female healers arrived quickly and joined the team one by one. Dressed in light armor or robes and carrying healing staves. Each had a different aura, but all appeared vigorous and ready. Meanwhile, a separate 7-person squad stepped onto the platform near the teleportation array. The soft clinks of metal armor and staffs rang out as they stood side by side, their confident expressions revealing well-equipped and formidable backgrounds. Seeing the arrival of these 7, Yang An's expression involuntarily shifted with surprise. Because of their aura, Yang found them all too familiar. They all came from Longius Ninth Squad, the Blood Squad. Longyu is the highest secret, most mysterious organization in Huaxia, entrusted by the nation to battle in the Yuanshu Forbidden Zone and compete with foreign powers for the mind-bogglingly enigmatic treasures hidden within. Anyone who can enter Longyu has emerged as a 9 million genius from hellish trials. Some come from ordinary backgrounds, but were discovered from the crowds. Some are born into ancient martial families, immersed in the way of combat since childhood. Others fought their way through layers of military units to earn the dragon scale emblem, symbolizing glory. If it were just one person, Yang might hesitate. But now, 7 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, their sharpness forged by blood and fire unmistakable. 7 figures crashed into his memory like sharpened blades. Captain, how are you holding up? Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Hold on. We've already called for backup. Other Longyu squads nearby are on their way. Captain, 4th bro died, and 8th bro too. It's been 5 hours already. Where's our reinforcement? Where are the other squads? Why hasn't a single one arrived? Shuya, no more waiting for backup. Fight your way out with me. But Captain, your leg. Give me a sedative now. Captain, will we see each other again? Huh, what nonsense is that? I'm retired, not dead. Let's go? The memories woven with blood and fire suddenly exploded, and a clear voice pulled him back to reality. Shuiran, are you alright? I'm fine. Yang snapped back and smiled apologetically. I was just zoning out for a moment. He looked at the stunning young woman before him by Xiao. Beneath her veil, her eyes showed a casual concern as she softly said, let's go, time to fight the boss. Yang nodded, alright. His gaze flicked again to the 7 figures, thoughts swirling. Should I reveal myself? But with bigger plans ahead, exposure could drag them into trouble. After weighing it briefly, he gave up the idea. The leader of the 7 seemed to notice, looking up to meet his eyes. His sword-like brows furrowed as if recalling something. Then he stepped forward. Friend, you look familiar. What's your name? Yang remained calm. Longyu members keep their identity secret, always masked on missions. Few know their real faces. Call me Shuiran. He lowered his voice slightly. Shuiran. The leader raised an eyebrow. Your name's quite like ours. I'm Shuya. Heard of me? Quite a coincidence, but sorry I haven't. Yang smiled regretfully. Shuya seemed thoughtful, paused a moment, but couldn't place the familiarity. He gave up, exchanged some casual words with Yang, then returned to his team. When he left, the others whispered among themselves. Doesn't that guy look a bit familiar? Yes, Shuiran sounds a lot like our code names. Maybe it's just coincidence. Let's not dwell on it. First, let's help those Qin juniors defeat the boss, then we can level up. Right. 17 people in 2 squads crossed rolling mountain ranges, crushing monster dens along the way. The wind and sand carried the scent of blood as it swirled over the wilderness. The dusk sky darkened. Ahead, low hills lay silent like sleeping beasts. The teams tightened formation, lowered their breathing, and looked beyond the rocky slope. It's just ahead. Ziyue Hanyan pointed ahead, where a stretch of ruins lay scattered broken pillars and crumbled walls, utterly dilapidated. Here and there, the bones of wild monsters could still be seen. They had spent great effort clearing the wild monsters surrounding this area last time, so no new ones would respawn anytime soon. This eased everyone's minds a little. Full of energy as ever, showed no hint of fear on his face despite facing the powerful boss again. The group stepped into the ruins, and at the center sat a massive black bull, nearly 3 meters tall, guarding the place. Its muscles bulged, horns towered high, and its sleek black fur shimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Such a striking creature was hard to imagine amid the desolation. Yang was equally puzzled and activated his chaos eye to lock onto the target. Wild Bull Guardian. Silver level boss. Description: Guardian of the Wild Bull Clan's temple, fleeing here after being severely wounded and hunted by his own kind for unknown reasons. Level 20. HP 980,000. Physical attack 2,831. Physical defense 876. Spiritual defense 788. Skills: 1. Stampede Strike. The Guardian rears up and stomps down with front hooves, dealing 165 damage and stunning the target for 3 seconds. 2. Reckless Charge. Randomly charges a single target, dealing 180 damage to all units in the path up to 15 meters. If it misses, the charge repeats. 3. War Stomp. Triggers an Earth Tremor, dealing 130 damage every second within 10 meters for 10 seconds. Each use increases radius by 1 meter. 4. Wild Bull's Roar. Lets out an angry roar, reducing attack power of all targets within 20 meters by 20 for 1 minute. 5. Indomitable Will. Increases defense by 1 for every 5 HP lost. Even seriously wounded, it's still terrifying. Yang An's heart sank. With 980,000 HP and 2,831 attack, plus insane dual defenses, no wonder Ziyue Hanyan's last team effort failed to bring it down. He shared the boss stats with the team chat, silencing the channel instantly. Bai Xiao, Luo Yuan, and Little Swan turned to look at him, while Ziyue Hanyan and Ot's gazes also landed on him. Yang An had hoped to stay low-key, but now had to take charge with an analysis. The Wild Bull Guardian's attack is through the roof. Probably only Frog can tank a hit like that, he said, brushing past his own high 5,689 HP. Then he broke down the skills and assigned positions. The Scarlet Squad watched nearby, increasingly reminded of Yang An's strategic prowess. Let's begin, Yang An ordered. Luo Yuan took the lead, his bronze ancient shield held firm as he steadily advanced on the Wild Bull Guardian. Moo! The bull's eyes turned blood red, locking onto Luo Yuan as it stepped back twice, digging its left hoof into the ground, kicking up dust, a clear sign of an impending charge. It's about to charge. Frog, activate damage reduction and shield. Keep it from sweeping the backline. Yang An shouted. Luo Yuan activated Diamond Barrier, triggering the shield's skill Ancient Shield Guard, gaining a shield equal to 15 of his max HP. Currently had 4,348 HP, and the shield absorbed 652 points. At the next moment, the Wild Bull Guardian roared and charged forward like a moving mountain, its breath crushing the air, horns gleaming dangerously. Luo Yuan lowered his shoulders and shifted his weight, holding the ancient shield firmly in front of him. Boom! The shield shattered instantly. There was no stopping the boss charge. The Wild Bull Guardian let out a deep roar, lifting its hooves and dragging Luo Yuan backward for a full 15 meters, slicing off 1,370 HP in one brutal hit. Luckily, none of the teammates were in the path, or the consequences would have been disastrous. We can tank this. Frog, hold aggro steady. Everyone else, go all out with your damage. Healer, stay back and keep Frog topped up. Commands rang out clearly in the team channel. Luo Yuan steadied himself and immediately unleashed Diamond Roar, a fierce shout that tightly gripped the boss aggro. At nearly the same moment, Bai Xiao waved her hand, sending a gentle green light from circulation blood technique flowing into Luo's wounds. Then she raised her wrist, firing off Poison Needle at the boss. 2,940 poison, 2,940, 2,940, 2,940, 2,940. 5 separate damage numbers popped up, catching everyone's attention. A healer dealing that much damage? Then they recalled it was a percentage-based skill with a long cooldown and damage cap, impressive early on, but weaker later. Another ranged player, Ziyue Hanyan, reacted swiftly. She knocked arrows, the silver strings shimmering as she fired Shadow Strike Chain, releasing 2 consecutive shots, each dealing 125 base damage plus 20 dark damage, 780, 156, 780, 156. Nighttime gave her an extra 15 bow damage, making her output just as remarkable. Yang An wasted no time. Raising his Frostblade sword horizontally, he executed Sword Chi Slash, the twin blades cutting straight toward the Wild Bull Guardian. A critical hit showed 8058, followed by true damage 363, then normal hits of 3,358, and another 363. The staggering numbers left outside reinforcements speechless. They thought Bai Xiao's damage was crazy, but the team's lowest level swordsman was even more brutal. Aroused by the fight, a Tion charged to the boss' feet, flames flaring across his body as he activated the Flaming Blade Chi, boosting his attack by 20. With his twin blades, he unleashed Meteor Slash, 8 blade streaks exploding, each strike doing 60 damage. 192, 192, 307 crit, 192, 192, 38 burning. 38 numbers fell like a meteor shower. Having seen such output before in dungeon runs, he wasn't surprised. Then he followed up with a big move, the Flame Slash Ultimate 528. At that moment, the Blood Squad arrived 7 fierce warriors, 2 swordsmen, 2 assassins, a fist fighter, a spear cultivator, and a blade master. Their lineup matched their real-life roles, all bristling with deadly intent. Assassin Shuya stealthily crept behind the boss, a cold glint flashing as his dagger stabbed fiercely into the Wild Bull Guardian's hindquarters, a backstab. 824. The damage even surpassed that of Ziyue Hanyan, who wielded the server's top bow. No wonder he came from China's most secretive organization. The rest of the squad moved with precision, unleashing bursts of damage nearly matching Tion's output. Because his damage was so extreme, Yang had to hold back, maintaining a safe distance and continuously casting sword chi combo. Although the 10-layer Frostblade Ice Mark occasionally froze the boss briefly, its high resistance rendered control effects fleeting and largely ineffective. Among everyone present, the littlest swan was by far the most laid back. The little rabbit Radish had long been defeated by her with no effect on the boss health bar, so she had switched roles and became a cheerleader instead. When the Wild Bull Guardian's health dropped to 95, it suddenly roared fiercely, instantly weakening everyone's attack power. Its final active skill, Wild Bull's Roar, fixedly reduces damage dealt by 20, making the already tight damage output even more suffocating. If it weren't for Yang and by Xiao's terrifying damage and healing, the entire team might have been stuck in this fight well into the next day. Under Yang An's sustained burst, the Wild Bull Guardian's health steadily declined, soon nearing 90. The boss HP is about to hit 90. It's going to use a skill. Everyone but Frog, fall back. Yang commanded, and the group immediately scattered. Two sword energies sliced through the air, shaving the health bar down to the critical line. The next second, the Wild Bull Guardian raised its head and roared, slamming its front hooves hard against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The earth churned violently as its massive AoE skill War Stomp was unleashed. Only Luo Yuan remained on the field absorbing the damage, losing 1433 HP every second. Bai Xiao quickly cast Celestial Melody on herself, maintaining max output of Revitalizing Pulse every second, while the other four healers took turns keeping Luo Yuan alive, managing to sustain him through the full 10-second earthquake. After 3 minutes of intense DPS, the Wild Bull suddenly lowered its head to charge. Wild Bull Charge. Scatter. Yang spotted the move and shouted urgently. This skill randomly targets a player and is very hard to predict. The Wild Bull Guardian turned abruptly and charged straight at Ziyu Hanyan, its heavy hoofbeats thudding against the ground. By mechanics, if it didn't collide with anyone, it would charge again, so Ziyu Hanyan had to brace herself. Rabbit. Yang called to the little swan. The jet black rabbit, already on standby, hesitated briefly as if sensing Radish's absence, but was still maneuvered onto the charge path. Ziyu Hanyan took the chance to sidestep. Bang. The little rabbit was instantly killed, dissolving into a streak of light. While my poor bunny, the little swan sniffled. Don't worry, just resummon it. Yang smiled reassuringly. With a flick of her hand, the black rabbit reappeared and bared its teeth at Yang. Revenge comes quickly. Luo Yuan immediately regained threat, and the fight renewed. At the 5th minute, the Wild Bull suddenly stood upright, mooed wildly, and stomped hard on Luo Yuan. 2,494 HP, plus a 3-second stun. With several healers nearby, Luo Yuan was under no serious threat, but HP dropped sharply. To avoid overtanking, Yang stopped attacking during the stun. The Wild Bull Guardian's skill cycle was tightly timed. Wild Bull Charge every 3 minutes. Bull Hoof Stomp every 5 minutes. Wild Bull's Roar every 5 lost HP. War Stomp every 10 lost HP. It also had a passive. Every 5 HP lost added 1 defense. The longer the fight went, the tougher it became. Normal teams simply couldn't endure. The boss health kept slowly dropping. 88, 60, 30, 15, 11, 10.1, finally nearing the last 10, where its self-healing grew even more troublesome. Everyone spread out. War Stomp incoming. Range is 19 meters now. The usual, Frog's going to tank it. Yang directed. The attack's range increased by 1 meter each time it was used. Now at 18 meters, healers could no longer stand safely outside the circle to heal Luo Yuan and had to wait until the skill ended to recover him. Luckily, the boss paused attacks during the stomp. Moo. Unexpectedly, the Wild Bull didn't use War Stomp. Instead, its body was surrounded by a blood-red glow as it roared repeatedly and rapidly grew taller. Moments later, a 5-meter minotaur, wielding a giant axe, stood imposingly on the battlefield. The team exchanged stunned looks. It turns out it had a transformation skill after all. Ding. The Wild Bull Guardian, sensing imminent death, forcibly activated its battle form, increasing attack and defense by 50. What should we do? Hearing the system's voice, Atianxia instinctively fixed his gaze on Yang. The Wild Bull Guardian they were facing now had defense stats soaring far beyond before. Even the top-ranked archer Ziyu Hanyan could barely chip away a little over 100 points of damage with her arrows. The only one unaffected was Bai Xiao. Her poison needles dealt damage based on percentages, so no matter how high the defense, they still worked. However, the Wild Bull Guardian not only had high defense, but its attack power had also increased by 50. Even with their tank Luo Yuan, if he didn't immediately activate Diamond Barrier, any skill could take him down in an instant. Despicable humans, to strike when I am weak. Came a guttural roar from the towering Minotaur, who stamped the ground heavily. War Stomp. The moment the 2-second stun ended, Luo Yuan fell to the ground. As the skill ended, The healer immediately resurrected the frog pet to keep the pace. But just as Luo Yuan was pulled up, the wild bull guardian launched rampaging bull charge at another member of the Scarlet Squad. The little rabbit was on the other side, unable to take the hit, and a teammate was instantly killed, completely separating the boss from Luo Yuan. With Luo Yuan's slow movement speed, there was no way he could catch this raging bull. Two sword energies ripped through the air from Yang and in quick succession. 6,418. 2,674. Moo. The pained wild bull guardian immediately gave up the chase and turned back, charging straight at Yang and sidestepped and dashed away, pulling the battle away from the crowd. Ding. Player by Xiao used the skill Celestial Melody on you. The sword energy combo skill cooldown is fully refreshed, skill effect increased by 30, and cooldown reduced by 80 for 10 minutes. The long-awaited Celestial Melody brought a smile to Yang An's heart as his skill cooldown dropped to just 1 second. He raised his hand and slashed continuously. Two sword energies howled fiercely. 3,292. 7,900. Sprint. He activated his speed boost, his figure leaving afterimages across the battlefield, unleashing a sword energy slash almost every second. Bai Xiao kept tossing poison needles, adding constant damage. Moo. Damn humans. The wild bull guardian's health plummeted as it furiously locked onto Yang and again. Its hooves stomped hard rampaging bull charge. Little rabbit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little rabbit was clearly reluctant, but was forced by its owner, Little Swan, to block the path, using its small body to withstand the massive minotaur. Yang took the opportunity to sidestep out of the charge's range and continued firing sword energy combos. No matter how fast the boss self-healing was, it couldn't survive that amount of output. Moments later. Boom. No. I barely escaped. I can't die. The wild bull guardian's health bar hit 0. Its eyes filled with unwillingness as the massive body collapsed, scattering glowing items all around. Ding. Congratulations to your team for defeating the level 20 silver boss, Wild Bull Guardian. A surge of experience poured in, instantly leveling Yang and up to 13. Everyone stared at his recent moves in disbelief. Was this really a level 13 swordsman? Seeing them still stunned, Yang smiled and said, "Stop spacing out. Come check out the loot." Ziyu Hanyan stared at Yang, her eyes full of disbelief. Holding the top-ranked weapon herself, her damage output wasn't even a fraction of his. This realization, the huge gap between them, shook her usual unshakable confidence. Holding twin blades, Atian had to admit that his damage output still lagged far behind Yang An's. However, raw damage wasn't the only measure of strength. Atian remained confident in himself, and the respect in his eyes when he looked at Yang and was now mingled with fierce determination. "You're really strong. Let's spar when we have time," Atian said cheerfully as he sheathed his swords and cupped his fists. "Anytime," Yang replied with a relaxed yet sharp smile. After the 7 members of the Blood Color Squad finished off the Wild Bull's guards, they kept their promise to Ziyu Hanyan and didn't take part in the loot distribution. With a wave, they began to leave. Before going, Bloodfang sent a friend request. "Contact us if you need anything." Yang hesitated for a long moment, then finally clicked accept. On the desolate square, the dropped items had been gathered into piles. After tidying up, Ziyu Hanyan raised her hand and called out, "Come take a look at the spoils." 2 pieces of silver tier gear stood out: the level 20 silver longsword and silver armor. The rest were 4 bronze items, an 18 level helmet, a pair of 17 level boots, and 2 16 level rings. Scattered further were black iron gear, scrolls, and skill books. Yang An's eyes gleamed with desire, but he remembered the rule of pay to claim and swallowed his urge quietly. Ziyu Hanyan glanced around, her voice cool and decisive. To kill this boss, Blood Dye's fierce damage and Frog's defense both played key roles. As agreed, you all pick one piece first. My brother and I will each take one after that. Then you can choose 3 more to thank you. Really? You're amazing. Bai Xiao rushed over and gave her a big hug. You go first. Ziyu Hanyan nodded slightly. Bai Xiao called, "Blood Dye, you pick first." "Then I won't be polite." Yang stepped forward, his gaze passing over the long sword and armor, finally resting on a fist-sized gray-white round stone. He crouched and picked it up, but the system panel showed nothing. Curious, he secretly activated the Chaos Eye. Mysterious pet egg. Origin: holy egg worshipped for 10,000 years at the Wild Bull Tribe Temple. Status: Temple Guardians, corrupted by the Abyss, stole the egg. Without temple protection, its spirit is fading. A pet egg. Yang An's heart skipped a beat. Though it looked dire, instinct told him this was far more valuable than any current equipment. "He'll take this," he said, and put it straight into his inventory. Everyone exchanged confused glances. Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Why not choose gear?" "I like this better, and am not high enough level for that equipment." Yang smiled as he shook his head. With that decided, it was Ziyu Hanyan's team's turn. Without hesitation, Atian grabbed the level 20 silver longsword, while Ziyu Hanyan took the silver armor. Though she couldn't wear it yet, she could keep it for Atian. Luo Yuan chose an 18-level bronze helmet, while Bai Xiao and Little Swan each picked a ring. The remaining items, as agreed, all went to Ziyue Hanyan. Once everything was distributed, Yang En and the others set off back to Nanming City. Everyone, why not join my guild together? Just as they stepped out of the dungeon, Ziyue Hanyan spoke up warmly, her eyes scanning the four one by one. Although Hanyan Pavilion isn't a top-tier powerhouse, we've gathered nearly 50,000 members. We can barely be ranked as first class. Yang En hadn't expected Ziyue Hanyan to command such a massive force far stronger than medium-sized guilds like Tunglong or Fengshua Pavilion. Unfortunately, no guild had yet obtained a founding permit. With so many people gathered in a temporary group, organizing and commanding them was a huge challenge. But Ziyue Hanyan didn't seem bothered by those troubles and went on to offer a tempting proposal. Shui Ran, if you agree to join Hanyan Pavilion, it'll immediately make you vice leader, with an annual salary of 5 million. Power and money. She laid it all out before Yang En in one go. Yang En felt a stir inside 5 million would have definitely tempted him in the past. But now, he valued his freedom more. Sorry, I've always been easygoing and for now, I don't plan to join any guild. His tone was calm, but his stance was firm. Guild membership meant obligations and restrictions, which he wasn't ready for yet. Luo Yuan, who always followed Yang En's lead, naturally shook his head as well. Bai Xiao and Little Swan smiled and politely declined too. Seeing that no one was interested, Ziyue Hanyan had no choice but to give up. Before parting, a Tian came over to Yang En, a spark lighting up his eyes as he said seriously, "We'll come find you." "Hey, since when did you two get so close?" Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow, teasingly glancing between them. Yang En, a Tian. After the awkward silence, the group went their separate ways. Yang En headed straight back to Nanming City. Ziyue Hanzhuang took Bai Xiao and Little Swan to explore the bustling streets of Dongwang City. A Tian dragged the lonely chubby guy to the arena for a sparring session, intending to help him improve. Upon arriving in Nanming City, Yang En immediately pulled up the large map and pinpointed a place called Spirit Beast Garden in a busy district. He teleported to the nearest portal and then jogged quickly, soon standing before the garden's entrance. Spirit Beast Garden only offers incubation services. It doesn't sell spirit beasts. The truly valuable pet eggs must be obtained by the players themselves. Since the game launched, there's never been a report of anyone successfully hatching a spirit beast, showing just how insanely rare these eggs are. Inside the garden, Yang En passed through a quiet courtyard and arrived at a two-story building. The lobby on the first floor was dimly lit. Several staff had arranged chairs into makeshift beds and were dozing off. Yang En gently knocked on a half-closed wooden door, which creaked softly as it opened. "Who's there? Can someone please let me sleep?" One of the staff, a man named Li Qizheng according to his name tag, rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, voice heavy with tiredness. "Hello, I'm here to incubate a pet egg." "A pet egg?" Li Qizheng wiped away the exhaustion from the corner of his eyes, raising his eyebrows slightly as he forced himself to open them wider. He waved at Yang En, saying, "Let me see it." Yang En carefully took out the smooth, dark egg and placed it before him. The stone-like shell reflected a cold gleam under the dim yellow light, its faint patterns barely visible. Li Qizheng glanced down, and his expression immediately darkened. "Kid, are you trying to pick a fight? This is clearly just an ordinary rock." Hearing this verdict, Yang An's heart sank. It seemed that local spirit beast breeders really couldn't tell its difference. He took back the rock, letting out a quiet sigh, then turned and left the shop. The night breeze brushed past his face as he pondered his next move. Perhaps only his master could tell if it was real or fake. With that thought, he pulled out the pure yang jade pendant hanging at his waist. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and his figure vanished into the void, heading straight for the divine sword peak of the Jade Void sect. "Master," Yang En called out as he landed. Only the rustling pine wind echoed through the empty courtyard. "Little junior brother." A clear voice came from under the corridor. A female cultivator in green robes appeared, walking lightly, like stepping on the moonlight, a smile playing on her lips. "Why aren't you asleep at this hour? What do you want from your master?" "Greetings, senior sister." Yang En bowed. He knew that senior sister Luo Xiener was always unpredictable, but her cultivation far surpassed ordinary disciples. Luo Xiener glanced around. "Master went on a long trip and won't be back anytime soon. Speak to Meme, I can help." With the master away, Yang En had no choice but to take out the small stone that looked like a pet egg. "Senior sister, take a look at this." Luo Xiener took it, her slender fingers caressing the surface. Her eyes suddenly lit up as if she wanted to set it on fire. "Where did you get this?" "I got it from a guardian of the Wild Ox. They say it came from the Wild Ox clan's temple." "The Wild Ox clan's temple?" Luo Xiener's brow twitched. "There are rumors about a sacred egg kept there. Could this be it? But it doesn't look quite right. Plus, its divine essence is fading. Soon, it'll truly become just a stone." Yang En was stunned, as if catching sight of a gleam of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, Luo Xiener looked up and smiled sincerely. "Junior brother, Before the divine essence disappears, why don't we just roast it? Young An's scalp tingled. Senior sister, can you be more reliable? Is there a way to preserve it? Or even hatch it? Hatching? Luo Xiener's tone hinted at regret. Then you'd miss out on a good meal. Seeing Yang An's firm expression, she gently placed her hands over the egg, soft spiritual light radiating from her palms. First, we need to seal its divine essence to stop further loss. But it's extremely weak and needs abundant energy. The light faded as she handed the egg back. The Jade Void sect has a secret place, the Heavenly Spirit Pool, where the spiritual energy is so dense it can't disperse. Where is the Heavenly Spirit Pool? Young An's eyes brightened. Turns out senior sister wasn't so unreliable after all. Sect rules forbid disciples from entering without permission. Her words dampened his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Luo Xiener paused, then added, but if you reach the 5th floor of the Tower of Ascension, you'll get a token to enter the Heavenly Spirit Pool. The Tower of Ascension? Yang An asked, puzzled. It has 99 floors. Each floor conquered brings a great reward. The prize for the 5th floor is the pass to the Heavenly Spirit Pool. Hearing this, Yang An clenched the pet egg tightly and turned to leave. The 5th floor, huh? He'll go challenge the tower right away. He stopped, a bit embarrassed, and looked back at Luo Xiener. Senior sister, would you take me along? All right, junior brother, but make sure you don't tell anyone I told you this. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Xiener summoned a flying sword, grasped Yang An's arm firmly, and with a flick of her toes, they shot up into the sky like a streak of blue lightning. The cold wind whipped past as Yang An was once again subjected to her renowned intersect technique, the sword-supported dragging art. He felt himself being pulled forcibly through the air, ears ringing from the gusts. Before he could ponder the deeper meaning behind Luo Xiener's "don't tell anyone" warning, an ancient tower piercing the clouds appeared in his vision. The Tongtian Tower stood halfway up the mountain, its worn surface marked by the passage of time, radiating a solemn majesty. In front of the tower rose a 3-hang-tall stone stele, gleaming with an ethereal light, recording the rankings of challengers through the ages. Luo Xiener brought Yang An down to the ground, instantly letting go and slipping into the crowd like a thief, disappearing so swiftly it was as if she feared getting caught. No one knew what worries she was burdened with. Yang An rubbed his stiff arm from the rapid flight, then looked up closely at the stele. First place, Pure Yang Venerable, 98 floors. Second place, Jade Void Venerable, 94 floors. 168th place, Luo Xiener, 77 floors. Master is truly unbeatable. And senior sister is even on the list? Yang An marveled inwardly. He hadn't expected this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old senior sister to harbor such unfathomable strength. He briskly approached the tower's entrance. Sitting cross-legged, there was an elderly man with white hair and beard, as ancient and steadfast as an old pine tree. This was the guardian of Tongtian Tower, holding the sole authority to open its gates. Yang An bowed respectfully. Senior, I'm here to challenge Tongtian Tower. The old man barely raised his eyelids, replying calmly, Tongtian Tower is divided into stages every 5 floors. If you fail below the 5th floor, you must restart from the 1st floor. Only 1 challenge allowed per day. Think carefully before entering. I have considered it carefully. Yang An nodded solemnly. The old man raised his hand and made a faint gesture. A gentle glow seeped into Yang An's body. In the next moment, the world flipped. Yang An's vision blurred, and when he regained clarity, he found himself transported inside the tower. The old man slowly opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flickering in his gaze. This one carries the aura of pure Yang. Could he be that person's new disciple? Sigh, I hope no trouble will arise again. 1st floor. Beneath Yang An's feet stretched a low, sparse thicket. Withered grass swayed slightly, and the air carried a cool dampness. Ding. Tongtian Tower 1st floor challenge begins. Defeat all monsters to pass the level. No sooner had the announcement sounded than the grass ahead parted, revealing a blood-red wolf-like monster crouching low. It resembled a normal wild wolf in size, but exuded a terrifying, demonic aura. An information panel appeared. Blood Wolf Special Monster. Level, 10. HP, 58,000. Attack, 1,233. Physical Defense, 322. Spiritual Defense, 453. Speed, 58. Skills. 1. Bloodthirst attacks drain 30 life and may cause bleeding. 2. Ferocity gains 5 attack for every 10 HP lost. Description. Look, another meal delivered straight to my door. The blood wolf let out a low growl, bursting forward with a blur of motion. Yang An's heart stiffened, so fast. With his frostbite sword in hand, he swung his arm horizontally. 2 sharp, sword energies sliced through the air. 10,208 critical. 4,253. The sword energies slashed diagonally across the blood wolf, silver light and blood mist intertwining, immediately cutting nearly 1/4 of its HP. Not as tough as senior sister made it out to be, Yang An thought, momentarily forgetting that he was the sect's undisputed #1 offensive Sword Immortal. blessed with a chaos sword body whose burst power surpassed all peers. Moreover, the first floor was specially designed by the Jade Void sect as a starter's welfare level. For a typical disciple, facing a high life steal, stackable attack, and swift Bloodwolf would be a grave challenge. Yang used momentum to leap backward, creating distance, employing kite tactics. The Bloodwolf chased desperately, but always remained half a step behind, unable to close in. After several breaths, the final slash felled the creature, its scream piercing the air as it toppled. Ding! Congratulations on clearing Tongtian Tower's first floor. You have gained 10,000 experience points and 20 sect contribution points. This experience is huge. Plus 20 contribution points, that's way easier than serving tea to the senior brothers. Yang rejoiced. Still, he knew that after clearing the floor, returning to it later would yield no rewards. The light and shadow twisted again. The scene returned to Silencia, similar sparse thicket. Ding! Tongtian Tower second floor unlocked. Defeat all monsters to proceed. The grass ahead rustled once more, sharp fangs gleaming under a blood-red moon. Another blood wolf appeared. Ahead of Yang, the silhouettes of blood wolves appeared once more this time, a full 10 of them. The difficulty level instantly jumped tenfold. He stood firm on the dim stone path inside the tower, his Qing Shuang sword angled toward the ground, its cold light shimmering like water. In the flash of a moment, he glanced at his status panel. Character name, Shui Ran. Class, Sword Immortal, First Ascension. Level, 13. HP, 5,699. Physical attack, 1829. Spiritual attack, 578. Physical defense, 656. Spiritual defense, 595. Speed, 61. Critical chance, 58. Critical damage, 240. Defense penetration, 40. Life steal, 10. With his stats intact, he felt no fear deep inside. A howl tore through the air. 10 blood wolves charged forward, fangs bared and fierce. Sword chi chain slash. Blades of bright sword energy cut across like silver waterfalls. To Yang, facing 10 instead of 1 was just a matter of time. After roughly 2 minutes, the last blood wolf let out a pitiful howl and collapsed. A system notification blasted out. Ding! Congratulations on passing the second floor of the Tongtian Tower. You've earned 100,000 experience and 40 sect contribution points. The third floor opened. The stone wall cracked, and 50 blood wolves surged out. Now level 14, their attributes rising accordingly. Yang glanced at them and thought quietly. If this increase continues, the number and level on the 5th floor will be terrifying. How? The wolf pack charged like a tidal wave. He furrowed his brow. Judging their speed, they were slightly faster than him. Swift step. Silver light swirled around his feet, his speed spiking. Like a willow leaf dancing in the wind, he adopted a kiting strategy, sword chi continuously cutting down enemies. After a short while, all 50 level 14 blood wolves lay slain, their bodies piling like a mountain. The 4th floor unlocked this time, a full 100 blood wolves. With Qing Shuang sword in hand, and its cry like a dragon's roar, he still had 7 minutes left on Swift Step's cooldown, so he relied on the Phantom Dragon Dance. Battle erupted instantly. Sword chi tore the air as the 100 wolves closed ranks. Yang used Phantom Dragon Dance to flash 10 meters away, swapping positions to sustain output. Within 3 minutes, he had felled more than 60 wolves, never letting his sword tip touch blood. But Phantom Dragon Dance's speed burst lasted only 3 minutes. When the glow faded, the wind rushing beneath his feet diminished sharply. Swift Step still had 4 minutes left on its cooldown. Facing the remaining 30 or so wolves, a serious expression crossed his face for the first time. Chaos Sword Domain, he thought, then shook his head. That was his trump card, reserved for the final stage. It was only the 4th floor. He must not reveal it too soon. Sword control technique? His proficiency was too low. Any mistake would cause the flying swords to be irrecoverable, trapping him in danger. Around him, the blood wolves formed a triangular encirclement. Their fangs glinted coldly, and their crimson eyes locked onto their prey. If he couldn't defeat them now, there was no hope for the 5th floor. Come on. He gripped his sword tightly but steadily retreated, dragging out several yards, patiently waiting for his skills to cool down. Howl! The wolves screamed in fury, claws cutting through the wind. Cloud-rending sword. 7,964 damage. Yang struck and retreated in one fluid motion, slipping through the gaps between the wolves. 793, 238, 938, 281, 1083, 325 damage numbers flashed across Yang's screen as the 3-headed blood wolf's claws tore at him relentlessly. The wounds left him staggering, but thankfully the dreaded tearing effect hadn't triggered otherwise. This attack would have been fatal. Even so, nearly half his health was drained in an instant. Thanks to his 30 lifesteal talent, the blood wolf's wounds closed up rapidly, and their health bars visibly recovered. Yang had no time to pay attention to them, instead raising his hand to unleash 2 sword chi waves into the thickening pack of wolves ahead. The sword beams swept through the air, unleashing huge damage numbers 7344, 7,983 inches bright red, accompanied by green healing numbers 721, 868, 905 that instantly refilled his health bar. With all his skills on cooldown, Yong'an could only rely on ordinary attacks to hold the line. However, normal attacks were too weak to sustain him, and the lifesteal they provided was negligible. Only the burst damage from his sword chi combo could keep his health stable. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf's tearing effect continued relentlessly, draining almost 100 HP per second. The dark red countdown seemed ready to drag him straight into the abyss. Hold on for 5 more seconds. Yong'an calculated rapidly in his mind, but no solution came to him immediately. Suddenly, inspiration struck sword control technique. With nothing to lose, he activated the technique and re-established the mysterious mental bond with his Qing Shuang sword. Unlike before, when he controlled the sword from a distance, this time he gripped the hilt tightly as the sword of the heart burst to life. A cold flash cut through the air as he slashed at the nearest blood wolf. 8,343 critical. Instantly, healing and damage numbers popped. 834, 972 critical. His theory was confirmed. Even in sword control state, wielding the sword in melee still stacked the Chaos Sword Heart's 200 damage bonus. His normal attacks surged in power, allowing lifesteal to barely keep up with the damage intake. The situation was still dangerous. Yong'an wiped the blood from his brow and pulled from his pack a healing pill and a basic red potion, swallowing both in one gulp. His health surged once more. He couldn't help but recall his teammate by Xiao's talent Heavenly Melodife. He had continuous healing like that. He would have cleared the wolves with ease by now. Stabilizing his health for the moment, he darted and weaved among the wolves, slashing his sword through their crimson fur one strike at a time. 5 agonizing seconds later, the sword chi combo shot out like rapid-fire pearls of light, tearing through the night. 7566, 8120, 7901. Dozens of blood wolves howled in agony and fell. His 10 lifesteal instantly restored his health to full again. Those 5 seconds were a heart-pounding ordeal. His chest heaved, heart pounding like a drum. But there was no time to relax. There would be many more 5-second struggles ahead, and if he failed to lifesteal enough, death was still a real threat. Taking a deep breath, he continued battling the pack. Time slipped by through the blur of sword slashes and flashing steel. One blood wolf after another fell under his blade. The pressure visibly eased until the last blood wolf collapsed with a heavy thud, signaling the end of the 4th trial of the Tower of Ascension. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the Tower of Ascension 4th level. You gained 500,000 experience and 100 sect contribution points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 15. You gained 5 free attribute points. As the level up alert disappeared, Yong'an immediately retrieved the Nightshade necklace he had found earlier but kept unused on the sidelines. Nightshade necklace. Quality, bronze. Level requirement, 15. Class restriction, physical. Base stats, physical defense 156, spirit defense 162, agility 38, critical hit rate 13. Special, provides an additional 10 critical hit rate and 20 critical damage in nighttime or dark environments. Light, I have no use for it. Darkness is where I belong. Item description. He quickly swapped it out for his old critical hit necklace. Unfortunately, since the Tower of Ascension has no day-night cycle, the nighttime bonuses couldn't activate. Yong'an exhaled a breath of stale air, a wry smile tugging at his lips. A so-called Sword Immortal reduced to using sword control as a personal buff. Hopefully Master won't find out. Self-mockery aside, at least he had made it through. His gaze shifted to the glowing teleportation portal at the entrance to 5th level. By now, Swift Step was fully off cooldown, but Phantom Dragon Dance still had 4 minutes left. The scene abruptly changed, and he found himself tossed into a vast open plaza. The gray stone ground offered no cover, and the silence around him was deathly still. Ding! Tower of Ascension 5th level opened. Defeat the gatekeeper to proceed. A gatekeeper? So it wasn't a blood wolf after all. Yong'an let out a silent sigh of relief. He definitely didn't want to face another pack of those savage, tearing beasts. Just within his sight, a swirl of silver light slowly gathered like mist at dusk, eventually forming into a creature slightly larger than a blood wolf, a fox-like monster covered in silvery white fur. Its pointed ears twitched gently, its narrow snout lifted a little, and behind it waved 3 fluffy tails shaped like crescent moons, swaying softly in the air. 3-tailed silver moon fox, silver tier boss overview. Am a little spirit, carefree and unbound. Level 20. Health, 830,000. Spirit attack, 2,253. Physical defense, 752. Spirit defense, 984. Speed, 75. Skills. 1. Spirit explosion. Throws a spirit bomb at the target area, dealing 180 spirit damage and stunning for 3 seconds. 2. Silver moon illusion. Pulls the target into an illusion, dealing 30 spirit damage per second. Illusion duration depends on the difference in spirit power. 3. Silver Moon Shield. Casts a shield equal to 5 of max health for 1 minute. If the shield is not broken, restores 500 of the remaining shield value to the Silver Moon Fox's health. 4. Silver Moon Clone. When health drops to 10, sacrifices 20 defense to manifest 3 clones. Clones inherit current health, attack, and defense. Each clone destroyed instantly restores 30 max health to the fox and remaining clones, and increases spirit attack by 10. This was Yang An's first encounter with a boss specialized in spirit attack. Although its health was lower than the Wild Ox Guardian, 2,253 spirit attack, combined with varied skills, clearly made it tougher to handle. Especially the word illusion piqued his curiosity. How would that effect be portrayed in the game? Only one way to find out. He gripped the Frostblade's sword tightly and sent 2 slashes of sword chi flying through the air. 8,133. 8,133. A sharp, screeching cry came from the three-tailed Silver Moon Fox when hit. Its snow-white ears trembled, exhaling swirling white mist at the tips, blazing with fury. Yang kept his nerves taut. No way he was going to let a cute act soften him. The mist instantly condensed into a milky white spirit bomb that arced through the air, heading straight for him. This was the spirit explosion attack. Though the wind-up was obvious, the power and stun effect couldn't be underestimated. Yang An's feet kicked up behind him as he sprinted out of range. Boom. Just as he left the blast radius, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, sending rocks and grass flying in all directions. Getting hit would mean a 3-second stun on top of damage it in nightmare scenario. Fortunately, the skill's precast was long enough for him to react in time. Screech. The attack missed, and the Silver Moon Fox flickered like a silver shadow before lunging at him with incredible speed. System calculations showed that even with Yang An's swift steps activated, he was only marginally faster, so he decided to save swift steps for stacking with Phantom Dragon Dance, aiming for maximum burst speed. The usual kiting wouldn't work, had to go toe-a-toe. He wasn't afraid of close combat. It was just that ranged was safer. He activated his sword technique, Frostblade flashing cold light, as Yang launched his cloud-cleaving sword. 2,992. His longsword returned in an arc just as the Silver Moon Fox's sharp claws swiped down. 1,494. The boss health bar was cut by nearly a quarter, still manageable. Watching the damage dealt, Yang steadied his mind and stepped forward to engage the three-tailed Silver Moon Fox in close combat. The three-tailed Silver Moon Fox was incredibly nimble and agile, repeatedly dodging Yang An's attacks with ease. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to miss a strike, thanks to his surging agility, yet this little fox kept outmaneuvering him. After several close combats, the fox suddenly sprang backward, a purple light shooting from its vertical pupils. Yang An's vision blurred and his ears rang. His mind felt fiercely stirred. The next moment, he found himself in a mist-shrouded secret realm. Before him sparkled a spring brimming with spiritual energy, the heavenly spirit pool. How did I get here? He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but the process escaped his memory completely. Since he had arrived, he might as well make the best of it. Yang pulled out the long-awaiting pet egg from his backpack and tossed it into the spirit pool. Instantly, the pool's spiritual energy swirled into a vortex, violently absorbed by the eggshell. A dazzling golden light burst forth. Crack! Crack! The shell shattered. A soft cry rang out. Bathed in silver light, a silver-white young fox with a long snout, pointed ears, and 3 fluffy tails hatched from the egg. At the corner of its mouth was a faintly mischievous smile. Yang An's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the very enemy in front of me? An illusion. He realized suddenly this was the Silver Moon Fox's Silver Moon illusion. Not only did it obscure vision, it could alter memory. Meanwhile, his health was steadily draining at a fixed rate each second, and he didn't know how long he had already lost. If he delayed any longer, death was inevitable. He abruptly closed his eyes. A golden glow lit up between his brows as runes surged, revealing a closed phantom eye. The Eye of Chaos activated, capable of piercing illusions, concealments, and falsehoods up to 10 levels below his own. Golden light exploded, shattering the illusion instantly as the scene dissipated like smoke. A piercing scream rang in his ears. The Silver Moon Fox writhed on the spot, pain from the backlash of its own magic. Yang opened his eyes to see his health bar dangerously low, down to a sliver. By contrast, the fox's health had nearly fully recovered while he was trapped. He swallowed a healing pill at once, cutting through the air with 2 sword slashes. Drawing on life leech effects, he rapidly regenerated. Strike while you're weak. With his heart sword fully unleashed, he rained relentless blows like a storm, and his health bar quickly surged back to full. The fox steadied itself, white spiritual energy flickering at its ears, ready to unleash its spiritual energy bomb again. Yang flashed sideways, retreating sharply as the bomb exploded harmlessly in empty air. The two clashed again, sword light and silver shadows intertwining in the forest. When the fox's health dropped below 90, A silver light shield suddenly rose. The silver moon shield had 41,500 shield points. If not broken within 1 minute, the remaining shield 5 would convert into health. Yang snorted coldly. 1 minute? Plenty of time. With his sword mastery, he layered normal attacks, the continuous sword rays shattering the shield like ice. The fox's health plunged swiftly. 90, 80, 50, 20, 11, 10. A sharp screech tore through the air. Thick fog burst forth, blotting out the sky. The three tails shimmered silver and detached from the fox's body, instantly forming 3 identical clones with it. In an instant, 4 three-tailed silver moon foxes stood side by side, the swirling fog hiding which was real. Their health bars, attacks, and defenses were identical. Appearance, vitality, strength, and resilience all the same. Killing the wrong clone would restore 30 health to both the real fox and remaining clones, and even boost their attack power. Yang closed his eyes once more, and the mysterious rune on his brow flared with golden light as the Eye of Chaos reopened. Bathed in the eerie golden glow, he clearly sensed the changes in the three-tailed silver moon fox. The 3 clones shifted from solid forms to semi-transparent, leaving only the central one fully corporeal. Only the Eye of Chaos could completely pierce this disguise. Grateful that without this eye, he would have perished in the illusion long ago, Yang remained on high alert. Each clone attacked and defended alongside the original. One fox had already put him in a tough spot. Now there were 4. He was the first to strike, swinging his sword as twin sword auras sliced the air toward the solid target. 9,058, 3,938, 3,938, 9,058. Damage numbers flashed in midair, hitting all clones and confirming the lock was true. With ranged attacks proving limited, Yang instantly changed tactics and dashed straight into the enemy formation. Swift step, Phantom Dragon Dance. Speed bonuses stacked as afterimages trailed him. He blinked from where he stood to behind the real fox. Cloudbreaker slash. 7,381. A sharp sword light pierced the fox's chest, eliciting a sharp howl. Relying on his greatly increased speed, Yang weaved through the 3 clones, closing in relentlessly. 7381 normal attack. 3,209. 3,209. 7,381. 7,381. 3,063 Cloudbreaker. In under a minute, the silver fox's health bar emptied. The beast collapsed with a pained cry. Ding. Congratulations on clearing Tower of Heaven level 5. Received sect contribution, 300 points. Received Tianling Pool Pass 1. Only after the system's message disappeared did Yang exhale deeply. Every step on this floor risked failure. One slip and all would be lost. The Tianling Pool Pass was the Jade Void Sect's exclusive token for disciples' one-time baptism, granting direct teleportation to the Tianling Pool upon activation. Ding. Tower of Heaven level 6 unlocked. Clear all monsters to proceed. A woo. 200 blood-red giant wolves appeared out of thin air. Blood spirit wolves special monster, level 20. Yang glanced at his status panel and didn't hesitate to withdraw. His current power couldn't handle this. A flash of white light returned him outside the tower. The tower guardian, white-haired and eyelids drooping in rest, opened his eyes to appraise him. Your cultivation is so humble, yet you've passed the 5th floor. Truly worthy of being a Chunyang disciple. The old man's tone lacked scorn, instead carrying respect. You honor me, elder. Yang bowed respectfully. The elder waved gently and closed his eyes again, signaling dismissal. Yang rose and left, activating his Chunyang Jade pendant to return to Divine Sword Peak. Looking around, Luo Xiener was nowhere to be seen, and the peak was quiet. Was alone. He took out the Tianling Pool Pass and crushed it. White light surged, pulling him into the secret grounds of the Tianling Pool. Upon entering, his breathing felt unburdened, every pore opening wide as the dense spiritual energy nearly flowed like water. Ahead, a shimmering blue pool lay enveloped in mist. Yang stepped to the pool's edge. Ding. Would you like to begin the spiritual pool baptism? What exactly is the spiritual pool baptism? He murmured, hesitating to confirm. If he became immobilized midway, his true goal here might be lost. Yang chose not to start, yet afraid that once begun, he might be unable to take any other actions, rendering his journey meaningless. Taking the pet egg from his backpack, Yang was about to place it into the spirit pool. Ding. Warning. Placing this pet egg into the spirit pool will absorb a large amount of its spiritual energy. You will no longer be able to perform a spirit pool baptism. The baptism increases all your attributes by 50 points. Please choose carefully. The system's sudden alert made Yang pause mid-motion. In all attribute boost of 50. That's a full 250 points overall, enough to put him more than 10 levels ahead of others. The pet egg before him was described as a sacred egg consecrated for 10,000 years at the Wild Ox Shrine, so its value had to be extraordinary. His mind was a battlefield of doubt and temptation. After a long silence, he exhaled, and suddenly his eyes gleamed with determination. He'll take the risk. Resolutely, he submerged the pet egg into the milky white spirit pool. The eggshell trembled lightly at first, then glowed with a soft golden light, as if greedily sniffing the surroundings. The next moment, spiritual energy was drawn in, swirling slowly around the shell, accelerating continuously, as if being devoured by a massive whale's mouth. The spirit pool boiled, ripples rolling wildly. At Jade Void peak, the venerable master of Jade Void, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the direction of the spirit pool. Several powerful auras emerged and gathered before him. Master. The disciples bowed deeply. The spirit pool's energy is dropping sharply. Who is performing a baptism? The white-haired guardian of the tower stepped forward, his expression strange. Today, indeed, a disciple has passed the 5th trial. Who? A new disciple under Pure Yang Master. Is it him? The Jade Void Master was initially startled, but then seemed to understand. Very well, disperse. I will handle this matter. The crowd vanished like flowing light. The Jade Void Master's figure blurred as he appeared atop a mountain peak. He could not see through the formation, but sensed the spiritual energy being almost completely drained. He silently admired. The Chaos Sword body is truly terrifying. Raising his hand in a vague grasp, energy from all directions thundered toward the peak, flooding it with heavenly power. Inside the spirit pool, Yang watched the water gradually dim as large amounts of spiritual energy were drained. His heart sank. Most of the pool's power had been sucked dry. Suddenly, fresh, pure energy poured in like a waterfall, and the water quickly regained its luster, easing his worry. After a while, the eggshell finally stopped absorbing. It slowly floated to the surface and landed steadily in Yang An's palm. Now the shell was covered in golden runes, shimmering mysteriously. Wild Ox Divine Beast Pet Egg. Can be hatched. Hatching time, unknown. Unknown time. Yang felt both helpless and hopeful. This sacred egg had nearly exhausted the entire spirit pool. What kind of creature would hatch? Without hesitation, he selected hatch. Ding. Insufficient spirit pool energy. Unable to perform baptism again. You will be teleported away in 5 seconds. Yang put the pet egg back into his backpack and glanced around the spirit pool, feeling reluctant but quietly waiting for the countdown. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the next moment he was standing atop Divine Sword Peak. As dusk fell, he immediately teleported back to Nanming City and logged out of the game. In reality, he stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. Suddenly, Yang caught sight of a dark shadow darting swiftly past outside his window. Yang eyesight was extraordinary. With a single glance, he clearly saw the thing flying past, and couldn't help but feel surprised. What kind of creature was that? The black shadow skimmed along the wall, its figure humanoid yet hunched and gaunt, with long, thin limbs tipped with sharp claws. Its dark brown skin was dry and hairless, giving off an eerie, mummified vibe. It climbed the wall like a gecko, dashed over the eaves, and vanished at the roof's edge in an instant, moving so fast that only a blurred afterimage remained. Yang was certain had never seen any creature like this on Blue Star before. A faint metallic scent rode the night breeze, and his nostrils flared as his brow furrowed tightly human blood. If it weren't for the Chaos Golden Lotus modifying his body, an ordinary person wouldn't have detected that smell at all. What on earth had happened? The black shadow slipped into the dark and disappeared without a trace. He pushed down his confusion and hurried back inside. After quickly rinsing off the sweat and changing his clothes, Yang stepped out and followed the dimly lit alley to a familiar late-night food stall. Boss, 1 bowl of your special pork offal noodles. Steam rose as the rich, fragrant broth tingled with pepper heat. He picked up a piece of pork liver, savored it briefly, then opened his phone and, as usual, browsed the forums first. The homepage headline hit him immediately. New sect gameplay in the Life Calamity. Players can join sects through missions to unlock exclusive skills and items. Below, heated discussions buzzed. Amazing. Sects are ranked 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier. Top-ranked God War God Chiyu just joined a super sect. Yang An's fingers scrolled swiftly as he saw many players flocking to sections. He clicked on a long post by Life Calamity's Know-It-All, titled A Brief Analysis of Major City Factions Today. It listed the top 10 guilds across 8 secondary cities. 1. War God Hall. Leader, War God Chiyu. Estimated 800,000 members. 2. Calamity of the Underworld Clan. Leader, Defying Fate. 500,000. 3. Celestial Court. Leader, Heavenly Sovereign. For 100,000. 4. Divine Domain. Leader, Twilight of the Gods. For 100,000. 5. Samluo Hall. Leader, Dark Knight. 350,000. 6. Yaoguang Sanctuary. Leader, Yaoguang Holy Sun. 300,000. 7. Yunming Pavilion. Leader, Shui Qing Menglan. 250,000. 8. Questioning Immortals. Leader, Sword Pointing to the Sky. 200,000. 9. Brahmin Divine Pavilion. Leader, Buddha's Mercy. 160,000. 10. Proud World. Leader, Dragon Ao Tian. 150,000. The forum erupted with lively debate. The number one god is insane, not just in personal power, but gathering 800,000 members. I'm going to Yunming Pavilion to get close to Goddess Minglan. Dream on, they only accept female players. Don't hesitate, brother. If you're a man, join Proud World and live the high life with Dragon Aotion. Dragon Aotion? Sounds like a male protagonist spotlight. Yang and chuckled, not too interested in guilds, but increasingly curious about war god Chiyu. Names from ancient mythology were supposed to be banned by the system. Who was this guy really? Just as he was pondering, a breaking news pop-up appeared in his browser. Urgent breaking news. Tonight at 10 p.m., multiple residents mysteriously disappeared from Yangwang community in Wuyang City. Large amounts of blood found at the scene. Yangwang community was only a few streets away from the food stall. Yang immediately clicked on the attached video. The footage showed the crime scene in the community park. Officials had already sealed it off, so only from the video could one see blood staining the ground, as seen chilling to the core. Yang couldn't help but recall the mysterious creature he had seen outside the window earlier. It felt far too coincidental. His chopsticks quietly dropped back onto the table. The rice noodles in his bowl instantly lost all flavor. Rising from his seat, he slipped into the night, pulled on his mask, lowered the brim of his black baseball cap, and moved swiftly toward Yangwang residential area. At this moment, he was twice as fast as in his prime. Even the world's top sprinters could only watch helplessly, and he still had energy to spare. Within a minute, he left several kilometers far behind. Yangwang residential area was cordoned off with police tape. Officials were reviewing every surveillance camera, yet none had captured the moment of the incident or any suspicious figures entering or exiting. From a distance, Yang scanned the camera layout, picked a blind spot, stuck close to the wall, and stopped at a side fence. Confirming no one was around, he lightly tapped off the ground with his toes and easily vaulted over the more than 4-meter-high wall, slipping into the shadows of the courtyard. Arriving near the scene, he could see the dark red bloodstain on the ground from several dozen meters away. The heavy metallic scent of iron hung thick in the air. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath to identify its smell was exactly the same as the blood-curdling odor that had come from the unknown creature outside the window. What on earth is that thing? Yang felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. He refused to believe the creature had devoured multiple people right there, yet no signs of bodies being moved could be found. With his questions unresolved, he quietly retreated from the residential area. The streets were empty under the night sky, his thoughts racing but feeling no way forward. Perhaps facing the monster again was the only way to uncover the truth. Lost in thought, he suddenly stopped and slipped into a dark alley. The next second, several dark figures rushed past from behind. Quick, we found traces of it. Just up ahead. Familiar voices whispered in his ear. Shueya, what exactly is that thing? No one knows. It might not even be a creature from Blue Star. Everyone stay alert. The mission must be completed. Yes, sir. The group was none other than the Scarlet Squad under Long Ye's command. Captain Shueya led members Shui Dao, Shui Hu, Shui Tong, Shui Shou, Shui Ying, and Shui Lang, 7 operatives stationed in Wuyang City and specialized in handling the most covert cases. Naturally, they had taken charge of this supernatural disappearance. The shadows flickered, and the squad vanished down the long street. Yang silently followed behind. More than 10 minutes later, the team arrived at an abandoned factory. Shueya pulled out a special life detection device. A red light blinked on the screen. In a low voice he commanded, "It's inside. Move out." The 7 drew their cold weapons, knives, swords, and daggers forged from rare metals found only in the primordial secret lands, their blades gleaming with a deadly chill. Against those fast-moving monsters, ordinary guns were almost useless. Close combat was the only option. The factory's interior was vast and shadowy, rusted steel beams creaking intermittently. Shueya kept his eyes locked on the device. The red dot flickered, indicating the target was nearby, yet silence enveloped them. The team slowed their breathing, searching cautiously. Clop. At that moment, Shuehu looked up, just as a drop of liquid fell from above and struck his cheek cold, sticky, with a pungent metallic stench. He wiped it away, only to find his fingers stained red. The blood fox slowly raised his head. Above them, a strange creature stared fiercely. The blood-red eyes, hunched body, slender limbs, and razor-sharp claws radiated a bone-chilling coldness. A piercing roar erupted. The creature suddenly dove down, dark red liquid dripping from its fangs. Spread out. Blood Fong shouted angrily. The team instantly scattered, gripping their weapons tightly in defense. The monster barely paused as it landed, then slammed its legs down like a cannonball, claws flashing coldly through the air toward the blood fox. The blood fox lowered his shoulders and steadied himself, thrusting his long sword straight forward. Bang! Metal clashed. The blood fox's chest was struck by the claws with a heavy blow, sending him flying several meters back. Blood spurted from his mouth as he hit the ground, his long sword slipping from his grasp. Just one strike caused severe injury. In the shadows, Yang observed the scene, quickly assessing. The monster's defense and strength were terrifying, and the Blood Squad was hard-pressed to match it. Just as he expected, even their coordinated teamwork barely contained it. Their weapons only scratched the surface without dealing fatal wounds. We must kill it, or more innocent lives will be lost. Blood Fong snarled through gritted teeth, then ordered, hold it down. Despite injuries, the team lunged forward again. Bloodblade raised his weapon with a mountain-splitting swing aimed at the monster's right arm. Blood Eye's sword flashed, blocking the left claw. Bloodhawk's dagger glinted coldly as it stabbed at the neck. Bloodhand's metal knuckles glowed as a heavy punch landed on the abdomen. A relentless assault finally pinned the monster firmly. Blood Fong seized the opening, driving his dagger straight into the creature's eye, the blade sinking deep into its brain cavity. Roar! The monster clutched its head and rolled, howling painfully. Finally, it's done. The team exhaled in relief, knowing full well the creature was nearly indestructible without their combined effort. Suddenly, a new thunderous roar came from behind the wall. Another monster, even larger in size, burst through the rubble, blood-red eyes cold and fierce. There's another one, and it's even bigger. Horror flashed in the team's eyes. The monster charged fiercely, swinging massive claws. Bloodhawk was struck and sent flying. What do we do, Bloodfang? Bloodblade gripped his sword tightly and whispered. Bloodfang's face darkened. Killing it is nearly impossible. If only the captain were here, maybe we'd have a chance. He sighed, then made a decision. Prepare to retreat. But their enemy's speed far outmatched theirs, blocking their escape instantly. Go. They'll cover the rear. Bloodfang roared, stepping forward to confront the monster. He moved with agility, dodging several attacks, but was still pushed back by its immense strength. Bang! After a brief clash, he stumbled back several steps. Bloodfang. Everyone fall back now. I'm the captain now. Follow my orders. Bloodfang lunged fiercely at the monster, his face etched with a grim resolve, as if ready to die. Bang-on overwhelming force sent him flying, tumbling across the ground. Yet he howled again and charged back into the fray. The other members of the Blood Squad exchanged a glance, nodded in silent agreement, and pressed forward alongside him. Damn it, you lawless bastards. They'll report this when we get back. Bloodfang spat a curse and tangled with the creature once more. Covered in blood and bruises from past wounds still unhealed, he refused to back down. Cut the crap. Just focus on surviving, Bloodknife said coldly, drawing his blade to meet the enemy. The monster roared, an ear-splitting sound, swiping a massive paw to send one teammate hurtling through the air. Then it landed a heavy punch squarely on Bloodknife's chest, spraying blood as ribs cracked audibly. Relentless, the beast dove toward the staggered Bloodknife, claws wrapped in a swirling black light aiming straight for his head. Bloodknife! Bloodfang screamed, powerless. The creature's overwhelming pressure rivaled a captain-level opponent in the Dragon Sovereign system far beyond their ability to hold. The claw cutting through the air drew nearer. Boom. Suddenly, a figure in black dropped down. A baseball cap shadowed his eyes, a mask hid his face. His right fist tensed as he collided directly with the monster's claws. The thunderous crash forced the beast to stagger back over 10 steps, while he only retreated 3 or 4 before steadying himself. Bloodfang froze, then shouted with relief, "See, Captain?" The shout caught everyone's attention, all eyes snapping to the black-clad man. "Fall back," Yong'an said simply, offering no explanation. With a burst of speed, he advanced toward the monster. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches rained down. Using only his body, he pushed his limits to suppress the beast. The exchange of blows was so intense, it almost formed a continuous line of sound. It's really the captain. The squad felt reinvigorated. The captain's brutal. Are his legs healed? Only now did they notice young An's legs moved with agile grace, no sign of old injuries. Yet young An's heart sank. The monster's hide was tougher than steel, punches and kicks barely made a dent. If he kept battling Hedon, exhaustion would catch him. Suddenly, he spotted the longsword Bloodfox had dropped earlier, not far away. Inspiration struck, and he reached out, grasping at empty air. Hum! The longsword vibrated fiercely, whipping up a strong gust as it leapt from the ground into his palm. The cold hilt met his grip. His internal energy instantly harmonized with the blade, like it extended from his arm. The long-restrained monster roared in fury once more, raising a paw wrapped in black and red shining claws, striking down like a blade. A flash of cold light. Young An's eyes sharpened, and he swung his sword to meet the attack. Thud! Blades clashed, and the monster's entire arm was severed at the root, black and red blood spraying. Aark! The wailing scream echoed through the valley. Yong'an gave no surrender, closing in with a flickering sword light. Flash! 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 Hands, feet, and shadows blurred as the monster's limbs were swiftly cut off one by one, detached limbs splattering in the mud. All it needed now was a big jar to seal it away. Still, it writhed with terrifying vitality, fangs gleaming with menace. Yong'an slowly sheathed his sword, stepping forward to look down at the dismembered, bleeding, distorted creature struggling below. Aark! The monster tried desperately to bite him, but was no more than a futile show of menace. What kind of monster is this? Yang had no answer and fell into deep thought. Captain. Several members of the blood-red squad came running over, crowding around him and greeting him in unison. Long time no see, everyone. He lifted his eyes to scan the brothers who had fought side by side with him, a rare warmth welling up inside. Just a few days ago, they had passed each other in the game, yet none had recognized him at all. Bloodfang finally couldn't hold back and voiced the question everyone was thinking. Captain, your leg is healed? The leg the doctors had declared permanently crippled now showed no sign of injury. Yeah, Yang nodded lightly, offering no further explanation. He pointed to the two monster corpses on the ground. These are the culprits behind the recent disappearances. Contact logistics and have them brought back for study. Yes, Captain, it's already done, Bloodfang answered immediately. Yang patted him on the shoulder, a faint smile curving beneath his mask. Bloodfang, you're the captain now. You will always be my captain. Bloodfang's eyes glistened, remembering countless times Yang had pulled him back from the brink of death. That's right, Captain, you'll always be our captain. The others quickly echoed, their voices heartfelt. Beneath the mask, Yang's heart felt a little warmer. No one had ever truly seen his face, yet this bond was undeniably real. I should go now? Remember, don't mention me to anyone tonight. With that, he handed the long sword to Bloodfang, then vanished into the darkness in a flash. The blood-red squad watched the direction he disappeared in, stunned for a long moment. After a while, someone pinched themselves. Ouch, was that really the captain? Of course, would recognize him in a pile of ashes. I mean, what's the truth here? How did he suddenly show up? How is his leg healed? What was that move just now? And how did the sword fly right into his hand? He's so powerful, no, it feels like he's almost on the level of the elders from the ancient martial clans. Enough nonsense. Remember the captain Sade's not appearing tonight. Everyone nodded silently, swearing to keep the secret. Back at his rented room, Yang tossed and turned on the bed, his mind filled with the monstrous images he had seen. If creatures like that were still lurking, what disaster might befall human society? Ordinary people could do nothing to fight back. With this thought weighing on him, he sighed deeply, reminding himself not to worry prematurely. At least, there hadn't been an outbreak yet. Relaxing his mind, he finally drifted into a light sleep. This rest didn't last long. At 5 a.m., he woke naturally, refreshed and ready for his morning routine. Jogging, squats, punches and kicks, each movement thoughtfully testing his body's newfound speed and strength. After warming up, he grabbed a fruit knife to use as a flying sword and practiced swordsmanship techniques repeatedly in his living room, the blade sometimes brushing his fingertips, sometimes cutting through the air with faint whispers of wind. Over an hour later, he took a quick shower, grabbed a simple breakfast, then logged back into the game. South Ming City was still in the early morning, the friend list all dimmed and inactive. Yang found a quiet corner, set up a makeshift grill, and skewered the various beast meats he had hunted over the past few days. The flames rose, fat sizzling loudly, and the aroma quickly filled the air. Meanwhile, he opened the level rankings to check the standings of the top players. First place, Chiyu the War God, profession, Demon God, level 20. Second place, Nitian Gaiming, profession, Spear Expert, level 18. Third place, Tianzuan, profession, Spirit Mage, level 18. Fourth place, Hidden, profession, Sharpshooter, level 18. Fifth place, Yaoguang Shengzi, profession, Spirit Swordsman, level 18. Sixth place, Ragnarok, profession, Swordsman, level 17. Seventh place, Shuiqing Minglan, profession, Healer, level 17. Eighth place, Atian, profession, Blademaster, level 17. Ninth place, Yui, profession, Assassin, level 17. 10th place, Qingtian, profession, Shield Guard, level 17. As soon as the leaderboard refreshed, Chiyu the War God remained far ahead, leaving everyone else in the dust. Yang stared at the glowing screen, his eyes settling on the line that read Yaoguang Shengzi Spirit Swordsman. Rumors had already surfaced on the forums about some players unlocking hidden classes during this fate-challenging event, though most chose to keep a low profile. Now, with Spirit Swordsman appearing alongside the top-ranked Demon God, Yang grew intensely curious about the abilities these mysterious classes possessed. Secretly, he resolved to seize any opportunity to communicate with them. Suddenly, the system's crisp notification sounds rang out. Ding! Global announcement. Player Chiyu the War God becomes the first in the server to obtain a pet, receiving 10,000 experience, 500 reputation points, and 1 dragon blood pill. Ding! 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 The pet feature has been unlocked. Players can acquire pets by defeating bosses, taming in the wild, completing quests, and more. Pet ranks from lowest to highest are Mortal, Human, Earth, Heavens, Spirit, Immortal, and Divine. Ding! The pet leaderboard feature has been activated. The succession of announcements left Yang frozen in place. His own pet egg was still slowly hatching in his inventory, and apparently someone had beaten him to it. Driven by curiosity, he opened the newly unlocked pet rankings, which currently displayed just a single entry. First place, Iron Eater Beast, rank Spirit, owner, Chi-Yu the War God. Spirit rank, only one tier below Immortal level. Having such a powerful asset so early in the game explained why Chi-Yu so confidently held first place. A mixture of envy and anticipation stirred within Yang, and he silently hoped his own pet wouldn't be too disappointing once it hatched. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned back to the grill, flipping over the meat as the fat sizzled and crackled over the flames. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 8 p.m. White Xiao, Fatty, and Little Swan logged on one after another, and the group formed a party to level up just like yesterday. A new face joined the team today, Ation. At this moment, Ation had his arm draped around Luo Yuan's shoulder, calling him Brother Frog as if they were long-lost siblings. Rumor had it that after last night's boss fight, Ation had sparred with Luo Yuan throughout the entire night. Although Ation barely scraped out a victory, he deeply respected Luo Yuan's ironclad defense, with every match dragging into an endurance bathroom break marathon. Just as the team settled, Ation eagerly approached Yang and want to spar? Sure, Yang nodded, his gaze softening at this impulsive young man. The image of his own younger self surfaced in his mind. Ation was straightforward. You have better stats and higher damage, I admit that. So let's settle it with skill. Having witnessed Yang An's devastating damage last night, he was confident in his own technique. Yang smiled and agreed, casually pulling out a beginner's short sword as he sent the sparring invitation. Through Yang An's chaos eye, Ation's attributes appeared clearly in front of him. He was stunned to discover that Ation possessed a dual blade talent, allowing him to wield two knives simultaneously. Under the usual game rule where only one weapon's attributes can take effect, he had assumed this was merely Ation's personal preference, never realizing it was an innate skill. Realizing this, Yang felt a mix of envy and quiet frustration at his own ordinary abilities. Their eyes met, and the tension in the air tightened as battle ignited. Ation's gaze was electric, passion for the fight burning bright as he struck first. A sudden forward surge, steady yet lightning-fast steps closing the gap to Yang, and in an instant. His twin blades flashed coldly, one slashing across Yang In's neck, while the other relentlessly stabbed at his abdomen from an unusual angle, striking fiercely. Yang instantly assessed that Ation was far from ordinary in real terms. His mastery of dual blades was profound. He reacted his novice short sword flickering like a dragon in his palm, the hilt sharply pressing against Ation's right wrist to block the next slash with precision. At the same time, the tip deftly deflected the stab aimed at his stomach. Ation's fierce attack was casually nullified. Before he could recover, Yang An's wrist trembled slightly as his short sword flipped swiftly, darting like lightning to strike at Ation's temple. The sword light flashed suddenly, and Ation, surprised, crossed his twin blades to parry with a clear ringing clash sparking. The roles reversed in an instant. He dropped his shoulders, summoning power as he unleashed a rapid series of razor-sharp slashes, each strike crisp and efficient, without a hint of wasted movement. Yang An's footwork was nimble, his short sword continually targeting the stress points on the long blades, forcing Ation into awkward, strained motions with every attack. Neither used any active skills, relying purely on attributes, skill, and technique. Witnessing this, Bai Xiao, Xiao Tian, and their other companion were left utterly dumbfounded. Are these two monsters? Bai Xiao's eyes widened, disbelief evident. She knew a bit about Ation, but never expected Yang to be just as formidable. It feels like watching a martial arts movie, Xiao Tian whispered, brimming with curiosity about their true identities. As Ation failed to break through, his expression grew increasingly grave. He had been confident Yang simply had better stats, but weaker actual skill. Now he was thoroughly proven wrong. Meanwhile, Yang had also sized up Ation's level. Impressive, roughly at the threshold of the Dragon Dominion, definitely quite good. After a quick thrust that forced Ation backward, Yang spoke calmly, not bad. His voice was low but carried certainty. Ation knitted his brows, aware he was on the back foot, yet refusing to admit defeat. Gripping both knives tightly, his tone was filled with fighting spirit. Let's see if you can handle this next move. As his words fell, Ation's gaze sharpened fiercely. At that moment, his body, mind, and twin blades seemed to fuse into one, embodying the perfect harmony of man and sword. In the next instant, his figure flashed like a tightly drawn bowstring released, his blades shimmering coldly as they lunged straight at Yang. Facing this ferocious strike, Yang stopped his teasing smile and unleashed his full speed, boldly meeting the attack head-on. Blades clashed and sparks flew through the air, and after a crisp clang of metal, the two warriors simultaneously passed each other. A bright red damage number, 1176, floated above Ation's head. He froze in place, stunned, lowering his swords in defeat, a clean and decisive loss. Yang sheathed his sword calmly and sincerely said, "At your age, I'm not as strong as you are." Ation pursed his lips, but his eyes burned with even greater heat. "You're very strong, but I will definitely defeat you one day." With the fight over, the group left the city outskirts to discuss a new leveling spot. To everyone's surprise, Ation didn't leave, but chose to travel with them for one reason. On Lido constantly challenged Yongin. Under the scorching sun that slid westward into night, the group fought monsters steadily. Yongin was like a walking scythe, experience bar soaring. Yet leveling past 15 was still tough, and he stared at the half-filled bar with a quiet sigh. No wonder I rested 9 days, and still haven't left everyone behind. As darkness fully descended, Yongin suddenly suggested, I know a good spot for grinding. He led them to a remote corner of the map, the mass graveyard. White Xiao and Little Swan barely caught a whiff of the putrid stench before wrinkling their noses in disgust, but had no choice but to follow the team's plan. Yongin clearly assigned tasks. Luo Yuan would sneak into the graveyard to lure out underground skeletons, while Yongin himself stood at the outer edge, cutting them down one by one with sword chi, practicing his still imperfect sword control technique, and finishing off any that got past Luo Yuan. In midair, the flying sword trembled like an 80-year-old man. Seeing this, Luo Yuan burst out laughing. Anzi, is this your sword technique? Why is it so weird? Yongin blushed deeply but bit back. Fatso, shut up. No one made you. The mute. Their banter eased the graveyard's grim atmosphere and got everyone laughing. The slaughter continued under the waning moon. The group cleared the skeletal remnants from the graveyard completely. As the last skeleton fell, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a dark, swirling pit-like cave entrance. Let's check it out, Yongin said, signaling everyone to quickly form up. Frog Bloodstain leading, Ation at the rear, Yongin and Luo Yuan in the center. White Xiao tightly held Little Swan's hand, quietly murmuring, it's all guys, yet we're stuck in the middle. Yongin and the others couldn't help but laugh, and when the two girls shot them daggers, they hurriedly restrained themselves. Ahem, let's go. One by one, they leapt into the cave mouth. The narrow tunnel was damp and decaying, faint, eerie green phosphorescence seeping through cracks above, casting pale light on their faces. Emerging from the gloom, they found themselves in a huge cavern. Hundreds, even thousands of skeletons clad in tattered armor stood lined up, rusty weapons flickering under the faint glow, the stench of rotting flesh thick in the air. So many. White Xiao gasped. Just then, the system chimed. Ding. Your team has discovered hidden map, decayed cave level 1. Reward 100 reputation points. Yongin looked over the endless sea of skeletons, eyes blazing. Looks like there's more than one level there. Must be second, third floors below. The thought of endless experience points made his heart race. Was eager to start slaughtering monsters and leveling up. Level 20 Skeleton Elite Soldier, health 20,000, physical attack 1,642, physical defense 523, spirit defense 407, speed 35. This undead warrior also wields Death Strike, capable of dealing 110 damage with its jagged iron blade. Fatty, go pull the mobs. As Yongin finished speaking, Luo Yuan raised his massive shield and boldly stepped into the aggro range of the skeleton elites. 6 skeletons snapped their heads toward him, roaring and swinging their weapons. He didn't dare slack off, immediately activating Diamond Fortress, a burst of golden light erupting across his shield. The skeletons' attacks came fast and furious. For 112, for 112, for 112, for 112, for 12, for 112. Their combined assault instantly shaved nearly half his health bar. Bai Xiao quickly cast Healing, restoring green numbers, 951, 1,321, 264 only. Then did Luo Yuan cautiously retreat half a step, unwilling to pull more due to healing cooldowns. Yongin raised his sword, releasing 2 sharp sword chis that screamed through the air. Red damage numbers bloomed above the skulls. 10,006, for 1,003, 10,006, 10,006, for 1,003. 3 skeletons shattered on the spot. The rest were left barely clinging to life. Thanks to the Nightshade Necklace's passive effect fully activating in the dark cave, his critical hit rate soared to 66, with critical damage reaching 250. Ation surged forward in a flash, flames trailing along his long blade. His flame blade chi added 20 bonus damage and 20 burn effect. He swung Meteor Slash, a wave of blade energy roaring ahead. 537, 537, 860 critical followed by burning damage. 107, 107. 2 more skeletons crumbled into bone fragments. Only one lucky skeleton avoided the critical blow. A glint of cold steel and a poison needle pierced its skull. 227, 600 poison, 600 poison, yet the skeleton still had nearly 5,000 health remaining. Yongin swiftly delivered another sword art strike. A flying sword swept over the last health bar 0. All enemies were defeated. Loot drop. Ation immediately crouched down to search the corpses. On the ground, a black iron gleam flickered. Skeleton, armor black, iron grate. Health 560, physical defense 158, spirit defense 142, constitution 35, endurance 18. Skeleton set 14. Collecting the full set grants attack 3, defense 3, health 2. Level requirement, 20. Class requirement, Shield Guard, Warrior. Black Iron Skeleton Set. Everyone perked up. Set items were inherently much more valuable than individual pieces. Fueled with renewed energy, they resolved to send all the skeleton elites here to eternal rest. Keep killing at this pace. Yang gestured with his sword. Luo Yuan nodded and waited for his skills to cool down before pulling more mobs. Their damage output was just barely enough, while Bai Xiao cast Celestial Melody on herself for safety. They farmed until midnight straight. For hours in, only 2 pieces of the skeleton set drop at an abysmally low drop rate. Over the next few days, they settled in the decaying cave, grinding from the 1st to the 5th floor. Thanks to Yang An's terrifying damage, their leveling speed skyrocketed. Ation reached level 19, just 1 step from 20. The rest reached level 18, all equipped with gear above level 15, their stats surging overall. The skeleton set was only missing 1 final piece to complete 2 full sets, ready to be worn at level 20. In the Mingjia world, high-quality gear was extremely scarce. Black iron drops from normal mobs were pitifully rare. Most of the multiple skeleton set pieces they held came from elite skeleton elites. Yang even still carried several basic white-grade pieces he hadn't been able to replace yet. On the 5th floor of the cave, the skeleton spirit mages now surged to level 25. No one knew how many more floors this place had. After grinding for days, Luo Yuan grew nauseous at the sight of skeletons. Level 25 spirit mages dealt devastating magic damage. He could only pull 2 or 3 at a time, causing efficiency to plummet. Hang in there. Let's clear this floor, Yang encouraged them. The cave's perpetual darkness and decay weighed on their spirits too, but the main storyline forced them to keep pushing. Just then, Yang suddenly felt a faint vibration from his backpack. Was something about to hatch? Yang took out from his backpack a pet egg covered in mysterious Taoist patterns, glowing with a golden light. The shell trembled lightly, as if the life inside was impatiently tapping. After waiting for days, he found his breath quickening with excitement. The mysterious little creature was finally about to hatch. Huh, what's that? His companions crowded around as he suddenly revealed the egg. A pet egg. It's about to hatch. Yang stared intently at the shell. What rank is it? Bai Xiao asked, half curious, half envious. She also wanted a pet to boost her attack. I don't know yet. We have to wait for it to come out first. Yang shook his head. The pet system had been open for several days, but except for Caius iron-eating beast at the top of the leaderboard, all the others were common-level cute pets. This showed how difficult it was to get a high-rank pet. Crack. The eggshell showed its first fracture. Crack. Crack. The fissures quickly spread, soon covering the entire egg. Then, a dazzling burst of golden light exploded, making everyone instinctively squint. When the glow faded, a half-meter-tall little creature fell to the ground. Pure white all over, plump and chubby. With a pair of golden horns on its head, it was a little calf. Standing upright on its hind legs, its big round eyes blinked curiously as it looked at everyone. Moo? The calf made an innocent, babyish moo, so cute it could melt hearts. Bai Xiao and Little Swan almost exclaimed at the same time. Isn't it just adorable? Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Ox. Yang looked at the calf that only knew how to act cute. He couldn't detect any trace of the Divine Ox aura. Moo moo. The calf raised a hoof toward Yang, its eyes full of admiration. But the system still hadn't confirmed that this Divine Ox was his. What does that mean? Yang asked, puzzled. Moo moo moo. The calf mooed several times more, proudly thumping its chest, raising its head arrogantly, as if posing. At last Yang understood. This little guy was basically saying, you're pretty good. Stick with me, and you'll have a great life. Ding. The Heavenly Wilderness Divine Ox has recognized your exceptional talent and wishes to accept you as its master. Do you accept? Accept? Yang almost nodded, but a glance at the prompt made his face darken. That little calf dared to make him its pet. Moo moo moo. Seeing Yang and refuse, the Divine Ox flew into a rage, stamping out with no concern for kinship as it charged at him. Its 2 golden horns gleamed coldly, but as it approached, it found itself unable to move. A large hand firmly pressed down on its forehead. The calf struggled with all its might but couldn't budge, its tiny hooves flailing and failing even to touch Yang's cloak. Recognize me as your master. Be my pet. Yang commanded in a deep voice. The Divine Ox retorted angrily, moo moo. I am the mighty Heavenly Wilderness Divine Ox. How could I possibly accept a mere human as master? Obediently be my human pet, and I will take you flying. Its arrogance was clear. Yang sneered inwardly, flipping out his Qingxuang sword. A cold gleam flashed as the pointed tip pressed against the calf's brow. Moo. The young calf immediately sank to its knees and knelt flat on the ground. Ding. The Heavenly Desolate Divine Ox wishes to recognize you as its master and become your pet. Do you accept? Accept. Yang replied calmly. Ding. Contract successfully signed. Ding. Your pet Heavenly Desolate Divine Ox ranks first on the pet leaderboard. Would you like to hide its ID? Hide. Moo. No sooner had the contract been sealed than the calf suddenly sprang up from the ground. Yang had expected it to leap into his arms, but instead the little fellow spun around, slid behind him, and jumped right onto his neck. Its two tiny hooves tapped repeatedly on the top of his head, clearly taking revenge for his earlier threats. Rebellious little rascal. Yang raised an eyebrow, grabbed the calf by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up, and tossed it far away. The heavenly desolate divine ox flipped in midair, landed nimbly, and immediately turned to dash toward Bai Xiao and Little Swan. It buried its head in their arms, mooing softly like a well-behaved kitten, bringing the two girls to fits of laughter. Yang was speechless, not only stubborn as hell, but also cowardly and lecherous. Definitely a character. Luo Yuan came over curiously. Anzi, what kind of pet is that? It's kinda cute. Yang didn't answer. Instead, he pulled up the status panel and shared it in the team channel. Heavenly Desolate Divine Ox Spiritual Tier LV 0. HP 10,000. Attack 10. Physical Defense 1,000. Spiritual Defense 1,000. Skills none. Glancing at the stats, Yang rolled his eyes silently. Spiritual tier? Wasn't it supposed to be a divine ox? Attack lower than a chicken pecking rice. No skills at all, just thick HP and high defense, with a flashy name to make up for it. Sensing his disdain, the little ox mooed twice and burrowed its head deeper into the girl's embrace. 50 points in all attributes. Yang sighed heavily. Everyone was impressed by the divine ox's high defense, especially Luo Yuan, who faintly sensed his position as team's #1 tank might be in jeopardy. Forget it, just consider it a pet. Yang told everyone to keep grinding monsters, eager to vent on the skeletons. After a dozen or so skeletal sorcerers fell, the system notification sounded again. Heavenly Desolate Divine Ox Spiritual Tier LV 1. HP 11,000. Attack 20. Physical Defense 1,050. Spiritual Defense 1,050. Skills none. A pure support tank. At this moment, the calf was dashing crazily across the battlefield. Oddly, the skeletons didn't actively attack it. Whenever a skeleton dropped, the ox would sweep up all the loot in a strange posture, delivering every single drop to Yang's inventory. Auto loot was somewhat useful, except it picked up all sorts of junk. Skeleton teeth too. Yang could barely stand it and ordered it to return. But the calf was bouncing happily among the skeletons, not paying any attention. A chilling aura swept out from Yang's long sword. The calf shivered immediately, then scampered to his side, mooing softly and gently pressing its hoof on his sword in a playful way. Don't pick up every single piece of trash. Yang scolded while teaching it how to recognize valuable loot. Head started his life early as a tutor for a mischievous kid. After nearly 4 hours of grinding on the 5th level of the Decay Cave, they finally cleared all the skeletons and collected 2 full skeleton armor sets. Amidst the scattered bone fragments still drifting down, Yang checked his stats panel. Tianhuang Divine Bull had just reached level 9, its defense rising again. Let's head to the next level, he signaled to his teammates. The group stepped through the stone door that had already opened. The 6th level was still vast and empty, but not a single skeleton soldier was visible within sight. In the center of the cave stood a stone coffin silently upright. Before it knelt a tall skeleton clad in golden armor with a war helmet, one knee on the ground. Its spear, several feet long, was plunged into the earth, while eerie black flames flickered in its empty eye sockets. All units, stay on alert. This is almost certainly a boss, Yang whispered, activating his Chaos Eye skill. General Skeleton. Quality, Legendary Boss. Level, 20. HP, 3 million. Physical Attack, 4,500. Physical Defense, 1,358. Magic Defense, 1,164. Speed, 60. Skills. 1. Sweeping Army sweeps the spear in a fan-shaped area in front, dealing 180 damage. 2. Corrosive Breath Death Energy erupts, dealing 120 damage and reducing target's defense by 30 for 5 seconds. 3. Death Summon can call nearby fallen units as skeletal elite soldiers to aid in battle. 4. Death Drain Death Vines entangle the target, dealing 60 damage per second for 5 seconds, healing the caster for 500 of damage dealt. 5. Death Spear throws a spear at a random enemy, dealing 200 damage. If the target is killed, instantly throws at another target, increasing damage by 20 with each kill, up to 200 bonus. A legendary boss. Yang relayed the attributes to the team chat, his tone more serious than ever. It's terrifying. Can we even fight it? Not right now, he decisively rejected. Its damage is too high, we can't tank that. Let's retreat first. Everyone agreed. Trying to face it heat-in now was suicide. Let's farm more silver tier bosses first to upgrade our gear. Yang laid out the plan. Those silver bosses weren't easy to find. Bai Xiao chimed in. They'll send Qing to scout ahead. She's gathered a few hundred people recently, so info should come faster. Great. Leave it to her. Yang nodded and summarized. We'll call it for today and continue tomorrow. They set a meetup time and logged off one by one. After removing his helmet, Yang took a quick shower. Over just a few days, his body had strengthened at an astonishing rate. His strength skyrocketed, and his senses sharpened now. Even a mosquito's wing pattern was visible from a kilometer away. Time to collect some interest first. A smile tugged at his lips as he slipped into a black combat suit, donned a mask and low baseball cap, then leapt from his window, silently disappearing into the night. In the dead of night, Wuyong City shimmered with neon lights and flowing traffic. The bustling heart was Fuyuan Tower. In the dimly lit underground parking garage, a young man hurried toward a black business van. Li Qingde, owner of an international trading company. Bah, I've done so much for you, and now you're trying to kick me aside just like that? Li Qingde walked briskly, muttering curses under his breath. The underground parking lot was dimly lit as he hurried toward the black commercial van. He lowered his head and fumbled in his coat pocket for the keys. Before his fingers could grasp the cold metal, a shadow silently blocked his path. Thud. A fist slammed hard into his abdomen, the force instantly sending him flying back. He crashed into a concrete pillar before slumping down heavily. Waves of searing pain curled through him as he curled up, clutching his stomach tightly, a hoarse growl escaping his throat. The shadow stepped closer, the sharp click of heels against concrete sounding like a death knell. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Li Qingde shakily pulled a pistol from his waist. A flash of cold steel, then a flying fruit knife plunged into his palm, nerves screaming in pain. The gun slipped from his grasp, clattering loudly in the empty garage. "You're too noisy," said a low, hoarse voice chilling the air. The shadow Yang An pressed his foot against Li's face, grinding the man's scream down his throat. Leaning down, Yang drew the fruit knife free and wiped the blood from Li's suit with an icy glare. Talk. Talk about what? Who are you? What do you want?" Li Qingde trembled, struggling to push himself up. The only answer was another lightning-fast strike. The knife stabbed through his other palm. Pain erupted, forcing a scream, but his eyes were frozen by ruthless cold. "He'll tell you everything, I swear." The terror finally shattered his facade. Li's voice quivered as he spilled secrets like spilled beans. "I embezzled millions of Huaxia yuan from public funds, transferring it bit by bit to overseas accounts. I kept 3 mistresses, all at Jushin community. I bribed high officials." Before he finished, Yang's anger deepened, a twitch at the corner of his masked mouth betraying his disgust. Hadn't expected so many dirty dealings. The blade traced slowly along Li's throat, sending an icy chill. "Which family do you work for?" Yang demanded. Li's pupils shrank. Still, he stubbornly spat out. "If you know I'm working for a big family, how dare you make a move? You don't understand your own situation." Blood trickled as the knife scraped his neck. Yang could tell this was just a pawn, so his voice grew colder. "Enough talk. Wait, let's talk this through. He'll tell you anything you want." Facing life and death, Li's pride crumbled instantly. "Good." Yang's voice was calm, the blade still at his throat. "1 year ago, at Longyu Dispatch Center, why didn't you report the Blood Squad's distress call to your superiors?" That question hit like a thunderclap. Li's face went pale. That massacre still haunted him. Tu was just an ordinary clerk. "I didn't dare to disobey." Before he finished, the blade pressed deeper. Cold sweat broke out. "It was Minister Yen. He told me to pretend I didn't see." Li shouted hysterically. "He gave me 2 million. He'll give it all to you. Any amount, just spare me." Yang looked down at him, emotionless. "You should be glad you lasted this long. The big families didn't touch you. I'm just collecting interest first." He pulled gray duct tape from his pocket and sealed Li's mouth. Thud. The first stab bit into flesh. Then a second, a third. 9 strikes in total, each avoiding vital points. "These 9 cuts are for Xue Bao," Yang whispered. "He died after being stabbed 9 times trying to save me." Li's eyes bulged with pain, veins bulging, only whimpering left in his throat. Yang raised his arm again, striking 8 more times, precise, merciless. "These 8 are for Xue. His elderly mother is still waiting for him to come home." Blood pooled, darkening the floor. Li lay dying. Yang sheathed the knife, voice icy as shards of glass. 2 million? That's the price for 2 of my brother's lives? Only death can repay. The final slash severed Li's carotid artery. Blood sprayed like a crimson fountain. Li pressed his hands desperately against his throat, only able to make hoarse gurgling sounds. But life rapidly slipped away. The dark garage filled with the metallic scent of blood. Yang felt no fear of interruption. His heightened senses already scanned the surroundings and had destroyed all nearby surveillance before arriving. Without a backward glance, the cold wind lifted his coat's edge. Yang turned and melted into the night. The next day, Yang reunited with the group. Sister Qing had already posted scouts the night before and identified a silver tier boss and a bronze tier boss, waiting for the team to come claim their prize. Bai Xiao brought good news as well. She had mobilized a large number of people from the Mingyue Qingxin studio overnight to spread intelligence and search specifically for silver tier bosses, and they had a clear understanding of the boss's routes. "All right, let's move out." With Yang An's command, everyone's fighting spirit surged as they followed Bai Xiao out of Nanming City. Beyond the city, deep in the dark forest, mist swirled and shadows of trees stretched in every direction. Mingyue Qingxin was already waiting at the agreed spot, 3 healers standing behind her, their staffs glowing with pale green light. Seeing the team arrive, she raised her hand and called out crisply, "Miss Sister Qing." Bai Xiao hadn't seen her for days and joyfully rushed forward, linking her arm. After some brief greetings, Mingyue Qingxin joined the group, and the 3 healers immediately fell into formation, solidifying the supply line. Their first target was a level 15 silver boss, the fire lizard. The enormous lizard's body was covered in scales like molten magma, its tail swiping away trails of searing red flames. Now equipped with upgraded gear, the team fought with confidence. The swordsman Ateon charged in to draw aggro. Luo Yuan held the front line with his shield, while Little Swan and Bai Xiao stayed in the rear casting healing spells. In less than 10 minutes, the boss crashed to the ground, its fiery scales turning into sparks that scattered into the air. A beam of light shot up, revealing 2 silver tier items, a cloak exclusive to swordsman and the fire lizard ring. The cloak naturally went to Ateon, while the ring was claimed by Yong'an. 3 other bronze items, a pair of gauntlets, a mage's robe, and a bracelet were distributed as well. The gauntlets went to Luo Yuan, helping boost the shield guard's limited damage output. The robe became Little Swan's first bronze piece, making her smile from ear to ear, and the spirit-boosting bracelet was taken by Bai Xiao, increasing her healing capabilities. In addition, the boss dropped a bunch of black iron and common gear. Bai Xiao pointed to the miscellaneous items on the ground. "I'll buy any and used gear at market price. Some of my players are in need. Just take them. You've done enough running around for us." Yong'an waved off her offer. "That won't do. We can't let anyone lose out," Bai Xiao insisted. After some back and forth, they settled on a compromise, half the market price. Everyone agreed. Over the next few days, the team was either en route to another boss or grinding damage beneath one. If they couldn't find a target, they'd clear nearby monsters to level up. They had planned to return to the Decay Cave to farm skeleton soldiers, but found no respawns, so they gave up. This intense, non-stop grind paid off handsomely. Yong'an acquired 2 more level 15 silver rings. 1. Fire Lizard Ring. 210 physical attack, 38 strength, 15 vitality, with a 10 chance to ignite enemies on hit, causing 20 continuous burn damage over 3 seconds. 2. Honey Badger Ring. 208 physical attack, 41 strength, 16 agility, featuring the Never Give Up trait that increases damage against bosses by 2. Bai Xiao also made significant gains, a level 15 silver staff exclusive to healers, a bronze bracelet, and a bronze belt. Under the boost of several bronze armor pieces, Little Swan looked more spirited than ever. Bai Xiao handed down her old level 10 silver staff to her as well. Luo Yuan received a silver necklace and a bronze-grade cloak. After several days of non-stop monster grinding and consecutive boss kills, everyone's levels had all risen to 20. Ateon was just 1 step away from level 21. Without hesitation, he gripped the level 20 silver longsword dropped by the Wild Bull Guard. The blade gleamed coldly, instantly boosting his attack stats. Everyone swapped their gear, and their overall combat power surged. Yong'an and Luo Yuan even equipped the full 4-piece skeleton set. Bone armor and dark robes merged to amplify their killing aura. Character name, Shui Ran. Class, Sword Immortal First Ascension. Constitution, Chaotic Sword Body Stage 1. Sect, Yusu Sect. Level, 20. Root Bone, 493. Strength, 730. Spiritual Power, 392. Agility, 532. Endurance, 412. Comprehension, Hidden. Luck, Hidden. HP, 7,146. SP, 4,220. Physical Attack, 2479. Spiritual Attack, 588. Physical Defense, 1158. Spiritual Defense, 1091. Speed, 74. Armor Penetration, 40. Critical Rate, 66. Critical Damage, 230. Stamina, 100. Equipment, Qing Shuang Sword, Fire Lizard Ring, Honey Badger Ring, Vampiric Bracelet, Howling Moon Bracelet, Skull Helmet, Skull Battle Armor, Skull Battle Boots, Skull Gauntlets, Azure Wolf King Belt, Nightshade Necklace. Equipment traits, Frost Power Qing Shuang Sword, Burning Fire Lizard Ring, Never Give Up Honey Badger Ring, Life Steal Vampiric Bracelet, Night Damage Boost Nightshade Necklace. Chaotic Body Exclusive Skills, Chaotic Sword Heart, Eye of Chaos, Chaotic Sword Realm, Golden Lotus World Ending Conditions Not Met. Sword Immortal Exclusive Skills, Sword of Heart, Sword Control Technique, Attack Strategy, Lifebound Flying Sword Conditions Not Met. Other Combat Skills, Cloud Piercing Sword, Sword Chi Combo Slash, Phantom Dragon, Swift Movement, Heart of Slaughter. Life Skills, Gathering Technique, Cooking Technique. Yong'an's chest swelled with pride as he stared at his nearly overflowing stats, itching to charge straight into the skeleton general's domain for a major fight. The massive experience gained from continuous battles also brought a qualitative leap to his pet, the Heavenly Desolate Divine Bull. Heavenly Desolate Divine Bull. Spirit level, level 10. HP, 20,000. Attack, 110. Physical defense, 1500. Spiritual defense, 1500. New active skill Divine Light Purification. Releases Divine Light to remove one control or negative effect from a target, up to level 20 of the Divine Bowl. Cooldown, 2 minutes. A control removal skill. Yang An's eyes lit up. Control spells had always been his weak point. Now that the Divine Bull filled this gap even with a somewhat lengthy cooldown if timed right, it could turn the tide of critical moments. He patted the sturdy back of the little bull and silently planned how to use it in the next battle. One boss left. Let's go? Ation, holding his blade, was full of confidence. His recent explosive level growth had pushed him into the top 5 of the leaderboard. Level leaderboard. 1. War God Chiyu class. Demon God level 25. 2. Tianzun class. Spirit Mage level 23. 3. Yao Guang Shengzi class. Spirit Swordsman level 22. 4. Ni Tian Gai Ming class. Spear Cultivator level 21. 5. A Tian class. Bladesman level 20. 6. Hidden class. Sharpshooter level 20. 7. Zhu Shun Huang Hun class. Swordsman level 20. 8. Foci Bei class. Spirit Mage level 20. 9. Yi class. Assassin level 20. 10. Hidden class. Sword Immortal level 20. At the top, War God Chiyu still reigned supreme with an overwhelming level 25. But second place Tianzun, a regular spirit mage, had remarkably caught up to level 23, drawing everyone's attention. Just as the team's spirits swelled and they readied themselves to head into the next brutal battle, Ming Yuqing Xian suddenly stopped. Her expression shifted slightly. Receiving an urgent private message, her slender jade fingers clenched tightly. Her brow furrowed deeply, and her face darkened. Miss, there's trouble. What's wrong, Sister Qing? Seeing Mingyue Kingson's expression, Bai Xiao asked. Everyone turned their gaze to Mingyue Qingshin, their eyes full of confusion. The brothers we stationed near the boss have all been killed. Mingyue Qingshin took a deep breath, her face darkening. What? Rare anger flickered across Bai Xiao's usually gentle face. According to the Fallen Brothers, a group of over 100 players also found that boss. Without distinguishing friend from foe, they slaughtered all our people. Don't panic, let's go check it out, Yang An decided immediately. With that, everyone activated their town return scrolls. In a flash of white light, they were back in the main city. Led by Mingyue Qingshin, they quickly retraced their steps, heading straight for the boss's location. As the teleportation circle's light faded, they were already speeding toward their destination. They crossed mountains and hills, grass rippling like waves, cold wind swirling dust, and rattling armor. Soon, they arrived at a hilly area. Sounds of battle ahead. Yang An was the first to catch the clash of weapons in the distance. Exchanging looks, they quickened their pace, jogging toward the source of the noise. As they drew closer, shouting and the clang of metal rang clearer. Damn it, why do you think you can just chase us away? Is this place registered under your name, or what? The furious voice belonged to a man wielding a long spear, his in-game ID, Zhiji Qinsha. His spear arced through the air, knocking aside several weapons aimed at him, moving with thunderous speed. Although he had refined features, his eyes burned with rage. At his feet lay a dozen player corpses, their blood effects still lingering. That was his team, all dead, yet none had chosen to revive at the city. Only he remained barely holding on. In front of him, a group of 3 to 5 attackers pressed in, backed by dozens more crowding the area, their killing intent almost palpable. That voice Yang An's heart jolted, and he glanced at the hefty man Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan returned the look with equal puzzlement. Stepping closer, Yang An caught sight of the spear wielder's figure and whispered, "It's Su Kai, the very close friend, one of the famed 3 swordsmen of Yanggao," alongside him and Luo Yuan. From the opposing crowd, an archer with a longbow gave Su Kai a cold glance, raised his left hand casually, and said, "Kill him." The players immediately sprang to action, their faces twisting into cruel smirks as swords and staffs were raised, determined to cut Su Kai down. Su Kai's eyes blazed with fury, but he was too weak to resist. Blood dripped from the web of his spear-wielding hand as he gritted his teeth, bracing for the onslaught of weapons rushing at him. Die! A cold voice rang out suddenly from behind him. 2 streaks of brilliant blue sword energy flashed like lightning, grazing Su Kai's shoulder but causing no harm. Instead, they exploded ahead, striking his attackers. 5,510. 12,673 critical. 12,673. Bright red damage numbers appeared in rapid succession. Wherever the sword energies passed, not a single enemy remained standing. Dozens of players were wiped out instantly. The terrifying damage silenced all survivors. The air seemed to be sucked out, leaving a dead calm. Blue light shimmered as Yang An stepped into the fray wielding the frostbite sword, Luo Yuan, Bai Xiao, and the others close behind. Thank you. Su Kai panted heavily, looking at Yang An's unfamiliar yet strangely familiar face. hesitating to speak. When his eyes landed on the round figure behind Yang, they lit up instantly. Fatty Luo. Haha, Sukai? Didn't expect to run into you here. Luo Yuan laughed heartily and spread his arms to give Sukai a bear hug. Haha, you old fatty, it really is you. Sukai gave Luo Yuan a firm pat on the back, then looked at Yang with a questioning tone. You're Anzi? What? Don't recognize me. Standing in the setting sun, Yang An's lips slowly curled into a smile. He pushed back his hood with a raised hand, revealing a familiar face before extending his right hand. That low, deep laugh and the gesture immediately stirred Sukai's memory. Anzi, it really is you. Sukai exclaimed with joy, reaching out to clasp Yang An's hand in a strong high five, then softly bumping fists. The two then opened their arms and embraced each other tightly. After a brief exchange of greetings, Sukai lowered his voice. How did you guys end up here? First handle what's in front of us, we'll talk later. Yang patted his shoulder, then fixed his gaze on the crowd ahead, his eyes darkening instantly. In the center of the crowd, an armored sharpshooter forced himself forward, voice trembling. Who are you people? He's my friend. Yang An's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable pressure. The sharpshooter swallowed hard, trying to maintain composure. This friend of yours, we're from the Yawang Sanctuary. Our hall leader is currently fighting the boss up ahead. This area is under strict control, no one is allowed to enter. Yawang Sanctuary, ranked 6th on the guild leaderboard? Yang raised his brow. He remembered the lists posted by the forum's all-knowing insider Yawang Sanctuary ranked 6th, with at least 300,000 members. Mistaking Yang An's recognition as intimidation, the sharpshooter straightened his back. If you know that, then leave quickly. Don't interfere with us. Yawang Sanctuary acts this arrogantly? Yang asked calmly. Are you challenging us? The sharpshooter raised his head defiantly, though his voice wavered between fierce and nervous. I'm giving you a chance, bow your head and apologize now. And while forget about your killing my brothers today. Killing is killing. You bully my brothers and expect me to apologize? Yang raised his hand, the frost blue sword spinning cold light in his fingers, the tip pointed directly at the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter burned with rage, but dared not act rashly. He pretended to stand firm. Think carefully, can you withstand the wrath of 300,000 people? Yang An's expression remained unchanged, his sword held level. Those who hurt us, steal our boss, and bully my brothers, no matter how many you are, you will pay the price. His wrist flicked, unleashing two chilling sword energies that tore through the air. Before the sharpshooter could even draw a breath, puff, he was instantly killed on the spot. The deputy hall leader is dead. Healer, revive him quickly. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Someone rushed to chant resurrection spells, and a flash of white light pulled the sharpshooter back to life. Upon opening his eyes, he roared, kill them all. There are only 6 of them, what's there to fear? Before he finished speaking, a youth had already dashed into the rear ranks of healers. It was a Tion. Meteor slash. 885, 863, 801, 952, 704. 8 streaks of blade energy danced wildly, scattering the fragile healers who fell one by one. The entire rear line was decimated in moments. Protect the healers. The panicked melee fighters surged forward, attempting to surround a Tion. The enraged sharpshooter notched an arrow and drew his bow. A cold gleam locked onto a Tion. Luo Yuan's large shield glowed brilliantly, and an energy barrier instantly formed, absorbing most of the arrow's damage. Then, a gentle green light streaked toward the battlefield by Xiao's healing magic instantly filled the Tion's health bar. On the other side of the battlefield, Yang charged into the crowd. The frost blue sword traced dazzling arcs with every slash. Each strike laced with fierce sword energy, no one could stand against him. In just a few breaths, dozens of Yawang's sanctuary members lay on the ground. Bright red damage numbers and system notifications flooded the screen. They were no match for the terrifying output of Yang, and a Tion. Resurrection spells couldn't be cast in time. All their advantages collapsed instantly. This was only the beginning. It looked like a major battle was about to erupt today. Those guys dared to kill players and steal the boss outright. They deserve to be killed. Bai Xiao said with indignation. Yao Yao's right. Little Swan nodded eagerly. Squeak squeak. The little rabbit perched on her shoulder mimicked them, raising its tiny paws high. Yang glanced sideways at Sukai. Want to go together? Of course. They killed so many of my brothers. I can't let this go. Sukai didn't hesitate. If he lost levels, he could always grind back up. He casually teased Luo Yuan. Fatty, your name's still as unique as ever. Hehe. Luo Yuan glanced at Little Swan, smiling like a flower. Sukai thought to himself. Love really does make people lose their smarts. Shut up. Luo Yuan laughed and teased back, but couldn't hide his pride. After a moment, Sukai lowered his voice to ask, Anzi, why's your damage so high? Special class, I guess. Yang smiled, but didn't elaborate. The Chaos Sword body was his trump card, not something he'd reveal lightly. Let's go see how far they've pushed the boss. Yang took the lead, soaring toward Tiger Roar Forest, with the others following closely. Deep within Tiger Roar Forest, The level 20 silver boss, Black Tiger King, roared fiercely. At the front line, a dozen or so shield guards rotated their defense, the clash of tower shields and claws ringing sharply. Behind them, 20-plus healers poured out healing light, barely keeping the boss roller coaster-like HP bar above the danger line. Further back, dozens of sharpshooters and spirit mages unleashed a torrent of arrows and charms, a dazzling rain of light. But their damage barely dented the boss' defense. Most struggled to break 100 damage per hit, only a few hitting 400 to 500. The boss HP dropped painfully slowly. Meanwhile, in the nearby dense woods, several figures appeared quietly. A Tion whispered, "Should we strike?" "Wait." Yong'an raised a hand to stop him. With the Eye of Chaos, he clearly saw the Black Tiger King still held a large area attack skill, and its HP was still above 50%. There was no need to rush. Time dragged on amid the dull collisions. 53, 50, 30, 15, 10. When the boss HP fell below 10%, the Black Tiger King suddenly howled into the sky. Roar! Dark ripples burst from beneath its feet, engulfing a 15-meter radius in darkness. The darkness wave, causing 180 instant damage to all in range, plus an additional 30 burning damage per second for the next 10 seconds. Red warning numbers exploded above players in the realm of Dawn Sanctuary. Fragile ranged fighters evaporated on the spot. Only a few fully healed shield guards took the hit, but couldn't survive the ongoing burn. Within seconds, the 15-meter radius became a vacuum zone, bodies scattered everywhere. One skill wiped out nearly 30 lives. Backup shield guards, get ready to take the front. Healers, hold off until the boss skill ends. Prioritize resurrecting the shield guards first. In the crowd, a burly swordsman was issuing orders. She was one of the faction leaders in Yaoguang, known by the ID Pinseng Faheo Wanlai. The boss' devastating skill had just ceased, and numerous fallen players rose one after another under the healer's resurrection spells. Pinseng Faheo Wanlai barked in a low voice, "It's time. Hold your positions." Meanwhile, Yong'an clenched his right hand around the Qingxuang sword, his expression calm as he suddenly surged toward the battle circle. The moment his foot stepped forward, a dazzling, multicolored orb of light shot through the air and entered his body. Ping! A system notification exploded in his ear. Your skill Sword Chi combo has activated the Heavenly Melody buff. Cooldown reset. Damage increased by 30 and cooldown reduced by 80 for 10 minutes. This skill is absolutely broken. Yong'an felt a strong surge of envy, but it didn't slow his movements for a moment. The next second, he entered killing mode, becoming a phantom blur as he closed in on the boss, slashing twin sword auras like ribbons at the frontline shield guards. Flash! Flash! Dense and heart-pounding red damage numbers exploded above the freshly resurrected shield guards, instantly draining their health bars. Enemy attack. Panic rose from the crowd, and chaos broke out immediately. "Damn it, suicidal fools." Pinseng Faheo Wanlai roared in fury. With his shields down, the boss suddenly turned, bellowing as it lunged into the rear ranks of the spirit mages. "Quick, control that guy. Pull the shield guards. Hold the boss aggro." As the orders fell, healers frantically cast resurrection spells while shield guards scrambled to their feet. A flood of dazzling light skill stuns, slows, immobilizations poured down on Yong'an. Phantom Dragon Jaunt. Yong'an twisted his body like a dragon's shadow slipping through, blinking to the front of the healer group. Twin swords sliced again, and two healers were gone in a flash of white light before they could even cry for help. "Stop him!" Pinseng Faheo Wanlai shouted hoarsely, but Yong'an ignored him. Sword light danced, and Yaoguang players fell one after another. His speed was so incredible that all projectile skills missed him completely. Son of a what the hell is this thing? Furious, Pinseng Faheo Wanlai took out a dark scroll from his pocket and tore it apart on the spot. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped Yong'an. Ping! The system announced player Pinseng Faheo Wanlai has used Binding Scroll on you. You are now restrained, unable to attack or use skills for 1 minute. Yong'an's heart tightened. Another scroll, and it lasts a whole minute. From afar, Luo Yuan charged up with his giant shield, raising a heavy protective barrier over Yang, and teammates rushed in too, especially Tion, who moved with astonishing speed, darting into the crowd and dealing massive damage that turned Yaoguang players pale with fear. "He's got allies. Focus fire. Kill him first." Pinseng Faheo Luanlai's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Arrows and spirit magic formed a deadly net aimed directly at the restrained Yong'an. 10, 48, 140, 81, 53, 16, 99, 22, 62. A string of pitiful damage numbers flickered above Yong'an's head. The initial salvo barely broke Luo Yuan's shield, totaling just over 1,000 points of damage. A gentle green light fell. The Ganlu technique of Bai Xiao instantly restored Yong'an's health to full. Enough playtime. Now it's my turn. Yong'an's mouth curved slightly, calm and unshaken. The heavenly wild spirit bull. With summoning light flashing, a small plump pure white bull appeared, its golden horns radiating dazzling light. Divine light purge. The binding force shattered instantly, and Yang was free once more. Dash. Sword chi combo. He became a deadly gust of wind, moving invisibly through the crowd. Wherever the sword light touched, life was cut down like withered grass. He's a demon. Run. Panicked screams erupted as Yaoguang players scattered. Even Pinseng Faheo Wanlai felt fear gnawing at him. If it weren't for his subordinates nearby, he might have turned and fled. Who exactly are you to dare attack our Yaoguang sanctuary? He roared hoarsely. Dare to steal our boss and kill our people? Even if you're from Yaoguang, you deserve to die? The monk known as Luanlai finally realized the truth. These people before him were allied with those who had guarded the boss earlier. How dare you? Do you even know who you're talking to? Our leader ranks 3rd on the leaderboard. Yeagang's Saint's son, a hidden class spirit swordsman. You'd better think twice about whether you can withstand the wrath of our Yaoguang holy land. Annoying. Yang cast a cold glance. Then 2 chilling sword energies suddenly slashed out with deadly precision, striking Luanlai. Blood splattered as he died on the spot. Quick, revive the Hall Master. The remaining players from Yaoguang Holy Land erupted into chaos, howling in panic. The surviving healer raised a hand and cast Resurrection. A flash of white light, and Luanlai staggered to his feet, his voice hoarse. Retreat. He spun and fled desperately, trying to escape this bloodbath. Think you can run? Yang An's voice was calm, but it boomed like cold thunder. In the next moment, his body surged with terrifying speed, becoming a blur as he charged forward. Looks like you're fighting to the death. Luanlai's eyes burned red with rage and humiliation. Despite their numbers advantage, they couldn't last a single clash. Seething with shame, he roared, block him. Then he dashed toward Bai Xiao, attempting to take her hostage. A ghostly figure silently appeared, a blue longsword slashing at a strange angle to pierce his throat. 4,874. Critical instant kill. The system's damage number appeared. Luanlai's bulging eyes stared wide in disbelief at the assassin before him, never even saw when the enemy got close. The healer raised another hand, chanting, but before the revival light could gather, Yang unleashed 2 swords simultaneously, reducing the caster to a spray of blood mist. Then, together with a Tian, sword chi and shadows interwove as the remaining Yaoguang Holy Land players were slaughtered in an instant. The battle ended. Yang raised a hand and patted the calf's head, signaling it had done well. Mu the calf proudly lifted its nose and flicked his palm away with a hoof. Yang An's Qing Shuang, sword slightly lifted. Sensing trouble, the calf immediately put on a sycophantic expression, embraced his leg, and mooed loudly. Near Nanming City, on a wilderness map, a tight-knit team of 10 was laying siege to a level 20 silver tier boss. The formation was compact and the rhythm precise. Up front was a handsome young man wielding a longsword. Each strike dealt over 4,000 to 5,000 damage, far beyond an ordinary player's power. The boss' health plummeted, and in anger it unleashed a large area effect attack. The shield guard up front shattered, losing a large chunk of life. But when the devastating strike hit the youth, a strange energy shimmered across his body, completely negating all damage. After a fierce standoff, the silver boss gave a grudging wail and collapsed with a crash. The youth sheathed his sword and folded his hands behind his back, making no move toward the corpse to loot. The task of sorting the spoils was handled by his subordinates. Young master, there's trouble. A man in his 50s hurried over, his tone respectful but tinged with urgency. Speak. The youth frowned, his voice cold and flat. One of our hall masters led the gang to fight a boss, but was ambushed. Not only did they lose the boss, but the entire group was wiped out. Wiped out. The youth's eyes instantly turned icy, murder simmering beneath the surface. Complete uselessness. After investing so many resources in them. Who dared attack our people? The Divine Realm? Or the Underworld tribe? Not at all, the middle-aged man replied. Even he was stunned when he first got the news. Then he recounted every detail of what happened in the Tiger Roar Forest to his young master. There was only a small band of solo players, yet they utterly routed the forces of the Holy Land. Their leader is called Shui Ran, who has just started building a minor faction, and there's also a swordsman named Tians from the Qin family. Only one squad and they crushed them completely? The handsome man's voice grew icy. What's their background? An independent team, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully before continuing. Master, that a Tian truly is a member of the Qin family. The Qin family? The handsome man's expression darkened. No matter which family it is, I want an explanation. As for the others, especially this Shui Ran, dig up every piece of information on him. That name, I don't like it. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. A crisis was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, Yang Un and the others finished the battle. Mingyue Qingxin packed up all the gear scattered on the ground as compensation for their fallen brothers. Then the team turned to attack the wounded silver-level boss, the Black Tiger King. Within a few minutes, the Black Tiger King crashed to the ground, but only dropped 2 bronze-level items, a spear and a pair of gauntlets, not a single piece of silver gear. Sukai, a welcome gift. Yang Un tossed the spear over. A bronze spear. Sukai's eyes lit up. You're really giving this to me? Keep it. Better things will come later. Yang smiled without saying more. In truth, everyone on the team used silver weapons. Luo Yuan leaned close to Su Kai and whispered, "We're all using silver gear." Su Kai's mouth twitched. "So I'm just a frog in a well." Having slaughtered the people from Yaoguang Holy Land, retribution was bound to come. Yang glanced at Bai Xiao. "Things might get troublesome next. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it." Bai Xiao spoke defiantly, her eyes cold but clearly deadly. Yang silently admired her decisiveness. Back in Nanming City, the group headed straight for the decayed cave, their target, the skeleton general. Mingyue Qingxin accompanied them again, and they recruited 3 more healers to boost their survival chances. Su Kai was kidnapped by Yang Un and Luo Yuan, who said it was to widen his horizons, forcing him to temporarily leave his own team behind. Most players were still around levels 17 or 18. The daytime graveyard had no monsters, and the night was eerie, so most teams avoided it. Thus, the decayed cave remained untrodden. They reached the 6th floor again. The skeletal soldiers from the first 5 floors hadn't respawned yet. It seemed the boss had to be killed first to reset the area. The golden-armored, helmet-faced skeleton general was still kneeling on one knee before a coffin. When the newcomers saw its stats, 3 million HP, terrifying offense and defense, they all held their breath. "Anzi, can we really fight this? I've never even touched a silver boss." Su Kai swallowed hard. His own team of around a dozen had only killed black iron level bosses and avoided even bronze ones. "Let's give it a try." Yang gave them a reassuring nod, then began breaking down the skeleton general's skills and laying out battle tactics. "Let's go, fatty." "Got it." Luo Yuan raised his shield and steadily advanced. As they closed the distance, the skeleton general's eyes flared with 2 balls of scarlet light. It slowly rose, turned around, spear pointed forward, and said in a low voice, "Who dares disturb me? Leave immediately. Fatty here is here to put you to rest." Luo Yuan grinned and charged forward. "Dare to offend my master Dai without mercy." The towering skeleton general took a step forward, sweeping his long spear toward Luo Yuan, unleashing a devastating sweeping strike that could cleave through an army in one blow. 4,564. The crimson damage number exploded above Luoyan's head, making his heart skip a beat, momentarily forgotten to activate the Vajra barrier to reduce damage. Almost simultaneously, 1872, 2413, 483, for 83, a string of vibrant green healing numbers surged in. After switching to her level 15 silver staff, Bai Xiao's blood revitalization spell stacked, with Du Chant forcibly pulled Luoyan's health back from the brink. Vajra's wrath. Luo Yuan growled, holding aggro steady. Only then did the team press the attack in unison. Yang swung his sword, 2 slashing waves of sword energy roaring through the air, carving a row of scorch marks across the skeleton general's armored bones. 9953 critical, 9,953. Su Kai stared in disbelief again. Holy crap. The others were used to it by now, simply accepting Yang and as a monster beyond normal reckoning. Unwilling to fall behind, a Tian stepped into the boss blind spot behind its back. His twin blades burst into blazing red flames. Flaming slash. Meteor slash. 2400 crit, 426, 727 crit, 426, 727. Damage numbers splattered like a rain of fire. After switching to a level 20 silver longsword, his output skyrocketed. While relentlessly attacking, a Tian muttered under his breath, "Still a long way to go compared to you. Little rabbit, charge." Little Swan gave the command. The little rabbit locked eyes with the golden-tiered boss, its short legs trembling but still pushing forward under pressure. The big radish slammed hard into the skeleton general's skull. 89. Haha, I finally broke through defense. Little Swan pumped her fist excitedly. Thanks to the level 10 silver staff Bai Xiao swapped out and her new gear, her spirit attacks finally began to chip away at the boss defense. Bai Xiao wrapped herself in the celestial melody aura, light shimmering around her, though the resurrection spell she randomly drew this round was of limited use. She stuck to throwing poison needles as usual, but found the toxin completely ignored by the skeleton general, forcing her to suppress her disappointment and focus on healing instead. Meanwhile, Su Kai charged forward, brandishing his spear with a fierce shout. The spear tip jabbed hard into the boss chest. 1. He sheepishly withdrew his spear and slumped back to the sidelines as a spectator, his face flushed with frustration. After a minute of back-and-forth struggle, the skeleton general's eyes flickered with ghostly flames as it lifted its spear once more. "Leave this place." The hoarse voice rumbled. The spear swept across the air with a sharp whoosh. Only Luo Yuan stood before it, with a Tian still behind him. Vajra barrier. Luo Yuan suddenly deployed his golden shield. 3398. Though heavily damaged, the constant rotation of blood revitalization spells from Bai Xiao and 3 other healers quickly restored the health. Luo Yuan kept moving to sharply reduce the boss' normal attack frequency, stabilizing the team's health. "Everyone, heads up, boss health is about to hit 95. Yang warned. From past experience, The boss would trigger a new skill each time it lost 5 health. Sure enough, the moment the boss HP dropped to 95, it let out another voice. Death is nothing but a new beginning. Come with me to hell. The skeleton general suddenly raised his black iron spear. A cold gleam flashed as the spearhead locked onto the adorable little swan. Ming Ming. Luo Yuan shouted reflexively, but it was too late to stop it. Yang An felt a sinking chill in his heart. This is bad. The death spear with random locking has been unleashed so quickly. Once this skill kills a target, it jumps to another and deals increasing damage each time. There's no way the little swan can fall. His mind raced as he didn't hesitate to activate Swift Step, dashing like a shadow to the little swan's side. Boom. 5,682. The death spear pierced through the chest, the damage number exploding above Yang An's head. Despite Luan's diamond barrier reducing damage by 30, his HP was still crushed down to just over 1,000. Next time, I have to keep the health threshold tight. Yang An muttered under his breath, then commanded, Fatty, maintain the diamond barrier constantly. Aetion, stand by me every time the boss is casting. He planned to absorb all the death spears with his own health, never allowing the boss to enter an uncontrollable, endless combo. The battle entered its 5th minute. Your actions infuriate this general. The skeleton general growled hoarsely, releasing a cloud of gray-black mist. 2,504. Ding. You are affected by corrosive breath, defense down by 30. Last 1 minute. Luan's HP plummeted sharply, healing pressure instantly skyrocketing. Though he still had double damage reduction, the boss's regular attacks casually dealt over 2,000 damage. Another skill hit would surely mean death. Purify. Yang An focused his mind and summoned the divine wild ox from the pet space. The little calf mooed once, divine light pouring down to instantly dispel Luan's defense debuff. With no commands given, the divine ox hopped right over to the little swan and wrapped her big leg in a cozy embrace, mooing affectionately. Yang An glanced lazily but paid it no mind as the team's firepower rained back down on the boss. As long as no one died, Death Summon couldn't be triggered, and the other active skill Death Drain only dealt 60 base damage. For high resistance Luo Yuan, it was just over 2,000 damage, while healing the boss 5-fold about 30,000 HP, which was manageable. Fully understanding the skill mechanics, the battle quickly intensified. The skeleton general's HP bar steadily dropped. Half an hour later, the last bit of life was gone. The skeleton general let out a long wail to the sky, full of unwillingness. This humble general is incompetent. I can no longer protect your highness. Even after falling silent, his skeletal form stood rigid and upright, like an unbreakable battle standard. Yang An looked at this guardian's remains and felt a flicker of respect. Ding. Congratulations on being the first player on the server to defeat the golden boss. You have earned 1,000 reputation, 100,000 experience, and 100 gold coins. Hide character name? Hide. Yang An replied without hesitation. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to players, Aetion, Happy Little Frog, Adorable Little Swan, Mingyue Qingxin, Zhiji Qinsha, for being the first team to defeat the golden boss on the server. Additional rewards, 1,000 reputation, 100,000 experience, 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Server announcement. Ding. Server announcement. First kill of the golden boss. Haha, we're famous now. Who would have thought even Fat Master could make it on a TV one day? The entire server chat exploded instantly, a dazzling storm of colorful messages flooding the screen. The first kill of the golden boss has appeared. I thought the first kill would go to the demon god, but someone beat us to it? Brother Aetion, I want to have monkey babies with you. Don't be so harsh. I haven't even laid eyes on a black iron boss yet. Outside Jili City, in a thicket-surrounded leveling zone, a burly young man clad in dark heavy armor wielded a crimson-patterned spear that radiated a cold, menacing gleam. He was locked in fierce combat with a black bear king as large as a small house. Every strike tore through the air with scorching trails. Damage numbers like 10846 and 11532 exploded above the beast's massive head. The bear roared, slamming its paw against the youth's armored chest with a shower of sparks, yet his health bar only flickered slightly. Beside his feet, a round-head black-and-white pet beast sprang up, claws flashing in silver arcs, perfectly synchronized with its master's attacks. The black bear king staggered, its movement faltering under the relentless assault. Suddenly, the system's all-server announcement rang out again, so loud it silenced even the distant monster groups. The first kill had been snatched away. A murderous fury surged in the young man's eyes. The coveted first kill was slipping through his fingers like a fading shadow. Though the first kill reward wasn't top-tier gear, it was the fastest way to make a name for himself in his realm. Reputation far outweighed a few extra items. He took a deep breath as his killing intent detonated inside him. Blood of the demon boil. Domain of the demon god. Heaven-slaying spear. Dark, demonic energy coiled around the spear like a living thing, blood flames licking the blade, a terrifying pressure instantly suffocating the entire forest clearing. Boom. Damage 29,463. The spear pierced through the thick chest of the Black Bear King, which let out one last agonized roar before crashing down in a cloud of dust. Go see what dropped. As the dust settled, the ground was lit up like golden fireworks scattered across a dozen pieces of loot. Young An's sharp eyes immediately spotted two brilliant clusters of golden, light undeniable gold-grade equipment. They'll take it, they'll take it. Bai Xiao dashed forward without hesitation. Known as their team's lucky charm, rolling for loot was her domain. The girl bent down to pick up the two gleaming sets of gear, their golden radiance reflecting off her animated features. Skeleton golden armor gold grade. Description: pity the warrior who lets golden armor hang low, for they do not envy those who wear white robes. Level requirement: 20. Class requirement: Shield Guard, Warrior. Base stats: 1300 HP, 645 physical defense, 632 magic defense, 76 constitution, 22 endurance. Additional skill: Shared Hardship. Designate a teammate to receive the Shared Hardship buff for 10 seconds, sharing 50 of their damage taken. Sword Shadow Cloak gold grade. Description: by the river, endless dust and longing, drunken sword shadows sway. Level requirement: 20. Class requirement: Swordsman. Base stats: 1000 HP, 306 physical defense, 331 magic defense, 77 strength, 25 agility. Additional skill: Graceful Sword Shadow. Summon 5 phantom sword clones after activation, each dealing 60 damage. Costs 1000 mana, 3-minute cooldown. Skeleton golden armor fits Luo Yuan perfectly. As for this cloak, Yang glanced around the group, a smirk spreading across his lips. Nobody's going to contest me for it, right? No one objected. Yang handed the golden armor to Luo Yuan and proudly donned the cloak himself, its fabric fluttering in the breeze. Gold-grade gear with rare skills enough to make him laugh aloud. Gold-grade gear, I'm so jealous. Su Kai's eyes sparkled with longing. Even bronze-grade equipment was precious to him. Gold-level gear was a dream he barely dared permit himself. The group had 3 pieces of silver-tier equipment: a level 20 mage robe, a level 20 spirit power ring, and a level 30 dagger. Among these, the mage robe was the most sought after by Xiao, Little Swan, Mingyue Qingxin, and 4 healers could all wear it. Following Yang An's team tradition, anyone who contributed effort could claim items as needed. If multiple people wanted the same item, they'd roll dice fairly, with the highest roll taking it. We don't need it, just roll for it. Yang made it clear. The 3 healers tried to back away, but Bai Xiao pulled them back firmly. You're part of the team too. If you contributed, you're eligible. Come on. 1. Rolling for the mage robe. Little Swan went first. The cursor flashed quickly and landed on 98. She jumped excitedly. 98. I don't think anyone can beat that. Mingyue Qingxin and the 3 healers rolled in turn. 85, 23, 63 until the last number flashed to 99. The healer who rolled 99 had the ID ex-boyfriend 1.5M and shouted, 99. Come on. Yao Yao, it's all up to you now. Bai Xiao smiled helplessly. Not counting on luck, she pressed the button anyway. The numbers raced by, slowing down 56, 43, 15, 99, 1, and finally stopped at 100. Wow. Little Swan threw herself onto Bai Xiao's arm, disbelief written all over her face. Yang laughed too. Bai Xiao's luck has always been good. Didn't expect her to make such a comeback. And so, the silver mage robe went to Bai Xiao. 2. Rolling for the spirit power ring. The second round wrapped up quickly. True to his name, ex-boyfriend 1.5M maintained his luck streak and took the spirit power ring. 3. The silver dagger. Bai Xiao sold the dagger on behalf of the team, and the gold was divided evenly among everyone. 4. Casual chat. Su Kai sighed. If I'd known you guys were so profitable, why was I even running a studio? Luo Yuan laughed heartily, thumping his chest. From now on, Uncle Peng will carry you. Su Kai rolled his eyes. You carrying me? It's Anzus output that's broken. Uncle Peng here is the core of the team. Luo Yuan said confidently, head held high. Yeah, everyone burst out laughing. 5. Bronze and black iron gear. The remaining bronze and black iron equipment were distributed as needed, with everyone picking what suited them. 6. 2 skill books. 2 blue human tier skill books lay on the ground. Sweeping army exclusive to spear specialists. Only spear user Su Kai took this. Death coil usable by spirit mages and summoners. 80 spirit power damage. Reduces defense by 15 for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Little Swan got this and eagerly flipped through the skill panel. Once familiar, she loosened up and became lively. 7. Bronze token. Finally, Yang picked up an ancient bronze token. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the guild founding token. Guild features are now unlocked, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your character name? Hide. Yang answered without hesitation. Ding. The roar of the fierce tiger, the leap of the flood dragon, smoke rising. A passionate journey begins. Congratulations to player for obtaining the guild founding token. Guild functions are now enabled. Players with the token may go to the main city to establish a guild. Ding. Ding. The guild feature was finally unlocked. Someone just got the guild founding token. That must be the team that just killed the golden boss for the first time, right? Jackpot. The first guild founding token will definitely fetch a fortune at auction. Excited messages flooded the system chat channel. Everyone understood the significance. The first guild founding token marked the birth of the very first guild, representing not only profits, but also power and prestige. In the announcement of the golden boss first kill, several players hadn't hidden their character names, and friend requests exploded instantly. Luo Yuan quickly closed the friend request feature with his teammates, but the constant ding-ding notifications from the system kept ringing in his ears. This token should sell for a lot at auction, Luo Yuan commented, impressed. Yang toyed with the ancient bronze-colored token, running his fingertip over its cool, heavy surface. No less than 10 million at least, said by Xiao, always sharp on market prices and fully aware of the token's terrifying value. Suddenly, she said, Shui Ran, maybe don't auction the guild founding token just yet? Are you thinking of using it to start a guild? Yang An's voice showed concern. The rewards for founding the first guild were huge, but so was the risk. It was like holding a red-hot potato. Bai Xiao Studio had thousands of players, but was still weak compared to the mega guilds. Going public too soon would make them a prime target. No, Bai Xiao shook her head. I'm not aiming to be first. Later, they'll take you to meet someone. After that, you can decide whether to auction it or not. Yang pondered a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right. Nearby, a Tian received a private message from Ziyue Hanyan and immediately related, Sister Yao, my sister also wants to buy the guild founding token. Not this time. It has a more important destiny. Bai Xiao declined her friend's offer with a soft smile. Okay, then a Tian shrugged, resigned but sensing Bai Xiao's plan. Yang pocketed the hot potato token and glanced at the stone coffin behind the skeleton general. Don't tell me there's a Zongzi inside. After fighting repeatedly in the decaying cave, Bai Xiao and Little Swan had grown braver. Otherwise, they would have been scared off by the eerie atmosphere long ago. Let me take a look. Luo Yuan strode forward. The entire coffin was carved from a single massive stone block, the lid fitting perfectly and looking like a vertical rectangular stone pillar. He pushed hard with both hands, but it didn't budge. Probably just a stage prop. No, there has to be something wrong here. Yang leaned in closer. The skeleton general had knelt on one knee before the coffin, indicating the occupant's status far above his own. Before dying, the skeleton general had shouted, Your Highness, so the Highness was probably inside this tomb. But how to open it? If we can't open it, let's just leave it. Bai Xiao tugged Little Swan back, quietly retreating from potential danger. Yang seemed not to hear. Walking around the coffin, he studied it carefully. The lid couldn't be pried open by human strength, and aside from the mysterious diagram engraved on the surface, there were no mechanisms. This is a four symbols diagram, though a simplified version. To study the Yuanchu secret land, Yang had read many Taoist texts and was familiar with the diagram. By gathering the power of the four symbols, maybe we can open the coffin. What's the power of the four symbols? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. The power of the four symbols refers to the forces of the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. There's no way a simple coffin like this would require the legendary power of the four symbols to open. How, then, could it be unlocked? Luo Yuan was utterly puzzled. Yang stared at the rough sketch of the four symbols formation on the ground, frowning slightly. He murmured, thoughtfully, the power of the four directions might be hidden somewhere within the cave walls. With that, he looked around the empty cave, but saw nothing with the naked eye. In the next moment, his eye of chaos activated. In the gray, misty field of vision, a faint azure light emerged on the eastern wall, outlining a complete azure dragon pattern. Confirming the direction, he scanned the other three walls clockwise and indeed caught faint glimmers marking the white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise patterns in turn. Yang approached the azure dragon pattern carefully, running his hand over it. Below the pattern, a square stone tile jutted out slightly, almost invisible unless up close. He called out to his companions, come here quickly. This is the azure dragon mechanism, corresponding perfectly with the azure dragon position on the coffin. There must be the same mechanisms on the other three walls. If we press them all simultaneously, it should activate the coffin. He then assigned Luo Yuan, Su Kai, and a Tian to the other three walls. After some searching, each found the corresponding protruding stone blocks. Press, Yang said, pressing down the azure dragon mechanism first. Click click click, sound of gears engaging echoed deep within the stone walls. The azure dragon pattern suddenly radiated a blue-green light, casting a beam directly onto the four symbols diagram on the coffin. The eastern side of the array immediately revealed a shimmering azure dragon phantom. Soon after, the western white tiger and southern vermilion bird mechanisms also activated, each summoning glowing sacred beast phantoms. Only the northern black tortoise remained silent. Fatty, what's going on? Su Kai called, turning around. Luo Yuan was sweating bullets in frustration. I don't know. No matter how hard I press, it won't budge. His hands bulged with veins, but stayed firmly on the stone. After a brief thought, Yang'an handed Luo Yuan all his strength-enhancing gear except his weapons. Put these on and try again. Once outfitted with the gear, Luo Yuan's strength surged instantly. With a heavy click, the stone finally gave way. Looks like you need to reach a certain strength threshold to trigger it, Yang'an explained. Sukai laughed loudly. Haha, so you really were too weak to even hold a chicken. Luo Yuan just rolled his eyes. With the final mechanism triggered, a beam representing the black tortoise energy joined the formation. The four sacred beast phantoms swirled and roar dragon roars, tiger growls, phoenix cries, and tortoise murmurs blending into an ancient, powerful sound wave. Rotating together, they merged into a single pillar of light shooting down to the coffin's center. Click, click, click. The coffin lid slowly slid open. A pale little hand suddenly rested on its edge. Then, a head with long hair obscuring the face cautiously emerged. The chilling, eerie scene made all the women's hair stand on end as they took a step back. Yang'an gripped his Qingxuang sword tightly, lifting its tip slightly, remaining calm but alert. From inside the coffin came a childlike voice filled with confusion. Who are you? And who am I? The little hand brushed back the tangled hair, revealing a delicate, flawless little girl's face. Only then did the women relax a little, though deep down they remained wary. A child who crawled out of a coffin could never be ordinary. Yang'an activated the Eye of Chaos again and looked closely at the little girl. Princess Zixi, a special class noble and the youngest princess of the Wudianyuan clan, had been attacked by deadly creatures. Despite the desperate efforts of the soldiers protecting her, the power of death continued to invade her life essence. To save her, the general used a secret ritual, sacrificing the remaining soldiers' lives to stabilize her life force. Using the power of the four symbols, he sealed her within a coffin, waiting for someone in the future to come to her rescue. Remaining life essence, 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Once depleted, Princess Zixi will lose her life forever. Yang'an stared at the scrolling text on the screen, his brow furrowing deeply. Was this little girl's life really down to just 9 minutes? He shared all the information to the team channel, and the light screen unfolded before everyone, instantly filling the air with heaviness. She only has less than 10 minutes left to live. After reading the description, Bai Xiao's heart tightened, sympathy flickering in her eyes. This little girl was about to die. That's what the data says. Yang'an confirmed firmly. All fell silent. There has to be a way to break this. Yang'an broke the silence. He couldn't believe the game would create a character with no importance, destined only to die in front of the players. But no one could offer a solution. Bai Xiao looked up at the fragile girl. Her thin figure stirred memories of her own helpless childhood. A strong sense of empathy cracked open her heart. She walked over softly and asked, "Do you not remember who you are?" As she spoke, she reached out to touch the girl's forehead. The cold temperature caused her to shiver slightly. "I don't know, I can't remember." The girl's eyes were vacant. Suddenly, she hugged her head, as if pierced by sharp memories. "If you can't remember now, then let's not think about it." Bai Xiao hugged her closely, gently patting her back. After a while, the girl's breathing gradually steadied, though her face grew paler as her life force drained. "Sister, I'm so cold." Her voice trembled. Bai Xiao felt a pang in her nose and tightened her arms. "Sister's holding you. You won't be cold anymore." The little body in her arms was cold and trembling. Bai Xiao held her tighter and tried to distract her. "They'll call you Cici, okay?" "Cici," the girl whispered softly. "I like that very much." Suddenly, she looked up, her voice barely audible. "Sister, am I going to die soon?" That question cut through everyone's heart like a dagger. "No, no you won't." Bai Xiao held her tightly and looked up at Yang'an, silently pleading for help. Yang'an glanced at the panel. Only 5 minutes remained. "Master." He suddenly remembered his peerless Sword Immortal master, immediately pulling out his pure Yang Jade pendant. "He'll go ask for help." Before he finished speaking, he activated the jade. A burst of white light exploded, and Yang'an appeared atop the soaring divine sword peak. "Senior sister?" Before him stood a woman in green robes, cheeks puffed out as if she was chewing something. In her hand was a broken sword with uneven edges. Seeing Yang'an appear, Luo Xiener froze for a moment, waved her small hand, and the broken sword vanished. She swallowed her food hurriedly, almost choking. "Junior disciple." Cough, cough, cough. She patted her chest, and only recovered after a while. "Junior disciple, what brings you back?" Seeing that Luo Xiener's complexion had improved, Yang'an quickly stepped forward and summarized the events in the decayed cave in just a few sentences. At the end, he asked, "Senior sister, is there any way?" "That's simple." Luo Xiener spoke calmly and steadily, without haste. "As long as someone is willing to sign a life-sharing contract with her, she can continue living in another form." "How do we sign it?" Time was pressing, and urgency colored Yang's voice. Luo Xiener smiled gently at him and explained the steps one by one. The method was surprisingly straightforward. Yang'an was momentarily stunned. "It's really that easy?" "Yes, just that easy." After confirming the details, Yang'an immediately opened his friends list and sent a message to Bai Xiao. Only after finishing did he remember something else. Luo Xianer suddenly asked. Last time, those old folks didn't mess you up? Huh. No. Yang was completely baffled. Who would want to mess with me? Why would they? Luo Xianer paused softly, but said no more. Seeing this, Yang could only scratch the back of his head. Senior sister, I have some things to handle. He'll return to Naming City first and visit you later. Before finishing, he crushed the teleportation scroll, and his figure vanished in a flash of light. Luo Xianer gazed at the empty room in silence for a long moment. Then, suddenly, the broken sword appeared in her palm, its dark runes flickering briefly. Decayed Cave, 6th level. Bai Xiao was holding a pale little girl in distress when she received Yang An's message. After reading the method, a glimmer shone in her eyes, though disbelief lingered. Can this really work with no other options left? She cast aside hesitation. Cici, would you like to come with sister? If you come with me, you'll get better. Bai Xiao gently stroked the girl's cool cheek. Oh, really? The little girl looked up, her voice soft as a feather in the wind. Yes, come with sister. Bai Xiao nodded solemnly. She activated the pet function and used the pet capture skill on the girl. Ding. Due to the special nature of the target, please confirm signing a life-sharing contract. Once active, it will occupy one pet slot and share life force with the target. Confirm. Bai Xiao answered without hesitation. A humming sound followed. Golden light burst around their heads as mysterious runes slowly rotated, enveloping them. The contract link was instantly established. Ding. Contract successfully signed. Congratulations on obtaining the special pet, Princess Zishi. The contract sealed. The little girl's color quickly returned as she leaned against Bai Xiao's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Bai Xiao exhaled deeply and gently stroked her hair before storing her in the pet space. All right, let's return to the city. Everyone activated teleportation scrolls. White light flashed, and they all appeared at the teleport point of Naming City. Yang was already there waiting. Did it work? Yes. Bai Xiao's eyes curved into crescent moons, unable to hide her smile. It worked. Can we check her stats? Yang was itching with curiosity. Bai Xiao opened the pet interface and shared Princess Zix's data to the team channel. Princess Zishi. Special level 0. HP. None. Shared with owner. Spirit attack. 1000. Physical defense. 300. Spirit defense. 300. Skills. None. Note. Life-sharing contract signed. All damage Princess Zishi takes is borne by the owner. If the owner dies, Princess Zix's level will drop doubly. A level 0 pet with 1000 spirit attack? That's insanely high. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes full of envy. Little Swan cuddled her summoned rabbit and sighed. I want a pet too. One rabbit just isn't enough. The little rabbit twitched its long ears and chirped softly, as if agreeing. Yang laughed and reassured her. It should be like my bull. Once it reaches level 10, it can learn skills. As night deepened, everyone agreed to meet again the next day and logged off to rest. Yang was about to log off when suddenly Bai Xiao's crisp voice came through his earpiece. Shuiran, come with me to see someone. Yang Anming realized that they must have come for the gang establishment order, and his curiosity was piqued about who Bai Xiao had mentioned. Following Bai Xiao's lead, the two passed through the bustling first-floor lobby and climbed the stairs to a luxurious private room tucked in the farthest corner of the second floor at the Zhe Jiangwei restaurant. The golden carved wooden doors closed silently behind them, heavy enough to shut out the noise outside. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Xiao raised her hand and rapped her knuckles in 3 clear, rhythmic taps on the door. Come in. A somewhat aged but commanding male voice came from behind the door, calm and measured, yet unmistakably authoritative. A jolt shot through Yang N's heart. The voice carried a faint hint of familiarity, though he couldn't be absolutely sure if it was the person from his memories. The door swung open, and warm light spilled out to reveal the interior. Ornate beams and painted rafters, fragrant incense curling through the air, and most striking of all, an elder sitting upright at the main seat. The man appeared around 60 years old, tall and straight-backed like a rifle barrel. Despite streaks of silver in his hair, his eyes remained sharp and piercing. His usually stern face seemed naturally imbued with an imposing military presence that could not be ignored. So it really is him. A storm of emotions surged within Yang. Before him sat the supreme commander of the southern war zone of Huaxia, the first commander of the Dragon God Army, King Jinnan, Bai Hong. Bai Hong studied Yang closely, his deep gaze seeming to strip away any pretenses. Grandpa. Bai Xiao's gentle call brought both men back to the moment. She bounded over like an excited fawn and clung affectionately to the elder's arm. The stern expression softened instantly as Bai Hong patted her hand gently. How old are you now, still so reckless? Aren't you going to introduce me? Grandpa, this is my friend. His game name is Shuiran, Bai Xiao said, nudging Yang forward. The old man's eyes brightened, as if confirming a long-held suspicion. He looked meaningfully at Yang and said, Brother Shuiran, composed and strong, a hero in his youth. Just call me Old Bai. Yang bowed respectfully. Old Bai, you flatter me. I've just been a bit lucky. To defeat a golden boss solo at this stage is no mere luck, Bai Hong praised generously. Then he turned and instructed, Yao Yao, you can go outside now. I want to talk to Brother Xueran. Though curious, Bai Xiao nodded and left after meeting Bai Hong's reassuring look. The door closed behind her, and quiet settled in the room. Bai Hong's expression grew serious again. I never expected the friend Yao Yao spoke of to be you. Yang stood at attention and gave a crisp military salute, smiling. Old Bai, long time no see. You're still so vigorous. Age truly has not slowed you. Bai Hong looked at him with complicated emotions in his eyes. Do you blame me? If you hadn't sent me to Long Yu, I might have lived my whole life as an ordinary man, never seeing the outside world, Yang replied politely. Back then, right after university graduation, Bai Hong had handpicked him and sent him to the Long Yu base for hellish training. Those years of hardship and struggle had given him the confidence he now possessed. Without that, none of this would even be possible. Bai Hong sighed deeply and glanced down at Yang N's feet, his voice tinged with guilt. At that time the southern border was swarming with troops. I couldn't spare the time. That's not your fault, Yang interrupted, shaking his head, not mentioning that he had already recovered. Distancing myself from fighting and returning to peace isn't bad either. Though deep down he still resented the injury that had once crippled him. That grievance was directed at the great families responsible. Back then, rendered useless, he had no choice but to swallow his frustrations quietly. But now it's not too late. Step by step, he would reclaim justice and make the great families pay the price. Yang didn't know that after he left the capital disheartened, Bai Hong had stormed back in anger, turning over several prestigious families' banquets and pressuring the top officials alongside the highest-ranking leader. They forced those families to produce a few scapegoats, the chief culprits on the surface. Unfortunately, the irrefutable evidence needed to expose the true masterminds was still lacking, so they could only pause for the time being. Thinking this over, Bai Hong fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand and patted Yang N's shoulder. The rough texture of his palm brought Yang back to reality. Didn't expect you old-timers to join this game, Yang teased, breaking the tense atmosphere, a smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, these old bones still like to spar with you young folks, Bai Hong chuckled first, then grew serious, his tone steady. But remember, this world's never simple. Don't treat it like just some casual online game. Yang nodded firmly. Ever since awakening the chaotic sword body, the calamity that haunted him had shifted from mere entertainment to an unknown, dangerous other world in his mind. Seems like both the government and military have realized its significance. Exactly, Bai Hong didn't hold back. Due to strategic needs, many troops have been deployed into the calamity. It's the same worldwide. That's no secret anymore. Yang An's heart stirred. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a bronze-colored guild token, holding it out to Bai Hong. So you reached me through Xiao right away? Exactly. Bai Hong's gaze fixed on the heavy token. For the Dragon God Army. This lets us coordinate personnel and issue orders much more efficiently. After speaking, he looked seriously at Yang. Just hand it over? No payment discussed. Contributing to the country is a duty of all Chinese people, Yang answered without hesitation. As for his teammates' shares, he planned to compensate them later privately. Bai Hong laughed heartily. Xiao said you all pooled this guild token together. We can't let you lose out. Name a price. How about 500,000 each, 3 million total? Yang thought for a moment before giving a figure he considered modest. This first token is worth that, but ITLL depreciate later. Deal. Xiao will transfer the money to you tomorrow. Bai Hong solemnly accepted the token, then added, if you ever need any help, come find me directly. They shook hands again. After parting ways, Yang stepped out of the private room. The hallway light was soft, and Bai Xiao was already waiting. Seeing him, she hurried over. Xueran, did you make the deal? Yeah. How was it? Grandpa didn't give you a hard time, did he? He's usually pretty strict. No. He just said he had no money to buy the guild token and was planning to sell his granddaughter for cash, Yang joked. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. Seeing his relaxed expression, her worries eased. I'm logging off now. See you tomorrow, he said before exiting the game pod. Okay, see you tomorrow. At noon the next day, the team gathered in the safe zone. Bai Xiao transferred money directly each account, gained 1 million Huaxia currency. As the numbers popped up, the whole team cheered. Ah, now I'm a little rich lady too. Little Swan hugged her brain terminal, jumping on the spot. She and Luo Yuan had already saved over 4 million in recent days. Curious, Yang quietly messaged Bai Xiao privately. Why so much? Just consider it my grandfather's way of helping. Can't let you lose out. Bai Xiao replied. Seeing the balance flash on the screen, Yang felt warmth in his heart. She really was a little rich lady after all. I'm heading back to Dongwang City. My sister has a mission that needs my help. There was a hint of helplessness in Tian's voice, clearly found Yang and his group far more interesting than his sister's tasks. But duty called, so he had no choice. Before leaving, he looked Yang squarely in the eye and said seriously, I'll come back to find you. Go ahead. Yang smiled and nodded. He had a lot of respect for Tian's youthful recklessness and refusal to give up. Outside Nanming City, deep in the dense mountains and forests, Yang was solo grinding monsters to level up. After a long time of team play, he plunged straight into the level 30 monster zone, the Dark Knight Forest, while practicing his sword control skills. By Xiao had reached level 20 and was about to start the long-delayed quest, the Mermaid's Lament. Little Swan had accepted a mission in Nanming City and was being escorted by Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Sukai took the opportunity to return and manage studio affairs. The Dark Knight Forest was thick with vegetation and ancient trees with twisted roots. The ground was scattered with jet-black boulders, giving off a gloomy, oppressive vibe. Here dwelled a type of rock monster. Blackstone monster. Description: gurgling sound. Level: 30. HP: 100,000. Attack: 2,680. Physical defense: 1,300. Spiritual power: 650. Speed: 25. Passive: reduces physical damage taken by 10. The Blackstone monster's defense rivaled that of a level 20 golden boss skeleton general, but its movement speed was painfully slow. Luckily, Yang An's technique of offense granted him a powerful armor penetration bonus, which perfectly countered the monster's high defense. He raised his hand, unleashing 2 sharp sword chi slashes. Then, using sword control technique, his frostblade sword pierced through the air, aiming for the monster's head. 9,878 critical. 4,295. 8,358 critical. The Blackstone monster groaned in pain, shifting its massive stone legs and slowly advancing. Yang retreated to keep a safe distance, wildly stabbing with his flying sword. In less than 10 seconds, the Blackstone monster shattered into fragments. Ding! Congratulations, your sword chi combo skill proficiency increased to intermediate. Finally leveled up, Yang sighed inwardly, aware of how difficult skill improvement was. Sword chi combo. Rank: human level. Effect: releases 2 sword chi arcs in a fan-shaped area ahead, each dealing 140 damage. Proficiency: intermediate. Mana cost: 60. Cooldown: 5 seconds. The damage was only up by 10, barely noticeable, but still progress. Just as he readied to continue clearing monsters, a chill suddenly stabbed at his back. At the critical moment, Yang twisted his wrist, and the frostblade sword reversed to parry. Ding! The clash of metal rang out as his long sword struck a dagger, nullifying the surprise attack. He spun around, seeing a surprised figure dressed in black and masked standing not far away. Since the opponent wanted his life, Yang spared no mercy and pointed his sword tip at the attacker's throat. The black-clad figure was incredibly fast, quickly retreating several steps. Then his form turned transparent and vanished from sight. Professional assassin? Yang didn't activate his Chaos Eye, instead focusing to trace the attacker's aura, then suddenly lunged back with a counterstrike. Ding! The frostblade clashed with a dagger again. You can actually detect me. With a hoarse voice full of surprise, the man in black realized his invisibility had been broken, and he couldn't cloak himself again anytime soon. Yang An's figure flickered forward, his frostblade sword gleaming with a fierce, icy edge aimed straight for his head. The black-clad man twisted abruptly, slipping away at a strange angle, and with a flash of cold steel, his dagger stabbed upward into Yang An's abdomen. The move was ruthless and nearly impossible to predict, but Yang was faster. He stepped back just enough to let the strike miss, then followed through with a downward slash clang. The dagger blocked the sword's edge once more. Undeterred, Yang pressed forward, his sword strikes flowing in rapid succession, each faster than the last. The sharp blows rained down like a sudden storm, forcing the black-clad man to stagger back step by step. A sharp, ringing sword sound exploded in the air. Yang swung his sword down with full strength again. The man hastily raised his dagger to parry. In that moment of clashing metal, alarm bells rang in his mind. This was a trap. The blue sword suddenly shifted trajectory, slipping past the dagger from the side to pierce his throat. 4,498. A critical hit. The black-clad man's health bar instantly depleted. If only Yang had activated his sword control technique now, a normal attack could have finished him off, but he was just a hair short. The black-clad man retreated several steps to create space. Yang did not pursue. His sword tilted slightly, his gaze cold and indifferent. You're strong. The man's hoarse voice sounded again. Who sent you? Yang demanded coldly, secretly activating his Chaos Eye, but the opponent's anti-scrying device blocked all attempts, yielding no information. Heh, no need to tell a dead man. The black-clad man sneered, pulling out several pills from his pack and swallowing them. His health rapidly restored. Yang lost interest in further words. He darted forward like a shadow, his frostblade slashing downward again. The man's eyes flashed with mockery. I wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. He deliberately raised his dagger to block, but sure enough, the frostblade changed form midair, stabbing diagonally toward his neck. The man smirked, flicking his dagger precisely near the sword's hilt clang. The frostblade slipped from Yang An's grasp and fell. The chance was there, though strange that the opponent's weapon was so fragile, he wouldn't let it slip away. The dagger stabbed coldly and directly at Yang An's chest. Thud. 9,895. Massive damage appeared floating over the man's head. The dropped frostblade had been caught midair by Yang An's sword control skill and suddenly reversed, piercing the man's unprotected neck from behind. How is this possible? Horror and disbelief filled the black-clad man's eyes as he collapsed, turning into white light and teleporting away. Yang unsheathed his sword and pondered. Apart from Su Sanyuan, the only recent enemies he had made were from the Yaoguang sacred land. No matter who came, he feared no one. Gripping his long sword tightly, he pressed onward through the nightshade forest, cutting down blackstone monsters along the way. In Nanming City, inside the VIP room of the Drunken Moon Tavern, a handsome and elegant young man was drinking alone, the heir to a top-ranked family in the Yaoguang sacred land. The door creaked open and a middle-aged man stepped in, bowing. "Young master, Heifeng has failed." The Yaoguang heir frowned. "What about the others?" "The whereabouts of that Qin family youth and the physician remain unknown. The rest are under control," the middle-aged servant replied, then added, "They still command nearly 500 men, all under our surveillance." 500 is nothing. Send the Mad Blade. He knows what to do," the heir said coldly, without emotion. Yes. Storm clouds were gathering, and hidden currents churned beneath the surface. Deep within the dark night forest, in the damp and shadowy woods, Yong'an was locked in fierce combat with a level 30 silver boss, the Blackstone Giant. The giant's body was sheathed in thick rocky armor, like a moving wall. It had the high defense and slow speed typical of a Blackstone monster. Yang An's Azure Frost sword chi sliced through the air like arrows again and again, striking the rocky carapace with sparks flying, but only managing to carve out tiny cracks bit by bit. Fortunately, Yang An's footwork was lightning fast, aided by his sword control technique that made his movements like the wind, and the slowing effect of the Azure Frost sword chi kept the Blackstone Giant's rocky fist from ever landing a hit, leaving it to swing sluggishly in place. Unfortunately, the freezing effect of the Azure Frost sword chi wore off almost instantly on the boss, making it nearly useless. To stay mobile, Yong'an continuously maintained his sword control technique, his spiritual energy pouring out like a bursting dam. After half an hour, only a few blue potions remained, while the Blackstone Giant's health bar was down to a sliver. Gritting his teeth, Yong'an flashed forward once more, drawing a crescent of cold light as he finally cleaved the giant's massive body in two. Stone shards scattered, and cracks spiderwebbed across the ground. Almost immediately, the system notification sounded. The Blackstone Giant had dropped 3 pieces of level 30 silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze gear. Yong'an couldn't use the silver items for now, so he sacrificed them all to the Azure Frost sword. Lifting the first seal required 10 silver pieces, and this was one step closer. "I'm unlocking you now," Yong'an said, gripping the sword, no longer satisfied with this level 10 silver weapon. Just as he slotted the loot into his bag, a server-wide system broadcast rang out. Ding! Global announcement. Flames of war engulf the realm, hearts ablaze for battle. Congratulations to player by Hong for founding the Guild Dragon God Army, the first guild established in the entire server. Guild Level 1 awarded. All guild members gain 20 monster kill experience for 7 days. Ding! Global announcement. Ding! Guild leaderboard feature unlocked. Players may view rankings freely. As the announcement spread, the world chat exploded. The first guild on the server is formed. Who are the Dragon God Army? By Hong. Never heard of him. 20 experience boost? Brothers, let's rush to join. Guild leaders of the major factions couldn't stay idle either. Investigate. Find out everything about the Dragon God Army. We've also farmed multiple silver bosses. Why no guild founding tokens for us? Within moments, players swarmed the boss spawn points only to realize that the founding token only dropped from gold bosses, and only a handful of factions could even take down gold bosses. Even more surprising, the Dragon God Army Guild didn't recruit freely nor broadcast announcements, seeming like a sealed fortress. Bai Lao waited this long to found a guild, must be some other conditions involved, Yong'an mused, packing up his bag with a sly smile as he prepared to delve deeper into the dark night forest. Just then, an urgent private message popped up. Luo Yuan. Anzi, Ming, and I got killed. Yang An's brow furrowed sharply. From the Yaoguang Sanctuary? Luo Yuan, yes. Su Kai and Ming Yuqingzhen's team was ambushed too. Everyone dropped a level. Yang An's gaze turned steely. Wait for me. Burning with anger, he crushed a teleport scroll. A flash of white light appeared, and a teleportation circle materialized before him in V Ming City. On the bluestone-paved plaza, Yong'an landed steadily and quickly wove through the crowd. Su Kai, Luo Yuan, Xiao Tian, and Ming Yuqing Xian waited anxiously near the circle. Anzi, Luo Yuan, and Su Kai called out together upon seeing their leader return. Brief me on the situation, Yong'an said immediately, cutting to the chase to assess their current predicament. All of our people were killed on their way back, and the Yaoguang Sanctum had stationed operatives at every exit of Nanming City. As soon as we step outside the city, they would ambush us. Ming Yuqingxin spoke rapidly, explaining the current situation clearly. Shui Ran is stuck in a special mission dungeon and can't contact the outside world for now. Miss can only focus on completing the mission. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, Yang suddenly seemed larger than life in her eyes, exuding an undeniable sharpness that felt almost tangible. So what do we do now? Someone quietly asked. Of course, we have to confront them. Yang An's eyes were like cold blades, filled with killing intent. With only a few pills left on him, he first rushed to the apothecary to restock. Then, he led the group straight to the east gate of Nanming City. Inside and outside the city gate, two groups faced off. On the city walls and street corners, curious onlookers formed layers upon layers. Outside the gate, over 1,000 players from Yaoguang's sanctum were arrayed in formation, sneering. Inside the gate, just a few hundred players under Mingyue Qingxin huddled in the shadows of the gate, hesitant to advance. You scum. You just bully us because you have more people? The healer's ex-boyfriend 1.5 stepped forward furiously, yelling. The only response was laughter from the Yaoguang players. At the head of the opposing group stood a burly, fierce-looking swordsman named Kuang Dao. Beside him stood 3 players of equal rank, clearly his trusted lieutenants. Kuang Dao laughed loudly with mockery. If you've got guts, come out. Stop talking nonsense from inside. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he won't make it out of Nanming City alive today. Inside the city, everyone fell silent. Kuang Dao grew more arrogant. This is the price for crossing Yaoguang's sanctum. Last chance he'll let you go if you quit that team and never work for those few people again. You're dreaming. A few shouted back defiantly, but most quietly bit their lips. This team hadn't been together long, and their bond was still fragile. Why do we have to go against Yaoguang's sanctum? Yeah, they're a super guild of 300,000. How are we supposed to play if we make them enemies? I don't want to live in constant fear. The first person quit the team, soon followed by the second and third. The names of those leaving quickly dimmed in the team list. 1.5's face turned red with anger, but he was speechless. This sting was worse than the threat of being surrounded by Yaoguang's sanctum. Let them go. Mingyue Qingxin looked coldly at those who left. People you can't keep don't need to be forced. Sister Qing. The remaining group called out in unison. She was their pillar of strength. They are indeed powerful. Compared to them, we are like ants. Mingyue Qingxin stepped forward firmly. But those with courage, who dare to say no to tyranny, stay with me. I won't blame those who choose to leave. Is anyone else quitting now? Sister Qing, we'll follow you always. Right. No one's afraid of anyone in this game. Many immediately voiced their loyalty, but some wavered. Sorry, Sister Qing. More chose to leave. Human nature is selfish in the end. No one wants to bet their future in darkness. In the end, only over 200 remained. Looking at these who still gripped their weapons and refused to retreat, Mingyue Qingxin's heart warmed, and she smiled. Thank you all for staying. It'll raise everyone's pay. From now on, let's advance and retreat together. Those who stayed cheered, their morale instantly lifted. Yang stepped forward, gripping his weapon tightly. Leave the rest to me. Yang saw that Mingyue Qingxin's side had finished handling things, then stepped out. Mingyue Qingxin raised a hand to signal, and the crowd quickly parted to make a path. Yang gripped his Qingxuang sword with the other hand and walked steadily toward the outskirts of the city, his expression calm and composed. The onlooking players whispered among themselves, who exactly was this lone fighter facing down the enemy? Outside the city, Kuang Dao was still pleased with himself for shaking his opponent's morale with just a few words. When he spotted Yang appearing, his thick flesh twitched, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kuang Dao boss, he's the one who killed our people, snarled the monk Luan Lao, who had been struck down by Yang and forcibly resurrected. All who provoke Yaoguang's sanctum deserve to die. Kuang Dao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Already saw Yang as dead meat, unable to survive another second. Stepping beyond the safe zone, Yang coldly surveyed the opponent's Yaoguang's sanctum team of over 1,000. Kuang Dao hefted his great blade and strode forward with a cold snort. Gotta admit, you've got some guts. Yang An's voice was low and steady. Don't trespass on me, and I won't bother you. But today, you killed my brothers and friends, so you'll pay the price. Ha ha ha. What did you say? Speak up. Kuang Dao laughed loudly, his cold blade sparking as it scraped the ground, sending showers of fiery sparks. Before his words even finished, Yang dashed forward, charging straight at Kuang Dao. The savage grin on Kuang Dao's face deepened as he ran to meet him. Their murderous auras clashed violently on the city outskirts. Not far off, 3 of Kuang Dao's former subordinates watched the fight side by side. The enchanting spirit mage Qiui swayed her slender waist, a smile playing on her lips. Hongguang, Bakshu, how long do you think this kid will last against Kuang Dao? Hongguang crossed his arms, speaking coldly, at most 10 seconds. The burly, tower-like Bakshu grunted, 2 strikes, I'd say. You're underestimating him. A hoarse voice suddenly cut in. A dark figure appeared behind the 3, none other than Heifeng, the assassin who had tried and failed to kill Yang before. Heifeng, weren't you on a mission? The 3 tensed, but did not ask further. Qiui, don't ask about what shouldn't be asked. Heifeng's tone was icy as his eyes fixed on the battle. This guy isn't ordinary. Watch closely. He did not move forward to help, wanting to better assess Yang An's abilities. The three exchanged a glance, their interest in Yang and growing. In the combat circle, Kwang Dao moved with the power of a dragon and tiger. Each step stirred dust and stone, his great blades slashing with raging heat and terrifying momentum. As he swung down for what should have been a decisive blow, Yang An's wrist trembled lightly. The tip of his Qingxuang sword precisely struck the blade's thinnest, weakest point with a sharp clang, effortlessly deflecting the full force. Using that momentum, he swept the sword's cold light straight toward Kwang Dao's throat. The speed of the blade was like a flash of blue lightning. Kwang Dao suddenly leaned back. A chill swept over his throat, and cold sweat broke out down his spine. This moment on the battlefield stunned the watching players utterly. Who is this person? How could he hold his own against Kwang Dao? Kwang Dao is one of the 10 great generals of the Yaoguang Sanctuary, his skill and prowess recognized by players across every game iteration. Yet what's happening right now isn't just holding his grounds completely dominating. In the crowd, some immediately started recording video, while others began live streaming and commentating. The viewer count shot up like a rocket, quickly landing the stream on the platform's homepage. Guys, streaming live now is Kwang Dao, one of the 10 great generals of Yaoguang Sanctuary, facing off against an unknown solo player. Don't underestimate this solo player. Look at Kwang Dao retreating step by step, forced into full defense. That strike was so tricky. Kwang Dao won't hold on much longer. Whoa, he just took 4,300 damage from a normal attack and it wasn't even a critical hit. Chat exploded with messages. Kwang Dao's health bar is down to 30, just over 6,000 points left. Another critical hit, and it could be a one-hit kill. On the battlefield, Yang was unaware he was being watched by the world. His gaze was fixed solely on Kwang Dao. The previous sword strike, enhanced by his sword control technique, had taken off half the opponent's health bar without triggering a critical hit. Felt a hint of regret over that. The two faced each other. Yang An's long sword pointed diagonally to the ground as he stared coldly. Kwang Dao's expression darkened, a flicker of caution in his eyes. You're stronger than I expected, but still no match for me. Show whatever tricks you've got. You won't get another chance, Yang replied with a cold sneer. Arrogant, Kwang Dao roared, refusing to let anyone be more reckless than himself. In the next moment, his muscles bulged, gray fur sprouted wildly, and his head snapped into the fierce shape of a wolf. A system notification flickered in Yang An's chaotic eye. Wild transformation, a demonic human heritage skill. After transformation, damage 20, speed 20, defense 10, lasts 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. When it ends, weak state triggered, all attributes 80 for 30 minutes. Another innate skill. Wolf-formed Kwang Dao howled and charged, surrounding himself with fiery blade energy as he performed Flame Slash, a universal sword technique for blade warriors. Yang neither dodged nor blockade, wanted to test the limits of this strike. Boom. Damage numbers popped up. 2,770 critical, 554 burn, 554, 554 over 4,400 damage total. The chat blew up. High HP and defense, guys. Took half his health from Flame Slash. Kwang Dao's wolf eyes widened in shock, no longer underestimating his opponent. My turn. Yang slashed out 2 waves of sword energy, forcing Kwang Dao to reposition, then closed in and unleashed a sinisterly fast sword light. The sword light was blindingly fast. Kwang Dao had no time to react. 9,227 critical, 923 lifesteal. 1-hit knockout. Kwang Dao collapsed in disbelief. How is this possible, such high damage? Spectators gasped. He actually beat Kwang Dao. That guy looks familiar. I saw his videos on the forums. People said he was cheating in the newbie village back then, but the official denied it. Yeah, his name's Shui Ran. Turns out his strength is real, defeated even the 10 great generals. The Yaoguang Sanctuary's healer hurriedly cast Resurrection, pulling Kwang Dao back to his feet. Rescued but mad, Kwang Dao fixed Yang with a crazed glare and laughed fiercely. How powerful you are means nothing alone. Can you defeat our 300,000 strong army? Haha, you. And none of you will see the city gates again. Yang An's eyes narrowed sharply. Although Kwang Dao was arrogant, every word he spoke made sense. The Yaoguang Sanctuary boasted 300,000 members. No matter how many he killed, standing still meant he could never finish them all. But if their strength didn't improve, Luo Yuan and Su Kai wouldn't be able to level up or complete quests, and the hundreds of players behind them couldn't just hide forever inside Nanming City. At this point, worrying was pointless. He could only trust the sword in his hand to carve a bloody path forward, to carve out a clear, just world. With his resolve set, Yang refocused. His gaze was sharp as a cold star as he locked onto Kwang Dao, battle spirit surging through him. Enough talk. Today, I start with you. Ha ha ha, arrogant fool. Kwang Dao laughed wildly, his voice blasting outside the city gate. In this ruthless world, the strong make the rules, and the weak are nothing but prey. You pitiful bunch, do you even deserve to be called strong? A mocking smile tugged at Yang An's lips. The frost blade trembled in his hand. Two streaks of sword energy sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, aiming straight for Kwang Dao. Rage flared in Kwang Dao's eyes as he flipped aside in a perfect carp leap. Weakened from recently being revived, he was no match for Yong'an, yet dodging a single linear attack was still easy for him. That was why Yong'an seldom used this move against skilled opponents. He was about to press the assault when four figures swiftly appeared behind Kwang Dao: Qiu Yi, Ba Shui, Han Yan, and Hei Feng, all falling into formation. It's you. Yong'an's glare sharpened at the black-clad assassin, his eyes cold as steel. Hei Feng's killing intent roiled. He sneered darkly. Ha ha ha. Today you die. Before finishing his sentence, he vanished into thin air with an instant stealth fade. Let's get this over with. No time to waste. Han Yan's sword tip gleamed icy cold as powerful winds surged at Yong'an. Heh, it's been a long time since a real fight. Ba Shui raised a massive ochre shield, slamming it into the ground with a thunderous boom. Rippling waves radiated out, granting teammates around 15 damage reduction identical in effect to Luo Yuan's diamond barrier. Enchanting Qiu Yi stood behind the shield, staff raised slicing the air as icy blue arrows shot forth. Anyone struck would slow down, possibly freezing on the spot. Inside the city gate, tension gripped everyone's hearts. Su Kai and Luo Yuan charged to the entrance, but were halted by Yong'an's raised hand. Don't come up. Let me take care of them. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yuan reluctantly stayed put, eyes locked on the unfolding fight. The combined strength of the four was a mountain of pressure. The chaos eye scanning their stats showed they were comparable to Kwang Dao in power. The biggest threat was Qiu Yi's crowd control. The battle exploded instantly. Arrows rained like a storm, and Yong'an's steps danced lightly as his form flickered and weaved through the hail, chilly breezes brushing past and leaving frozen frost in their wake. A low hum sang from Han Yan's sword as it shot forward with deadly speed. Yong'an's wrist shook as he swung Frostblade horizontally. Metal clashed with sparks flying, forcing both to shift apart. Before Han Yan could turn, Yong'an whipped two sword energies backhanded, driving him into a frantic roll. Before his sword energies landed, Yong'an pushed off on his toes, shooting like an arrow toward Qiu Yi, who was shielded by her teammates. A cold smile curved Qiu Yi's lips as blue light sparked on her staff's tip. A bone-chilling blast of cold wind howled from nowhere, rushing directly at Yong'an. Under the force of this airflow, Yong'an's speed was drastically reduced, only strengthening his resolve to prioritize killing Qiu Yi. Letting this woman, who was covered in control spells, remain on the battlefield would only spell greater trouble for himself. No time to hesitate. He abruptly swung his sword backhanded, forcing Han Yan, who was closing in again, to retreat several steps. Han Yan's skills rivaled Kwang Dao's, even more ruthless and decisive, making Yong'an extremely cautious. Stunning sword shadows. Yong'an growled lowly, instantly activating the sword shadow cloak's auxiliary skill. Suddenly, 5 sword-wielding black shadows appeared before him like phantoms, lunging toward Han Yan. The first and second shadows pierced Han Yan's chest at terrifying speeds. 47-48 critical damage. 20-65 damage. Before the third shadow could strike, Han Yan's health bar was wiped out in an instant as she collapsed with a thunderous crash. With this obstacle gone, Yong'an pushed off the ground and charged straight at Qiu Yi. Despite the ongoing slow debuff, his base speed of 77 allowed him to close within 10 meters quickly. Qiu Yi showed no panic, her fiery red lips curling into a dangerous smile. Ice prison. Centered on her position, the ground within 10 meters instantly froze solid. Thick ice pillars erupted from beneath Yong'an's feet, forming a tight cage. The chilling energy burst forth, turning Yong'an into a massive block of ice. Ding! You have been frozen for 5 seconds. Die! In a flash of cold light, a dagger glinted ominously as it stabbed into Yong'an's back. The assassin Hei Feng, who had been lurking unseen since the start of the battle. 24-95 critical damage. Striking once, Hei Feng gripped the dagger and stabbed again. From afar, several ice arrows whistled toward Yong'an, aiming to finish him off completely. Moo! At the desperate moment, the heavenly wild bull roared onto the scene, golden horns radiating brilliant divine light. The freezing ice instantly shattered and melted, freeing Yong'an. Turning swiftly, he lunged with a sword strike as fast as lightning toward Hei Feng's abdomen. Hei Feng dared not block Hedon and hastily withdrew the dagger to parry the blade of Qing Xuan. A familiar longsword slashed Aghanim. It was Han Yan, revived by the doctor. She re-entered the battle with a resurrection spell, sword tip aimed at Yong'an's throat. Yong'an twisted his waist strangely, narrowly avoiding the strike by mere millimeters and using a burst of power in his legs to teleport out of place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ice arrows grazed where he had just been and embedded into the ground, ice shards flying. Yong'an flashed 15 meters away, staring coldly at the 4 opponents nearby. This is pointless. He thought frostily his foes were never just these 4. The doctor's resurrection made every kill futile. I never expected Yawang's sanctuary to stoop this low. If that was the case, then he would unleash a massacre. He cast a fierce glance at the clustered group of doctors and suddenly accelerated. Resurrection cooldown was 10 minutes. He had to eliminate all the doctors within that time. At Yang An's charge, the crowd at Yawang's sanctuary sneered. Just one man. Yet he dared stand against 1,000 elites? Frontline shields, hold him back. A thick iron wall of shields formed an impenetrable barrier. Archers and spirit mages unleashed volleys from the rear, while melee fighters surged forward like a tide, determined to claim Yang In's head and glory. Arrows, fireballs, ice spikes, a storm of attacks converged on Yang In. Dash forward. Yang In's speed surged dramatically as his body shot forward instantly, targeting the ice spikes and lightning spells that had control effects first. His movements flashed left and right like lightning. Even when he was hit by a few difficult Oevid skills, he only lost a couple hundred HP, which was barely a threat. Sword Chi consecutive slash. Two sharp sword energies tore through the air, cutting straight at the frontline shield guards. 5,979. 13752 critical hit. Terrifying red numbers jumped repeatedly above the shield guards' heads. Their health bars emptied in an instant, leaving them no chance to stay standing. Healers, revive them quickly. The front line of the Yawang sanctuary was wiped out in moments, sending a jolt of tension through the remaining players. Stop him. Cover the area with spirit mage firepower. Chiu Yi shouted fiercely. She and 3 other core players were much slower than Yang Un and couldn't catch up. They had to rely on spirit mages to use area spells to block a large zone ahead of him. Boom, boom, boom. Bright explosions suddenly burst before Yang In, with raging elements rolling on the ground. It was difficult to hit Yang In precisely, but turning that entire area into a death zone was easy. Phantom Dragon Dance. Several afterimages scattered at once, absorbing most of the firepower aimed at Yang, and while his real body slipped ghost-like into the healer formation. His sword flashed sharply with every swing under the combined acceleration of his swift movement and the Phantom Dragon Dance. He charged into the healer ranks like a tiger among sheep, almost every slash taking down a healer. Everyone, fight your way out with me. Seeing Yang In break into the enemy ranks, Luo Yuan could no longer hold back. He raised his great shield high and charged with a thunderous roar. Su Kai, Mingyue Qingxin, and Little Swan followed closely behind, leading the remaining 200 or so players to clash heat-in against the Yawang Sanctuary's 1,000-strong defense line, drawing some of the violent attention away from Yang In. Shield guards protect the healers. Healers monitor the blood die amount closely. Everyone else, full offense. Mingyue Qingxin shouted orders while charging forward. Despite being so heavily outnumbered, no one showed the slightest fear. They faced death with unyielding resolve. Yang Un, who had been wreaking havoc among the healers, clearly felt the pressure ease somewhat as over 200 reinforcements arrived and shared the battle's intensity. Yet the numerical gap remained overwhelming, and it wasn't long before his own side began to fall. Casualties kept mounting steadily. To break the deadlock, he had to first eliminate these dozens of healers, each wielding resurrection magic and pulling others back into the fight, effectively doubling the rate of recovery and sustain. It was nearly impossible to wipe them out all at once. If only he could still tap into Bai Xiao's talent to amplify his sword chi consecutive slash, perhaps a single burst would clear the field. But having just expended that skill, all he had left was normal attack damage. Even with his terrifying movement speed surpassing ordinary limits, it was difficult to match the destructive efficiency of area effect attacks. As he repeatedly charged through the healer ranks, absorbing the continuous barrage of AoE spells from the spirit mages, Yang An's health began to steadily drop. 10% lifesteal no longer fully compensated for the damage. Killing Heart. He finally unleashed his long-and-used trump card. Bloodthirsty Killing State activated instantly, damage 200, lifesteal 20. A crimson mist swirled around him. His eyes tinted a demonic deep red, and an uncontrollable rage surged from within. Kill. 2 razor-sharp sword auras flashed out in an instant. 14,512, 4,353, 33,399, 10,020. A vacuum formed ahead as the sword light swept across with deadly precision. No one survived. The terrifying burst of damage sucked the breath from everyone present. Melee players readying an assault stopped dead in their tracks, afraid to take another step forward. Even Xiao Yi and the 3 from Haifeng held their breath. Was this still human? Perhaps even the sane air could not reach such dreadful damage output. Yang In ignored their shock and locked his eyes on fresh prey, plunging once more into the crowd. Sword riding technique. The Qingxuang sword buzzed sharply, slicing through the air in a cold, straight line. 13, 240, 3,972, 30,452 critical, 9,136. A row of players was pierced through on the spot, falling lifeless. After days of relentless training, he had mastered sword riding to a high degree, exponentially increasing his harvesting efficiency. From afar, Kwang Dao stared helplessly as his teammates fell in waves, fury boiling over. He opened his comms and roared, "All Tang members, assemble at the east gate of Nanming City. Now." Immediately, ending the call, he fixed his gaze on the figure dancing through the blood mist and gritted his teeth, growling, "Today, I will kill you no matter what." Xiao Yi and the others pushed forward under crushing pressure to hold him back, but Yang relied solely on his sword riding to remotely harvest targets, supplemented by lightning-fast dodges to avoid direct confrontation. Inside, a new ambition flared. If he could master sword flying, controlling aerial space to kill midair, he would truly become invincible. The terrifying output surged continuously. In just 3 minutes, all the healers had been cut down and forced to retreat for revival. Without resurrection and healing support, Yang rampaged through the Yao Guang holy army at will, his kill count rising even faster than the killing heart's waning energy. Spectators and livestream viewers alike were stunned speechless, battling 5 great generals alone and still handling it with ease. Now, to publicly annihilate the entire healer group. Is he even human? His sword attacks by itself. That's sword riding technique. Could he be the 10th ranked Sword Immortal on the leaderboard? Suddenly, someone shouted within the crowd, "Look, reinforcements from Yaoguang Holy Land have arrived." It's Tang. Unexpectedly, just one Sword Immortal managed to drive out one of Yaoguang's sanctuary's elite legions. This Divine Blade Hall alone numbered 10,000 warriors, renowned as the strongest force for breaching Yaogang's defenses. The Sword Immortal was in serious danger. In the heart of the battlefield, Yang'an had just steadied his stance when the city gates burst open. A black tide of players surged out, each gripping a blade, radiating murderous intent. "Form ranks," roared Madblade. In an instant, over 10,000 blade wielders stepped in unison, blades raised high, their fierce battle spirits sweeping like a storm. "Kill them all." He pointed forward with his battle sword, his wrath blazing toward the sky. "Charge!" Mingyue Qingxin shouted, rallying his comrades against the overwhelming enemy wave. "Brothers, we've taken what we came for. Fight with everything you've got. If you die, you'll only lose a level. They'll give bonuses afterward." Boom. The blade warriors simultaneously ignited their flaming sword chi. Scarlet blades converged into a wave of fire. Luo Yuan, Su Kai, and others were already on the back foot and were utterly shattered by this onslaught for nearly 100 to fall instantly. Meng Meng. Luo Yuan forced a protective shield over Little Swan, but still couldn't block the fiery blade. Little Swan collapsed on the spot. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yuan held on for a few more breaths. "Fatty! Su Kai!" He shouted in anguish as he and his teammates fell one after another. Yang An's eyes instantly turned blood red, his kill count soaring. The heart of slaughter began to tear at his reason. "Ha ha ha, bunch of ants." Mad Blade laughed wildly, locking onto the last target. "Kill them all." 10,000 Divine Blade Hall warriors unleashed their sword chi simultaneously, the firelight painting half the sky red as they charged at Yang'an. "Die all of you." Yang'an sheathed his sword and swung it. Slashing 2 rifts in the blade, the gaps were immediately filled by the tide of enemies. There were simply too many to kill. "Surround him." "I refuse to believe he can't be slain." The Divine Blade Hall closed in from both flanks as the spirit mages rained down spells, compressing Yang In's space to the brink. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Yang bellowed. Clenching the frost green sword tightly, he plunged its tip into the ground. Chaos Sword Domain. Boom. Golden ripples spread out from the sword tip beneath his feet. The frigid sword aura seemed capable of severing heaven and earth. A crushing pressure descended, weighing on everyone like a giant stone, instantly slowing their movements. Attack! The frost green sword turned into a streak of light, flying through the crowd. Empowered by the sword domain, Yang An's control over the flying sword became fluid and natural. His previous awkwardness vanished. Wherever the flying sword passed, Divine Blade Hall players fell one after another in an instant. Within the domain, enemy attacks could no longer penetrate his defense. Any blood loss was immediately restored by his terrifying lifesteal counterattacks. "I warned you, there is a price to pay." He swung out 2 wider sword chi waves, harvesting even more lives with ruthless efficiency. At this moment, Yang'an resembled a hellish Azura, cold and methodical in reaping every soul. This man is a demon. The Divine Blade Hall's morale collapsed. Terrified, the crowd fell back until 15-meter radius around Yang and stood empty. No one dared approach. But Yang An's mind grew more chaotic by the moment. After slaughtering more than 3,000 enemies in a row, his kill count soared past 30,000. Blood-red mist wrapped around him, the thirst for blood ravenously devouring his sanity. The heart of slaughter has such a terrible side effect. "I can't keep killing." He forcefully suppressed his bloodlust state but still struggled against the corruption, clinging desperately to a shred of clarity. "Yaoguang's sanctuary. Today's reckoning will be settled another day." Yang growled, pulling out a jade pendant. The jade pendant in Yang An's hand suddenly blazed with white light, then vanished on the spot. His departure brought a sigh of relief to the players from the Yaoguang sacred land on the battlefield. The 5 great divine generals gathered closely, exchanging glances, their chest armor still trembling. Report to the Holy Sun. Qiui sighed deeply, worry etched across his brow. Bastard. Huang Dao gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the direction where Yang An had vanished. They all knew full well. Players have very few strong crowd control skills available when switching phases. Ordinary ice spikes and lightning strikes couldn't even graze him. On top of that, he could instantly break free from any control, rendering all restraints powerless before him. For the first time, Qiui truly felt a single person could be so overwhelmingly powerful that even the Holy Sun might find it hard to match him. Today's battle had seen the birth of the legendary Sword Immortal, shaking the entire server. Major forums and social media were abuzz, feverishly reposting battle footage, and the hype only kept rising. This is the Sword Immortal. The damage output is insane. I'm officially declaring the Sword Immortal as my big brother from now on. I've hated Yaoguang's sacred land for ages now. I'm switching to follow the Sword Immortal. My friend was killed by Yaoguang's sacred land once, even had the boss stolen. Classic friend story above. One man fighting against the 5 great divine generals while killing over 3,000 people. Yaoguang's sacred land just hit a brick wall this time. A flash of white light, and Yang An was teleported back to Divine Sword Peak. The madness of killing surged like roaring tides in his mind. Clutching his head in agony, his entire body was enveloped in a swirling red mist of blood energy. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared out of nowhere. It was Master Chunyang. His expression solemn, he stretched out his right hand, purple lightning flickering at his fingertips as he lightly touched Yang An's brow. A refreshing coolness instantly spread throughout Yang An's limbs, suppressing the raging bloodlust inside him. Focus your heart and mind. Embrace unity within. Master Chunyang's voice resonated like a great bell. Without hesitation, Yang An settled cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes to calm himself and resist the resurgence of murderous intent. Guided by Master Chunyang, he gradually entered a profound state of serene detachment. Master, what's wrong with senior brother? Why is he filled with such a strong killing aura? A clear voice sounded. Luocian stood beside them, her blue robe gently swaying, carrying a sword case on her back. Her beautiful eyes were full of concern. Chaos planted a seed of killing inside him. It requires the aura of slaughter to nourish it. When the seed blooms and bears fruit, that will be the time for him to reap. Master Chunyang frowned deeply. Previously, Yang An had no trace of killing energy. This had gone unnoticed, but now the seed was beginning to sprout. Chaos. Then what should we do for senior brother now? Luocian was anxious, fearing their young junior disciple might fall so soon after joining. I will take him to Zhangjian Valley. You stay at Divine Sword Peak, do not wander off, Master Chunyang instructed, waving his sleeve as he vanished together with the meditating Yang An. Understood, Master, Luocian obediently replied, then smiled playfully, her sparkling eyes lighting up. With Master here, senior brother will be fine. While we wait, he'll gather some spirit fruits to help him recover when he returns. Zhangjian Valley, deep within the Yushu Sect mountain range, beneath a towering cliff. The valley was littered with broken swords and divine weapons, some embedded in the rock walls, others sunk into the grass and stones, their cold gleam fierce and forbidding. Sharp sword auras drifted like wind and blades, slicing the dense fog into countless scattered streams. At the very heart of Zhangjian Valley stood a stone platform. The pure Yang Venerable placed Yang An on the stone platform and watched the thick blood energy continuously overflowing. He let out a soft sigh. His hands moved swiftly in complex hand seals, and a divine sword bathed in golden radiance suddenly materialized out of thin air, hovering before his chest, its sharp edge gleaming and shifting like living light. Disciple, today your master will use the pure Yang sword to channel the spirit of 10,000 swords to aid you. Whether you can overcome this trial still depends on yourself. A high-pitched resonance rang out from the pure Yang divine sword as its golden light surged violently. Deep within the sword burial valley, countless other swords were awakened, humming together in response. Their chorus formed a roaring metallic torrent. The sharp sword intent gathered into a furious storm, mercilessly cleaving down toward Yang An. Pain. The sword intent pierced his body, first slashing apart the murderous intent inside him inch by inch, then striking directly at his divine soul. It felt as if his soul was being torn to shreds, fissures glowing with a ghostly pale cold light. This pain was not the bloody agony of thousands of swords piercing flesh, but a burning that scorched the very depths of his soul. The murderous intent soon reformed, surging back. Each time a sword energy streak fell, the pure Yang divine sword blossomed with an even fiercer golden radiance, which transformed into a fine rain of light and seeped into Yang An's body, mending his fragmented soul. Comprehend the remnants of sword intent left behind by your soul's shattering. Feel the killing intent. Temper your will. Condense your intent into a sword. The pure Yang Venerable's voice thundered inside Yang An's sea of consciousness. As sword intent rained down, breaking and then restoring his soul again and again, Yang An clenched back screams through the excruciating cycle. He desperately traced the path left by each sword scar. Gradually, his breath steadied and his expression grew serene, as if he was plunging into some mysterious new realm. The blood energy around the stone platform was purified by the golden light, until a ghostly golden lotus emblazoned with mysterious Taoist runes quietly bloomed beneath him. Petal after petal unfolded. At the lotus heart, a tiny golden sword the size of a thumb floated suspended, slowly spinning. Its rotation increased from slow to fast, its barely audible sword wail seeming to tell the story of a metamorphosis from cocoon to butterfly. Time quietly slipped by amid the sword's ringing and golden radiance. Trash. All of you are trash. In an elegant private room of a high-end tavern in Nanming City, the son of the Yaoguang sect slammed his palm down, shattering the rosewood table, fury barely contained. You were all routed by a single person, losing your armor and weapons, and in the end he left unscathed. You have brought shame upon Yaoguang's sacred land. Huang Dao, Xiao Yi, and the others kept their heads bowed, daring not to breathe. Sawdust scattered at their feet, but none dared move. Nearby, a composed middle-aged man spoke to ease the tension. Young master, it's not entirely their fault. The opponent is a Sword Immortal profession, with powerful bursts and a terrifying sustained capability at the end. Truly formidable. Huang Dao and the others glanced gratefully toward the man. I don't care if he's a Sword Immortal or a sword god, take him down. The Yao Guang heir suppressed his rage, turning to the man. Chun, this matter is yours now. Yes, young master. Chun bowed and left with a confident smile. To him, the Sword Immortal's sharpness was merely high damage. He had enough tricks up his sleeve to kill him. At a shabby wooden table in a quiet alley of Nanming City, Luo Yuan, Su Kai, and Mingyue Qingxin gathered to discuss. Still can't reach Anzi. Luo Yuan clenched the communicator, his brow furrowed deeply. Since the fatal battle and return to the city, Yang An's avatar had turned gray. Su Kai stared at the dimmed icon. He didn't appear at the revival point or go offline. Could he be stuck in some special instance dimension? Mingyue Qingxin sighed softly and nodded in explanation. Miss has encountered this before. A gray avatar, but no logout usually means the instance has cut off outside contact. Hearing no problem, Luo Yuan finally relaxed, but forced a bitter smile. We've already dropped 2 ranks. If we're trapped in the city again, the gap from the first tier will only grow larger. Mingyue Qingxin's expression darkened as Yao Guang's sacred land weighed heavily on everyone's minds, like an immovable mountain pressing down on them. Just as they fretted, a young boy approached from the front. A Tian. Luo Yuan was the first to recognize the distant figure, calling out loudly to greet him. Brother Hua and Sister Qing also raised their hands in acknowledgement. A Tian exchanged brief pleasantries, then surveyed the group with a straightforward tone and shared his thoughts. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for you all. Yaoguang's sanctuary controls 300,000 players. They have enough manpower to block every exit from Nanming City. It's nearly impossible to leave the city safely. My advice is to head to Dongwang City, first to lay low. There's the Hanyan Pavilion there where you can find some shelter, and the Ming clan is a sworn enemy of Yaoguang Sanctuary. They won't dare overextend their reach. A Tian's words made Mingyue Qingxin bow her head in deep thought. After a brief silence, she lifted her gaze and nodded. Right now, this is the safest plan. Well, wait until Miss escapes before making any long-term decisions. Luo Yuan and the others had no objections. Since Yang An was still trapped in a special dungeon with no set return date, they decided to use this time to go to Dongwang City to grind monsters and level up, then regroup once Yang An returned to determine their next steps. Burial Sword Valley. Thousands of swords lay scattered across the valley, their blades quivering occasionally. The sharp, clear ringing of swords pierced the air, and a fierce sword aura blew like invisible blades, ravaging the surroundings. Any who dared enter would be shredded into pieces instantly. In the center stone platform, Yang An sat cross-legged. For 3 days, his soul had been repeatedly torn by the sword intent, but through the pain, he grew ever stronger like a godly sword long kept in its sheath, only waiting to reveal its edge. Focus your will into the sword. With a thought, his soul transformed in his mind into a shining longsword. The blade appeared, carrying overwhelming murderous intent. In front of the stone platform, the pure young venerable watched this transformation, a satisfied smile in his eyes. With a casual wave, his pure young sword emitted golden light that instantly dispersed the surrounding sword aura, calming Burial Sword Valley temporarily. The path ahead is yours alone, he murmured. As the sword aura withdrew, the murderous intent surged violently. Yang An rose as a sword and slashed down. The void seemed to tear apart, but the killing intent severed was instantly mended, condensing into a massive blood-red sword opposing him in midair. Not enough. I want stronger sword intent. The soul sword trembled fiercely, releasing a high-pitched sword cry. Hum. Within Burial Sword Valley, over 10,000 godly swords resonated as if commanded by the same signal, all vibrating in unison. Intense sword aura flooded in like a tidal wave, resonating with Yang Un and pouring crazily into his soul sword. The pure Yang Venerable's eyes flashed with surprise. 10,000 swords resonating together, worthy of the chaos sword body. Bathed in turbulent sword aura, Yang An's soul sword gradually solidified, its edge blazing hot and visible to the naked eye. Flash. He swung his sword down. The blood-red giant sword shattered blade by blade, dispersing into a sea of blood mist. Immediately, the soul sword unleashed a strong suction force, absorbing all the blood mist. Blood energy churned wild, ferocious, murderous emotions once again surged toward his heart, just like before. Humph, still trying to influence me? All of you, dissolve into my sword intent. The humming rose again as Yang N's soul sword soared into the sky, power surging like a torrent. All negative emotions were forcibly refined, the murderous intent fully absorbed and embedded into the blade. Pure killing intent merged flawlessly with his inherent sword intent, sharpening the blade and intensifying its aura. Ding! A system notification exploded in his mind. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill murderous sword intent. It's the murderous sword intent. Finally succeeded. At that moment, Yang was filled with excitement and clarity. The illusory chaotic golden lotus surrounding his body slowly closed, and the small golden sword hovering above his head vanished. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the smiling gaze of Master Chunyang. Yang immediately stood up, clasped his fists respectfully, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master." Master Chunyang gently patted his shoulder, his tone full of praise. "I originally only intended for you to comprehend the sword intent and disperse the murderous aura within you. I never expected you to completely absorb it and directly grasp the higher-level essence of the killing sword intent." Yang replied with lingering awe, "If not for Master's support, I would have long since been corrupted by the killing intent and become a puppet driven only to slaughter." Even though he was still in the game world, he could vividly feel the madness that led to decay. Master Chunyang nodded slightly. "Let me see your sword intent." Yang grasped the Azure Frost sword. A cold gleam flashed from the blade. He took a deep breath and activated the newly acquired killing sword intent. Instantly, a blood-red killing aura surged wildly around him. Sword intent and murderous energy intertwined, forming a towering pillar of blood that pressed down like a crimson storm onto Master Chunyang. Though standing still, he seemed to embody a bloodthirsty divine sword, ready to claim lives at any moment. Onlookers instinctively felt fear swelling uncontrollably. Such power right after comprehension, Master Chunyang said with arms behind his back, his evaluation tinged with satisfaction. "Remember, killing is only a means, not absolute good or evil. Hold fast to your Tao heart, and diligently refine yourself. Your future is boundless." With those words, he flicked his sleeve, and the overwhelming sword intent instantly dissipated. "Yes, Master." Yang unsheathed his sword and stood at attention. Master Chunyang then explained, "The seed of killing forcibly implanted in your body by chaos has now been neutralized by me. You no longer need to worry about it. That killing heart was never a power you were meant to control at this moment. Chaos intended to nourish the seed through you, harvesting it once the fruit matured." Yang bowed in thanks once more, then opened his skill menu and focused on the newly attained skill. Killing sword intent first stage. The sword strikes all beings, achieving the way through killing. Killing sword intent spares none. Basic passive, 10 physical damage, 10 lifesteal. Killing heart passive. Killing other players nurtures the sword intent without triggering a red name status. Soul erasure passive. Victims killed under this intent suffer forced death and cannot be revived. Active skill. Release overwhelming killing intent to stun enemies for 3 seconds, reducing their damage by 10 and movement speed by 15 for 1 minute. Consumes 1500 spirit energy, cooldown 3 minutes. 3 passive S definitely powerful, he thought. Although the 10 damage and lifesteal buffs didn't match the old killing heart skill, this one was permanent and retained the no red name feature. The new soul erasure passive ensured enemies had no chance to turn the tables. Most importantly, the power truly belonged to him, fully controllable. Seeing him finish reading the details, Master Chunyang said lightly, "Let's go back to Shunjian Peak." With that, he waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang. In a blink, the two stood atop a 100-foot-long flying sword. Riding his master's flying sword for the second time, Yang was filled with awe. The stability was incomparable to Luoxianer's wobbly little flying sword. The sword tore through the sky at incredible speed, yet he only felt a gentle breeze. In mere moments, the majestic outline of Shunjian Peak came into view. Master Chunyang silently guarded against disturbance this time. The flying sword stopped a meter above the ground, and Yang and dismounted steadily. No sooner had they landed than Luoxianer appeared from a distance, running quickly toward them. Her lips were puffed out as if she was munching on something. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.